Fancy wielding a sword, young man? A mysterious voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. In your student days, shouldn't you be chasing the dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman? If your heart is set on it, stop sleeping here. Draw your sword. Stand up. Set forth. I got it. Lin Tian suddenly sprang up from his desk, his thunderous shout instantly disrupting the calm of the classroom. The room fell silent for a moment, only to erupt in waves of laughter. Li Yanfang, the teacher standing at the podium, immediately wore a dark expression, and the chalk in her hand slipped to the floor without a sound. The entire classroom seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Tian. Li Yanfang adjusted her glasses and almost hissed through clenched teeth. Are you trying to rebel? Since you seem to know so much, why don't you tell us what I was just explaining? I have no idea, Lin Tian replied, blinking blankly and scratching his head. With a crack, the chalk in Li Yanfang's hand snapped. Are you possessed by a ghost or under the influence of some gadget from a blue robot? Back in his seat, Lin Tian's mind was already wandering far away. As a transmigrator, he had been living in this world for 18 years. He was adopted by a kind-hearted single uncle at the age of 6, and just a week ago, he awakened a system called Swordbearer, receiving a plain wooden sword as his awakening item. In this world where gods were reawakening and anomalies ran rampant, awakened individuals fell into two camps: the innately awakened, who were naturally powerful, and those who needed awakening stones, with limited potential. Lin Tian, thanks to his system, became a unique innately awakened being and joined the Night Patrol Division in Tian City as a substitute member, embarking on the mission of patrolling the night for the heavens, safeguarding countless families. Over the past 7 days, Lin Tian had swung his sword thousands of times. The system's requirements were stringent, not only demanding perfect form and precise strength, but also seamless coordination of his body. Out of thousands of swings, only 78 met the standard, with each success granting him just a faint wisp of sword energy. Combined, these hard-earned energies were barely the thickness of a needle mushroom. As he worried about his lack of strength, the familiar voice of his captain, Sister Jiang, came through his Bluetooth earpiece. Lin Tian, we have an emergency mission. Hearing about the mission, Lin Tian perked up instantly, eagerly responding, Sister Jiang, I'm a model student, and serving the nation by slaying anomalies is the right thing to do. After much persuasion, Sister Jiang finally relented. All right then, meet at the base in 10 minutes. A golden opportunity. Lin Tian stood up resolutely and shouted to the frowning teacher Li Yanmei, my great-grandfather passed away today, so I have to leave early. With that, he grabbed his cloth-wrapped wooden sword and, under the astonished gazes of his classmates, dashed out of the classroom without looking back. What the heck? Did Lin Tian lose his mind today? In the classroom, a commotion disrupted Ms. Li Yanfang's lesson. Lin Tian suddenly stood up, ignoring the astonished looks from everyone, and strode towards the classroom door. Ms. Li was stunned. In her over 20 years of teaching, she had never encountered such a bold student. The classmates exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. When did Lin Tian become so daring? I want to skip class too, but I don't have the guts. Did someone in his family pass away? But wait, doesn't he only have an uncle? I heard him whispering on the phone earlier, something about washing feet. Everyone's attention was drawn outside the window. Lin Tian was seen running across the field, clutching a long, cloth-wrapped object. His speed was astonishing, making one wonder when he became so athletic. Suddenly, the situation took a dramatic turn. The dean of students, accompanied by 3 security guards, rushed towards Lin Tian, forming a blockade. The boys in the classroom clenched their fists, silently cheering him on. Go for it, Lin Tian. For our youth. Take our dreams and run. Just as Lin Tian was about to be caught, the security guard pressed a remote, and the retractable gates slowly began to close. Everyone thought the escape plan was doomed. However, at the critical moment, Lin Tian pushed off with both feet and leaped into the air. To the amazement of all, he effortlessly cleared the Tumterhai gate with fluid grace. Upon landing, Lin Tian turned around and saluted the crowd with his index and middle fingers together in a stylish gesture. Principal, I'm just taking a leave. Consider it approved, okay? I'm heading out now. The class erupted in astonishment. That was a perfect move. So elegant. When did Lin Tian become so cool? I heard someone saw him practicing swordplay on the rooftop during break. Bang. Ms. Li slammed her hand on the blackboard, her anger reaching its peak. The classroom fell into complete silence. Hopeless. I can't handle him anymore. Let his family take care of it. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had arrived at the Red Moon office in Tian City. He looked up at the 5 prominent characters, thinking, it looks fine during the day, but at night, the blood-red light swaying like threads of blood makes it look like a funeral home. However, this was both the base for their night patrol team and a place where they handled various cases to make a living. Murders are rare. Most of the time, it's about finding lost pets or occasionally tailing a suspicious mistress. Lin Tian pushed open the door, and a strange laugh suddenly echoed. Ding dong. Welcome to Red Moon. Huh, huh, huh. Lin Tian frowned and couldn't help but comment. Sister Qing, you always say no one comes to the shop, yet you have the doorbell sounding so eerie. This is called fashion, you wouldn't understand, a lazy voice replied from inside. A girl in her early 20s sat up from the couch and stretched. She had a clean, fair face with delicate features, though heavy dark circles under her eyes gave her a slightly vacant look. She wore cat-ear headphones and a loose white bear pajama, looking every bit like an internet-addicted teenager. This was Yang Qing, the deputy leader of the Red Moon Squad, a second-tier awakened being with powers over ice. Looking at her, Lin Tian couldn't help but ask, Sister Qing, did you stay up all night again? Yang Qing rubbed her sore back and complained, I was binge-watching an anime all night, and now my back hurts. I wanted to buy that super popular all-in-one space capsule gaming chair, but the captain wouldn't reimburse me. She then shifted to a serious tone. All right, back to business. You've been in the reserves for 6 days now, right? Lin Tian nodded, a look of anticipation on his face. Yang Qing continued, considering your awakened ability is a wooden sword, it's quite risky for real combat, so we haven't involved you in many tasks. But this time is different. She pointed to the city map behind her. In the southern district, there's been a recent appearance of a variant. No casualties have been reported so far, so it's estimated that the variant's level won't exceed a level. It's a good opportunity for you to handle it. She yawned and added, with your innate factors, you wouldn't have even passed the initial assessment, but you understand the situation. This is basically the second test given to you by the department. If you pass, you'll likely stay with the team. But if you fail, Lin Tian interrupted, don't worry, Sister Qing. Even though my awakened ability is a wooden sword, I can handle in a level variant. Yang Qing was momentarily surprised, then nodded. I'm counting on you. She handed Lin Tian an instrument resembling a pocket watch. This is a forbidden item, which can be used to search for nearby variants. Lin Tian took the pocket watch-like item and carefully put it in his pocket. Noticing that Yang Qing was the only one in the office, he couldn't help but ask, by the way, Sister Qing, where's the captain and the others? Recently, for some reason, variants have been appearing frequently. The Tian Night Patrol Division summoned them for a meeting, so I stayed behind to watch the shop, Yang Qing explained. Lin Tian realized why Sister Qing had stayed up all night. The captain had gone to a meeting. He remembered the captain's rule of unplugging the internet at 9 o'clock at night to prevent Yang Qing from playing on the computer. As he was leaving, Yang Qing reminded him, don't forget to cover your face. The Night Patrol Division is considered a semi-secret organization. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. He understood that although variants had been a menace for decades, the existence of the Night Patrol Division needed to maintain a certain level of mystery. While fighting in public wasn't prohibited, most night patrollers chose to conceal their identities during missions to avoid unnecessary trouble. Stepping out of the office, Lin Tian held his wooden sword with a serious expression. From his waist, he took out a pure white comical face mask, thinking to himself, an A-level variant is about as dangerous as a raging bear. Well then, after practicing swinging my sword over 10,000 times in 7 days, I've accumulated 78 strands of sword energy. Today, I can finally put them to use. In the southern district of Tian City, a pink Peppa Pig slowly poked its head out from the shadows. Its eyes seemed to be teeming with countless worms, and a viscous black liquid oozed from its face, forming tentacles, which was nauseating. It opened its blood-red mouth filled with fangs, greedily eyeing the passers-by, itching to move. The street was bustling with people, completely unaware of the impending danger. A little boy playing in the park noticed this peculiar creature, and his curiosity drove him to approach. Instantly, the grotesque Peppa Pig transformed back into its harmless appearance. Mom, I just saw this pig with black stuff coming out of its face. The boy exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the unusual pig. His mother, chatting with a friend, absent-mindedly replied, you must be seeing things. How could there be a pig in the park? There really is, the boy muttered, crouching down to scrutinize the strange creature. Wow, it's even wearing a pink dress. Oink, oink. The mutated pig made a sound, but inside, it was sneering. Yes, come closer. I'll tear your head apart when you're least expecting it. The screams of humans must be delightful. A sudden ripping sound of fabric broke the tension. The boy held a shredded pink mini-skirt in his hands. The mutated pig was stunned. Huh? Where's my dress? What's wrong with this human kid? Why tear my clothes for no reason? Damn it. I haven't even started, and my clothes are gone. Even as the weakest of the mutants, I still have my dignity. Human child, I'll grind you into mince. It no longer hid its intentions, ready to revert to its original form and obliterate the human child before it. Suddenly, an immense force hit it from behind, lifting it off the ground. Huh, what's this weightless feeling? The mutated pig hadn't yet reacted. Off you go, Lin Tian muttered, hurling the mutated pig like a cannonball with his right hand. The boy was dumbfounded, looking up to see a white comical mask. Wah, Mom, there's a weird uncle bullying my piggy. He threw my piggy away. The boy cried, wiping his tears as he ran off. Lin Tian sighed to himself. Come on, kid, you're only 5 and already doing whatever you want. You tore the thing's clothes right off. Why run away? Let's talk this out. He turned his gaze to the distance where the pig, thrown hundreds of meters away, was now racing back with astonishing speed. Wow, it sure holds a grudge, Lin Tian remarked. But when did I get this strong? He recalled jumping over the retractable gate earlier and realized not only could he leap 2 meters high, but his strength was akin to a shot putter. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Due to the host's ignorance, this system will reluctantly explain things to you. No need, Lin Tian replied coldly. You need it whether you want it or not. The system insisted stubbornly. I refuse. You better listen. The system threatened, or I'll self-destruct right in front of you. Fine, fine, I'll listen, okay? Lin Tian sighed helplessly. He had no choice. He had to indulge the system he had awakened, no matter how capricious it was. The sword energy you harnessed from your sword swings is derived from the essence of the carefree sword intent. Just a single strand can slice through iron like it's nothing. Lin Tian's eyes lit up, secretly pleased. Each strand of sword energy not only possesses incredible power, but also subtly tempers his muscles and bones. Now, he has accumulated 78 strands of sword energy, making his physical strength comparable to 10 times that of Taishan. Could it be that I've been wrong about the system all along? Lin Tian pondered to himself. No wonder the standards for completing the sword swings were so strict. I knew it, system, you do care about me. Just then, a deafening roar interrupted Lin Tian's thoughts. An aberrant boar suddenly charged at him, its small body swelling dozens of times in an instant. Its skin crawled with disgusting slime, and its tusks gleamed menacingly as it lunged directly at Lin Tian's face. Human, I'll kill you, the aberrant boar howled. The park descended into chaos, filled with screams. Lin Tian's heart tightened. This was his first direct confrontation with an aberrant creature. He hadn't expected even an A-level aberrant to be so fierce and capable of transformation. As the tusks approached, Lin Tian remained motionless. With a sudden force from his right hand, the cloth wrapped around his wooden sword snapped open. In the next moment, he swung his sword. This swing lacked any fancy sword techniques or dazzling sword shadows. It was plain and unadorned, just like usual. The sword rose and fell. The aberrant boar didn't even have time to react before its body was sliced in half, dissolving into a pool of black sludge. The process happened so quickly that many bystanders didn't even realize what had happened. Whoa, is it over? Someone exclaimed, pulling out their phone and frantically recording. Lin Tian stood still for a moment before slowly raising his wooden sword. He gave it a gentle flick to shake off the black blood, then rewrapped it with the cloth. Before the onlookers could react, he had quietly slipped away. In a secluded alley, Lin Tian removed his mask, his face full of shock. Wow, that was incredibly powerful. This is insane, he muttered to himself. He had swung his sword just as he always did, yet the power was astonishing. The system's prompt sounded just in time. First kill of an A-level aberrant. Reward, 100 strands of sword energy. 100 strands. Lin Tian exclaimed. He immediately felt the sword energy within him, which was as thick as a golden needle mushroom, more than double in size. He quickly lifted his shirt to check, and sure enough, with the infusion of the 100 strands of sword energy, his muscle definition became more pronounced, turning his six-pack into an eight-pack. Meanwhile, at the Red Moon Agency, Yang was casually leaning back in her chair, munching on chips while engrossed in an action-packed anime on her computer. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Yang glanced at her phone and was instantly stunned. No way. The video showed a young man in white clothing, wearing a comical smiling mask, effortlessly slaying a frenzied aberrant with a wooden sword. Afterward, he coolly flicked the sword and walked away. Is that Lin Tian? Yang slapped her face in disbelief. Damn, how did he pull that off? He looks so cool. She recognized the comical mask. When Lin Tian first chose it, she had mocked him for his lack of taste. But now, the mask seemed to have its own unique charm. But when did he become this strong? Yang muttered to herself. Could he have been hiding his strength all along? Although that pink Pepe was the weakest A-level aberrant, to instantly kill it in its frenzied state with a wooden sword was no easy feat. Oh well, I'll leave it to that person to handle, Yang said, finishing the majority of her chips and saving the video to send it out. After all, with just one word from that person, even if Lin Tian were a fool, he could easily join the Night Patrol Bureau. When Lin Tian returned to his apartment complex, he took the elevator up and reached for his keys at the door. Just as he was about to unlock it, the door opened from the inside. Confused, he stepped in and closed the door behind him, only to find a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a serious expression. Uncle Wong, why are you back? Lin Tian asked in surprise. On strike, too many files, so I gave myself 2 days off. Uncle Wong waved dismissively, his tone suddenly becoming serious. This video, is it really you? He said, showing a video on his phone footage of Lin Tian slicing through a mutant in the park, the one Yang had posted. Without hesitation, Lin Tian admitted, yes, Uncle Wong, that's me. He saw no need to hide the truth from the man who had raised him for 18 years and knew it would be impossible to conceal. The reason was simple. Uncle Wang was also a night patrol officer and held a significant position in the entire patrol division. Wang Yangshi, one of the 3 council members at the headquarters of the Kyoto Night Patrol Division, was also shockingly a 7th-level awakened being. Across the entire kingdom of Daxia, 6th-level awakened beings were rare, let alone 7th level. Lin Tian knew that his entry into the patrol division depended entirely on Uncle Wang's word. Wang Yangshi looked intently at Lin Tian for a long time before finally asking, "What level of awakened are you?" "1st level," Lin Tian replied honestly. "Did you take drugs?" Uncle Wang blurted out. "What?" Lin Tian was taken aback. "Uncle Wang, what are you talking about? I'm strong. Isn't it enough that I could take down that mutant with one strike?" Wang Yangshi coughed awkwardly. "Come, sit down and let's talk." He recalled the events from a week ago. "I remember your wooden sword had no killing power at all 7 days ago. How did it suddenly become so powerful today?" A week ago, while handling a case in Kyoto, Wang Yangshi learned that Lin Tian had become an innate awakened being. He even opened 2 bottles of beer to celebrate. But before he finished, he heard that Lin Tian had participated in an assessment and was deemed unqualified in less than 30 minutes. All 5 assessment categories were marked with red crosses: physical fitness, willpower, speed, power, and potential. However, considering that Lin Tian was an innate awakened being and no innate awakened being in the patrol division had ever failed in the later stages, coupled with Lin Tian being his foster nephew, Wang Yangshi had a little thought. He made Lin Tian a reserve member of the patrol division team. Today's task was arranged by him to see Lin Tian's true potential. If he failed, he wouldn't mind letting Lin Tian give up his patrolman identity and go to the best university in Daxia. But now, it seemed he had made the right bet. "Since you passed the 2nd assessment smoothly, let's begin the 3rd one now." Wang Yangshi suddenly placed a hand on Lin Tian's shoulder, his gaze calm as water. "Showdown, why do you want to become a night patrol officer?" "Why?" Lin Tian was taken aback. He realized this was also part of the assessment, but he hadn't expected Uncle Wang to ask him directly. He hesitated about whether to prepare a perfect answer, but then thought, for a question like this, shouldn't one just answer from the heart? The arrival of Uncle Wang stirred a sense of anticipation in Lin Tian's heart. He scratched the back of his head, a somewhat inappropriate smile appearing on his face. "Uncle Wang, to be honest, when I was in middle school, I fantasized about becoming a swordsman, carrying the sword of justice in this world." Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with a nostalgic light. "I imagined traveling the land with just a sword, full of passion, even dreaming of sacrificing myself for the country, becoming a hero." His gaze fell on the wooden sword in his hand, and his expression grew serious. "Now, my awakened item is this wooden sword. It may be weak now, but the future is uncertain. Just like how I am now merely holding a sword, not yet the wielder of the world's sword, but in the future." Wang Yangshi interrupted him with a blank expression. "You should understand that becoming a night patrol officer is not about childhood dreams, or the passion you speak of, nor is it for show." His voice was deep and solemn. "What is the mission of the Night Patrol Division? Do you remember? To patrol the night on behalf of the heavens, protecting the lights of 10,000 homes." Lin Tian answered without hesitation. Wang Yangshi nodded, pressing further. "Do you know what follows?" Lin Tian shook his head, bewildered. Wang Yangshi's gaze deepened. "When night falls, indeed, those on night patrol should patrol on behalf of the heavens, protecting the lights of 10,000 homes." However, his voice grew heavier. "If true disaster strikes, and you face endless darkness, countless alien beings emerging from the abyss, with the lights of millions of homes behind you, what will you do?" Lin Tian's expression became conflicted, unsure of how to respond. Wang Yangshi's eyes were piercing as he spoke each word with weight. "At that time, we must burn ourselves out, becoming the last flicker of light in the darkness. Leading the lights we protect out of the dark, welcoming the dawn." He sighed. "Becoming a night patrol officer is not difficult. The hard part is fulfilling the responsibility. I've seen too many night patrol officers. They swear loudly under the sun, but in the end, some died, some fled, and some even betrayed." Wang Yangshi's tone turned somber. "To become a night patrol officer, we don't demand grand heroism. Only that when real danger comes, they don't kick someone when they're down, don't become the lapdogs surviving in the cracks. That's all." Lin Tian was stunned, speechless for a moment. "So," Wang Yangshi looked directly into Lin Tian's eyes, "do you still want to become a night patrol officer? To guard the lights of 10,000 homes behind you?" Lin Tian closed his eyes, envisioning the future. Himself wielding a long sword, cutting through the sky. Countless night patrol officers facing danger hidden, their eyes steadfast, fighting bravely. These are true solitary warriors, heroes without need for reward. No, they are rewarded. Ensuring the lights behind them remain bright is the greatest reward for a night patrol officer. For this, they are willing to give their lives, to bet everything. stepping into the darkness, seeking the final dawn. Answer me. Wang Yangxi's voice broke Lin Tian's thoughts. Lin Tian managed to smile, having found his answer. I want to be a hero. I want to stand atop the clouds, watching over the lights of the Grand Xia. Even if it means certain death. Even if it means certain death, Lin Tian repeated calmly. But I can't be that selfless. I just want to do my best to fulfill the duties of a night patrol officer. If that day truly comes, I think I would still pick up my sword and follow my heart, protecting those I must. Wang Yangxi exhaled deeply, his serious face finally showing a hint of a smile. All right, congratulations, Xiao Tian. You've become a true night patrol officer. Lin Tian was taken aback, confused. Don't I need to sign a formal contract, or put a handprint or something? Why make it so complicated? Wang Yangxi waved it off with a crooked smile. It's just a phone call away. Lin Tian thought to himself. Uncle Wang is truly serious when necessary and equally casual when not. All right, Wang Yangxi lightly patted Lin Tian's shoulder. I have to head back to the capital. So soon? Yes, Wang Yangxi said helplessly, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Lately, the alien activities have been too frequent, and the abyssal planes are appearing more in reality. I have a feeling that a crisis is coming for the Grand Xia. He lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke. Goodbye, Uncle Wang. Don't worry, I'll definitely spend the new year with you this year. Okay. After Uncle Wang left, Lin Tian sat on the sofa, unmoving for a long time. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Below him, in the system's lower right corner, a line of text had appeared at some point. Countdown to the awakening of the gods, 15 days. The revival of the gods left Lin Tian filled with disbelief. The sudden appearance of this prompt on the system interface gave him quite a shock. It only emerged after he had killed his first mutant and passed Uncle Wang's test to become a true night watchman. Countdown, 15 days. Lin Tian murmured to himself, his eyes deep with thought and his mood growing heavier. The term gods itself suggested beings far more powerful than ordinary mutants. Countless questions raced through his mind. How would they manifest? What stance would they take towards Xia? Would they be enemies or allies? Lin Tian recalled the crisis Uncle Wang had mentioned, and a bold hypothesis surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the system wants me to become the savior of Xia? He mused with a wry smile, shaking his head. I just boasted a moment ago, and now it seems I have to live up to it. His initial excitement quickly faded, replaced by a calm and clear-headed resolve. Lin Tian pondered. If the gods' revival was meant to bring about humanity's end, and he was the only one who could stand up against it, what should he do? The answer had already become apparent in his conversation with Uncle Wang. Just like the name of the system Swordbearer. To wield the sword of the world and protect all living beings. Or to wield the sword of his heart's desires and safeguard those he cherishes. Lin Tian exhaled deeply and stood up. He removed his shirt, revealing his welted muscles and 8-pack abs. Picking up the wooden sword beside him, he swung it forward. Sword practice, he called out, the sound of the blade cutting through the air echoing in the room. 15 days to grow strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. It might be impossible for ordinary people, but Lin Tian was different. I have a cheat code, he grinned, his eyes shining with determination. He began to swing the sword, again and again. The wooden sword sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. Lin Tian knew that even though he might seem insignificant to the gods now, as long as he kept swinging the sword 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, as long as he lived and could hold the sword, one day, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with, or even surpass the gods. Slay the gods, Lin Tian shouted, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Gripping the wooden sword tightly with both hands, he swung it downward tirelessly. The not-so-sharp blade now gleamed with a brilliant light. The sound of the sword slicing through the air continuously echoed in the room as time slowly passed. Lin Tian seemed to enter a different state, oblivious to the passage of time. All he thought and saw was the wooden sword in his hands. With each sword swing, a reward was granted, a wisp of sword energy. This action was repeated 3 times, each accompanied by the system's notification sound. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a sword broke the monotonous rhythm. A hint of delight flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he completed his 100th swing, earning the Xiaoyao Sword Heart reward. At that moment, he felt his understanding of the sword elevate to a new level. Gripping the wooden sword again, he realized everything felt different. The once cumbersome wooden sword now felt as light as a feather, and he wielded it with ease. What once took dozens of attempts to perfect could now be achieved effortlessly with a single swing. Over the next 10 minutes, Lin Tian's sword-swinging speed increased rapidly. The dull blade traced afterimages in the air, and each swing was met with the system's rewarding chime. From initially using both hands to later swinging with one hand, and eventually being able to focus on the horizon without compromising accuracy, Lin Tian's progress was visibly remarkable. Total swings, 363, the system announced once more. Suddenly, an incredible smile spread across Lin Tian's face. His eyes cleared as if he'd had an epiphany. So this is what a sword truly is, he murmured, pondering deeply while his hands continued their motion. Lin Tian began to delve into the essence of the sword. He realized that the sword is born from the heart. Where the heart leads, the sword follows. A true swordsman must fully integrate the sword into himself, understanding and perceiving it. In this journey, the Xiaoyao sword heart seamlessly merged with Lin Tian, making him feel both within the sword and as if he were the sword itself. This unity of man and sword is the ultimate state sought by sword practitioners. Time flew by, and hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian was drenched in sweat, but remained tireless. As he increased his swings, he could distinctly feel the sword energy within him growing stronger, continuously refining his muscles and bones. His bones emitted crisp sounds under the tempering of sword energy, not painful, but intensely itchy. He vaguely understood that these energies were aiding in his second transformation, the formation of sword bones. Once these sword bones developed, combined with the already acquired sword heart, his mastery of the sword would reach new heights. When Lin Tian emerged from the state of unity with the sword, a glaring red light flashed before his eyes. He slightly turned away, realizing that dusk had arrived. Looking down, he noticed the sweat on the floor had crystallized into fine shards, shimmering with a golden hue. Outside, the streets were bustling, filled with the noise of traffic and the calls of street vendors, painting a lively urban scene. Let's call it a day. Lin Tian exhaled deeply, concluding his training session. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside. Someone had returned. The door swung open, and in walked a lively and cute girl with a ponytail. She was Jiang, Lin Tian's childhood friend, holding the spare key Lin Tian had given her. Aren't you home, Lin Tian? I've been knocking for 20 minutes. Jiang Ling's complaint trailed off as she was stunned into silence by the scene before her. Lin Tian stood there, almost completely naked, wearing only a pair of loose shorts, his body covered in sweat. Jiang Ling's face turned bright red, and her heart raced as she stammered. Where are your clothes? Were you doing something you shouldn't have? Lin Tian glanced at Jiang Ling, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Want to know? He teased. Sit next to me, and I'll tell you. Huh? Jiang Ling squealed, feeling as if her soul was about to escape her body. She quickly shut the door, and the atmosphere in the room became awkward. Lin Tian examined Jiang Ling closely. She was about 1.6 meters tall, with slender, elegant eyebrows above eyes that seemed to reflect the stars. Her fair cheeks had a faint blush. She was wearing the school uniform of Tian High School, clearly having just finished classes. Just as Jiang Ling was about to speak, she noticed the sweat crystals on the floor. Were you exercising? She asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. What else would I be doing? Lin Tian shrugged, looking innocent. Of course you were exercising. What else could it be? Jiang Ling crossed her arms, insisting, though her tone betrayed a slight uncertainty. Moments later, Lin Tian emerged from the bathroom with a mop to clean up the sweat on the floor. 3 hours of intense sword practice hadn't tired him out. Instead, he felt invigorated. Jiang Ling sat on the sofa, watching Lin Tian clean, and asked with a hint of annoyance, Did you skip class today? How did you know? Lin Tian was surprised, given that they weren't in the same class. Jiang Ling smirked. How did I know? The whole school knows. You're amazing, Lin Tian, running away with 7 or 8 people chasing you, and even the gatekeeper couldn't stop you. Lin Tian waved his hand modestly. Don't praise me, it's nothing. Who's praising you? Jiang Ling snorted. Did Sister Qing give you a task? You were running like you were on something. Lin Tian yawned, not denying it. Just dealt with an A-level anomaly, no big deal. I see. Jiang Ling realized, then pulled out her phone and searched for a moment. Is this video you? It's trending now. That funny face mask, it could only be you. Trending online, huh? Lin Tian rubbed his nose, looking as if he had expected this all along. He leaned closer to Jiang Ling, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Just the usual stuff. Pretty cool, right? Jiang Ling rolled her eyes at him, full of disdain. Ugh, you're such a teenager. Her gaze fell on the weapon in Lin Tian's hand. But this little wooden sword, aren't you afraid it'll break? No way. Lin Tian replied confidently, drawing the wooden sword from behind his back. The blade was around 80 to 90 centimeters long, much longer than Jiang Ling had anticipated. Longer than I imagined, Jiang Ling exclaimed. This was her first time seeing the wooden sword ever since she learned it was Lin Tian's awakened item. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Ling also noticed, more exquisite than I thought. Although it lacked fancy engravings, its overall sheen and smoothness suggested it was far from being a crude object. Of course, Lin Tian said proudly. It's also tougher than you think. Really? Jiang Ling was skeptical. Absolutely, try poking it, Lin Tian offered generously, but gently. Just then, a loud crash interrupted their conversation. The door was kicked open with a bang, nearly deafening them. Lin Tian shuddered, feeling a chill down his spine. Looking up, they saw a middle-aged man standing at the door, his expression terrifyingly grim. His gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on the two of them, with an aura of menace that seemed to distort the space around him. Half an hour later, Jiang pointed at the split security door, displeased, and said to the middle-aged man, "Dad, why did you kick Uncle Wang's door down? If he finds out, he'll definitely give you a beating. Calling him uncle more affectionately than your own dad, huh?" Jiang Chengwen grumbled, quickly realizing he was in the wrong. He retorted, "Him? Beat me? What else?" Jiang Ling's face was full of displeasure. "What's he going to use to beat me? Uncle Wang is a 7th level, and you're only 6th. Jiang Chengwen's mouth twitched, wanting to refute, but finding no words. Seeing his little darling siding with his nemesis, he couldn't help but feel upset. Looking at Lin Tian, now in a clean white t-shirt, he seemed much more refreshed. "Linger, don't talk to Uncle Jiang like that." Lin Tian intervened. Jiang Chengwen nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes." But the next second, he leaned towards Lin Tian, whispering, "Don't think this means I'll let you have my daughter." "Absolutely, absolutely." Lin Tian swallowed hard, a cold sweat trickling down. As for Uncle Jiang kicking the door in half, Lin Tian wasn't bothered. As a counselor of the Night Watch Department, Jiang Chengwen's monthly income, even if he did nothing, was far greater than some online gaming profits. Those nutrition liquids that could enhance physique and aid in awakening advancement, even if not actively claimed, were delivered to his home by eager individuals. The cabinets at home were nearly overflowing. Fixing a door was just a phone call away from reimbursement. Ah, Jiang Chengwen sighed deeply as he stood up. "Old Wang called me just now. He won't be back this week. Xiaotian, don't bother cooking. Come over to our place for meals these days." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, looking worn out as he headed next door. Once Uncle Jiang's figure disappeared, Lin Tian drew the wooden sword again. "We were interrupted earlier. Shall we continue?" "Yes, continue." Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her father had never let her touch these things before. "Go ahead, feel it, just don't scratch it with your nails," Lin Tian said generously. Hiss! The familiar sensation made Lin Tian freeze, cautiously glancing upward. From the empty doorway, a pair of resentful eyes slowly peeked out. The sun set in the west as the sky gradually darkened. The moonlight was like a veil, dotted with stars. Jiang Chengwen warmly greeted Lin Tian, pouring him a glass of beer. Lin Tian politely declined the beer and poured himself a glass of juice, mindful of Jiang Ling's limited drinking capacity. "Hey, Xiaotian, tell me, what level are you as an awakener now?" Jiang Chengwen asked, recalling Lin Tian's impressive feat of slaying a berserk mutant with a single sword strike, and couldn't help but praise him. That was quite impressive, even made it to the trending topics. Jiang Chengwen was deeply amazed. In just a week, Lin Tian had transformed from a newcomer with all red crosses and 5 assessments to a prominent figure, a change that was hard to believe. However, the key issue was still talent. He briefly introduced the Awakener system of the Night Patrol, for types and 6 talent levels. Lin Tian's wooden sword belonged to the physical type, while Yangqing's ice was in the supernatural category. The talent levels, from low to high, were white, yellow, blue, purple, red, and gold. A white talent almost guaranteed a lifetime cap at the 2nd tier, while he and Wang Yangshi could reach the 6th or 7th tier due to their red talent. "It's a pity," Jiang Chengwen sighed. "In 100 years, the Night Patrol has never seen a golden talent. The 7th tier is our ceiling." He went on to explain that innate awakeners generally had higher talents, at least yellow. Lin Tian, with his white talent wooden sword awakening, was unique in the past century. "Lin Tian, what tier are you at now?" Jiang Chengwen asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment. "I should be at the 1st tier." He chose not to reveal his true 3rd-tier strength, subtly stating, "Uncle Jiang, my situation is quite special, and can't be compared to regular awakeners." "Oh, do tell." Jiang Chengwen put down his glass, looking serious. Jiang Ling also quietly set down her chopsticks, listening intently. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, deciding to keep the system's existence a secret. He simply said, "Other awakeners need to absorb spiritual energy and increase their compatibility with their awakened objects to become stronger. But for me, my strength seems to be directly linked to my understanding of the sword. The deeper the understanding, the stronger the power, and the higher the awakening level will be. Conversely, like at the beginning, I knew nothing about swords, so my talent and everything else were the worst." After listening to Lin Tian's explanation, Jiang Chengwen nodded thoughtfully. His brows furrowed slightly, and he looked seriously at Lin Tian. "Xiaotian, your situation is unprecedented in the entire Night Patrol division. I'll have to discuss this with Old Wang later." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chengwen waved his hand enthusiastically. "Come on, let's eat." "Yay!" Jiang Ling cheered, quickly grabbing a few pieces of meat and putting them into her bowl. Jiang Chengwen looked at Jiang Ling indulgently and gently reminded her, "Eat slowly, eat slowly." Then he turned to Lin Tian, his tone changing. "By the way, Xiaotian, after we finish eating, come with me for a bit." Lin Tian, with his mouth full of food, mumbled, huh? Where are we going? To test your current strength, Jiang Chengwen replied concisely. Lin Tian swallowed his food and asked in confusion. I thought the equipment for testing levels was only available at the branch office. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and said cautiously, no way, Uncle Jiang. Don't tell me you've been learning from Uncle Wang. Some things can't be said too openly. It's one thing to take a bit of nutritional supplement for cultivation, but bringing testing equipment home is a bit much, isn't it? Besides, that thing is pretty big, at least the size of a small room. Jiang Qingwen's eye twitched, and he quickly defended himself. Do you think I'm like old Wang? I'm upright and honest. Just then, Jiang Ling interjected. Dad, someone brought us gifts the other day, and we. Jiang Qingwen's face changed, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. I definitely didn't accept those. Indeed, you didn't. Jiang Ling muttered under her breath. We finished it that same day. Jiang Chengwen was momentarily speechless and quickly changed the subject. When I said test, I meant after dinner. You and I will go downstairs for a little practice. Hearing this, Lin Tian almost choked on his drink. Uncle Jiang, you want to spar with me, Onion? Yes, something like that, Jiang Chengwen explained. Just a simple test. Don't worry, it's not as difficult as you think. Otherwise, with just you couldn't even scratch me if I stood still. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. Okay, sure. He was actually quite curious about his current strength and what it would be like to unleash nearly 720 sword energies. At this moment, Jiang Ling suddenly reminded, Dad, you're already at the 6th level, so take it easy. She glanced at Lin Tian and added, you might end up accidentally hurting Lin Tian. Lin Tian protested. What are you saying, Ling? Uncle Jiang is not just anyone. He's the backbone of Tian. You're doubting Uncle Jiang's strength. Xiao Tian is right. Jiang Chengwen nodded in agreement, looking proudly at Jiang Ling. Your old man can even fly now. I have perfect control over my strength, don't worry. Then he changed the subject. By the way, didn't you always like to compete with Xiao Tian when you were little? Want to come down and watch later? No, thanks. Jiang Ling shook her head, a glint of sharpness in her eyes. I know Lin Tian's skills well enough. Who knows, maybe I'll awaken automatically tomorrow. Even if not innately, I can use an awakening stone later. It won't be bad for sure. Jiang Chengwen paused his chopsticks for a moment, then shook his head after a while, a hint of helplessness in his voice. It's best not to awaken. If you do, hopefully, it's in a supportive role, staying by my side, where it's safe. His voice grew lower as if talking to himself. This time, I must protect. In the evening, the vacant lot beneath the apartment complex became an impromptu training ground for Lin Tian and Jiang Qingwen. Although there was no one around, the distant sound of squared dance music provided the perfect background for their upcoming showdown. Jiang Chengwen rolled up his sleeves, wearing a playful smile typical of an elder teasing a youngster, and asked, Xiao Tian, do you need Uncle Jiang to go easy on you? Lin Tian glanced at Uncle Jiang's fist, which was as large as a sandbag, and couldn't help but show a frustrated expression. Uncle Jiang, if you don't hold back, one punch could break me into 8 pieces. This wasn't an exaggeration. Although Lin Tian felt he had undergone some transformation, his strength was at most around level 3. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiang was a genuine level 6, one of the strongest in Daxia. Lin Tian knew that his hundreds of sword swings were far from enough to be compared with such a master. He mused to himself that strength beyond level 5 was beyond common understanding, like a novice in a cultivation novel encountering a seasoned master. If he were to fight with all his might, he estimated that a 1-to-9 chance would be flattering himself. Seeing Lin Tian hesitate, Jiang Chengwen toned down his exaggerated demeanor and explained, Xiao Tian, I'll stand still. I'll suppress my defense to the level of an ordinary level 3 awakener and judge your strength based on your attack. Level 3. Lin Tian pondered as he looked at Uncle Jiang, who was confidently patting his chest. If it were someone else, he might have considered holding back. But against Uncle Jiang, even suppressed to level 3, he was still much stronger than most level 3 fighters. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes lit up, and he said with a grin, Uncle Jiang, if I can make you take half a step back, you have to agree to one condition of mine. Jiang Qingwen's interest was piqued, and he laughed. Oh, learning tricks from Wang Yangshi, are you? Trying to take advantage of me? Uncle Jiang, let's keep it straightforward, Lin Tian shouted. Jiang Chengwen didn't agree immediately, knowing Wang Yangshi had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Seeing this, Lin Tian goaded him. Uncle Jiang, you're not afraid of losing, are you? What? Who's afraid? Jiang Chengwen rolled up his sleeves. As the director of the Tian City Night Patrol Division, how could I be afraid of losing? Come on, Xiao Tian, state your condition. Let me hear it first. After a moment of thought, Lin Tian said, let Linger be my girlfriend. No problem. Jiang Chengwen agreed, without hesitation. Lin Tian was stunned. That was too straightforward. Knowing Uncle Jiang, he was definitely a doting father. Is that all? Easy. Jiang Chengwen said boldly, waving his hand. Come on, Xiao Tian, into the octagon. It was only then that Lin Tian realized and gasped, hey, no, Uncle Jiang, I was just joking. As expected, when things seem too good to be true, there's usually a catch. Lin Tian was relieved he only mentioned being a girlfriend. If he had said he wanted to marry Uncle Jiang's daughter, he might have already been thrown into the octagon. Enter the cage? You might as well sign a death warrant. Jiang Qingwen's grim expression softened slightly, but his smile was still chilling. He said softly, "Don't worry, Xiao Tian. Uncle Jiang is just teasing you." Lin Tian's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He thought to himself, teasing? You were about to take off your belt. Luckily, you stopped in time, or I'd be in trouble. After a moment of thought, Lin Tian cautiously spoke. Uncle Jiang, I feel like my understanding of the awakened ones and this world is still very shallow. If I can make you take half a step back, I'd like to learn about the exotic species and the abyssal plane. Jiang Chengwen was taken aback by this request, clearly not expecting Lin Tian to ask for such information. He thought Lin Tian might request a date with Linger or a private meal. More serious than I imagined. Better than Old Wang back in the day. Jiang Chengwen secretly praised and then nodded. No problem. Since you've become a night watcher, you'll encounter this information sooner or later. Lin Tian nodded in thanks and added, after that, I have another question for you, Uncle Jiang. Is it still about the exotic species? Jiang Qingwen asked. Well, not exactly, but close enough, Lin Tian replied. Jiang Chengwen breathed a sigh of relief. All right. Then, Uncle Jiang, let's begin, Lin Tian said, retrieving a wooden sword wrapped in cloth strips from his back. This was his habit. He would always wrap the wooden sword in cloth when going out. Watching Lin Tian take out his awakening item, Jiang Chengwen didn't rush into action. Wait, Xiao Tian, he suddenly spoke. What's wrong, Uncle Jiang? I haven't finished talking yet, Lin Tian asked, puzzled. Jiang Chengwen suddenly felt a bit shameless. For some reason, looking at Lin Tian reminded him of a young Wang Yangshi, almost identical. Only 18 years old, yet with the cunning of a 100-year-old fox. If your attack fails to make me step back half a step, Jiang Chengwen said with a meaningful glance at Lin Tian, then continued seriously. You'll marry into the Jiang family. What? Lin Tian was dumbfounded. He had imagined countless possible conditions, like shouting, Uncle Jiang is 100 times better than Uncle Wang, 10 times, or secretly taking out Uncle Wang's treasured bottles of wine. But he never expected such a request. Come on, Uncle Jiang. Lin Tian paused briefly, then gripped the wooden sword with both hands. Not bad. Jiang Chengwen was slightly surprised. He noticed the change in Lin Tian when he held the sword. His eyes and aura were completely different. Lin Tian took a deep breath, channeling the sword energy within him, attaching it to the wooden sword like an enchantment. In an instant, Lin Tian's figure shot out like lightning, closing the distance to less than half a meter from Uncle Jiang in just half a breath. With both hands on the sword, he drew a graceful crescent in the air. The ethereal sword energy left a unique mark in the night, like an ink painting. At this moment, Jiang Qingwen's expression turned serious as he watched the ink-like sword intent, his focus intensifying. Is this the unprecedented awakened one? He couldn't help but marvel internally. Meanwhile, Lin Tian raised the wooden sword high and then slashed down. As the ethereal sword energy roared out, Jiang Chengwen realized the gravity of the situation. Damn it, I've been tricked, Jiang Chengwen thought, feeling alarmed. The wooden sword descended like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by the ethereal energy of the Xiaoyao sword. Jiang Chengwen, with eyes like torches, focused intently on the sword energy just inches away. In that instant, he felt as if he were immersed in a grand landscape. Misty clouds, a small bridge over flowing water, and a flying sword tearing through the sky, unfettered by worldly constraints, seemingly above heaven and earth. Jiang Chengwen suddenly understood that this was the swordsmanship Lin Tian had comprehended. His face showed shock, and all traces of disdain vanished from his heart. Just as he was pulled from this vision, the wooden sword was upon him. Suddenly, countless tiny points of spiritual light appeared in the air, coalescing into vine-like chains as if they had life of their own. Lin Tian was startled, realizing these shape-shifting particles were Uncle Jiang's awakened power. In an instant, the tangible spiritual energy surged explosively in the clearing. Damn, is this a third tier? Lin Tian exclaimed inwardly. How could a third-tier awakened one have such profound spiritual power? There was no time to ponder, as his wooden sword clashed with Jiang Qingwen's right arm. Buzz the wooden sword struck the translucent yellow chains, emitting a grating sound. Lin Tian remained vigilant, while Jiang Qingwen was thoroughly shocked. He initially believed he could handle the situation without using his awakened power, but the moment he sensed the depth of Lin Tian's swordsmanship, he abandoned that notion. Not only do I need to use it, but even a third-tier level might not suffice, Jiang Qingwen thought, gritting his teeth, forced to elevate his power even further. Despite this, he struggled to defend himself. His feet exerted force, nearly shattering the stone tiles beneath, yet he couldn't avoid being pushed back. This kid is truly extraordinary, Jiang Chengwen marveled inwardly. It seems no innate awakened one is easy to deal with. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained composed. The sword spirit within him vibrated, and ever since he acquired the Xiaoyao sword heart, he seemed immune to nervousness. Viewing everything with a calm heart, unaffected by worldly concerns, allowed him to grasp the true essence of freedom. So, this is how it is, Lin Tian realized again, unsure if it was the system's influence or his innate talent. Jiang Chengwen suddenly felt the increasing pressure on his right arm, his brow furrowing with a sense of foreboding. Could this kid be having an epiphany in the middle of a confrontation? He gasped. What kind of mindset does it take to achieve enlightenment during a duel? In a flash, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Tian's sword, as if mountains and rivers were collapsing, astonishing all. Boom. The wooden sword fully descended, causing the spiritual chains around Jiang Chengwen's right arm to crack and shatter. What? Jiang Chengwen barely had time to react before an ink-like sword energy slashed out, severing the chains in the air completely. Cracked Jiang Chengwen was forced to defend with both hands, the smooth tiles beneath him beginning to fracture. The overwhelming force pushed him back several meters before he finally came to a halt. Looking back, the ground bore two long, jagged marks, a testament to the intensity of the encounter. Jiang Chengwen let out a sigh of relief, his clothes slightly tattered. He had just used his forcefully elevated fourth-tier strength to crush the sword energy with his mental power, preventing a disaster from befalling the apartment building behind him. If Lin Tian's sword energy had been allowed to fly freely, it could have destroyed half the building. Its power was truly terrifying. Jiang Chengwen's gaze fell on Lin Tian, as if he were looking at an unbelievable monster. In just 1 week, this former underdog had transformed into someone who surpassed the top geniuses of Xia. He silently marveled in his heart. This young man is truly the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a once-in-a-century genius. Even more astonishing is Lin Tian's ability to gain insight during battle. How many in Xia could match such a mindset? I lost, Jiang Chengwen said with a carefree smile, looking at Lin Tian. Xiao Tian, Uncle Jiang admits defeat wholeheartedly. Lin Tian clasped his fists respectfully and replied, not at all, Uncle Jiang, you were letting me win. Jiang Chengwen shook his head. Don't be so modest, Xiao Tian. You're a genius. You should be a bit more arrogant. Lin Tian looked puzzled. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Jiang Chengwen waved a finger, speaking confidently. If geniuses aren't arrogant, are they leaving it to those with weaker talents? Arrogance is a genius's privilege, but mind you, when I say arrogant, I don't mean going around stealing candy from kids. Among peers, you must be confident. All are geniuses. Why should anyone think they're better than you? If they do, well, you show them. Lin Tian nodded, somewhat understanding. This sounds kind of intense. Jiang Chengwen continued. Xiao Tian, you may not know this, but in our youth, your Uncle Wang and I were quite arrogant. No one of our time could match your Uncle Wang. He swept through 28 talents in the training camp, causing a sensation in the Night Watch division. And you, Uncle Jiang? Lin Tian asked curiously. Jiang Chengwen's expression turned melancholic, as if he had been reminded of a sore spot, reluctantly saying, though I hate to admit it, I couldn't beat your Uncle Wang either. I only managed to take on 21, a bit less than old Wang. He waved dismissively. Old stories are best left untold. In some ways, Xiao Tian, you might be even more fearsome than we were in our youth. Jiang Chengwen thought for a moment, then nodded. How does that saying go? Right? Genius is just the entry ticket. Arrogance is key. Being humble to elders is fine, but some people aren't like me or your Uncle Wang. They're narrow-minded and might resent you. When that happens, Uncle Jiang has one thing to tell you. What is it? Lin Tian asked, intrigued. Don't tolerate it. If they show you disrespect, confront them. If that fails, draw your sword, Jiang Chengwen stated firmly. Lin Tian's mouth formed an O shape, his face full of surprise. Jiang Chengwen stepped forward, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder. And if you can't handle it, remember you have Uncle Jiang and Uncle Wang. Rank matters. If the division chief isn't enough, go to the speaker. Remember, Xiao Tian, we never bully the weak, but for those who seek trouble, we rely on our strength. I'm a queen, shining with confidence. As night fell, the neighborhood began to bustle with people. Jiang Chengwen brushed the dust off his clothes, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. With a gentle wave of his hand, countless tiny particles of energy gathered in the air, forming chains that restored the scattered stones to their original places. He surveyed his work with pride, the previously plain road now boasting an artistic touch. Not bad. Jiang Chengwen nodded to himself. Adding patterns makes it more artistic. He turned to face Lin Tian, his expression turning serious. Xiao Tian, your strength is probably on par with a third-tier awakener, and you've achieved this in just a week. Lin Tian frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Only third tier. Still too weak, he murmured to himself. If the gods really awaken in a month, how can I stand against them with just third-tier power? I might get wiped out by a mere sneeze. Jiang Chengwen. noticing Lin Tian's change in mood, was a bit taken aback. What? You're not satisfied? He asked, raising his voice. Your growth rate is almost like cheating, and you're still not satisfied? Back in the day, Wang Yangshi and I took a whole 7 months to go from awakening to 3rd tier. We were considered top talents in Xia even then. Jiang Qingwen's thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling how Wang Yangshi dragged him into the abyssal plane to grow stronger, a place so dangerous that even 4th or 5th tier experts might not return unscathed. Despite their reckless efforts, it took Wang Yangshi 7 months to reach that level, while Lin Tian accomplished it in just 7 days. Damn, I'm a bit jealous, Jiang Qingwen muttered to himself. Lin Tian managed a faint smile. It's all right, a bit slower than expected, he said, raising his head with renewed determination. Sometimes, pushing too hard isn't good. It's necessary to relax a bit. Jiang Qingwen shook his head. Actually, your strength is nearly at the 4th tier. That last sword strike, I had to push myself to the limit just to block it. Lin Tian heard this, but remained somewhat disheartened. Really? But it's still not enough. I need to be faster. Jiang Qingwen felt a wave of frustration at Lin Tian's words, nearly unable to hold back his urge to scold him. Can't you leave some room for us old Xia prodigies? He raged internally. We were once unbeatable in the night patrol division. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Jiang Qingwen maintained a calm exterior and said, All right, Showdown, I lost our bet this time. The information is on my computer. I'll sort it out tonight and give it to you tomorrow. Uncle Jiang, we have a deal, Lin Tian said, tying the wooden sword to his stick as he walked alongside Jiang Qingwen. Jiang Qingwen lightly tapped the back of Lin Tian's head. What are you talking about? Uncle Jiang wouldn't trick you, kid. Hee hee. Lin Tian smiled, squinting his eyes. That's good, Uncle Jiang. I'll wait for your news tomorrow. After walking for a while, Jiang Qingwen suddenly stopped. Didn't you have another question for me? Ask it now. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, his gaze turning serious. He looked directly at Uncle Jiang and asked in a solemn tone, Uncle Jiang, do you know about the gods? At the mention of gods, Jiang Qingwen's body shuddered, and the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. The air seemed to thicken, and the atmosphere became oppressively tense. The two fell into a prolonged silence. Jiang Qingwen was the first to speak, his gaze fixed on Lin Tian, his voice carrying an indescribable tension. Xiao Tian, how did you come to know about this? Lin Tian opened his mouth to reply, but suddenly froze. He thought to himself, yeah, how did I know? I can't just say I have a system that told me. Observing Uncle Jiang's expression, he realized the man not only knew about the existence of deities, but perhaps there was an untold story behind it. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian concocted a barely believable excuse. An old man told me in a dream while I was sleeping. He forced a smile, trying to mask his unease. To his surprise, Jiang Qingwen merely gave Lin Tian a complex look and nodded. I see. Lin Tian was stunned. What? He believed it? Such an implausible reason was accepted so easily. Jiang Qingwen said thoughtfully, Xiao Tian, among the awakened, you are already among the most unique. Compared to the miracle you just created, such experiences aren't that unusual. His expression turned somber, as if lost in memories. Lin Tian felt a torrent of thoughts surge within him, but ultimately just nodded simply. Jiang Qingwen took a deep breath, refocusing his gaze on Lin Tian, his expression turning exceptionally grave. Do you truly want to know what the deities are? Yes, Lin Tian replied firmly. Seeing Lin Tian's determined eyes, Jiang Qingwen remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Beings like deities are still in the exploratory stage for the Night Watch. Exploratory? Lin Tian questioned. Yes, Jiang Qingwen nodded. This is considered confidential within the Night Watch, but at your rate of growth, even if I don't tell you, you'll find out on your own eventually. He paused before continuing. 30 years ago, that was when the Night Watch first glimpsed the deities, high above at tens of thousands of meters. We successfully observed them using a forbidden object. These beings are different from abyssal variants, far stronger. Jiang Qingwen's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light, his voice low. Even the weakest deity is at least equivalent to an awakened of the 6th tier or higher. Lin Tian asked cautiously. So, Uncle Jiang, you fought them? Yes, Jiang Qingwen nodded. Since their existence was first discovered 30 years ago, their appearances have become more frequent. They emit a holy light, but that light feels cold to the Night Watchers. Their gaze upon the world is detached and indifferent. Recalling his first encounter with a deity, Jiang Qingwen's tone carried a hint of anger. Their attitude of treating all beings like straw dogs, as if humans are as insignificant as ants in their eyes, is truly infuriating. He let out a cold snort and continued. 10 years ago, a deity descended upon Daxia, resulting in a tragic outcome. Led by me and Old Wang, over 100 Night Watchers engaged it in battle. At this point, Jiang Qingwen clenched his fists, his voice filled with regret and unwillingness. The fight lasted 3 days and nights, resulting in the loss of dozens of Night Watchers and leaving Wang Yangshi and me severely injured. only to barely wound it. Just wounded? Lin Tian asked in shock. Yes, Jiang Chengwen said through gritted teeth. Even though I hate to admit it, it still managed to escape. After that battle, the frequency of their appearances decreased. Although they still occasionally appear, confronting the Night Watchers, these are small-scale and cause little damage, as if they fear something. Jiang Chengwen took a deep breath, his eyes deep-set, his tone heavy. But the truth is, to this day, the Night Watchers have never truly killed any deity. After getting home, Lin Tian took a cold shower and lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling with a heavy expression. Uncle Zhang's last words kept echoing in his mind. So far, the Night Watchers haven't truly killed a single god. Are gods really that powerful? He glanced at the wooden sword by his bed, then closed his eyes, trying not to think about it. Meanwhile, next door at the Zhang's, a door closed with a thud. Dad, you're back? Jiang Ling called out, hearing the sound. Yeah, it's me, Jiang Chengwen replied, carefully dusting himself off before heading to the living room. Jiang Ling, wearing a lazy Pikachu pajama set, stood at her room's doorway, scrutinizing her father. Did you or Lin Tian win? Dad, your clothes are torn. Did you lose? Jiang Chengwen instinctively shielded his right hand and explained, Nonsense, your old man didn't lose. I was just playing around with Xiao Tian to boost his confidence. You wouldn't understand. Oh, Jiang Ling squinted, a smile playing at her lips. All right then, you take your time to rest. I'm heading out for a bit. With that, she turned and headed towards the door. Wait. Jiang Chengwen blocked the doorway, sternly asking, Where are you going this late? To see how Lin Tian fared after you fought him, Jiang Ling replied, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Chengwen. Jiang Chengwen felt a pang of jealousy that his daughter was more concerned about an outsider. No way. I don't agree. He refused firmly. Girl, do you know what time it is? It's only 10. What's the big deal? Jiang Ling said dismissively. What's the big deal at 10? Jiang Chengwen raised his voice. At this hour, you can't go. I don't agree. In his mind, he was already picturing his daughter walking into danger. Come on, Dad. Jiang Ling approached him with a pleading tone. You're the best, Dad. Just let me take a quick look. No need. He's fine, Jiang Chengwen said with a stern face, coldly denying her request. That kid's perfectly okay. He almost chopped off your old man's arm. Really? Jiang Ling's interest peaked. Is Lin Tian really that strong now? Jiang Chengwen bitterly smiled, feeling life seemed a bit pointless. Talking about it just brings tears. Your old man's arm nearly got chopped off, and you're worried about someone else's strength. Come on, Dad, spill it, Jiang Ling pressed. Jiang Chengwen gritted his teeth and said, That kid's at the upper third level, practically a prodigy. Now your old man's the one in trouble. I still have to give him some information about the abyssal plane. Don't you have school tomorrow? Go to bed early. He'll go talk to old Wang about this. All right then, Jiang Ling nodded and returned to her room, thinking to herself, is Lin Tian really that strong? I can't fall behind. I must become an awakened as soon as possible. Elsewhere, Jiang Chengwen sat in a chair and dialed a number. Soon, the call connected, and Wang Yangshi's voice came through. What's up, old Jiang? I just got back to headquarters, and there are tons of meetings. I'm exhausted. Hang on a sec, Jiang Chengwen said, rubbing his neck. Wang Yangshi paused, furrowing his brow as if pondering something. What happened? Something about Xiao Tian, he muttered to himself. A few minutes later, Jiang Chengwen's story hit Wang Yangshi like a bolt of lightning. His breath quickened, and he asked in disbelief, Old Jiang, are you serious? No joke, this is the real deal, every word of it. Jiang Chengwen's voice carried a hint of excitement. All right, I got it. Leave this to me. Wang Yangshi took a deep breath and hung up the phone. Suddenly, a smile broke out on his face as he quickly walked to a nearby vending machine and bought a bag full of beer. He then eagerly pushed open the conference room door. A voice of disbelief followed from inside. Chairman Wang, why are you bringing so much beer to the meeting? Wang Yangshi grinned and replied heartily. Can't help it. My nephew's outdone himself, even better than me. And uncle's gotta celebrate. Come on, let's have a drink. My treat. The next morning, Lin Tian woke up. Ever since becoming an awakener, even at just the first level, his physical condition had improved significantly. He went to bed at 5 and was up, full of energy, by 6. Even the king of hell would have to commend such a robust constitution. After a quick breakfast, Lin Tian prepared to go to school. Besides being a night patrol, he was still an ordinary student. On days without tasks or disturbances, he'd usually go to school and spend most of his time on the rooftop. An afternoon spent sweating with a glass of iced orange juice was a life Lin Tian didn't mind at all. In fact, he quite enjoyed it. He picked up the wooden sword beside him, though this time, the cloth wrapped around the blade had changed from white to black. At the entrance of Tian High School, students were buzzing with chatter. Did you hear? It's all over the trending topics. So cool. Defeated a monster with one sword. Even with a mask, I can tell he's handsome. Oh my, if only he were my boyfriend. I want a superhero boyfriend too. Amidst the chatter, Jiang Ling quietly reached over and pinched Lin Tian's arm hard. Superhero boyfriend, handsome? I don't see it. Lin Tian winced in pain but joked. Can't help it. My charm is just that strong. Humph. You stay by yourself then. Jiang Ling glared at him and quickened her pace into the school building. Lin Tian watched her back and shook his head helplessly. That girl. As soon as he entered the classroom, Lin Tian's close friend eagerly approached him. Wow. Lin Tian, you were so bold yesterday. Not even 7 or 8 people could catch you. Impressive. Keep it low-key. Lin Tian walked expressionlessly to the seat by the window at the back. Niu Dazhuang followed closely, looking worried. Hua Jie is really mad. You're in for it today. By the way, did you see yesterday's trending topic, that swordsman in white? Yeah, what about it? Lin Tian asked nonchalantly. He was insanely cool, Niu Dazhuang said excitedly. Facing that dark monster, fearless and elegant, his style was just epic. Exactly, Lu Dazhuang chimed in excitedly, especially when he sheathed his sword at the end. Even as a guy, I was into it. If I could, I'd have his babies. Poof. Lin Tian spat out his drink, looking at Lu Dazhuang in shock, instinctively scooting his chair back a bit. It's him again. Lin Tian from class 4, the guy who skipped class like a monkey yesterday and couldn't be caught even when 7 or 8 people chased him. A few girls gathered by the corridor window, their eyes fixed on the figure down on the playground. Look, what's that black stick he's holding? One girl asked, puzzled. Is he going to the rooftop again? Another girl speculated. Though he's a bit strange, he's actually quite handsome if you look closely, the third girl whispered. And he's got a nice build. Looks pretty fit. Just as they were whispering, an unfriendly gaze caught them from behind. Jiang Ling had appeared behind them without them noticing, and coldly said, instead of gossiping, why not do your homework? There's a monthly exam next week. The girls exchanged glances and reluctantly dispersed. Meanwhile, on the school rooftop, the sound of a sword cutting through the air echoed powerfully. 298. 299. 300. Lin Tian counted loudly, his black long sword leaving trails in the air. As he swung the last stroke, he felt a strange energy surge into his body. 300 sword swings. Reward. 300 strands of sword energy. Total so far, 929 swings. Lin Tian calculated silently. Just hit a round number. He relaxed his tense arms, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and reached for the orange juice he had set aside. However, the bottle was already empty. Lin Tian sighed and prepared to go downstairs to buy more. Just as he reached the door, a figure blocked his way. Here, take this. Jiang Ling's voice came, and a cool bottle of orange juice was pressed against Lin Tian's face. Drinking something too cold isn't good for you. Lin Tian dazedly accepted the orange juice, watching Jiang Ling walk up to the rooftop. Treating me? He asked while unscrewing the cap and drinking half the bottle in one go. Ah, this is the taste. Lin Tian exclaimed with satisfaction. Jiang Ling glanced at him and said irritably. Obviously, what else would it be? She walked into the sunlight, shading her forehead with one hand. In the sun, Jiang Ling's skin was fairer than snow, her features delicate, with hair like seaweed draped over her shoulders, her pure looks enough to captivate countless boys. Of course, Lin Tian was an exception. Are you really this kind? Lin Tian walked over to Jiang Ling, squinting as he examined her. You didn't put anything in this, did you? Get lost. Jiang Ling snapped, reaching to grab the half-empty orange juice from Lin Tian's hand. Then don't drink it, spit it out. Lin Tian easily held the juice above his head. It's fine, as long as it's not poison, I can handle any other stuff. At 185 centimeters tall, Jiang Ling couldn't reach the juice, even when she jumped. After a while, Jiang Ling gave up and turned away, sulking. What, are you mad? Lin Tian asked. No. Jiang Ling replied stubbornly. Good, as long as you're not mad. Jiang Ling suddenly clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she looked at Lin Tian. I'm going to tell your kind and gentle Uncle Jiang about how you secretly touched my hand a month ago. Lin Tian's face froze. What? You still remember that? He had almost forgotten. They were watching a movie, and caught up in the atmosphere of the lead character's kiss. He just touched her hand for a moment. Who knew she'd remember until now? I was wrong, very wrong, Lin Tian quickly admitted. If Uncle Jiang found out, he might really take him out for a talk tonight. Humph. Jiang Ling pouted. Teach me how to swing a sword, and I'll let it go. No problem, Lin Tian agreed readily. But after this, you can't bring it up again. Jiang Ling nodded, then added, this one's forgiven, but there's also the time 2 months ago when you hugged me on the way home from evening study. Lin Tian's eyes widened. Come on, is there no end to this? That counts too, Jiang Ling added. Weren't you scared then? Was it you who scared me? Jiang Ling crossed her arms and stared intensely at Lin Tian. Lin Tian awkwardly looked up at the sky and stammered. Uh-huh, it seems like it was. Jiang Ling pressed further. What do you think will happen if my kind Uncle Jiang finds out about this? What will happen? Lin Tian gave a bitter smile. What else could happen? No, it won't just be an outcome. It'll be straight to the grave. He clasped his hands together and offered the wooden sword to Jiang Ling with a pleading look. We've known each other for so many years. I can teach you, okay? Jiang Ling carefully took the wooden sword, a bit hesitant. It's my first time. I'm not very good at it. No worries. We'll take it slow, Lin Tian patiently instructed. Upwards, then downwards. Make sure the movements are smooth. As Jiang Ling swung the sword, she asked, Lin Tian, if I awaken, what type do you think I'd be? Lin Tian pondered for a moment, rubbing his chin. Probably a mental type. After all, Uncle Jiang is a mental awakener. His bloodline is strong, so you probably are too. Mental type, huh? Jiang Ling mused. That seems possible. As 6 o'clock approached, the school bell rang. Since there were no evening classes, Lin Tian left the school earlier than others. He was planning to go home and continue practicing swordsmanship, but he noticed a crowd gathered at the school gate. That car must be expensive, a convertible luxury car. Shouldn't you be focusing on the person standing next to the car? That car, so sleek, so refined. That girl is stunning. Is she here to pick someone up from school? Are you kidding me? An aloof beauty picking someone up? How come I've never heard of this before? Curiosity buzzed through the crowd. Lin Tian maneuvered around them and was surprised to find Yang Qing waiting there. Today, she looked completely different from her appearance at the office yesterday. Flawless fair skin, long legs clad in black stockings, exuding a cold and fierce aura. A stark contrast to the anime-loving girl in a polar bear pajama. Sis Qing, why are you here? Lin Tian asked in surprise. Yang Qing looked over when she heard him and elegantly removed her sunglasses. Get in the car. Okay, Sis Qing, Lin Tian replied. This brief exchange was like a bombshell among the onlookers, causing a stir. No way, seriously? Isn't he Lin Tian from class 4, the one who skips classes? Could he be kept by someone? No way, am I dreaming? How can there be such a huge difference between people? I admit it, I'm jealous. I want that kind of treatment too. Jealousy was written all over everyone's faces. Yang Qing got into the driver's seat and asked calmly, why didn't you answer my calls? Huh? Lin Tian scratched his head, confused. Sis Qing, when did you call me? This morning. Lin Tian suddenly remembered. He was teaching Jiang Ling sword practice at that time. Was it something important? Not really. Yang Qing motioned for him to get in. Just get in, we can talk in the car. And so, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the luxury car slowly drove away from the school gate, disappearing down the street. Lin Tian turned to look at Yang Qing, who was focused on driving, and curiously asked, did something happen? As far as I remember, this is the first time you've done something like this so openly. Yang Qing didn't answer immediately. Instead, she put a slender finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and whispered, I'll tell you when we get back. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about it, Lin Tian didn't press further. He relaxed in his seat, hands behind his head. As he glanced at Yang Qing's profile, he couldn't help but marvel. Just yesterday, she was a disheveled otaku staying up late to watch anime. And today she had transformed into a career-driven ice queen in the eyes of many. The contrast between these two images was so stark, yet seemed perfectly natural, making Lin Tian silently admire her adaptability. Has Yuan and the others returned? Lin Tian asked, glancing at Yang Qing again, trying to probe. They're back, Yang Qing replied curtly, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. She continued, the captain and the others rushed back on a 2 a.m. flight. And I got caught watching anime all night. At this point, Yang Qing's tone shifted to one of indignation, as if she had instantly reverted to yesterday's otaku persona. That jerk confiscated all my snacks and drinks. I'll never be happy again. Lin Tian nodded in understanding, finally realizing why Yang Qing was wearing sunglasses today. She probably hadn't rested well, and the dark circles under her eyes must have been quite pronounced. Before long, the car began to slow down. Yang Qing skillfully pulled over to the side of the road and turned to Lin Tian, saying, we're here, Xiao Tian. Got it. Lin Tian sat up straight and followed Yang Qing into the office. As they opened the door, Lin Tian was surprised to find the room completely dark, not a single light on. He asked in confusion, what's going on? Didn't the rest of the team come back? Why is the office empty? He waited for a moment, but no one responded. Lin Tian called out, Qing Jia. Still, there was no answer. She's gone. Lin Tian muttered to himself, stepping further into the room to find the light switch. Suddenly, a soft bang echoed, and the lights flicked on. Colorful confetti rained down from above. Before Lin Tian could react, Yang Qing and the others emerged from the sides, shouting in unison, congratulations, Xiao Tian, on officially becoming a member of the Red Moon Squad. Applause. Clap. 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 Applause erupted around him. For a moment, Lin Tian was bewildered, a mix of emotions welling up inside him. He glanced around at the team members who had been hiding, momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Qing stepped forward and gave Lin Tian a warm hug, softly saying, congratulations, Xiao Tian, on becoming a true night watcher. We're family now. Feeling the soft touch against his chest, Lin Tian looked away, joking, oh, so we weren't before? At this moment, a gentle-looking man approached, lightly tapping Yang Qing on the forehead to separate them. He said, all right, that's enough, Xiao Qing. Let's go for some barbecue later to celebrate. This man was Gao Yuan, the leader of the Red Moon Squad, a third-tier psychic awakened with the ability of the mind's eye. Really? Yang Qing's eyes lit up at the mention of barbecue, and she couldn't help but salivate, saying excitedly, "What are we waiting for? Let's go now," Gao Yuan suddenly added. "But no alcohol. There's been a lot of unusual activity lately, and even some people are getting restless. If there's an emergency mission, drinking could be a problem." "Oh, I see," Yang Qing said, a bit disappointed, but quickly recalled something, her eyes flashing with disdain. "How are those scumbags still around?" Gao Yuan shook his head, replying, "I don't know, but for some reason, they've suddenly become active again." Gao Yuan shook his head, a slight frown on his face. Having just returned from a headquarters meeting, his mood was evidently uneasy. Half of the meeting revolved around those people, which made Gao Yuan feel a bit apprehensive. Their presence had been increasingly frequent across various regions, with disappearance cases occurring one after another. Although the plan remained unclear, Gao Yuan couldn't help but worry about the safety of Tian City. At that moment, the remaining two team members approached from behind. Chun Haoshuan, a third-tier support type awakened who always wore a trench coat, had a medical kit as his awakened item. The other was Wu Yu, who had a prominent scar on his face and a fiery personality. He was a second-tier physical type awakened with an armored shield as his awakened item. Chun Haoshuan glanced at his watch and suggested, "It's getting late. Aren't we celebrating for Showdown today? Since we can't have alcohol, let's just have some juice." With Lin Tian joining, the Red Moon Squad now had 5 members. They had all 4 types of awakened, with balanced offense and defense, clear roles, and their strength generally above the second tier. Such a lineup was considered luxurious within the Night Patrol division. Wu Yu yawned, opened the door first, and called out, "Celebrating for Showdown is taking too long. Hurry up, I'm heading out first, not waiting for you." "Got it," Gao Yuan replied with a smile, seemingly accustomed to Wu Yu's temperament. "Let's go, Showdown, eat to your heart's content today." In the car, Gao Yuan was driving, Yang Qing sat in the passenger seat, and the others were seated in the back. Gao Yuan glanced at Lin Tian through the rearview mirror and suddenly said, "Showdown, do you know you're now a celebrity in the Night Patrol division?" Lin Tian looked puzzled, pointing at himself. "Me? How did I become famous?" Wu Yu put an arm around Lin Tian's shoulder and excitedly explained. He described the shocking scene at last night's meeting. Chairman Wang suddenly appeared with wine, breaking the solemn atmosphere. When Chairman Wang mentioned Lin Tian's achievements, everyone present was incredulous. Just as the chief director was about to lose his temper, Chairman Wang directly made a video call to Director Jiang. Director Jiang was sorting out information on the Abyss plane. As soon as it was about you, he immediately put down his work to testify. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A chairman and a branch director vouched for you with their own reputations, praising you to the skies. Lin Tian listened in astonishment, finding it hard to imagine what had happened at the Night Patrol Division headquarters yesterday. He timidly asked, "And what happened in the end?" "In the end?" Wu Yu grew more animated. "In all my years as a night patrolman, I've never witnessed such a grand scene. With 2 big figures vouching, the matter was settled just like that." He gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of envy. "Just by understanding the way of the sword, you can grow stronger, jumping from the first to the third tier in a day, and even injuring Director Jiang. It's simply unbelievable." Wu Yu withdrew his hand and continued. "Now, your personal information is encrypted at SSS level. The chief director said there are still some matters pending, and nothing about you should be spread any further." Just then, Gao Yuan's phone rang. He listened for a moment, his brow furrowed, and said in a serious tone, "Okay, I understand." He put down the phone and sighed. "Looks like we might not get to have that meal today. Someone's shown up on the west side of the city." "The cult." The exclamation echoed through the carriage, and everyone immediately wore expressions of concern. Gao Yuan nodded slightly, his brows furrowed. "It's inevitable, isn't it? Those cult fanatics are incredibly dangerous. In this city, only our Red Moon Squad has the strength to take them down." "The west side of the city?" Wu Yu's fists clenched involuntarily, anger rising swiftly. "Captain, the west side isn't far from here. We need to hurry. Those lunatics might be abducting people there just like in other areas." Hao Mingxian spoke calmly, with a hint of confidence in his voice. "With me here, nothing will go wrong." Lin Tian sat silently in the center of the carriage, saying nothing. The cult had heard this name a few times from Uncle Wang. Since the first appearance of the divine, this cult had quietly emerged like a shadow. They were traitors to humanity, a scourge lingering in the world, obsessed with worshipping a deity that had yet to descend, even willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Lin Tian recalled something Uncle Wang told him yesterday. "Just hope that when disaster strikes, they don't kick you when you're down." In retrospect, this probably referred to the cult. As Gao Yuan steered the car towards the west, he asked, "Showdown, do you know about the cult?" Lin Tian replied softly, "I know a little, but not much. The cult is a group of fanatics who believe that the divine can bring salvation and rebirth. They think that by sacrificing everything, They will earn the deity's favor and transcend the mundane world. Quite the dream, Gao Yuan scoffed. The cult? Might as well call them a heretic sect. To me, those so-called lofty deities are no different from the twisted creatures lurking in the abyss. Gao Yuan floored the gas pedal, and the car sped towards the west side. We're about to reach the west zone. Everyone get ready and be cautious. Don't worry, Captain, Wu Yu responded, then turned to Lin Tian. Xiao Tian, you're our main force now. The Red Moon squad, including Lin Tian, consisted of 5 members. With Hao Mingxian, the team had 2 third-tier Awakener Zones specializing in control and the other focusing on support. Vice Captain Yang Qing was an ability-type Awakener, but only at the 2nd tier. Wu Yu himself was a physical type, with a shield as his awakened item, adept at both attack and defense. With Lin Tian, a swordsmanship prodigy, joining the team, their overall strength had increased significantly. Wu Yu patted his chest with a serious expression. When we encounter the cult members, show no mercy. They no longer deserve to be called human. You all go forward. I'll handle the rear. Meanwhile, in front of an abandoned factory in the West District, a girl holding a selfie stick was nervously addressing the camera. Hey, everyone. This is the most famous abandoned factory in the West District. If we hit 1 million likes, I'll take you inside to explore. Behind her stood a male and a female assistant. This girl, Lu Yaya, was an outdoor streamer on the Douyin platform. With her sexy and sweet appearance, combined with content exploring various haunted locations, she had already gained 1 million followers. At this moment, Lu Yaya was wearing a white, deep neck-tight t-shirt paired with a pink short skirt and white stockings. Due to her excessive nervousness, her legs were slightly clasped together. She continued in a trembling voice. There's a rumor that this abandoned factory has been emitting screams every night, right? Sounds terrifying. Do you think there are really ghosts? Definitely fake. A viewer's comment popped up, but that doesn't stop me from liking it. Could those notorious black monsters from the viral online stories be here? Lu Yaya wondered, noticing the flood of likes in her live stream, quickly surpassing 1 million. She took a deep breath, summoned her courage, and approached the rusty factory gate. As she pushed with effort, the rusted iron door screeched sharply against the ground. The dilapidated door frame made it unusually difficult, requiring one hand to brace it while the other tightly gripped the selfie stick, causing the phone's image to wobble on her leg. The livestream chat was buzzing with comments. Wow, something this thrilling in the middle of the night. Thanks to the iron door, yes. Push harder. Too bad. I'm not interested in white stockings. Then what are you interested in? Haunted houses. Nope, I prefer bare legs. Seeing she couldn't push it alone, Lu Yaya called her 2 assistants to help, managing to open the door just a crack. Inside, the factory was pitch black, littered with rusty scrap metal and puddles of stagnant water. The occasional squeak of a rat echoed, and moonlight cast eerie shadows on cobwebs through the overhead windows. Hello? Is anyone there? Lu Yaya called tentatively into the darkness. Her voice echoed in the vast emptiness, eventually swallowed by the gloom. Her only answer was the faint drip of water. Well, let's go in then, she whispered, leading her assistants into the factory. The silence was unnerving, broken only by their footsteps, particularly the click-clack of Lu Yaya's high heels reverberating through the space. Do you think there are really those strange creatures in here? One assistant whispered. I doubt it. Our city, Tian, is safe. I've never seen anything like that, the other replied. Don't worry, someone will protect us, just like in the novels. A mysterious organization will be watching over us. Protect us? For what? Out of sheer goodwill. I don't get it. Just keep those comments coming, they'll protect us. Lu Yaya muttered, trying to ease the tension. Lu Yaya moved forward cautiously, eyes fixed on the depths of the factory, unable to relax. She felt as if something was watching her, like a predator eyeing its prey. Even more unsettling, it seemed like she was being watched from multiple places. Crash. Suddenly, a noise came from nearby. Lu Yaya stopped abruptly, looking warily toward the sound. There seems to be something there, she said, swallowing hard. Urged by the chat's demands and the flood of virtual gifts, she took a deep breath and bravely moved toward the source. 1 step, 2 steps. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to their screens, fearing they'd miss a single detail. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a rat darted out from a crevice, racing toward Lu Yaya's legs. Ah, she screamed, instinctively trying to dodge, but lost her balance in her high heels and fell heavily to the ground. The selfie stick slipped from her hand, skidding to the other side of a pile of metal. Her assistants rushed to help her up. What bad luck, she muttered, rubbing her sore backside, limping to retrieve the phone. Hang on, everyone, I'll get the phone. Carefully, she stepped over the metal, reaching for the selfie stick. But at that moment, her eyes widened in shock. In the faint glow of the phone, she saw a heap of bodies on the other side of the metal. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed behind her as the factory door slammed shut. Clang. The factory was plunged into complete darkness. Heh, an unexpected bonus, a sinister voice echoed in the dark. Thank you for this gift. We dedicate everything to you. Who was speaking just now? Lu Yaya's mind went blank, and her legs gave out, causing her to collapse onto the floor. The voice from the darkness made her tremble all over, and she was on the verge of tears. She curled up in a corner, her voice quivering as she called out to her assistants. Xiaosong, Xiaoyun, are you there? Call the police. However, the two assistants had already fled the moment the door closed. The job of an assistant is often thankless, and when danger arises, who would risk their safety for a streamer? The ugliness of human nature was on full display at that moment. In the livestream chat, fans were buzzing with conversation. Some were exclaiming about the terrifying scene and urging others to call the police. Some suspected it was all a carefully crafted script. Others criticized the streamer's acting skills. Faced with these indifferent comments, the last line of defense in Lu Yaya's heart completely collapsed. With trembling hands, she picked up her phone and struggled to dial the emergency number. Just as she pressed the last digit, a sinister voice echoed in the darkness. You are sacrifices to the gods, and attempts to escape will be punished. A menacing man emerged from the shadows, gripping the severed arms of the two assistants, who were bleeding profusely and twitching in agony. The man licked his lips, showing a look of satisfaction, and complimented Lu Yaya on her compliance before tossing the assistants beside her like garbage. Suddenly, another man with a buzz cut appeared, surveying the scene with a blank expression. He commanded, Taishichi, take them all away. We must prepare thoroughly for the arrival of the gods. The man known as Taishichi prayed devoutly, walk with the gods. He then slowly approached Lu Yaya. She pleaded in despair, no, I've called the police, they'll be here soon. Taishichi ignored her, his eyes greedily scanning her as if he intended to devour her whole. He whispered, do not resist. Offering everything to the gods is an honor. You will be reborn, and it will be over soon. Lu Yaya glanced at her bleeding assistants nearby, and her fear intensified. As Taishichi reached out towards her, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair, she murmured, no, please no. I don't want to die yet. Someone save me. Just as Lu Yaya was in despair, a stroke of ink-like sword energy suddenly slashed through the air. The blade hummed in the darkness and burst forth with a roar. Taishichi was taken aback, unable to defend against the rapidly approaching sword energy. It grazed his arm and continued flying deeper into the factory. Hiss! Taishichi winced in pain and took a sharp breath. His arm fell, tracing a smooth arc in the air before landing on the ground with a thud. The air froze instantly. Ah! Lu Yaya screamed in terror, her eyes a mix of despair and hope. Someone had come to save her. In the live stream, viewers realized this wasn't a scripted ploy for attention, but a real-life horror attack. Comments flooded in like snowflakes. Oh my god, his arm really fell off. What are they chanting about? Is it a cult? Heavens, the streamer was almost taken away. The consequences could have been unimaginable. Wait, look above the factory. Is that someone in white clothes wearing a funny face mask? Isn't that the young guy who was trending yesterday for slaying a mutant with one sword? Lin Tian stood with his back to the moonlight, holding a wooden sword, looking down at Taishichi with a playful gaze. Doesn't seem all that strong, he murmured to himself. Who? The question seemed to hit a nerve with Taishichi, igniting his fury instantly. Who are you? He demanded, glaring at Lin Tian with bloodshot eyes. Desecrating the holy church, you deserve to die. Lin Tian pointed to himself, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Who am I? Asking someone their name right off the bat. How rude. Speak or die. Taishichi threatened coldly. Come on. Lin Tian yawned. Since you're asking so sincerely, I'll mercifully tell. Before he could finish, a man with a buzz cut suddenly charged out from the shadows, swinging his fists at Lin Tian. Why waste words with him? Take the person and go. The buzz cut man shouted to Taishichi, then turned a cold gaze to Lin Tian. Blasphemer, death penalty. Faced with the sudden attack, Lin Tian calmly sidestepped, easily dodging the heavy punch. Blasphemer, he clicked his tongue, lightly sweeping his wooden sword to force the buzz cut man back. Under the moonlight, Lin Tian's funny face mask appeared cold. Sorry, I have no intention of blaspheming. No intention? The buzz cut man paused, eyeing Lin Tian suspiciously. Are you perhaps joining our church? His expression turned fanatical as if realizing something. Join our church, become a disciple of the divine. When the divine descends, they will cleanse the world's sins with their ultimate power, for us. You may have misunderstood something, Lin Tian interrupted impatiently, his tone carrying a hint of ice. What I'm here to do is slay the divine. Do you even know what you're saying? The man with the crew cut glared at Lin Tian, his gaze sharp as a knife, brimming with murderous intent. Lin Tian traced a half arc with his wooden sword, its tip aimed directly at the other man. Of course I know. I also know you're a bunch of traitors who've abandoned your humanity. Prepare to be cut down. Before he even finished speaking, he shot forward like an arrow, moving so fast that he left afterimages in the air. What? The crew cut man's face changed dramatically. Even as a second level awakened, he couldn't track Lin Tian's movements. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was above him, bringing down the wooden sword with the force of a thunderbolt. A system prompt flashed suddenly. Swing the sword once. Earn a reward of a wisp of sword energy. Delighted, Lin Tian smirked maliciously. If that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. The crew-cut man hastily raised his fists to block, but the powerful strike descended from above, smashing him into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the crew-cut man struggled to rise from the pile of scrap metal, blood spilling from his mouth, his arms in agony both suffering from compound fractures. He was an awakened with iron fist abilities, but now his arms were useless, leaving him without the most basic combat capabilities. Damn it! How can he be this strong? He cursed, looking skyward in resentment. He knew all the night patrol squads in Tian City. The strongest among them were only 3rd level, specializing in mental and support abilities. The only one who posed a threat was a 2nd level awakened with ice powers. Even if he couldn't win, he was confident he could escape. But the appearance of this man was completely beyond their expectations. Lin Tian approached, sword in hand, with a mocking tone. What? Cack out your tongue. The crew-cut man snorted. Ignorant humans, you have no idea what you're doing. Only the gods can bring salvation, can cleanse this world's sins. I am the most faithful follower of the gods. Kill me. The gods will bring me. Whack! Lin Tian interrupted his monologue with a strike to the face. Did I tell you to keep babbling? The system prompted again. Swing the sword once. Earn a reward of a wisp of sword energy. Dazed by the blow, blood trickled from the crew-cut man's eye, and the pain sent him into convulsions on the ground, yet he kept muttering. The gods will bring me rebirth. Whack! Another strike landed on his abdomen. Whack! And another. Whack! Yet another. With each swing, the system rewarded him. Lin Tian felt as if he'd unlocked a new world, relentlessly hacking at the crew-cut man. Overwhelmed by pain, the man finally cursed. You piece of. If you're so tough, give me a quick death. As the most faithful follower of the gods, I am unbreak. Whoa! Before he could finish, he was struck on the crown of his head. Blood streamed down his face as he shut his eyes tightly, still unwilling to concede. Ignorant mortal. Whack! Ignorant. Whack! Igno. Crack! Lin Tian's sword came down hard, interrupting Song Shirlio's religious proclamation. As he swung his sword, he angrily shouted, You think you can preach here? Interrupt my grand entrance, will you? Lin Tian's sword strikes fell like raindrops, but despite his head being bloodied, Song Shirlu remained defiant. At this moment, Lin Tian seemed very much like a villain. He sneered as he continued to swing his sword. Aren't you so powerful? Go on, keep preaching. After more than 40 strikes, Lin Tian finally stopped, taking a deep breath. Phew, I'm exhausted. Song Shirlu stared in disbelief. What? Are you a demon? You struck me over 40 times, and I didn't even cry out. Yet you're the one complaining about being tired. Closing his eyes, Song Shirlu silently recited in his mind. This is a trial given to me by the divine. Once I overcome it, the divine will grant me rebirth, freeing me from the demon's grasp and this earthly world. Lin Tian, seemingly reading his thoughts, brought down another strike. Are you muttering to yourself in your head? Uh, uh, uh. Song Shirlu broke down completely. Even if I say it out loud, you strike me, and now you strike me for thinking it. This is too wicked. You don't deserve to join my religion. The divine won't offer you salvation. Lin Tian smirked. Still got something to say, huh? Song Shirlu wisely shut his mouth, thinking that as long as he stayed alive, the divine would eventually lead him to freedom. Crack! Another strike. Damn it. I've already shut up, and you still strike me? Song Shirlu couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Tian sheepishly scratched his head. Sorry, OCD kicked in. Had to round it up to 50. Song Shirlu raged internally. Hold on. Just hold on. If you don't, you'll just get hit again. He encouraged himself inwardly. Song Shirlu, you must persevere. You are the divine's most loyal follower. A mere double arm fracture, 12 broken ribs, and a lifetime disability won't shake you. Lin Tian continued swinging his sword, muttering to himself. So far, I've swung 979 times. Just 21 more to go. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he was eagerly awaiting a reward for reaching 1,000 strikes. Suddenly, the long silent Song Shirlu laughed. Foolish man, have you forgotten something? My followers have already relocated everyone. They will welcome the divine's arrival for me, and the divine will grant me rebirth. Come on, why aren't you striking me now? Didn't you enjoy it so much? Come on. Lin Tian pointed his sword towards the factory's depths. Are you talking about that person standing over there? Following the direction of the wooden sword, Song Shirlio's smile froze. He saw Tai Shichi, struggling to carry a dozen people with one arm, and felt a desperate urge to die. What on earth are you doing? Song Shirlu was utterly devastated. He tried to convince himself that this was a test of his will by the divine, to smile and encourage his teammates. But in the next moment, the dozen people fell off Tai Shichi. Screw this. Tai Shichi, you idiot. Why does our religion accept such a fool? I'm so tired. At that moment, The one-armed Tai Shichi turned around, like an ant on a lonely boat, lost and helpless. Forgive me, God. Song Shirlu closed his eyes and completely gave up resisting. He couldn't fulfill the mission assigned by the church and could only hope that the other members would succeed. God is all-knowing and all-powerful. Perhaps he had already anticipated Tai Shichi's foolishness, which is why he arranged for the apostle and other members to be on standby outside before the operation began. On the surface, it seemed like there were only the two of them, but in reality, 6 others were lying in ambush outside. This was the last line of defense for the mission. Otherwise, how could he and Tai Shichi accomplish the task given by the Lord? Thinking of this, Song Shirlu couldn't help but let out a crazed laugh. He felt secretly pleased. Do you think you're so tough? You might handle 2 at once, but what about 6? Just then, Lin Tian suddenly spoke, his gaze directed at the factory entrance. Yuan Gu, have you dealt with the ones outside? Song Shirlu was taken aback and looked up, only to see 4 figures emerge from the factory roof. Gao Yuan squinted, displaying a chilling smile. Just some small fry, 6 in total. With that, 6 bodies fell from above, landing heavily on Tai Shichi, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wu Yu peeked down at Tai Shichi below and said apologetically, sorry about that, TZ. Hope it finished you off. It turned out that 3 minutes earlier, they had already dealt with the 6 cult members lurking outside. They arrived to find the one-armed Tai Shichi struggling to carry a dozen people, including the constantly struggling Lu Yaya, with just 1 arm. Lin Tian pointed at Song Shirlu beneath him and said, let's take this one for questioning. Gao Yuan glanced at Song Shirlu, who had collapsed among the steel beams, and nodded. Good job, Showdown. The church members are a bunch of lunatics. It's rare to catch one alive, except for this one. The 4 jumped down and began checking the kidnapped individuals. Hao Mingxian approached Lin Tian and asked with concern, are you okay? Lin Tian glanced at Song Shirlu and replied, I'm fine. This guy is sneaky. I almost got taken down by him. Song Shirlu struggled to lift his bloodstained head, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Lin Tian. He roared internally, who almost got taken down? Say that again. Was it someone else who slashed me 50 times with a sword? Hell is empty, and the devils are on earth. How twisted must someone be to be so shameless? Hao Mingxian snorted coldly, casting a glance at Song Shirlu on the ground. Song Shirlu, a church member, 2nd tier awakened, has attacked and killed 2 night patrol members, and awakened with iron fist abilities. I remember you. His voice was indifferent as he recounted the others' information. Song Shirlu let out a light laugh, unconcerned. To be remembered so clearly by Captain Chun, I'm truly honored. But if you think you'll get me to talk, you'd better give up that idea. Chun Haoshuan stood before a pile of steel in the abandoned factory, his eyes sharp and fixed on the man in front of him, a former comrade. Song Shiliuno, Song Mingwa cowered amidst the steel, a manic grin on his face. Chun Haoshuan clenched his fists, knuckles white, his voice low and simmering with restrained anger. When did you become so insane? Song Shirlu tilted his head, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Insane? Is that what you call it? What else would you call it? Chun Haoshuan gritted his teeth, his voice heavy with pain and fury. You witnessed the cold, indifferent eyes of the gods yourself. You were there for that battle. You stood before the anomalies, reciting the night patrol's creed with conviction. You wept for our fallen comrades. The Song Minghui who, though only a 2nd tier awakener, stood in front of his teammates, roaring that he'd use his iron fists to bring those lofty gods to their knees. Where is he now? The more Chun Haoshuan spoke, the more agitated he became, his gaze like a blade, seeking answers from Song Shirlu. He demanded harshly, and now? You don't even deserve to be called human. Nearby, Lin Tian listened, bewildered, and cautiously asked, Brother Chun, do you know each other? Chun Haoshuan took a deep breath, nodding with difficulty. Yes, even though I don't want to admit it, he was once part of my team. Song Minghui joined the night patrol 13 years ago, killed 2 teammates 3 years ago, joined the cult of the gods, and took the name Song Shirlu. After that day, I resigned from my captaincy and came to Tian City, joining Captain Gao's team. His voice was filled with exhaustion and resignation. Don't bring it up. Song Shirlu, however, seemed unfazed, smiling with a frivolous and wild air. You wouldn't understand, Captain Chun. It's because I've seen the gods that I realized how naive and utterly foolish I once was. Only the gods can save this world, bringing rebirth to everyone. In the eyes of the gods, all sinners can find redemption. With the gods, Chun Haoshuan's expression was complex. He opened his mouth to refute, but ultimately sighed silently. He turned, placing a hand on Lin Tian's shoulder, speaking softly, he's a madman. Don't mind him. Lin Tian nodded silently, his brow furrowed. Are all members of the cult of the gods this crazy? Song Shirlu suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly forgetting his injuries. Captain Chun, do you think the cult of the gods was always made up of ordinary people? More than half of them were once night patrollers. Do you think that's why they know so much about the night patrol? With the gods, echoed Tai Shichi, who was restrained on the other side. Hearing this, Song Shirlu flew into a rage, shouting at Tai Shichi, "Shut up! You don't deserve to be a follower of the gods. Your presence is a disgrace to the gods." Tai Shichi looked bewildered, muttering under his breath, "We're all captives. Why are you yelling at me? What did I do? Walking with the gods, with the gods." Meanwhile, Gao Yuan had freed the hostages from their bindings. He turned to Chun Haoshuan, urgency in his voice. "Haoshuan, see if you can help treat them. 2 of them are seriously injured." Chun Haoshuan ignored Song Shirlu and quickly moved towards the wounded. "On it, Captain." Song Shirlu remained lost in his own world, muttering to himself, "Heh, the gods are omnipotent. Only by giving up resistance and choosing submission can everything be saved." Lin Tian stood still, coldly watching Song Shirlu repeat submission, his voice calm and resolute. Killing him could save everything too. Killing? Song Shirlu scoffed. Killing a god? Blaspheming the divine is a capital offense. When you realize you're not the protagonist of this world, you'll understand me and make the same choice. Lin Tian didn't respond. His brow slightly furrowed, his gaze piercing through layers of obstacles, as if sensing something unusual. The alarm pierced through the night sky as Gao Yuan quickly got up, scanning his teammates. "Leave the rest to the police department. Take these 2 with us, and let's retreat," he commanded concisely. "Roger that, Captain." They responded in unison, swiftly leaping onto the factory rooftop, preparing for a silent departure. Lu Yaya stood alone, fixated on the mysterious masked figures. Her dirt-smudged face was filled with confusion. Then suddenly she exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, that was awesome. Are they the heroes who protect Tian City?" Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Though everyone else was impressive too, that funny swordsman was on a whole different level. Don't you think? Clad in white, with a wooden sword, and that comical mask so cool. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was abuzz with speculation about Lin Tian's identity. Lu Yaya curled up in a corner as the unconscious people around her started waking up. She muttered to herself, "That person was really handsome." On the streets of the Western District, Wu Yu couldn't contain his excitement. Seeing it firsthand is way more impressive than hearing about it from Chairman Wang and Director Jiang. As the team member closest in age to Lin Tian, his enthusiasm was evident. Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. No wonder Chairman Wang was so excited. He turned to Lin Tian with an apologetic tone. "Sorry, Xiao Tian. We were supposed to celebrate with you today." Lin Tian waved it off casually. "It's fine, Brother Yuan. Let's get the cult members back first." At the back of the group, Chun Haoshuan silently escorted Song Shirlu and his companion. He warned coldly, "Don't struggle. With those 2 broken arms, you can't break free from this restraint." Song Shirlu stubbornly trudged along, replying, "I won't escape. The god will save his most loyal followers." Chun Haoshuan shook his head in disappointment. "Hopeless." He said no more. Back at the parking area, Gao Yuan addressed the others. "Shaoqing, take them back first. I've contacted the department. Haoshuan and I will deliver these 2 cult members later." Yang Qing hesitated. "Captain, let me go with you. Those cultists are crazy. Who knows what they might do?" Gao Yuan reassured her. "Don't worry. Haoshuan and I are both tier 3. We can handle ourselves even if attacked. Plus, the department has already sent backup." Yang Qing pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right then." Gao Yuan handed her the car keys, adding, "Get some rest. Oh, and I don't think I disconnected the internet." Yang Qing's eyes lit up. "Really? All right, we'll head back then. Take care." Gao Yuan nodded with a smile. "No problem. Stay safe." He turned to Lin Tian with a mysterious grin. "Xiao Tian, to make it up to you, I'll take you to meet someone tomorrow. I think you'll gain more from meeting them than from a barbecue." Lin Tian was curious. "Who are we meeting?" Gao Yuan just smiled. "You'll find out tomorrow." "Shaoqing, take them away." Yang Qing called out. "Let's go, get in the car. Mission accomplished, and when we get back, I'll treat you to my stash of chips." Wu Yu, excited, jumped into the car immediately. Yang Qing said nonchalantly, "Your chips are gone." Wu Yu and the others were preparing to leave when they noticed Lin Tian standing still. "What's up?" Everyone turned their attention to Lin Tian. Scratching the back of his head, Lin Tian looked a bit hesitant. "You guys go ahead. I have something to take care of. I'll catch a cab and head back later." Before he finished speaking, Lin Tian had already dashed away, disappearing from view. "He's really fast," Wu Yu remarked in awe. Yang Qing looked worried. "Why is he in such a hurry? Do you think he might be off to meet up with some girl for a workout or something?" After parting ways with the Red Moon squad, Lin Tian moved quickly and seriously between buildings. He kept his focus straight ahead, not daring to relax. Judging by the aura, it should be this direction. A few dozen minutes earlier, just after Chun Haoshuan finished talking with Song Shirlu, Lin Tian suddenly sensed as if a pair of eyes were watching him. The aura wasn't simple. Ever since he gained the sword heart, his danger perception had become exceptionally sharp. Although the sense of unease wasn't as intense as when he told Uncle Jiang he wanted to marry his daughter, it was enough to signal that the observer was no ordinary person. Lin Tian reached an abandoned dock at the entrance of an alley, less than a kilometer from the factory. Holding a wooden sword, he walked into a deadened alley and plainly said to the empty space, "Come out." His voice wasn't loud, but it was particularly clear in the silence. After a long pause, a man dressed in a silver suit slowly emerged into Lin Tian's view under the vast night sky. With a smile on his face, he expressed surprise. "How did you sense me?" Lin Tian responded with a question. "Weren't you the one who released the aura to lead me here?" The man paused, his heavily made-up face gradually losing its smile. "You're quite interesting, young man. So, what was your purpose in bringing me here?" Lin Tian asked, expressionless, as he looked at the man above. "Purpose? You should have guessed it." The man removed his hat and gave Lin Tian a formal bow. "Nice to meet you. I am one of the 12 apostles of the divine cult, Xinyang." Lin Tian, he replied briefly. 12 apostles? Lin Tian thought to himself. I think Song Shirlu mentioned them before. They must be the ones coordinating outside. This person seems to be the real management. Xinyang spoke slowly. "Young man, you are extraordinary. If it's you, the divine would surely favor you. Those so-called followers are nothing but expendable pawns. The divine won't save them." As Xinyang spoke, his eyes locked onto Lin Tian, his expression becoming increasingly manic. "But you're different. I can feel it. You are unique, and the divine will notice and reward you. On behalf of the divine cult, I invite you to join us. You will become the 13th apostle of the church." Lin Tian curved a meaningful smile, his eyes shimmering with a cunning light. "The 13 apostles? I've just joined, and I'm already being promoted to the 13 apostles. Are you sure the others won't have any objections?" Xinyang shook his head dismissively, extending a slender finger. "No, no, no. They aren't qualified. Those people are nothing more than insignificant specks of dust in the eyes of the gods. Their only purpose is to pave the way for the gods' descent. Only we, the apostles, are worthy to be the gods' subordinates, to follow in their footsteps and transcend from here." Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully, a sly look flashing in his eyes. "Is that so? In that case, can I opt out of being an apostle and choose something else?" Xinyang's eyes gleamed, a manic smile appearing on his face. "Something else? No problem. As long as you join the cult, you can be whatever you want." "Really?" Lin Tian feigned surprise. "Really?" Xinyang confirmed once more, his voice laced with a hint of pride. "As long as you join the cult, I will vouch for you in the name of an apostle." Seeing Xinyang was serious, Lin Tian dropped his facade. Picking at his ear with a look of disdain, he said, "I'll reluctantly be a godfather then. Or maybe not. I don't care for this godchild." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere turned tense. Xinyang's manic eyes instantly darkened, his words dripping with murderous intent. "Are you playing me?" Lin Tian feigned surprise but quickly changed his tone, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. "You just realized? Seems even apostles aren't that smart." Xinyang's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Lin Tian below, his voice low and threatening. "Blaspheming the gods is punishable by death." He tapped the ground with the staff in his left hand, revealing a demonic goat tattoo on the back of his hand. His blood-red gaze flickered, emanating an intimidating aura. Lin Tian's expression remained calm, but inwardly he was surprised. "A fourth tier awakened," he mused. "This pretty boy is actually a fourth tier awakened?" Lin Tian quickly calculated in his mind. The value of awakened tiers is quite high, with a gap as vast as the heavens between tiers. The first 2 tiers are manageable, but from the 3rd tier onward, not only does the body undergo significant transformation, but the awakened's ability to utilize their powers is greatly enhanced. He recalled the situation at the Night Watch Bureau. As a vast organization covering all of Daxia, it had countless 1st and 2nd tier awakened individuals, usually assigned to various cities to join local Night Watch teams, handling anomalies or other events in those areas. At the 3rd tier, the numbers were halved. The 4th tier was even rarer, capable of holding significant positions within the Bureau. 5th and 6th tiers and above were high-level managers, with strength, according to Uncle Jiang, capable of briefly contending with the gods. Lin Tian hadn't expected that an apostle in the cult would also be a 4th tier awakened. It seemed the cult had some strength to evade the Night Watch Bureau's attention for so long without being eradicated. At that moment, Xinyang sighed, looking at Lin Tian with a hint of disappointment. "What a pity. I thought you could join our cult and follow the great gods. But now, you've lost that chance." Xinyang tapped the ground again with his staff, and an invisible force field suddenly enveloped Lin Tian. He felt the air around him solidify, a strong pressure bearing down on him. He knew a fierce battle was inevitable. Threads of energy seemed to come alive, continuously piercing into Lin Tian's body. Xinyang's face twisted into a crazed expression, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Tian, as if eagerly anticipating the screams that would soon follow. "If that's the case, then become a mindless puppet," Xinyang sneered, placing a black hat on his head. "There's nothing more delightful than turning a genius into a soulless husk. Come on, scream. Struggle. When the gods descend, I'll spare you. Let them grant you a new consciousness, a new life." Yang extended his hands, closed his eyes, and became lost in his own reverie. Seconds and minutes passed, and the silence felt as if it was punctuated by the flight of crows. Suddenly, Yang's eyes snapped open. His breathing became rapid. What's happening? Where are the screams? How can there be none? He murmured in disbelief. Yang had the ability to manipulate emotions, amplifying any trace of malevolence in someone's mind until it extinguished their spirit. Even the strongest would eventually crumble under such despair. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? Yang snapped back to reality, looking at Lin Tian in desperation, trying to understand what had gone wrong. Below, on the ground, Lin Tian frowned at Yang's self-absorbed monologue, thinking, idiot, just babbling nonsense with that blissful look. With his sword heart, Lin Tian's mind was free from distractions, pure and sincere. Manipulation? Even if Lin Tian wanted Yang to control him, he wouldn't find a single negative emotion. Any stray thought was easily managed by entering a state of unity with his sword, focusing solely on it. For those with weak willpower, Yang's ability might be a nightmare, but for Lin Tian, it was like trying to attack an earth type with electricity completely ineffective. This is impossible. Yang's hand trembled on his cane, disbelief etched across his face. Why don't you have any extra emotions? Not even a single dark thought. Are you even human? To Yang, it was unimaginable for a person to have no stray thoughts. Even a fleeting selfish desire was enough for him to exploit. But now, forcing himself to calm down, Yang managed a strained smile. You're quite interesting, young man. Thank you. Lin Tian flicked his wrist, and with a single stroke, shattered all the white threads in the air. Yang wasn't surprised, but his tone turned ominous. Then you cannot be allowed to live today. Someone like you, if left unchecked, could become a significant threat to the cult. You're talented, but equally arrogant. The killing intent around Yang intensified. Your cleverness and arrogance will be your downfall, just like now. Is that so? Lin Tian met his gaze, eyes sharp and unafraid. He raised his sword skyward, speaking calmly. By the way, I don't like talking with my head up. Are you coming down yourself, or should I bring you down? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yang laughed instead of getting angry, his eyes gleaming with a fanatical light. He stared at Lin Tian with a voice filled with a twisted excitement. Yes, that's the attitude. When I personally torture you, your screams will be even more delightful. Come on, give it your best shot. Lin Tian's eyelid twitched slightly, and he grew wary. Are all the people from the divine sect this crazy? He gripped his wooden sword tightly, and the blade began to hum softly, surrounded by a misty white fog. Seeing this, Yang shouted almost maniacally, what a tenacious fighting spirit. I've met so many people like you, and in the end, they all end up the same way, begging me in tears to kill them. With that, he forcefully jabbed his staff into the ground, creating a spiderweb of cracks on the concrete floor. Lin Tian, seeing this, didn't dare relax. He pushed off with his feet and leaped into the air. In that instant, countless white threads spread from the cracks in the ground, glinting dangerously in the faint moonlight. Facing the oncoming threads, Lin Tian frowned. Although he didn't fully understand the opponent's awakened abilities, he knew one thing. Being touched by those threads would be disastrous. Acting decisively, Lin Tian swung his sword, releasing a wave of sword energy. The sword energy clashed with the threads, miraculously sparking. So tough. Lin Tian was shocked. This was his first encounter with a fourth-tier awakened one, and more precisely, his first real battle. And his opponent was an apostle of the divine sect. The situation was like a baby trying to race a skilled driver on a challenging mountain road. The odds seemed slim, but not impossible. A determined glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he landed and charged at Yang. The white threads followed closely, but Lin Tian remained unflustered. He descended with his sword, exuding a terrifying aura as if to tear through the air itself. Yang, watching the wooden sword about to strike, still wore a crazed smile. Are you underestimating a fourth-tier awakened one? He taunted, raising his hand to block the sword with his staff. The two clashed, with countless threads still pursuing Lin Tian. It seemed he was doomed. Yang continued, you're strong and determined, young man. But if that's all you've got, prepare to be tortured to death by me. Before he could finish, Yang's expression froze. He felt the force from the wooden sword and frowned. A third-tier awakened one could actually challenge him. A fourth-tier powerhouse? But he quickly suppressed his surprise. You're still going to die, Yang shouted, increasing the pressure on his staff. Beyond the third tier, people advance toward transcendence. It's not just their abilities that grow, but their physical strength too. Yang sneered, stop struggling. I'll gently cut off your limbs and nail your tongue, so you can't beg for mercy. Lin Tian glanced at the threads behind him and couldn't help but retort to Yang's madness. Seriously, man, you're a psycho. With that, he unleashed his full strength. A surge of mixed white sword energy burst forth, overwhelming Yang. Before he could react, he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the warehouse behind. Swing the sword once. Earn a reward. a wisp of sword energy. Lin Tian silently recited to himself, watching the dust rise. But he had no time to think, immediately rolling back and slashing at the relentless threads. The sword collided with the threads, sparking fiercely and illuminating the intense battle. As the dust settled, revealing the surprising hardness of the object, Xinyang gracefully emerged from the rubble, his demeanor calm, as if the sword strike had left him unscathed. His hat remained perfectly perched on his head, and he exuded an eerie charm. Marvelous. You intrigue me more and more. Xinyang gazed at Lin Tian, who was struggling against the threads, a twisted smile growing on his face. But you got one thing wrong. How could this be perversion? This is art. The greatest art. His voice was filled with fervor, listening to those screams in torment, relishing the despair on their faces as their limbs and organs are severed. How could this be perversion? A flicker of madness flashed in Xinyang's eyes. Yes, I will guide the threads through every seam of your body, shredding your insides. Inspiration. You are my inspiration. He was practically screaming. Good heavens. You're so amusing. I might just be falling for you. Damn, what a freak. Lin Tian cursed inwardly, swinging his sword again at the dense threads. The force was so intense that his wrist ached, and the wooden sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Fortunately, he had achieved his goal. With each swing of the sword, he earned a reward, a trace of sword energy. From the start until now, he had swung his sword nearly 1,000 times. Currently, he had swung it 997 times. Only 3 more to go. Lin Tian glanced at the system's prompt, then pointed his sword at Xinyang. You're a total freak. Maybe you should just die here. Me die? Xinyang asked, pointing at himself in confusion, but quickly shook his head. No, 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 neither of us will die today. You're too special. I'm curious about what's going on in that head of yours. His tone turned sinister. You can't kill me. I'll take you back, and while I torment you, I'll also crack open your skull. No, I'll rip out your heart. I want to see what kind of person can remain unaffected by me. Well, you might not get that chance. Lin Tian took a step forward, maneuvering through the threads with the grace of a dragonfly skimming water. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Xinyang. A sword strike fell. Clang. The wooden sword clashed with the staff, producing a series of crisp sounds. One more swing, one more reward, a trace of sword energy. 2 more to go. Lin Tian shouted in anger, and the wooden sword fell again. Clang. One more swing, one more reward, a trace of sword energy. One last time. Despite being a first tier against a 4th tier, Lin Tian's eyes showed determination, ignoring the threads behind him. At this moment, he chose to risk it all. The advantage is mine. You've lost, boy, Xinyang exclaimed in ecstasy. Come on, come home with me. I'll treat you well. Get lost as far as you can. Lin Tian roared, gripping the sword with both hands. In the next instant, the sword fell. One more swing, one more reward, a trace of sword energy. Come home with me, boy. Xinyang removed his hat and gave Lin Tian an elegant bow. He replaced the frivolous madness on his face with a calm, flowing smile. At that moment, the dense, sharp threads halted abruptly, less than half a meter from Lin Tian, as if blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance further. Well, what? Xinyang was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief, as Lin Tian laughed freely. In this fight for survival, it seems I have won. Currently, a total of 1,000 swings. Reward, carefree sword intent. In an instant, a nearly overwhelming amount of spiritual energy surged within Lin Tian. The pitch-black night sky was suddenly pierced by a dazzling white light, a sword aura that spanned miles, cleaving the clouds in two. This astonishing sight left Xinyang speechless and staring at the sky in shock. As the closest observer, Xinyang could clearly sense that the source of this terrifying sword strike was the seemingly ordinary young man before him. Impossible, he exclaimed internally, a rare hint of fear flashing in his eyes as he instinctively stepped back a few paces. To his surprise, he noticed that Lin Tian appeared to be in some sort of trance, completely unaware of his surroundings. Xinyang quickly composed himself, remembering that he was also one of the apostles of the divine sect. Nevertheless, the panic in his eyes did not diminish. He had previously fought against several 4th-tier awakeners of the Night Watchers and had witnessed the battles between the Night Watchers' council members and deities. Yet, compared to the power of the sword before him, none of these experiences measured up to even a fraction of its might. The sheer power of this sword strike caused Xinyang to waver in his convictions. Though he was a follower of the divine sect and had seen the might of deities, he couldn't help but acknowledge that such a strike might indeed achieve the feat of slaying a god. Xinyang's breath grew erratic, and as he looked at Lin Tian again, a crazed look appeared in his eyes. A bold idea formed in his mind. When someone enters a state of enlightenment, their mental defenses are often at their weakest. His awakened artifact, the mental scepter, could exploit this vulnerability. The mental scepter could use threads as a medium to control others' emotions and thoughts. Moreover, it could use these threads as conduits to transfer and link his consciousness to another's mind, allowing him to explore their memories and thoughts. However, this method was extremely risky. If his consciousness shattered, he would truly become the walking corpse. He spoke alive in body, but dead in soul. Despite knowing the immense risk, Shenyang decided to give it a try. He slowly raised his staff, and a silver thread silently penetrated Lin Tian's mind. In the next moment, the madness in Shenyang's eyes dissipated entirely, his pupils turning blank and white, as if he had lost consciousness, his body swaying in the wind. Simultaneously, in the spiritual realm, Lin Tian found himself standing on a solitary boat, looking around in confusion. This place seemed like a paradise, with misty clouds, mirror-like waters, and a pavilion nestled in the mountains. A crane stood atop a lotus flower, and the surrounding scenery resembled the ink painting of landscapes Lin Tian had just sliced through. He only remembered swinging his sword for the 1000th time before arriving in this strange place. "Young man, do you wield a sword?" An old voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Lin Tian turned towards the voice to see an elderly man in simple clothes, wearing a bamboo hat and fishing at the bow of the boat. To his surprise, he realized he hadn't noticed the old man's presence since arriving here. The man seemed to be one with the world, invisible until he spoke. What surprised Lin Tian even more was that he seemed to have heard this phrase in a dream. Could this old man be the figure from his dreams? The old man put away a simple fishing rod made of a wooden stick, turned to face Lin Tian, and asked again, "Young man, have you ever thought of becoming a carefree swordsman in this world?" The familiar phrasing confirmed to Lin Tian that this was indeed the mysterious old man from his recent dreams. He nodded slightly, still bewildered, and asked, "A carefree swordsman in this world? But what does it mean to be carefree?" The old man's cloudy eyes brightened slightly at these words, and he slowly replied, "I am carefree." Lin Tian was taken aback by this response, internally muttering, "What the heck? You are carefree." He asked what it truly means to be carefree. Lin Tian bowed slightly, humbly asking, "Elder, I don't quite understand what you mean." "I am carefree. Carefree is me. What does that signify?" The old man stroked his graying beard, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying the weight of years. "People call me the carefree elder." Lin Tian suddenly realized and blurted out, "No wonder. So you are the famed carefree elder. How did you become such a renowned figure?" The carefree elder fell into contemplation, his gaze seeming to traverse time and space. After a long pause, he slowly said, "Me? It's been thousands of years. I can barely recall the exact time. In this world, being carefree is perhaps the simplest thing. A clear mind, unclouded by worldly concerns, living freely, doing as one wishes. And there's one more thing." He paused abruptly, furrowing his brow. "Oops, I forgot. Well, isn't that the simplest form of being carefree?" With that, he chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Lin Tian thought to himself, "Forgot? This elder is truly free-spirited. Seems quite unreliable. But perhaps this is his idea of being carefree." At that moment, a slender willow branch appeared out of thin air in the elder's hand. His eyes were sharp as he looked directly at Lin Tian and asked again, "Young man, do you desire it?" Lin Tian pondered for a moment and solemnly nodded. In an instant, Lin Tian felt a change in the elder's aura. Those previously unfocused eyes now shone brightly, as if they could see through everything. The elder stood up, his skeletal hands gently holding the willow branch, his voice carrying unprecedented authority. "Desire is good. I shall pass on all my knowledge to you." Saying this, the carefree elder produced a wine gourd from nowhere, took a swig, and lightly stepped into the air. The thin clouds beneath his feet rippled as he moved. The crane, which had been standing still above the lotus, spread its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. The elder's hearty laughter echoed throughout the ethereal landscape, his voice resonating between heaven and earth. "In thousands of years, I've never met anyone who shares my essence. Young man, do you know how much I sacrificed for the word carefree?" Lin Tian, puzzled, asked, "Family emotions?" "Wrong, wrong." The elder shook his head, speaking earnestly. "If I gave up even those, wouldn't I still be bound? How could that be called carefree?" Lin Tian had an epiphany. Indeed, if you have to deliberately give up even those, how can you truly be carefree? The elder continued, "I was once a swordsman, with a complete family and many descendants, but in the end, they all passed away before me. After my great-great-great-grandson's death, I realized this world was too dull, with too many shackles, preventing true freedom. From then on, I distanced myself from the mundane world and stayed on a celestial mountain for 300 years. During this time, I drank dew when thirsty and ate grasshoppers when hungry. One day, my mindset suddenly transformed, and my heart, once focused on the sword, changed dramatically, becoming the carefree sword heart." He looked at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with admiration. "It took me 300 years to grasp this truth, yet you, so young, already possess the carefree sword heart. This inheritance, I must pass on to you. Not even the King of Heaven can stop me." The elder's words were filled with a commanding presence. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he laughed heartily. Ah, I remember now. I remember. The most basic essence of being carefree is possessing the strength to roam the world. Lin Tian gazed quietly at everything before him, his heart calm and undisturbed. He had spent 300 years in pursuit of understanding the essence of the Xiaoyao sword. At this moment, a question arose in his mind. Could this Xiaoyao elder before him truly be an immortal? Choosing not to delve deeper into the question, Lin Tian focused intently on the elder's every move. The elder stood in midair, holding a willow branch with a solemn expression. Young man, watch closely. The Xiaoyao elder's voice was distant and solemn. This sword embodies my life's will. Today, I will impart everything to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder wielded the willow branch like a sword, and an immense sword intent swept across the entire Inquash landscape. The calm river suddenly surged with waves over 100 meters high, yet the small boat Lin Tian stood on remained perfectly still, as if isolated from the surrounding chaos. Xiaoyao sword. In an instant, the sky and clouds changed color. The Xiaoyao elder hovered in the air, and the willow branch in his hand transformed into a wooden sword identical to Lin Tian's. With a seemingly simple slash, it carried a vast sword intent. In a flash, the clouds were pierced, and the sky seemed to split in half, its power astonishing. Roaming the world freely, the sword heart emerges. The Xiaoyao elder gazed at his sword strike spanning thousands of miles, his brows furrowing slightly, as if dissatisfied. But then he laughed freely, saying, "Young man, this sword contains no techniques. It is merely the sword intent accumulated over my lifetime, known as the Xiaoyao sword intent." Lin Tian watched in silence, suddenly feeling as if something within him had been awakened. If the sword heart were likened to a body, then the sword intent was the soul that enlivened it. Marvelous! Lin Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Marvelous indeed. The Xiaoyao elder stroked his beard with a pleased expression. This is my life's work. Of course, it's beyond description. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shenyang had entered Lin Tian's mental world. Looking around, he was astounded. Where is this? Could it be the boy's mental state? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Shenyang laughed wildly, his soul form darting away as if eager to find Lin Tian. I've changed my mind, he shouted arrogantly. I will find you, kill you, and take over your body. It's simply too perfect. Before his words faded, Shenyang's expression changed. He saw the sword intent stretching across the sky and was filled with immense fear. That sword again. How can there be such a powerful sword in this mental world? 7th tier? No. 8th. 9th. He was utterly panicked, feeling the threat of death for the first time. Before he could think further, his consciousness vanished from this world. Outside the mental world, the chilly evening wind blew from the sea. Shenyang stood frozen, the last glimmer of life in his eyes extinguished. A rat scurried out from a collapsed warehouse, bumping into his leg. Shenyang collapsed with a thud, motionless. Inside the mental world, the Xiaoyao elder gazed into the distance, as if sensing something. A person with such a muddied heart is truly evil. It's no loss to see him perish. He waved his hand dismissively and paid no further attention. This is my legacy. Have you learned it? The elder turned to Lin Tian and asked. Feeling the Xiaoyao sword intent coursing through him, Lin Tian was deeply moved. He felt great respect for this person and prepared to bow. Elder Xiaoyao, please accept my gratitude. What are you doing? The Xiaoyao elder quickly stepped forward, supporting Lin Tian. What's with the formalities? Remember, I chose to teach you this. Even if you didn't want it, I would have forced it upon you. There's no need for bowing. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, then understood. Then thank you, elder, for your gift, he said sincerely. You're welcome, you're welcome. The old man, Xiaoyao, waved his hand, his voice gradually becoming ethereal. Young man, it's time for you to leave and do what you must. But don't forget your original wish, to roam freely in the world and become the sword bearer of this realm. Don't let worldly matters blind you. Lin Tian snapped back to reality and found himself back at the battle-scarred port. He looked down at the comatose Shenyang at his feet, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Could the elder have been talking about him? Lin Tian murmured to himself, then bent down to examine him more closely. Sensing that Shenyang was still alive, Lin Tian decisively hoisted him onto his shoulders. At that moment, the staff in Shenyang's hand suddenly crumbled to dust and scattered in the wind. Lin Tian understood. That was his awakening item. With his soul gone, the item naturally shattered. He looked at the vegetative Shenyang and thought to himself, since he's no longer a threat, I might as well take his head to Uncle Jiang for some reward money and give the night patrol a heads up. Let them be prepared and confirm what Uncle Wang and Uncle Jiang said that night. Lacking evidence? Just words? Shenyang is the best proof. Meanwhile, in that mysterious spiritual realm, the old man Xiaoyao could no longer contain his excitement. Seeing his legacy finally have a successor, he spoke with trembling voice. Finally, finally, young man, use your sword to become the bearer of this realm. As for freedom, only then will you truly understand what it means. As his words faded, the old man's withered body began to disintegrate into fragments. He knew his last remnant of consciousness was about to vanish, but his eyes held only satisfaction and contentment. With a successor now in place, delivered by his own hands, he could die without regret. As the last fragment disappeared, only his hearty laughter remained in the ethereal realm. Back in reality, Lin Tian seemed to sense something. He gently laid down Yang, his expression complex as he looked towards the night sky's remaining rift. To ride the rightness of heaven and earth, and to steer the distinctions of the six energies, and thus wander in the infinite, where would such a one need to depend? He softly recited, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. Returning home at midnight, Lin Tian pushed open the door. It had already been kicked down and hadn't been repaired. Might as well leave it. It's cooler this way, he thought wryly. As soon as he turned on the light, a faint sound came from the door next door. Who's there? Lin Tian asked warily. Your Uncle Jiang, came Jiang Chengwen's voice, followed by his rhythmic knock on the wall. Uncle Jiang, what are you doing? Lin Tian asked, puzzled by Jiang Chengwen's odd behavior. Knocking. Jiang Chengwen replied matter-of-factly. Uncle Jiang, there's no door, Lin Tian said helplessly. Then I'll come in. Jiang Chengwen chuckled, stepping inside. I heard from the office that your team took down some cult members today. You were the main force, he suddenly encouraged. Well done, Xiao Tian. Uncle Jiang, you. Lin Tian started to say, but Jiang Chengwen interrupted. Don't get me wrong. That's what old Wang asked me to tell you. Well, he spoke for me too. Jiang Chengwen coughed twice and sat down, speaking slowly. The cult members are crazy, but they're also very cunning. He handed Lin Tian a USB drive. This is what I promised you. It contains information about the abyss and some about the cult. I remember there's a part about the cult's 12 apostles, who are a group of powerful madmen. You should take a look so you can prepare if there's another mission involving the cult. Jiang Chengwen continued with a headache. These self-proclaimed apostles of God, each one is no less powerful than a fourth-level awakener, and their abilities are extraordinary, their actions elusive. Over the years, the 12 apostles have changed again and again, and we've only managed to kill 3. They're a group of formidable lunatics, and if you encounter them, don't hesitate, just run. Lin Tian was taken aback for a moment, then pulled out the vegetative Yang. Uncle Jiang, are you talking about this guy? Jiang Chengwen was taken aback, his gaze falling upon the vacantied man in Lin Tian's grasp. The sudden appearance of this third person puzzled him. By rights, with his keen perception, no one's presence should have eluded him. Yet, if Lin Tian hadn't pulled him up, this man could have lain unnoticed for so long. Jiang Chengwen rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing the man in the black evening suit. Suddenly, a shocking realization struck him. One of the 12 apostles of the cult, Yang? He blurted out, disbelief lacing his voice. As a member of the night patrol, Jiang Chengwen was all too familiar with Yang. This apostle was renowned for his mental dominion, capable of manipulating emotions, feelings, and even altering souls. It was this eerie ability that caused the night patrol so much trouble. Yet here was this fearsome apostle, reduced to an empty shell, casually pulled up by Lin Tian. Xiao Tian, why is Yang like this? Jiang Chengwen asked, frowning. As a mental type awakener, he keenly sensed that Yang's soul seemed to have been completely erased, leaving only a zombie-like husk. In Tian City, besides him and a few deputy directors, who else could achieve such a feat, especially against one of the 12 apostles? Lin Tian released his grip, allowing Yang to fall heavily to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut, face down, yet unresponsive. It's complicated, Lin Tian said briefly, then recounted the night's events in detail to Jiang Chengwen. Minutes later, Jiang Chengwen's expression was not one of joy, but of growing severity. You mean, after capturing a member of the cult, you sensed Yang's presence, but didn't report it to anyone and chose to track him alone? In the end, during the battle, you gained a deeper understanding of the sword and severed Yang's soul? Lin Tian nodded in confirmation. Jiang Chengwen slapped his thigh in exasperation. That's reckless. This can never happen again. He glanced at Yang, lying on the ground like a vegetable, intending to continue his reprimand but suddenly paused, asking instead, Xiao Tian, why didn't you tell the others when you sensed Yang? They're your teammates. Precisely because they're my teammates, I didn't tell them, Lin Tian replied seriously. The apostles are dangerous. I was at a disadvantage during the fight. That's why I'm relieved I didn't inform them, but chose to face it alone. Jiang Chengwen's gaze was deep, fixed on Lin Tian. As a high-level third-tier mental type awakener, his abilities may not match Yang's mental dominion, but they could play a crucial role in battle. Why did you think that way? He pressed, his tone tinged with a hint of confusion and concern. Chen Haoshuan, a third-tier support-type awakener, was once the captain of the Lianshui Night Watch. He came to Tian City on his own initiative due to matters involving the divine cult and participated in the divine war, gaining extensive combat experience. His medical kit, carried with him, is a lifeline in critical moments. Jiang Chengwen looked worriedly at Lin Tian and suggested, Wouldn't it be safer with the two of them included? Lin Tian instinctively touched the back of his head, his gaze unwavering. I understand, Uncle Jiang, but I don't want to put them in danger as well. Honestly, I don't like the feeling of parting from loved ones. If I can face it alone. Jiang Chengwen interrupted him, raising his voice. You must understand, Lin Tian, you're not the only one who can fight here. Gao Yuan can, Chun Haoshuan can, I can, your Uncle Wang can, every member of the Night Watch can. From the moment they became Night Watchers, they were prepared to face life and death. Jiang Qingwen's eyes were solemn, but quickly softened. He said gently, Showdown, you're only 18. Since you came to the Wang family, we've treated you like our own son. Is this responsibility too heavy for you? No, Lin Tian replied, looking directly into Uncle Jiang's eyes. This is my path. Protecting the thousands of lights in my heart is true freedom. A complex expression crossed Jiang Qingwen's face before he sighed and laughed self-deprecatingly. I was too impatient, and I apologize for my words earlier. I wasn't even part of this battle, and you were the one who captured the apostle. Yet, I was here criticizing you. Lin Tian shook his head and said, I understand your point, Uncle Jiang. I just don't like seeing those around me in danger, including you and Uncle Wang. If disaster strikes, I want to be the one on the front line. He took a deep breath, his expression relaxing, and jokingly said, You kid, Uncle Jiang and Uncle Wang aren't so helpless that they need you to protect them. It's more like we should be protecting you. Jiang Chengwen patted Lin Tian's shoulder in amazement. Speaking of which, you're really something. It's only been 8 days since your awakening. While others are still finishing their beginner training, you've already taken down a boss, and it's the Shenyang. That's quite a sensation for the Night Watch. He excitedly added, I'll take the Shenyang's body back and report to the higher-ups. It's definitely a great achievement. Jiang Chengwen laughed proudly. Once I present this body, let's see what those old guys in the department have to say. Lin Tian curiously asked, Uncle Jiang, what are you talking about? It's nothing major. Jiang Chengwen waved dismissively. Just some old stubborn folks who doubt your feats. They're narrow-minded and have never seen real talent. Once we contact old Wang and throw the Shenyang's body in front of the chief, we'll see if they still dare to boast. I wonder if it's because old Wang and I have lost our edge, or if those old guys are just full of hot air. Jiang Qingwen picked up the Shenyang's body and arrogantly declared, They really need to see what true prowess looks like. Watching Uncle Jiang's retreating figure, Lin Tian thought, these two uncles are really a breath of fresh air in the Night Watch. He couldn't help but wonder if they might have been involved with the underworld in the past. Jiang Ling stood at the bedroom door, suspiciously eyeing Jiang Qingwen. Her gaze shifted between her father's empty hands and the suddenly appeared person. Dad, where did you go so late? Her tone was filled with doubt. You went out empty-handed and came back with someone in less than 10 minutes. Did something happen in between? Jiang Chengwen instinctively glanced at the figure in his hands and quickly explained, Don't overthink it. Linger, your dad. Confess leniently, resist strictly. Jiang Ling interrupted, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Dad, you can't use your director's position to oppress people, can you? And if you messed up? Never mind, just turn yourself in, Dad. Jiang Chengwen was momentarily speechless and could only shake his head helplessly. He quickly walked into the bedroom, hanging the figure and his coat on the clothes rack. Then he took out his phone and dialed Wang Yangshi's number. Working late. What's up, old Jiang? Wang Yangshi's voice came through, accompanied by the sound of shuffling papers. It's about Xiao Tian, Jiang Chengwen said gravely. Still about Xiao Tian? Wang Yangshi's voice instantly rose. What outrageous thing has he done now? His pen fell onto the table with a clatter as he pondered Lin Tian's mission to eliminate the cult. The mission went smoothly. Jiang Chengwen paused, and considering the time. Old Jiang. Wang Yangshi took a deep breath. Let me guess. Is it possible that you're telling me Xiao Tian single-handedly took down the cult's apostle? See for yourself. Jiang Chengwen turned on the camera, pointing it at the plant-like figure hanging on the rack. Is that Shenyang? Wang Yangshi's pupils contracted, his voice low. The soul has been erased, leaving only a body. Wait, don't tell me I guessed right. You guessed right, Jiang Chengwen replied succinctly. The two fell into a long silence, only the faint sound of breathing passing through the phone. After a while, there was the click of a lighter from Wang Yangshi's end, followed by a deep inhale. That kid, he really keeps his word. Sigh, he's grown quite capable. Jiang Chengwen rubbed his temples, his tone filled with helplessness and concern. Xiao Tian is only 18. If he were like other awakened ones, he might still be interning, fighting low-level anomalies. But he wants to take on these responsibilities himself. Xiao Tian says this is the path he believes is right. Is that so? Wang Yangshi took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke. He recalled Lin Tian's words to him. To become the sword-bearer of this world, guarding the lights of countless homes. I didn't expect this day to come so soon, Wang Yangshi said with a bitter smile. What's wrong? Nothing. He shook his head, his tone suddenly teasing. How does it feel to stand at the pinnacle and criticize others without having done anything yourself? Feel good? Hell no. Jiang Chengwen slapped the table with a large hand, snorting. If it weren't for having to keep an eye on those things, the cult, I'd love to lead a team and wipe them out myself. Who wouldn't? Wang Yangshi empathized. Let's not dwell on that. We need to reflect, or we might end up with Xiao Tian standing in front of us. How would we save face then? Enough about that. Jiang Chengwen changed the subject. I'll send you this Shenyang tomorrow. Use it to show up those old guys. No problem, Wang Yangshi agreed. I'll hang up now. I still have a pile of documents to process. In a few days, I'll give myself a couple of days off to rest properly. Jiang Chengwen acknowledged and ended the call. In the capital, at the Night Watch Bureau headquarters, Wang Yangshi extinguished the cigarette, and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Tian, your growth is truly astonishing. Both he and Jiang Chengwen were geniuses honed through battle. They didn't advocate for nurturing talent in a greenhouse, as that leads nowhere. But seeing Lin Tian grow so rapidly, they felt both gratified and slightly worried. Lin Tian rubbed his temples and focused on the glowing computer screen. Instead of taking a break, he opened the USB drive given to him by Uncle Jiang and began to carefully examine the data inside. The first page introduced the concept of variance, and the concise yet clear text brought back memories of when he first became an awakened. Back then, his days were filled with battles against variants or traveling to the battlefield. He thought that was thrilling enough, but today he encountered something even more shocking: a confrontation with a cult apostle right out of the gate, leaving the apostle half dead. A fourth-tier awakened, with strength comparable to an 11 variant. Lin Tian marveled at this, being the first time he witnessed someone facing such a powerful opponent in their initial combat. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian continued reading the data on the screen. Abyssal variants, originating from creatures in the abyssal plane tainted by abyssal cells, he murmured. Their origins are mysterious, their forms twisted, and they come in many types. The data specifically listed an example of a variant known as the soul-eating shark. Lin Tian read on, learning that those appearing through rifts in Daxiao are typically below level. The more powerful variants usually reside in the lower layers of the abyss, some in slumber, others lying in wait. Suddenly, a historical record of the Night Watchers caught his attention. The data revealed that the highest level variant ever slain was in Slevel, resembling a massive octopus, nearly 100 meters in size, covered with sharp black fangs, codenamed Desoy. Lin Tian gasped, imagining the colossal creature's initial appearance, accompanied by an abyssal rift as tall as a building, nearly obliterating half a city. Fortunately, the core forces of the Night Watchers responded in time, severely wounding Desoy and ultimately killing it in the abyssal plane. Since then, like a wounded god retreating, a level and above variants rarely appear near the rifts, with most being below level. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Tian continued to browse the data. In recent years, the highest achievement of the Night Watchers was killing an 11 humanoid variant. The data thoughtfully included a reference image. The variant's body was covered in slime, grotesque and frenzied, with decaying wings on its back, hollow black eyes, and an appearance similar to a zombie. When Lin Tian saw the information of the slayers below the image, he was surprised. Wang Yangshi, Jiang Chengwen. Wasn't that Uncle Jiang and Uncle Wang? He noticed these names were highlighted with red circles and exclamation marks, secretly admiring the strength of his elders. Turning to the next page, Lin Tian began to learn about the origin of the abyss. The abyssal plane descended upon Blue Planet a century ago without warning, primarily composed of black abyss gravel and slagstone walls, impervious to destruction. The abyssal plane is shrouded in darkness, with nothing illuminated by light. With the founding of the Night Watchers, generations of awakened began exploring the abyssal plane. 40 years ago, they brought out the first forbidden item from a treasure chest on the first layer of the abyssal plane. Through a century of exploration, the Night Watchers gradually mapped out the general situation within the abyssal plane. Lin Tian carefully read this information. Numerous treasure chests made of obsidian exist within the abyssal plane. Although it's unknown who created and placed them, forbidden items and some resource materials are obtained from these chests. Currently, 6 layers of the abyssal plane are known, but this doesn't mean there are only 6 layers. Even the strongest 7th-tier awakened can only explore up to the 6th layer. Beyond that, their bodies reach their limits. Lin Tian couldn't help but gasp, imagining the scene described by the awakened at the 6th layer. Almost no light visible, with every variant around seeming like a giant, each estimated to be at least a level. More astonishingly, while the abyss is rich in oxygen, the air is also filled with a large number of abyssal cells. Once inhaled by an ordinary person, they become infected, leading to confusion at best or death and transformation into a variant at worst. Even awakened cannot fully resist the damage caused by abyssal cells. Lin Tian continued reading, discovering that the data used gaming terms to vividly describe the abyss's impact on humans. An ordinary person entering the first layer loses 10 health points and 3 sanity points per second. An awakened loses 3 health points and 0.5 sanity points per second. When sanity points drop below 0, there's a high probability of becoming a variant. At this point, Lin Tian's understanding was completely overturned. While he had previously learned some information from Uncle Wang, many details were new to him, especially the fact that abyssal cell contamination could cause an awakened to fall and become a twisted variant covered in black spikes, like the one in the image, sent a chill down his spine. Lin Tian took a deep breath, realizing he was facing a world more dangerous and complex than he had imagined. He continued to focus on reading every word on the screen, determined to learn as much as possible about this mysterious and perilous abyssal plane. Lin Tian flipped through the documents handed to him by Uncle Jiang with a heavy heart. When he reached the section about abyssal cell contamination, a chill ran down his spine. Even superhumans, once their sanity value drops below zero, could become aberrations. This harsh reality made him ponder the origins of these creatures. His gaze lingered on the a-level humanoid aberration he had encountered earlier. Its wings puzzled him. Could it have once been a night watchman? Lin Tian shook his head, setting aside the thought for now, and continued to focus on the documents. Most of the 6 or 7 pages described the conditions of the abyssal plane. When he turned to the last page, a legend caught his attention. It was said that when the night watchman first ventured into the 6th layer, visibility was less than 2 meters. In such an environment, a 7th-tier awakened discovered a ghostly blue light deeper within, like the eyes of a creature, illuminating much of the abyss. Holding his breath, Lin Tian read on. The awakened claimed the light source was at least 2 kilometers below. Just as he was about to return, a sound like a dragon or a serpent echoed. By the glow of the massive eyes, he vaguely saw the abyss's deepest layer, a scene filled with countless grotesque monsters, some resembling tentacled worms and others like flying, jet-black human brains, all crawling around a creature similar to a dragon. Lin Tian felt a wave of dread. The night watchman speculated that the dragon-like creature might be the master of the entire abyssal plane. More unsettling was that after the awakened left the abyss, the abyssal cells within him began to divide uncontrollably. Even with the night watchman's full efforts to suppress it, they could barely prevent him from becoming an aberration, though his mental trauma was irreparable. Although some questioned the story's authenticity, even when Counselor Wang Yangshi personally descended to the 6th layer, he found nothing unusual. After finishing the document, Lin Tian felt a tingling at the back of his neck. The bizarre forms of these creatures were far more terrifying than the pink piglet he had encountered before. Closing the document, Lin Tian realized that was all the information available about the abyssal plane. The remaining part, compiled by Uncle Jiang, covered topics related to the cult. Though limited, the records about the apostles piqued his interest. Lin Tian continued reading intently, trying to glean more clues from the scarce information. Lin Tian shut down his computer, the scene of the last layer of the abyssal plane lingering in his mind. He had just learned some information about the 12 apostles. These apostles are named after the zodiac signs, and the one he encountered today corresponds to the sheep, with a demon sheep tattoo on the back of his hand. They possess awakened items and mental authority, with abilities including the manipulation of emotions, feelings, and even souls. To counter such mentally awakened individuals, methods include using strong mental power to resist or relying on sheer willpower to break free from control. Additionally, the Night Patrol is searching for other strategies. So far, besides the Sheep Apostle, 5 others are known. These thoughts swirled in Lin Tian's mind, preventing him from sleeping. Throughout the night, he practiced swordplay, as it was the only way to temporarily forget those unsettling images. At dawn, Lin Tian noticed a remarkable change. The reward from the system had shifted from sword energy to sword intent. This transformation was significant. While sword energy refines the body and muscles, sword intent directly enhances his understanding and mastery of the sword. After just over 400 swings, Lin Tian felt noticeable progress. The feeling of holding the sword was entirely different from the day before, and his understanding of it had deepened. He estimated that if he were to encounter the Sheep Apostle again, he could defeat him in under 3 minutes, his combat power now equivalent to 1.5 Sheep Apostles. After a quick shower, Lin Tian drank a cup of hot milk and changed into a loose sweatshirt, ready to go out. Although it was Wednesday, he had already called in sick to his homeroom teacher, citing a stomach ache. Just then, his phone rang. It was Gao Yuan. "Xiaodian, are you up?" Gao Yuan's voice came through the phone. "Just about to head downstairs," Lin Tian replied, instinctively reaching for the door, only to remember there was no door left at home. "All right, I'll be waiting downstairs," Gao Yuan said and hung up. Lin Tian walked out of the neighborhood and saw a low-key black sedan parked by the roadside. He opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. "What about Qingjia's car?" Lin Tian asked curiously. "The rental period ended, so I returned it," Gao Yuan explained. "This car is better, not so flashy. It's more reliable to drive your own car." Lin Tian was taken aback. "I thought that car was Qingjia's." Gao Yuan shook his head and laughed. "No way. We had a lot of missions to go on, so Xiaoqing rented a car to look good. It was due back this morning, so we returned it." Lin Tian suddenly understood. No wonder he was surprised when he saw that sports car yesterday. thinking the night patrol had such good benefits. In hindsight, this understated black sedan fits the night patrol style better. Let's go, shouted on. Gao Yuan started the car, a mysterious smile on his lips. As promised, to make up for that barbecue, I'm taking you to meet someone today. As Lin Tian adjusted the air-conditioned engine, it was over 30 degrees outside, and the car felt like a sauna hast. Is this person also a night patroller? Gao Yuan pondered for a moment, then replied, not exactly. Not exactly? Yes, not exactly, Gao Yuan nodded. The person is retired, due to injuries. Injured and retired, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Gao Yuan said mysteriously, you'll know when we get there. The two drove to a rundown neighborhood. Lin Tian looked around and saw a typical scene of an old community. Faded summer quilts were hung out to dry between the buildings, and various clothes were draped over the railings. Elderly people gathered in small groups under the shade of trees, some playing chess, others chatting, painting a picture of leisurely life. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, hey, isn't that Gao Yuan? Here to see old Hu. The voice belonged to Grandpa Lu, who was sitting in a rocking chair downstairs, waving a fan and warmly greeting them. You've been coming around less often. Where have you been? Gao Yuan rolled down the car window and smiled warmly. I've been handling some things lately. I'll bring you some tea next time, Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu waved dismissively. Go on, go on. Old Hu's been talking about you a lot these days. All right, Grandpa Lu, see you later, Gao Yuan replied as he slowly drove deeper into the community. Along the way, Lin Tian noticed that many of the elderly folks recognized Gao Yuan. They waved from a distance as the black car passed by, indicating Gao Yuan's popularity in the community. Reaching the innermost part of the neighborhood, Gao Yuan led Lin Tian up to the second floor. Just as Gao Yuan was about to take out his keys, the door opened slowly from the inside. Behind the rusty iron door stood an elderly man who had lost his right arm. Master, Gao Yuan greeted the man respectfully. Master, Lin Tian stood surprised beside them, not expecting that the person the captain brought him to meet was his master, someone he had never heard of before. The old man didn't respond to Gao Yuan's greeting, but instead looked down at Gao Yuan's empty hands with a hint of reproach in his voice. What's the matter? You're getting more and more unruly. Gao Yuan quickly explained, stepping aside to reveal Lin Tian behind him. Not at all. I brought someone to see you. Ungrateful brat. You have an ulterior motive, the old man muttered, his gaze shifting to Lin Tian. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and his tone became serious. Have you practiced swordsmanship? Lin Tian answered nervously. A little. A little. The old man's eyes flashed sharply. Your aura is as sharp as a blade. This doesn't seem like just a little. How long have you been using the sword? About 8 or 9 days, Lin Tian answered truthfully, as this was the real time since he awakened his abilities. 8 or 9 days. You must be joking, the old man waved his hand, explaining. I've wielded a sword before, and the aura you emanate. Well, even in 8 or 9 years, few could reach this level. Seeing this, Gao Yuan helped explain. Master, Shao Tian isn't lying. He became a night patrolman 9 days ago and awakened his abilities. He just got confirmed 2 days ago. You brat, you're asking for a beating. The old man glared at Gao Yuan and turned to walk back inside. Come in quickly, or the breeze will all escape. The two followed the old man into the house. Lin Tian quietly asked Gao Yuan, Captain, who is your master? Gao Yuan smiled. The gentleman who just went inside is one of the former 3 chief counselors of the Night Patrol Division, a 7th-tier awakened being, the sword enthusiast Hu Yuanfeng. Hearing the term sword enthusiast, Lin Tian's interest was piqued. What kind of person could earn such a title, especially as a 7th-tier awakened being? Gao Yuan continued, with a hint of regret in his voice. Unfortunately, 26 years ago, my master lost his arm saving a burden, and it happened to be his sword-wielding right hand. What kind of anomaly could harm a 7th-tier awakened being? Lin Tian asked curiously. N-level anomaly, codenamed Deizo, Gao Yuan answered succinctly, his tone tinged with gravity. Deisoi. Lin Tian was taken aback. Wasn't that the legendary octopus he read about in the records yesterday? He hadn't expected the elderly man before him, with his white hair, to be the veteran who once defeated its glass creature. Lin Tian sat on the sofa with Gao Yuan, cautiously observing the former Night Watch Council chairman, a pillar of Xia. Despite appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, the elderly man's posture was still upright, even taller than Gao Yuan by half a head. His face showed almost no wrinkles, with only his white hair hinting at his age. The old man picked up the remote control and switched to a comedy channel, seemingly indifferent to his visitors. After a long while, he finally spoke. Little fatty, get the guests something to drink. Sure thing, master, Gao Yuan replied, getting up and heading to the kitchen. Little fatty. Lin Tian couldn't help but glance at Gao Yuan, filled with curiosity. Noticing Lin Tian's interest, the old man chuckled. What's the matter, young man? Curious why he's called Little Fatty. Lin Tian shifted slightly, indicating he was all ears. Hu Yuanfeng laughed and explained. He was a chubby little boy I saved back in the day. Came out sniffling and begged me to take him as my disciple. Had no choice, so I did. As he spoke, he pulled out a yellowed photograph from a drawer. The picture showed a chubby little boy with a runny nose, holding an ice cream, eyes full of innocence. That's him, Hu Yuanfeng said, pointing at the photo. Lin Tian, after seeing the photo, opened his mouth wide in disbelief. His eyes darted between the busy Gao Yuan in the kitchen and the photo in Hu Yuanfeng's hand, marveling at the transformation. Just then, Gao Yuan came out of the kitchen with a tray. Seeing the photo in his master's hand, he complained, "Master, why are you showing my childhood photos? Aren't photos meant to be seen?" Hu Yuanfeng retorted, "You were cuter back then." He poured himself a cup of hot water and took a sip. Suddenly, Hu Yuanfeng frowned, finding the taste odd. He glared at Gao Yuan and exclaimed, "Damn it! Did you open that box of tea leaves in the cupboard?" "Yeah," Gao Yuan replied, clueless about the gravity of the situation. "Isn't it tea? So I opened it. There was only a little left. I was saving it for when Mrs. Jiang next door visits." Hu Yuanfeng scolded, "How much is left?" "None," Gao Yuan murmured. "Humph, well done, kid," Hu Yuanfeng said sarcastically, then forcefully opened a drawer with his left hand. "Look, here's a photo of him wetting the bed and showing off his little bull on the bed." "Wait, master, I was wrong." Gao Yuan's face turned pale as he rushed to stop him. "Master, we've known each other for over 20 years, don't go all out. You drank the tea I saved for wooing the ladies. You traitor." Hu Yuanfeng pretended to show the photo to Lin Tian. "Here, young man. This is your captain." "No, master." Gao Yuan jumped anxiously. "Don't stop me. If you do, be careful, I might not hold back and use my left hand on you." 2 boxes of premium Longjing tea. Gao Yuan shouted in desperation. "Ah, my good disciple, how could I harm you?" Hu Yuanfeng's demeanor softened, smiling with squinted eyes. "What photo? My memory's failing. I almost forgot. You had no little bull." "Huh." Gao Yuan looked confused. "I misspoke. I meant my left hand can't hold a sword anymore," Hu Yuanfeng explained. "Still, no little bull, right?" Gao Yuan stepped back 2 paces, eyes fixed on Hu Yuanfeng's left hand, hesitant to speak. "No joke, I really can't lift it." Hu Yuanfeng's tone turned serious, as if recounting a past he preferred not to revisit. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Gao Yuan stared blankly at the empty sleeve, his heart swirling with complex emotions. His master could have been a shining hero, admired by all, but now he had lost the ability to wield a sword because of him. Just as Gao Yuan was drowning in guilt, Hu Yuanfeng broke the silence. "Master," Gao Yuan began, but Hu Yuanfeng interrupted him. "Oh, forget it." Hu Yuanfeng spat on his hand, casually wiped it on his head, and said in a relaxed tone, "It's no big deal. You're a night watchman now, so what? Do you still want to be that little kid who cried if you didn't get candy? Your team is right here. You might not care about your dignity, but I do." He paused and continued. "Besides, what's so great about being a night watchman? It's a job for young people like you. I'm tired of it. I've been doing it for half my life and haven't gained anything from it." Though Hu Yuanfeng's tone was stern, his eyes were full of warmth. Gao Yuan was about to speak, but his master interrupted again. "Ah, you're really never mind." Hu Yuanfeng reprimanded, then changed the subject. "Didn't you say this young man also uses a sword? Let me take a look and see if I can offer some guidance." Gao Yuan knew the purpose of their visit and collected himself, stepping aside to make way. "Master, this is Lin Tian, the top genius of Xia." "The top genius?" Hu Yuanfeng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, just how talented is he?" Without hesitation, Gao Yuan replied. "More talented than the current speaker Wang and director Jiang." "Stronger than those 2 youngsters?" Hu Yuanfeng was a bit surprised, a glint of reminiscence in his eyes. He pressed further. "So you're saying he's stronger than them?" "Much stronger," Gao Yuan added. "Master, have you ever seen someone become an awakened in less than 9 days and already be as strong as an ordinary tier 3 awakened?" Hu Yuanfeng's clouded eyes seemed to flicker at this. As a fellow swordsman and a fellow genius, he seemed to see a reflection of his younger self. Memories surged back, recalling his own journey of leaving home to follow the night watchman, becoming an awakened swordsman, practicing day and night, and even being called a sword fanatic. The memories abruptly ended, and Hu Yuanfeng returned to reality, pausing before saying, "Little fatty, just sit here. Lin Tian and I will go practice in the kitchen." "Practice in the kitchen?" Gao Yuan asked, puzzled. "The kitchen's big enough," Hu Yuanfeng replied succinctly. The 2 of them walked to the kitchen, where Hu Yuanfeng shut the door firmly. He turned to Lin Tian, his tone becoming serious. "It's just the 2 of us now. When practicing swordsmanship, I prefer peace, no outsiders, at least that's how it used to be." He looked at Lin Tian with a smile tinged with self-mockery. Lin Tian responded earnestly, "Senior, whose habits are much like mine." In the kitchen, the 2 generations of swordsmen were about to engage in a unique exchange, the air filled with a mix of tension and anticipation. "Forget about calling me elder or senior. I'm just an old man now, nothing more than this old house." Just call me Old Hu. Hu Yuanfeng waved his hand dismissively. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened in the dim light. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. Senior Hu. You kid. Well, never mind. Hu Yuanfeng leaned forward slightly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Where's your sword? Without hesitation, Lin Tian pulled out a wooden sword from the bandages wrapped around his arm. Here it is, he said, laying the wooden sword flat on his palm. A wooden sword? Hu Yuanfeng raised his eyebrows, intrigued. This is my awakening object, Lin Tian explained, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Hu Yuanfeng's eyes widened slightly. A sword as an awakening object, that's truly rare. His gaze lingered on the wooden sword, a flicker of envy in his eyes. A sword. I used to dream of having my awakening object become a sword. Even a paper sword would do, but it turned out to be a different kind of ability. He murmured to himself, then quickly looked up, eyes filled with anticipation. Swing it. I can sense you have a natural affinity for the sword. You're a promising talent. Lin Tian nodded in agreement, and then swung what seemed to be a simple strike. Yet, to Hu Yuanfeng, who was once obsessed with swords, it was different. He stood up abruptly, his voice trembling with excitement. Sword intent? Is this sword intent? You really have a knack for it. Comprehending sword intent. Lin Tian was equally surprised. He had only infused a faint touch of sword intent at the tip, yet the other could detect it so swiftly. As expected of a sword enthusiast, his mastery of swordsmanship might surpass his own. Hu Yuanfeng, as if discovering a rare treasure, eagerly asked, at such a young age, you've comprehended such sword intent. May I ask, does this sword intent have a name? Lin Tian sheathed the wooden sword and calmly replied, this sword intent is called Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao. Hu Yuanfeng nodded slightly. That's truly a profound sword intent. You're incredibly talented, no, a prodigy, to grasp such deep sword intent at such a young age. His eyes revealed longing and regret. It's just a pity that I can't wield a sword anymore. Lin Tian frowned, puzzled, and asked, Senior Hu, you're revered as the summer sword enthusiast. Why can't you wield a sword? Is it because you lost your right hand? As fellow sword users, there seemed to be an unspoken bond, allowing them to speak openly regardless of age. It's not just that I can't wield a sword. Hu Yuanfeng smiled bitterly, picking up a kitchen knife with his left hand. As soon as he touched it, his left hand trembled uncontrollably, his breathing became erratic. Only after setting down the knife did the symptoms gradually subside. See, I can't hold anything, Hu Yuanfeng said helplessly. Otherwise, why would I know Aunt Jiang next door? I didn't even dare to tell Xiaopeng about this. A faint smile appeared on his face. Because you use a sword, I feel like I've found a confidant, someone I can open up to without fear of being laughed at. Lin Tian respectfully said. How could that be? Meeting a senior sword enthusiast is an honor for me. Why don't we have a good chat about the sword today? He keenly sensed the knot in the other's heart, hoping that if it could be untied, he might once again wield a sword in his later years, fulfilling a long-held wish. Ha ha. All right. Hu Yuanfeng nodded repeatedly, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let's have a good chat. The atmosphere between them instantly became intimate, like old friends reuniting after years apart. Hu Yuanfeng pondered for a moment, his gaze passing through the small window to look at Gao Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa, still feeling guilty. Have you ever learned about your captain? Yuan Ge? Yes, that's the chubby little guy. Hu Yuanfeng's gaze seemed to travel through time, back to when he was a sword fanatic. His voice was deep and resonant. It was him who made me, a man who once lived for the sword, feel the weight of concern for the first time. It was a day when disaster struck. An glass creature, Deity, emerged from a rift, plunging the entire city into panic and tearing families apart. Hu Yuanfeng wielded his sword alone, severely wounding Deity. However, this formidable opponent did not concede defeat, and instead abducted a large group of civilians, attempting to escape back to the abyssal plane through the rift. During the pursuit, Hu Yuanfeng managed to rescue most of the hostages, leaving only one behind. Lin Tian chimed in. Was that person the captain? Yes, it was your captain, Hu Yuanfeng confirmed with a nod. But back then, he was just a little chubby kid who couldn't even reach my legs. His gaze turned profound, as if he were once again seeing the child who seemed as small as a grain of rice compared to the creature. Lin Tian stood quietly, transformed into an attentive listener. Hu Yuanfeng continued his recollection. In the end, Deity retreated into the abyssal plane. At this point, his emotions visibly fluctuated. People around me were shouting, telling me not to go in, saying it wasn't worth risking for a child. Those who were saved pleaded with me to stay, but the only one who was captured, that little chubby kid, cried and begged me to leave him. There was a subtle tremor in Hu Yuanfeng's voice. I was already a seventh-tier awakener and couldn't have misheard. That little chubby kid was begging me not to go in, saying I was a hero and should save more people. As he spoke, Hu Yuanfeng suddenly laughed, a slight wrinkle appearing on his resolute face. At that moment, I dashed into the abyssal plane. Not just because it was my duty as a night watcher, but because I was moved by what that little chubby kid said before being taken. In the abyssal plane, Desoi's injuries healed quickly, but my strength was severely limited due to the abyssal cells. Hu Yuanfeng's tone grew heavy. You know, ordinary people entering the abyssal plane, even the first layer, would have their minds and bodies rapidly eroded by the abyssal cells. But that little chubby kid held on until the brink of the second layer. Hu Yuanfeng looked down at his empty right sleeve, yet his face showed no sign of defeat. There, I sacrificed my right hand to save that little chubby kid. I thought he wouldn't make it, and kept encouraging him, trying to shield him with my sword intent to prevent the invasive cells from taking over. His voice suddenly softened. Who would have thought, after being saved, he didn't thank me but cried and apologized, begging me to withdraw my sword intent and leave him alone. Hearing this, Lin Tian's emotions also grew complicated. He had only heard the outline of the story before, but now he truly grasped its depth. Senior Hu, do you regret it? Lin Tian asked with utmost seriousness. Regret? Never. Hu Yuanfeng shook his head firmly and continued. After we came out, people saw my missing right hand, and instead of cheering, they started accusing both me and the little chubby kid. Some said I was selfish for sacrificing the greater good for the small, that I ruined my future for a child. Hu Yuanfeng seemed indifferent to these accusations, as if he had long forgotten the pain of losing his right arm. But more people pointed fingers at the little chubby kid, saying he destroyed the Great Xia's sword fanatic. His tone suddenly became pained. No one noticed that the little chubby kid already had an excess of abyssal cells in his body, with even his spirit showing signs of fractures. Hu Yuanfeng clenched his fist, a flicker of determination in his eyes. I took him to my place. There, he held onto me tightly, repeatedly apologizing, while I simply recited the duties of a night watchman. In that moment, he smiled. He was only 4 years old, but his young face broke into a determined smile. With a voice both tender and resolute, he said, Uncle, don't worry. I won't die, and I won't let your efforts go to waste. Once I'm better, I want to become a night watchman too, a hero like you. This way, others won't have to worry about me, and I can use my strength to protect others. Hearing these words, Hu Yuanfeng was taken aback. He thought, this is just a 4-year-old child. At this age, other children are still running around in bibs, yet he has already burdened himself with countless responsibilities. After that day, due to the injury in his right hand, Hu Yuanfeng resigned from his position as chairman. He donated all his savings to the city destroyed by Desoi and brought Xiaopeng here. As Hu Yuanfeng glanced around the modest house, memories flooded back. This was where Gao Yuan grew up. Xiaopeng worked hard, but fate seemed not to favor him. He had no talent for swordsmanship, and after years, he showed no progress. When Hu Yuanfeng thought of this, a kind smile appeared on his face. He knew that Xiaopeng was not clumsy. In fact, he was more diligent than anyone else. The boy was even more obsessed, more passionate than Hu Yuanfeng had been, all to make up for the loss of his right hand. What Xiaopeng didn't know was that Hu Yuanfeng never blamed him, not once. At that moment, Hu Yuanfeng realized his obsession with the sword had faded, and this chubby boy seemed to have become more important than the sword. Xiaopeng was amusing, often crying, but always in secret. He didn't want Hu Yuanfeng to know that he cried because the blisters from practicing with the sword had broken and hurt terribly. Years passed, and Hu Yuanfeng was no longer the renowned sword enthusiast of the Great Xia, his left hand unable to lift the sword. But Xiaopeng had become a night watchman. Thinking of this, a sense of contentment filled Hu Yuanfeng's eyes. He felt it was enough, but Xiaopeng seemed to think otherwise. Xiaopeng had zero talent for wielding a sword, but during the test, his talent was marked in red. Everyone knew he was a genius, except for him. Hu Yuanfeng's right hand seemed to be a knot in Xiaopeng's heart, growing heavier over time, which was why he was stuck at the 3rd level. Hu Yuanfeng paused here and didn't continue. Lin Tian, through this story, understood the real Gao Yuan. He suddenly recalled the word burden Gao Yuan used when introducing Hu Yuanfeng's defeat of Desoi, which inexplicably felt a bit poignant. Hu Yuanfeng sighed and continued. Over the years, I've told him countless times that I don't blame him, not in the past, and not in the future. He snorted and cursed. The kid just doesn't believe me, no matter what I say. He finished speaking and turned his gaze to Lin Tian, his tone softening. I've told you so much, it's a kind of confession. After all, I can't let you come all this way for nothing. Hu Yuanfeng grinned and reminded him. We walk different paths, and I'm no longer a sword enthusiast. What I can teach you is minimal. I may not be able to wield a sword, but I can still hold a branch. With that, Hu Yuanfeng stood up, opened the kitchen door, walked to the windowsill, and snapped off a branch. He turned to Lin Tian and said, Young man, watch closely. I'll make one swing, and how much you can comprehend is up to you. He picked up the branch with difficulty and slowly swung it down. Lin Tian watched intently as the branch descended. This swing carried a multitude of emotions, and the branch fell slowly, as if it were Hu Yuanfeng's last farewell to the sword. Lin Tian had a sudden realization. He understood that Hu Yuanfeng's words were not just about Captain Gao Yuan's story, but also about himself. He had personally laid down the sword, and the obsession in his heart had long faded. The man who once considered the sword his life now had something more important. How could he pick up the sword again? But as long as it was worth it for the other person, that was enough. In that moment, Lin Tian gained enlightenment from Hu Yuanfeng's experience as a sword enthusiast. The system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the sword art of time. Lin Tian stared blankly at Hu Yuanfeng, as if that swing of the sword had left an invisible mark in the air. It was more than a simple movement. It was a glimpse into the glorious past of the sword fanatic. Once upon a time, Hu Yuanfeng was renowned for his swordsmanship, but now he had become a retired old man who struggled to even lift a branch. To Lin Tian, the falling branch seemed to stretch out in time, yet to others, it was only a fleeting moment. With a soft thud, the branch hit the ground, and the wrinkles on Hu Yuanfeng's face seemed to deepen. Forcing a wry smile, he said self-deprecatingly, "That was quite a poor show, wasn't it?" Before he finished speaking, Gao Yuan, standing nearby, was already in tears. The usually gentle captain of the night patrol could no longer contain his sorrow. Tears streamed down his face like broken beads. He wished that swing of the sword had been slower, not so swift. At that moment, he was no longer the composed night patrol captain Gao Yuan, but had reverted to the snot-nosed little Gao Xiaoping, who once followed the sword fanatic around. Gao Yuan wiped his tears with his sleeve, his eyes trembling as he looked at Hu Yuanfeng. The latter sighed helplessly and said, "Why cry? What's there to cry about? It's just an arm. Besides, I've long been tired of the night patrol job." Lin Tian stood by, understanding the meaning behind Hu Yuanfeng's words. The old man continued earnestly, "I've spent most of my life working, and in the end, I'm just a retired old man living here. These are things for you young people to do. Gao Yuan, I don't want you to accomplish anything because of me. You just need to do what you should, without guilt or remorse. Everything is my own choice." The two walked out of the community and silently got into the car. Gao Yuan took out a cigarette, hesitated for a moment, then put it down. He turned to Lin Tian, his voice low. "Xiao Tian, do you think it's my fault that my master can't wield a sword anymore? That he's gone from being a sword fanatic to an old man who can't take care of himself?" Lin Tian looked out the window, vaguely seeing Hu Yuanfeng's figure silently watching from the depths of the community. He turned back and softly said, "Captain, Hu Senior never blamed you. It's all his choice. He put down the sword, making you his only concern." As the car drove away, the old man turned and went back inside. Alone, Hu Yuanfeng hummed a tune leisurely and walked towards an old wardrobe with a rich patina. He opened the wardrobe, revealing a wooden box inside, surrounded by emptiness, as if the wardrobe had been made solely for it. Hu Yuanfeng gazed at the wooden box with a complex expression. Inside lay everything he once was. He reached out to touch it, but his hand paused midair, as if silently speaking. Finally, he withdrew his hand and gently closed the wardrobe door. He moved to the sofa, picked up the teapot, and drank the hot tea in one go. With the passage of time, those once brilliant memories had become the past. And he, too, had found peace. Back at home, Lin Tian picked up his sword again, gaining new insights. The system informed him that he had comprehended this sword of time, an inspiration he received from the sword fanatic, Hu Yuanfeng. Lin Tian walked to the balcony, where the smooth tiles were covered with countless scratches, starkly telling the tale of his thousands of swings. He picked up the wooden sword, lifted it, and swung it down. This swing was not just a simple action, but a narrative of the sword fanatic's life. How he picked up the sword, and when he finally put it down, the sword rose and fell in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian gazed at the wooden sword in his hand, feeling the profound essence it held. Though it was difficult to fully comprehend at the moment, he was not discouraged, instead viewing it as a test. He understood, while that merely mastering the sword techniques was far from enough. The real challenge was to infuse each strike with soul. With each swing of the sword, Lin Tian's understanding of the sword's intent grew. He lost himself in practice, entirely oblivious to the passage of time. When he finally snapped back to reality, he realized he had swung the sword 2,042 times. Night had long fallen, yet he felt no fatigue. Attempting the timeless sword technique once more, Lin Tian found himself unable to reach Hu Yuanfeng's level of detachment from time. He had grasped the form of the moves, but the essence was still missing. 7 days slipped by quietly. Lin Tian's eyes now held a hint of world weariness, as if he had truly undergone the baptism of time. He sheathed his sword and looked around. The floor tiles were covered with scratches, most of them shattered. Returning to his bedroom, Lin Tian picked up his phone to check the time, only to be shocked by the date on the screen. What the heck? 7 days. He stared in disbelief, realizing he had unknowingly practiced swordplay for a full week without noticing. Although time had passed more quickly than he anticipated, Lin Tian gained tremendous insights. The once obscure timeless sword technique had now been largely mastered by him. The sense of transcending time was something he could now skillfully wield. During these 7 days, it was as if Lin Tian was trapped in a temporal layer, with everything around him moving in slow motion. When he emerged from this state, his mastery of the timeless sword technique had reached a significant level. Moreover, his overall swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds. Lin Tian raised his hand to summon the panel, discovering he had swung his sword a total of 6,240 times. Over the course of 7 days, he had unconsciously completed nearly 4,000 swings. No wonder the tiles around him were in ruins when he awoke. The accumulation of over 6,000 sword intents had refined Lin Tian's swordsmanship to a masterful level. His ability to comprehend the sword seemed to have undergone a qualitative leap. Lin Tian even had the illusion that if he encountered a similar sword technique again, he might grasp its essence in just 10 minutes. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Lin Tian." It was Jiang Ling, standing outside the door. 8 days had passed, and Lin Tian had mysteriously vanished for 7 of them. Since he had last taught Jiang Ling swordplay, he had been completely out of touch. No phone calls, no messages, not even a trace at home. Seeing Lin Tian emerge from the room, Jiang Ling was momentarily stunned, then somewhat angry as she questioned, "Where have you been these days?" "Just at home," Lin Tian replied truthfully. "You're lying." Jiang Ling didn't believe him. "I just went to your house a few days ago, and there was no one there." "Really? I was at home." Lin Tian pointed towards his bedroom, explaining, "I was on the balcony the whole time and didn't come out." Who could stay in one place for 7 days straight? Jiang Ling crossed her arms, skeptically staring at Lin Tian. "Me?" Lin Tian chuckled. "I suddenly got inspired, took my sword, and went in to meditate. When I snapped out of it, it was now." "Meditate?" Jiang Ling's attitude softened a bit. She hadn't noticed the balcony before, as no one would expect someone to stay there for 7 days. "I grasped a really impressive sword move," Lin Tian said with a proud smile. "Acknowledge me as your big brother, and I'll have your back from now on." "Get out of here." Jiang Ling gave Lin Tian a sidelong glance, replying with irritation. "Anyway, since you're back, there's a gathering planned in a few days before military training starts. It's today? Are you in? Time remaining until the gods awaken. 5 days. Party?" Lin Tian glanced at Jiang Ling, noticing her simple school uniform with no sign of party attire. "Aren't you going?" Lin Tian asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Jiang Ling glared at him and stomped on his foot, her tone filled with reproach. "You've been missing for 7 days. How could I have the heart for a party? They did invite me, but I haven't replied yet. If you're going, we can go together." I'm fine with whatever." Lin Tian scratched his head, casually throwing on a t-shirt as he got ready to leave. "Let's go." "Hold on." Jiang Ling grabbed Lin Tian and dragged him to her front door. "Come in. I need to get ready." "Huh? Maybe I should just wait." Lin Tian hesitated, eyeing Jiang Ling's house with a bit of apprehension. Jiang Ling seemed to read his mind and reassured him. "Come on in. My dad went back to the office yesterday and won't be home for 4 or 5 days. You should have said so earlier." Hearing this, Lin Tian's confidence surged, and he swaggered in like it was his own place, comfortably settling on the couch. Jiang Ling shot him a glance before dashing into her bedroom. "I'm changing. Don't come in." "What?" Lin Tian pretended not to hear, leaning closer to the door. "Can you repeat that?" Click. The door was locked. "Seriously? Locking the door that fast? What does that mean?" Lin Tian muttered. "Whatever happened to basic trust? Do I look like someone who'd open your door? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Behave and wait outside." Jiang Ling's voice came from the bedroom. "Got it." Lin Tian leaned back on the couch, bored, and started scrolling through his phone. As soon as he opened a short video app, he was startled by the content. Checking the uploader's IP, he saw it was from the neighboring city of Linshui. The video showed dozens of abyssal cracks appearing in the city center, the sky gray and shrouded with black lightning hidden in the clouds, resembling the apocalypse. Several dozen night patrollers guarded the cracks, but some creatures still broke through. Screams echoed as people fled, surging like a tide. The video was posted yesterday morning. Looking up at the sky over Tian, everything seemed peaceful. But Lin Tian knew this was just the calm before the storm. The gods' awakening was 5 days away, and these cracks were merely a precursor. The real disaster was yet to come. Click. The bedroom door opened. Jiang Ling stepped out in a white dress, wearing chic high-heeled sandals, her face lightly made up, with a pale blue gemstone necklace accentuating her fair skin. Her pure and elegant beauty was the kind that many would remember as their youthful ideal. Lin Tian's gaze lingered on Jiang Ling, speechless for a while. Noticing his stare, Jiang Ling blushed, unsure of what to say. "Well," Lin Tian said after a moment, stroking his chin, "you've gained weight. Get lost." Jiang Ling shot him a fierce glare and stormed ahead. "Hurry up. Have you been secretly eating burgers these days?" Lin Tian teased. "Shut up. Or sweet potatoes?" A vein popped on Jiang Ling's forehead. "Let's go already." In Baleve Park, passing men couldn't help but turn their heads. Even the elderly paused, captivated by the graceful figure in the white dress. As the saying goes, men remain boys at heart till the end. Honestly, in the past, her looks could have made him willingly hand over his property deed. But not anymore. Why? Because that deed had long been swindled away. For a while, Jiang Ling's presence became a temporary highlight in the park. But when they noticed a teenager in a white t-shirt walking alongside her, their expressions turned hostile. They silently cursed in their hearts. What is the world coming to? How can someone in a $9 shirt from an online store be on a date with such a pure-looking girl? This isn't like what we see in short videos at all. The crowd watched as the pair, chatting and laughing, gradually disappeared into the distance, each face displaying a look of utter disbelief. They couldn't comprehend this seemingly mismatched couple, feeling puzzled and somewhat resentful. Jiang Ling and Lin Tian arrived at a square in the park, which was their prearranged meeting spot. Lin Tian glanced at his phone and saw they were right on time. A small group had already gathered in the square, both men and women, each with impressive appearances. Jiang Ling's here. Someone with sharp eyes noticed her arrival first and greeted her warmly. Their attention then shifted to Lin Tian, standing beside Jiang Ling, and many faces showed surprise. Wow, isn't this the famous Lin Tian? Someone joked. With that, everyone recalled the incident from a week ago on the school field that had caused a stir across campus. At that time, even with the director leading a search, Lin Tian was nowhere to be found. Yet here he was, standing casually in front of them. Oh wow, so you're Lin Tian. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Long Mingzhi from Class 1, said a bespectacled, scholarly-looking boy, stepping forward to shake hands, his tone tinged with excitement. He had only seen Lin Tian from afar in class and hadn't expected to meet him up close today. Long Mingzhi turned to Jiang Ling and curiously asked, Jiang Ling, do you know Lin Tian? Jiang Ling admitted openly, we've known each other for a long time. He was bored at home, so I invited him out. You got him out of the house? Long Mingzhi asked casually. We're neighbors, Jiang Ling explained simply. Ah, I see. Long Mingzhi nodded, a thoughtful look crossing his face. So you two are? Before Jiang Ling could respond, Lin Tian patted his chest confidently and said, Yep, exactly what you're thinking. He then gave Long Mingzhi a knowing look, as if to say, You get it, right? What? Long Mingzhi's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Lin Tian again, as if confirming whether he was joking. Lin Tian nodded solemnly, confirming his suspicion. Really? I didn't expect that, but you're only in high school, Long Mingzhi whispered, shocked. So what if we're in high school? It's quite free now, Lin Tian shrugged, looking nonchalant. What? What are you guys talking about? Jiang Ling, who had been checking her phone, hadn't caught their conversation. Nothing, Long Mingzhi swallowed, looking at Jiang Ling with a wry smile. I just didn't expect. You guys have a master-servant relationship. Both Lin Tian and Jiang Ling were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. A master-servant relationship? Are you serious? Lin Tian snapped back, shocked. He thought, how many artsy anime movies do you have to watch to come up with something like that? What master-servant relationship? Jiang Ling's face turned beet red, and she pinched Lin Tian hard, hurriedly clarifying. Don't listen to his nonsense. We're just neighbors. Yeah, Lin Tian nodded seriously, adding, the kind where you can just walk into each other's homes. Long Mingzhi listened, his face full of confusion. So what's the deal with you two now? Long Mingzhi felt like his brain was about to overheat, unable to believe the scene before him. Even though he was also a high school student, the boldest thing he'd ever done was secretly wear a little dress at home and make some gadgets. But the relationship between these two classmates seemed far beyond his understanding. Lin Tian and Jiang Ling exchanged a knowing glance, their lips curling up slightly. Years of friendship allowed them to communicate without words. Close neighbors. Fiancé. They replied in unison, a hint of teasing in their voices. Long Mingzhi's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, as if the answer had completely overwhelmed him. Jiang Ling raised her chin triumphantly. See, we're in sync. You silly. Lin Tian suddenly turned serious. Don't worry, I'll try my best. His gaze was firmly fixed on Jiang Ling, as if making an important promise. Sensing Lin Tian's sincere eyes, Jiang Ling subconsciously bit her lip, feeling a twinge of hesitation about continuing to deny their relationship. Just then, Lin Tian added, I'll try to make sure Uncle Jiang goes easy on me. He looked earnest, as if this was the perfect addition. Jiang Ling and Long Mingzhi were both stunned, unsure how to respond. After this little episode, Lin Tian and Jiang Ling became the focus of discussion at the gathering. Jiang Ling's friend Lu Yaoyao approached with a cheeky smile. Wow, Jiang, when did you two get together? No, we didn't. Jiang Ling shook her head repeatedly, trying to deny it. Then why are you two sticking together now? Lu Yaoyao said with a meaningful look. The teasing around them grew louder, and Jiang Ling felt her head spinning, her heart racing uncontrollably. In contrast, Lin Tian seemed much more at ease, his hands behind his head, casually following along with Jiang Ling at the back of the group. In fact, Lin Tian's main reason for attending the gathering was to get a free meal. He planned to eat a little and then leave since he hadn't had anything to eat for a whole week. If not for the extraordinary physique of an awakened, he might have fainted from hunger. Hey everyone, it's still early, not time for dinner yet, the lead classmate Bai Feng shouted. Is there anywhere special you all want to go together? As the organizer of the gathering, Bai Feng was known as the rich young master of Tian No. 1 High School. He was kind-hearted, donating to disaster areas every year, and was well loved by the students. Hearing Bai Feng's suggestion, everyone started throwing out ideas. How about the internet cafe? 13 people playing Minecraft is super cool. How about the amusement park? The city just opened a new one, and the facilities are great. Oh, and it has the hottest couples check-in spot too, Lu Yaoyao said, looking directly at Jiang Ling, the implication clear. After hearing a few ideas, Bai Feng noticed Lin Tian quietly following at the back. He walked over, smiling. Lin, I see you've been quiet back there. Don't be shy. We're all classmates. Thanks, Lin Tian replied politely. Nothing to thank me for, Bai Feng continued. We haven't decided yet. Why don't you suggest something? Me? Lin Tian pointed at himself and casually said, I'm just here for the free food. Everyone froze, disbelief written on their faces. Someone couldn't help but mutter, seriously? Just saying it like that? While they all knew that with Bai Feng around, they wouldn't need to pay, Lin Tian's bluntness made them uncomfortable. Why come if you're just here for a free ride? Someone scoffed from the crowd, their tone full of disdain. Yeah, acting like we're not spending money, another voice chimed in. I never expected Jiang Ling to associate with someone like that. Truancy really sets people apart. Lin Tian's actions sparked a flurry of discussions among the classmates, filled with disdain for skipping classes and concern for Lin Tian's future. Who's stopping him from skipping? Let him go on. He'll ruin his future, and then what's he going to do? Scrounge for food every day? One classmate sneered. Scrounge for food? Where's he going to scrounge from? I bet he'll just end up as a street thug, living off scraps. Another classmate chimed in, dripping with contempt. However, behind all this talk was a hidden truth. Many among them shared the same mindset as Lin Tian. Thanks to Bai Feng, they only needed to cover the travel expenses to join this activity, with the rest of the costs being negligible. This was the stark reality. Bai Feng listened to Lin Tian's candid words with a smile. He didn't mind Lin Tian's honesty. In fact, he found it refreshing. Having grown up in a wealthy family, he was long tired of insincere flattery. This Lin brother is really straightforward, Bai Feng laughed, giving Lin Tian a couple of pats on the back. Let's eat to our heart's content today, it's on me. Then I won't hold back, Lin Tian replied cheerfully. This afternoon, eat to your fill, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. With that, Lin Tian fell silent and continued following the group. After Bai Feng left, Jiang Ling sidled up to Lin Tian and whispered, Why did you say that? Because I'm here for the free meal, Lin Tian replied frankly. Jiang Ling said angrily. They're talking about you behind your back, saying awful things. You skipping classes. All right, Lin Tian interrupted. Let them say what they want. Being a night watchman isn't something to boast about. But, no buts. Lin Tian stretched his neck and stopped talking. He stole a glance at Jiang Ling's angry face and smiled to himself, thinking, if there's anything to brag about, it'll be when I slay a god. After this incident, Lin Tian's reputation among the students plummeted. The chatter was relentless. He'll end up doing manual labor. How can he say something like that? I heard his family is poor, no parents, raised by an uncle. No parents? No wonder he has no manners. If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll regret it when you're old. People like him aren't worth our sympathy. He probably won't even have kids in the future. Jiang Ling listened to these comments from the back of the group, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. Not responsible for his future? No prospects? How ironic. If the identity of a night watchman could be made public, Jiang Ling would love to tell those who spoke such words. They do have a future that is the very safety and peace of countless families they protect. From the moment someone becomes a night watchman, their life is largely spent battling otherworldly creatures. Many fight, and even sacrifice their lives for this cause. The tranquility we enjoy now is because someone else bears the burden. Without the countless night watchmen burning themselves out to light up the dark night, the Great Xia might have long been overrun by these creatures. Jiang Ling looked at Lin Tian, who shook his head silently, and felt a complex mix of emotions. She too aspired to become a night watchman. When that time comes, will she also have to shoulder this responsibility, even if it goes unrecognized by the world? After spending the entire morning having fun, the sky gradually shifted to dusk. The group followed Bai Feng to a luxurious mall in the center of Tian City. This was a high-end shopping area where even a single item could easily cost thousands. Bai Feng had reserved a private room on the 4th floor, filled with a wide array of gourmet dishes. As they stepped into the mall's main hall, the circular architecture and dazzling gemstone chandeliers immediately caught everyone's attention. Many students, visiting such a place for the first time, gazed around with awe and curiosity. Someone whispered, No wonder young Master Bai chose this place for a gathering. Another student, worriedly feeling his pockets, said, I came here with my family for barbecue once, and it cost over 2,000 just to feel half full. I hope I brought enough money. Bai Feng skillfully led the group to the fourth floor. A sharply dressed manager quickly approached them and warmly said, "Your reserved room is at the very end. Please follow me." He gestured for them to follow, leading them to a well-equipped room. As the door swung open, everyone gasped. The room was equipped with karaoke facilities, a swimming pool, and a dining area, far surpassing their expectations of luxury. "Wow, is this the world of the wealthy? A room on the fourth floor with a swimming pool," someone exclaimed. Another student murmured, "Renting this place for a day must cost tens of thousands. I only have 500 on me." A classmate beside him chuckled wryly. 500 is a lot. I just have 300. Bai Feng surveyed the group with a confident smile and said, "I organized this gathering, so don't worry about the expenses. Enjoy yourselves. If you want to swim after dinner, there are brand new swimsuits inside." This statement seemed to flip a switch, instantly transforming the previously reserved atmosphere into one of excitement. Cheers erupted. "Bai is awesome. I'm off to change into my swimsuit. I just learned a spiral swimming technique, as fast as a great white shark. Bai is covering tonight's expenses. We must sing and show off our vocal skills." Lin Tian quietly followed at the back of the group. Even after hearing Bai Feng say he was hosting, his expression remained unchanged. He thought to himself, "The main reason I came was to get a free meal. The other attractions aren't that appealing to me." In less than 5 minutes, almost all the boys, except Lin Tian and Bai Feng, had changed into swimwear and were eagerly diving into the pool, splashing water everywhere. They showcased their muscles and attempted dives from the less than -meter high diving board, trying to catch the girls' attention. However, the girls seemed uninterested. They gathered on the other side, completely immersed in the music. Lu Yaoyao pulled Jiang Ling to join in the singing. "What are those guys doing?" one girl asked. Another nonchalantly replied, "No idea, let's just focus on our singing and ignore them." Lin Tian sat alone, his eyes never leaving the dining table. He muttered to himself, "Weren't we supposed to be here for the food?" Bai Feng noticed Lin Tian sitting alone and approached him curiously, asking, "Lin, why are you sitting here by yourself?" Lin Tian replied coolly, "Waiting for dinner." Bai Feng regarded Lin Tian thoughtfully and softly remarked, "You really are different from the others." Bai Feng chuckled and sat down next to Lin Tian, his eyes filled with curiosity. "So, what were you up to when you skipped class the other day?" Lin Tian glanced at him and replied casually, "I went to an internet cafe to play games with friends." Bai Feng was surprised. "No way. You don't seem like the type who plays games." He thought back to that day, furrowing his brow. I doubt you went to an internet cafe." Lin Tian closed his eyes, choosing to remain silent. Bai Feng noticed and smiled apologetically. "Don't mind what they said earlier. I'm just someone who likes to speak directly. I actually came for the free meal," Lin Tian said seriously. Bai Feng's eyes lit up, and he adjusted himself to a more comfortable position. "That's what I like. No need for pleasantries. I find it refreshing." Lin Tian gave Bai Feng a strange look and instinctively scooted away. "I'm straight." Bai Feng was bewildered, as if question marks were popping up over his head. "I just thought you looked a bit lonely and wanted to chat. How did this turn into a gay thing?" "I'm straight too, you know." Feeling a bit awkward, Bai Feng looked at Lin Tian. "Lin, I'm normal too." "Stay over there," Lin Tian said, moving to the edge of the sofa. Internally, Bai Feng was in turmoil, managing to squeeze out a comment after a while. "Lin, you've got quite a progressive mind." "Thanks," Lin Tian replied with a blank expression. Bai Feng sighed to himself. 5 minutes of conversation, 2 hours of awkwardness. He realized that talking with this guy required a strong heart. People with heart issues might just pass out talking to him. When everyone was done playing, and it was time to eat, Bai Feng stood up from the main seat at the table and looked around. "Everyone, feel free to eat as much as you want. Just don't waste food. I've been here several times, and the menu is extensive and the food is great." He picked up the menu and added, "Order whatever you like, don't be shy." As soon as he finished speaking, no one reached for the menu. They exchanged awkward glances, not wanting to be the first to take it. After all, Bai Feng was treating them, and they wanted to be low-key about it. After a while, with no one taking the menu, Bai Feng felt a bit awkward and continued, "We're all classmates here, don't be reserved. Just order what you want." At that moment, Lin Tian broke the awkward silence. "If no one else wants to order, I will." He reached out his hand. Bai Feng's eyes brightened, and he quickly handed over the menu. "Don't be shy, everyone. Be like Lin, or it gets too dull." However, the others didn't react the same way. They whispered among themselves, "Seriously, Bai's treating us, and he's the one who skipped class? How could he have the nerve to order? Bai was just being polite, and this guy took it seriously. He's just a poor student, whatever. If he wants to order, let him." Hearing the murmurs, Bai Feng was filled with helplessness, thinking to himself, "Who's being polite? I genuinely want you to order." Lin Tian scanned the extensive menu and closed it with satisfaction. "Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, lion's head meatballs." He paused and added, "And 20 skewers of pork, plus 2 kidneys, extra spicy." Everyone was instantly bewildered, as if they had seen a ghost. In such a fancy restaurant, Lin Tian ordered pork skewers, leaving everyone bewildered by his unique taste. That's it. I'm pretty much done, Lin Tian said, handing the menu back to Bai Feng, noticing the latter's puzzled expression. Can't we have skewers? Lin Tian asked tentatively. Bai Feng was momentarily stunned but then nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, we can have skewers. I'll have them prepare the charcoal right away. This reaction only added to the other's confusion. Someone silently criticized him. What a lack of class, coming to a place like this for skewers. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enjoy a fancy meal before military training. And yet there's this oddball. Dining with him is embarrassing. Indeed, it's hard to associate with a student with such limited prospects. The snide remarks circulated quietly among the classmates, but Lin Tian merely glanced silently at the wooden sword wrapped in bandages in his hand. Skewers are great, Jiang Ling suddenly spoke up. I'll have 10 lamb skewers, a serving of grilled eggplant, and crispy bones with extra spice. Everyone's attention shifted to Jiang Ling, their confusion deepening. Sitting next to Jiang Ling, Lu Yaoyao gently tugged at her sleeve to no avail, then slowly raised her hand. I'll have lamb skewers too, plus a skewer of stinky tofu. Seeing the school beauty-level goddesses opting for barbecue, the others' attitudes softened immediately. I'll have 2 skewers of dried tofu, garlic oysters and tripe, Brave the World beer and Island Green lager. More and more people began to express their desire for barbecue, and those who had been mocking earlier now had to follow suit. Even if they were unwilling, they chose barbecue to avoid being the odd ones out. Bai Feng, seemingly unaware of the awkwardness, picked a few skewers for himself before handing the menu to the person in charge. The manager on the 4th floor was initially puzzled by the request to prepare charcoal, but when he saw the menu filled with barbecue items, he was dumbfounded. What the heck? Coming here for barbecue? Inside the private room, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. A classmate suddenly started recounting an unusual encounter. Let me tell you, on my way home from school the other day, a pitch-black monster suddenly jumped out and started biting people. In the end, guess what? A few mysterious masked people took it down in no time, he described vividly. So, we really have nothing to fear because someone is silently protecting us. Really? You've never mentioned this before. Those monsters are called mutants, right? I've only seen them on TV. But those mysterious people are so cool. Wasn't there a white-clothed swordsman recently? They're the heroes here. Hearing these words, Jiang Ling felt a sudden urge to laugh. Envious of those heroes? She glanced at Lin Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed. If they knew that the person they dismissed as having no future or manners is actually the one protecting them from behind, what kind of scene would that be? This thought flashed through Jiang Ling's mind, but she held back. Becoming a night watchman meant learning to endure. She silently told herself that one day she would join that mysterious team. Inside the private room, everyone's attention was drawn to the table full of barbecued food. Strangely, these ordinary street snacks felt right at home in the upscale setting. Someone murmured in confusion. Is it just me? Or do these skewers seem fancier than usual? Maybe the meat they're using isn't the usual kind, another voice speculated. Lin Tian picked up a skewer of pork and took a bite. The familiar taste exploded in his mouth, and he couldn't help but exclaim, this is the taste. After spending a month in the realm of nostalgia, suddenly eating a hot pork skewer felt like a delight. He turned to Jiang Ling, offering her a skewer of grilled meat. Here, Linger, have a taste, he said, jokingly bringing the skewer to her mouth. Come on, open up. Jiang Ling kept her mouth shut and glared at Lin Tian. She lowered her voice and said through gritted teeth, Idiot, I can eat by myself. If you can eat, then take it, Lin Tian teased. I'll take it myself. Jiang Ling snatched the skewer from Lin Tian's hand and reached for the lamb skewer she had been eyeing. Seeing this, Lin Tian stood up and handed her a lamb skewer. If you wanted lamb, you should have said so. Here, go ahead. Jiang Ling, holding back her anger, grabbed the lamb skewer. She suddenly leaned close to Lin Tian's ear and whispered, What do you think would happen if your kind Uncle Jiang found out you were telling people we're a couple? Lin Tian's eyes widened as he stiffened and looked at Jiang Ling, as if to say, You really are ruthless, aren't you? Jiang Ling covered her mouth, giggling. Want to try it? I was wrong. Lin Tian admitted defeat, respectfully placing the lamb skewer on Jiang Ling's plate. You really are my goddess. That's more like it, Jiang Ling said with a satisfied smile, enjoying her skewer. Lin Tian watched Jiang Ling, feeling a bit dejected, and muttered to himself, Damn, why does the skewer not taste as good anymore? Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the entire mall. What's happening? Bai Feng jumped up, bewildered, and looked towards the closed door of the private room. This alarm was only activated for emergency evacuations. Along with Bai Feng, Lin Tian and Jiang Ling immediately reacted. Lin Tian's expression changed as he tapped Jiang Ling. She understood immediately and quickly ran to the window by the door. Through the window, they saw a pitch-black crack appearing in the center of the mall, threatening to tear the space apart. From the rift, dark tendrils began to wriggle outward. This is bad. It's an abyssal rift, Jiang Ling exclaimed, a mix of fear and determination in her eyes. As the crack widened, more and more spiky black tentacles emerged from it, plunging the once bustling mall into chaos. Alarms blared piercingly, and the corridors filled with panicked crowds, all driven by a single thought: escape. Lin Tian sat in the booth, his mind heavy with concern. The appearance of an abyssal fissure in a crowded mall was worse than he had anticipated. Even the weakest class anomaly could result in dozens of casualties. If the creature from the crack was class or above, it could spell disaster for everyone in the mall. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside the booth. The tentacles began to retract, eventually merging into a grotesque creature covered in eyes. Hundreds of tentacles writhed wildly, smashing the surrounding walls to rubble. Falling debris blocked some exits, intensifying the panic. In the frenzied rush to escape, people shoved each other, with the elderly and children callously pushed aside, their cries for help ignored. This scene made Jiang Ling clench her fists tightly. At that moment, Lin Tian quietly appeared behind Jiang Ling, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Stay here and take care of the students. Those people out there need me. Jiang Ling hesitated, watching the innocent people downstairs being thrown by the creature's tentacles, and finally said bitterly, "Come back safely." "Don't worry," Lin Tian replied briefly before turning away. This was Jiang Ling's first direct encounter with an anomaly, and despite her preparation, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She slapped her cheeks to calm herself. As a future night watcher, she knew that staying composed in a crisis was crucial for survival. Jiang Ling shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. It's chaotic outside right now. Let's stay in the booth for a bit and leave once we've confirmed a safe route." In times of danger, people instinctively seek guidance. About a dozen people heeded Jiang Ling's advice and moved toward the corners of the room. Bai Feng, a wealthy young man familiar with anomalies, was the second person to regain composure. He was slightly surprised by Jiang Ling's calm demeanor. But now was not the time for contemplation. He immediately assisted Jiang Ling, shouting, "Listen to Jiang's instructions, everyone. Stay calm, don't scream. I'll point out the nearest escape route shortly." At that moment, everyone should evacuate in an orderly manner. As soon as the words were spoken, a wave of panic spread through the crowd like an electric shock. Suddenly, a student's tearful voice pierced the tense atmosphere. "Orderly, my foot. If those creatures attack, we're all doomed." This desperate shout seemed to open Pandora's box, triggering a chain reaction of fear. Some students began to hyperventilate, while others collapsed, trembling in the corners. Fear spread like a virus throughout the group. "It's over. I can't go back. It's all because of this gathering. If I hadn't come, none of this would have happened. Yeah, why did I have to come to this gathering? I should have stayed home. Now I'm going to die. Mom and Dad, I want to eat braised pork. I miss you." Despair filled the air, and everyone was caught in their own whirlpool of fear. Just then, a male student suddenly burst out, "Screw this. I'm out of here. Stay if you want, but I'm running." With that, he jumped to his feet and dashed toward the door. "Why aren't you all running at a time like this? Waiting to be sitting ducks?" Someone chimed in. Bai Feng was about to step forward to stop him when he saw Jiang Ling swiftly intercept the boy, firmly grabbing his arm. "Not you," the boy started to protest, but upon realizing it was Jiang Ling, he swallowed his words. "Quiet." Jiang Ling's voice was like a hammer, bringing the near hysterical students back to reality. She pulled the boy aside and said with firm conviction, "Running out now is suicide. The hallways are packed with people. If you go out there and get caught in the chaos, you'll be trampled to death before those creatures even reach you." Jiang Ling's words were like a cold splash of water, waking many from their panic. The crying gradually ceased, and everyone turned their attention to the calm and composed girl. Bai Feng was deeply impressed by the girl who seemed about his age. He sensed that Jiang Ling was no ordinary person. To remain so composed in such a dire situation, Bai Feng guessed she might have undergone some special training. He remembered what his father once said: "When the creatures come, there will be those who stand up to protect everyone, to guard the entire Xia." Night Watchers, that's what they were called. And Night Watchers have descendants. Could Jiang Ling be a descendant of the Night Watchers? Bai Feng wondered. Even if it was just speculation, he found himself respecting the girl more. This respect was not only for Jiang Ling, but also for all those Night Watchers who bore the burden in the shadows. "Everyone shut up. If you want to survive, listen to Jiang," Bai Feng shouted with an unusual authority in his voice. Jiang Ling ignored the reactions of the others and continued. "This mall is circular in structure. Its unique design means it won't easily collapse unless severely damaged. I'm not familiar with the layout here, so the nearest safe exit." "I know." Bai Feng stepped forward from the crowd, speaking clearly. "Everyone, follow me in a bit. The creatures are on the first floor, so we can't use the main entrance. We can only escape through the fire exit at the back of the mall." "Where is it?" "Everyone," Bai Feng began to speak, but suddenly noticed that there seemed to be one person missing among the dozen or so students. His brow furrowed, and he spoke with a hint of unease. "Wait." Where's Lin Tian? With that, everyone started looking around, searching for Lin Tian. However, the person who had been sitting at the table just moments ago was nowhere to be found. Forget it. Saving ourselves is more important. Why worry about him? If he wanted to run off, let him. Who cares if he lives or dies? He probably ran out during the chaos. Bye, don't worry about him. Let's get out first. Yeah, he abandoned us to save himself. If he dies here, so be it. If not, I'll deal with him when we get out. A coward like him might as well be eaten by that creature outside. People voiced their dissatisfaction and anger over Lin Tian's sudden disappearance, but mostly, they were concerned about their own safety. In this life-and-death situation, everyone was focused on their own survival. Outside the private room, chaos and panic reigned. An elderly man was knocked to the ground and struggled to get up, only to be pushed down again by the fleeing crowd. Cries and shouts echoed everywhere, and a child frantically searched for his lost mother among the throng. Damn it, can you all move faster? I still need to save my own skin, a young man shouted anxiously, yanking people out of his way as he dashed forward without regard. Get out of the way if you don't want to be trampled. There's a monster behind us, another voice shouted from within the crowd. Move it, for crying out loud. Suddenly, a scream pierced through the noise. Hey, who groped me in this chaos? Amidst the confusion, Lin Tian had already donned his clown mask and white attire, glaring down at the spherical creature below. His eyes fell on a little boy around 5 or 6 years old, who was staring up at the creature in terror. Mama, Mama, the boy called out, trembling as he collapsed to the ground, crying helplessly. The creature seemed to notice this vulnerable target, its writhing red eyes focusing on the boy. A long, tusked tentacle lashed down with force. In the nick of time, a flash of light imbued with the essence of swordsmanship sliced through the air. In an instant, the creature was severely wounded. Lin Tian, holding a wooden sword, approached the boy, crouched beside him, and gently placed a hand on his head. It's okay. I'll help you find your mom in a moment, Lin Tian said softly. The boy wiped his tears vigorously, his innocent eyes blinking at Lin Tian. After a while, he asked in a tender voice, Big brother, are you a warrior? A warrior? Lin Tian paused, then stood up, swinging his sword to finish off the wounded creature. He lowered his comical mask and smiled faintly. I am. And there are countless warriors in this world. Really? The boy steadied his trembling legs and stood up, his fear replaced by excitement as he looked at Lin Tian. I want to be a hero like you, a warrior. Just then, a tearful middle-aged woman rushed over from the crowd and embraced the boy. Xiaoguang, she choked out. The boy placed his hands on her back, comforting her in his childlike voice. Don't worry, Mom. A warrior saved us. I'm not scared at all now. A warrior? The woman noticed Lin Tian with the wooden sword and said gratefully, Thank you for saving my Xiaoguang. Mom, he's a warrior. He's amazing. He defeated the monster with just one strike. Xiaoguang exclaimed excitedly. Lin Tian stood quietly to the side, a faint smile on his lips as he watched the boy. He suddenly remembered the stories that old mister who had shared with him about his own past, and he thought of Captain Gao from his youth. In this moment, he felt he had become a beacon of hope for this young boy. However, the peaceful atmosphere didn't last long. Lin Tian felt a chill on his back and quickly turned to see that the abyssal rift was not closing. Instead, it was growing larger. This is bad, Lin Tian thought urgently, helping the mother and son to their feet. Follow the crowd and get out of here. As they were about to part ways, Lin Tian called out to the boy named Xiaoguang. Remember, take good care of your mom. Upon hearing this, Xiaoguang immediately nodded with all his might and firmly said, I will. Mom, let's go, I'll protect you. The mother and daughter quickly joined the crowd and began to evacuate. Just then, a deafening roar emerged from the abyssal rift. Roar. As the roar grew louder, the abyssal rift was forcibly torn open. Dozens of grotesque, fanged heads emerged from the rift, creating a terrifying scene. Lin Tian frowned at the sight. The simultaneous appearance of so many creatures made the situation tricky. Defeating them wasn't the issue, but doing so without damaging the surrounding buildings was a considerable challenge. The destruction caused by the previous creature had already shattered several load-bearing walls in the mall. A large-scale collapse could have dire consequences. He looked up towards the 4th floor, gripping his wooden sword tighter. Suddenly, a bold and reckless idea flashed through Lin Tian's mind. Move the battlefield into the abyssal plane within the rift. If other night watchers knew of this idea, they might think Lin Tian had lost his mind. In the abyssal plane, the creature's power would be greatly enhanced, and the risk to himself would be immense. Yet, it seemed to be the only option. Lin Tian took a deep breath, channeling a powerful sword intent into his wooden sword, and struck at the rift. As smoke rose slowly, one creature's body was obliterated by the sword intent. Black sludge splattered to the ground, its stench filling the air. However, more creatures continued to swarm out of the rift, as if summoned or compelled by some force. They rushed towards the real world in unison. Lin Tian looked at the several meters wide rift, only to realize awkwardly that he couldn't get in. The rift was large, but the sheer number of creatures made it impossibly crowded. No matter how many he slew, the creatures showed no sign of diminishing. Lin Tian couldn't help but recall what Uncle Wang mentioned a week ago about unusual activity. The creatures had been unusually active recently. Could it be related to the descent of a deity? This is troublesome, Lin Tian muttered to himself, retreating dozens of meters in an instant. In the next moment, time around him seemed to slow. On his wooden sword, an invisible force of laws intertwined with his ethereal sword intent. Suddenly, the world lost its original colors, turning into a gray, hazy scene. Threads of time and ethereal sword intent coalesced into a giant sword, standing tall above Lin Tian. Temporal sword technique. Silent flowing stream. In an instant, the giant sword divided into countless streams flowing in midair. Wherever the streams reached, everything turned to dust, eroded by time. This sword technique was something Lin Tian comprehended from Senior Hu's experiences. Though it had only one form, its power was terrifying under the influence of temporal and ethereal sword intents. Lin Tian quickly estimated. This sword could at least take down 5.5 Shenyang. As the temporal sword technique unfolded, the world changed color. Within the abyssal rift, countless creatures turned to dust before they could even roar. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of creatures vanished into ash. Yet, Lin Tian's nerves remained taut. The crisis was far from over. He pondered silently. If he was right, what appeared earlier were mere cannon fodder. The real threat was yet to come. Is everyone ready? In the private room, Bai Feng looked around at everyone with a serious expression, a hint of tension in his eyes. The others nodded, their faces filled with a desire to survive. At this moment, staying alive was the most important thing. Jiang Ling cautiously approached the window, her eyes scanning the outside warily. Many places were blocked by fallen debris, forming menacing obstacles. She listened carefully and noticed that the screams from the crowd seemed to have lessened. It seems quieter outside, Jiang Ling said softly, leaning her head out the window. The terrifying spherical creature was indeed nowhere to be seen. However, as she searched the ruins, she couldn't find Lin Tian, which made her feel uneasy. Seeing this, Bai Feng made a decisive decision. Since it's quiet, let's move now. He gently pushed open the door of the private room and turned to remind them. Everyone, stay close to me. Jiang Ling watched as everyone filed out, her heart heavy. She anxiously glanced at the bottomless crevice, as if it could swallow everything at any moment. Jiang, let's go first. Bai Feng's reminder interrupted her thoughts. Got it. I'm coming, Jiang Ling replied, forcing herself to look away from the crevice. She joined the group, her steps hesitant. The empty first floor made her uneasy, torn between staying and waiting for Lin Tian. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the abyssal crevice. Suddenly, a ghostly creature shot out from the crack. Its movements were lightning fast, with two blade-like sharp edges slashing through the air, aiming straight for Lin Tian's throat. So fast, Lin Tian marveled, a hint of caution in his eyes. This was a creature he had never seen before, resembling a giant mantis, but with a body as dark as ink. Its two purple pupils moved up and down, finally locking onto Lin Tian with a chilling gaze. Hiss! The mantis creature let out a piercing shriek. In the next second, it leaped from its spot, its massive form darting between the walls like a ghost. Its 6 razor-sharp legs crushed the walls beneath it, sending debris flying. Lin Tian stood his ground, calmly observing the mantis creature's movements. This must be a Blevel creature, he thought to himself, allowing the mantis to circle him, searching for a weakness. His experience told him that such intelligent creatures were usually at least clever. After a few seconds, several walls collapsed under the mantis's violent stomping. Amid the swirling dust, Lin Tian finally moved. His sword struck like lightning, the tip aimed at the creature's throat, intent on a lethal blow. His sword intent gathered around him, determined to slay his opponent. However, just as the blade was about to strike, Lin Tian sensed something and swiftly swung his sword intent upward. Buzz! A loud crash followed as a massive, tumor-covered hammer descended from above. The force of the collision with Lin Tian's sword was so great that it numbed his hand. At the same time, the mantis creature seized the opportunity, its sharp blade thrusting towards Lin Tian. Damn! Lin Tian cursed under his breath. With a forceful flick of his right hand, he slashed the overhead hammer, leaving a bloody gash, thick blood oozing from the wound. In a split second, he rolled backward, narrowly evading the mantis's deadly strike. Lin Tian landed steadily, glancing at his white clothes to see a conspicuous scratch. Touching his comical mask, he grimaced and shouted, I paid over 600 for this custom outfit, and you ruined it? Crack! An even more terrifying aura erupted from Lin Tian. He slowly twisted his neck, emitting a spine-chilling sound, and began to walk towards the mantis creature. At this moment, Lin Tian noticed a second creature had appeared beside the mantis. This new creature was tall and slender, covered in grayish-white slime, with no facial features, only a hammer connected to its body. The gash Lin Tian had made was visibly healing. Another level creature? Lin Tian frowned in thought. Then his pupils contracted sharply. No, it's a level. He suddenly realized that this hammer creature felt as formidable as the previous goat creature he had faced. Alarm bells rang in Lin Tian's mind. Two high-level creatures appearing here. He tightened his grip on his sword, knowing a fierce battle lay ahead. It's unclear when the night patrol will arrive. Lin Tian's gaze was cold and calculating as he assessed the two unusual creatures before him. His clothes were torn, and he knew that if he didn't finish the fight quickly, he would have a hard time explaining things to the night patrol. More importantly, if these two A-level creatures escaped the mall, the entire city center would be in danger. Suddenly, the hammer-wielding creature raised its heavy weapon and slammed it into the ground. The entire mall shook violently as if hit by an earthquake, and several stone pillars shattered and collapsed instantly. Lin Tian cursed. Stop smashing it, damn it. He knew that if this continued, the mall would soon collapse. Worse yet, many people were trapped on the second and third floors, unable to evacuate. Looking at the scattered bodies at his feet, Lin Tian was furious. He gathered his sword intent, descending like a silver light from the sky. The mantis creature sensed the danger and darted in front of the sword intent, raising its sharp blade-like arms to block it. Lin Tian sneered. You think you can stop me, beast? With a wave of his hand, the sword intent surged. Under this terrifying force, the mantis creature's towering form began to distort and deform, its black body being ravaged by the sword intent at a visible speed. It let out a piercing scream, desperately trying to withdraw its bladed arms from the sword intent, only to experience more intense pain. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Tian sent the mantis creature flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a supporting stone pillar. He turned to face the hammer creature, advancing step by step. Your turn. Despite lacking facial features, the hammer creature visibly trembled. It frantically pounded the ground with its hammer, clearly in a panic. For the first time, it felt a lethal threat from a human. Lin Tian's sharp gaze was like a blade, making the creature feel as if it were being devoured by 1,000 ants. Meanwhile, Jiang led the group to the fire escape that Bai Feng had mentioned. Due to its special materials and construction, the passage was more robust and less likely to collapse than other areas. Bai Feng shouted urgently, "The fire escape is just ahead, everyone get inside. Follow the stairs and you'll reach the outside." As the group was about to enter the passage, the mantis creature suddenly stood up from the rubble. Its four arms had been reduced to pulp by the sword intent, and its battered body was on the verge of collapse. This terrifying sight completely shattered the psychological defenses of several students. A girl screamed and, disregarding others' safety, stumbled toward the fire escape. This sudden action caught the mantis creature's attention. It turned to look at Jiang and the others, its purple eyes fixed on them. Everyone's hearts felt as if they were clenched by an invisible hand. Apart from Jiang and Bai Feng, no one had anticipated this situation. Realizing they had been spotted, their spirits broke completely. Shit. Stop yelling. It's over, it's looking this way. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Run. Everyone run. Don't block me. I need to get out. It's charging at us. The once orderly group descended into chaos. Screams and cries filled the air as students, having forgotten about helping each other, shoved others aside in a frantic bid to escape. Jiang stood frozen, watching the oncoming creature, her mind blank. Just as she took her first step, someone pulled her aside with force. She leaned against the wall, watching helplessly as the creature charged toward her, thinking in despair, it's over, she's going to die. A sudden silence fell, broken only by the sound of rapid heartbeats. In that critical moment, a voice exploded in Jiang mind. No, I can't die? She snapped out of her despair. Jiang still aspired to become a night patrol officer. She couldn't die here. Her eyes regained their determination, ready to face the life and death challenge ahead. Jiang struggled to her feet and staggered towards the corridor. The distance rapidly shortened 3 meters, 2 meters. Suddenly, the hallway plunged into darkness as the shadow of the mantis mutant blocked the last sliver of light. Just in the nick of time, Lu Yaoyao yanked open the fire escape door and grabbed Jiang wrist. Run, I've got you. However, fate had other plans. A loud crash sounded as the floor collapsed. The mantis mutant let out one final, piercing scream. Its purple pupils dimmed, and all signs of life vanished. Its massive body fell heavily, triggering an even larger collapse. Jiang felt a sudden weightlessness as she plummeted. Linger. Lu Yaoyao clung to Jiang hand, her knuckles white, gritting her teeth. I won't let you fall, no way. Inside the fire escape, those witnessing the scene faced a moral dilemma. Save them, or save themselves. Outside, another mutant lurked, and attempting a rescue could mean sacrificing their own lives. Forget about them. Let's get out of here, someone shouted anxiously, sparking a chain reaction. Yeah, let's go before that other mutant wakes up, or we're all done for. Stop playing hero, bye, let's move. Yeah, bye. If they want to save them, let them. Right now, our lives are what matter. The crowd surged towards the stairs like a tide. Someone tried to pull Bai Feng away, but he shook them off. You go ahead, I'll follow soon. Bai Feng took a deep breath and stepped over the rubble to reach Lu Yaoyao. Jiang, give me your hand. We'll pull you up together. Meanwhile, at the mall's center, Lin Tian noticed the mantis mutant had fallen exactly where Jiang Ling was hanging. Ling, his pupils contracted, and his heart pounded like a drum. The Warhammer mutant seized the moment of Lin Tian's distraction and struck fiercely. Back off! Lin Tian roared, unleashing a sharp sword force. With one swing, the towering Warhammer mutant flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Lin Tian sprinted towards Jiang Ling. In a flash, as the giant rock fell and the fire escape floor crumbled, Lin Tian appeared above the three of them, wearing a comical mask. Grab onto me, he shouted. Bai Feng yelled with his eyes shut. Forget about me, save them first. Lin Tian reacted swiftly, slicing through the falling debris with one hand and grabbing Jiang Ling and Lu Yaoyao with the other. Both women collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Lu Yaoyao looked up at Lin Tian, dressed in white and wearing the mask, her heart racing. So cool. Thank you for saving us. Though Jiang Ling knew who he was, she said, thank you for saving us, to avoid suspicion. You're welcome. Lin Tian's mischievous smile was hidden under the mask as he leaned closer to Jiang Ling's ear and whispered, was I cool? Cool. Jiang Ling nodded emphatically, her eyes moist. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was only then that he noticed the disheveled state of the girl before him. Her white dress torn, her face dirty, hair in disarray, and her pitiful appearance tugged at his heartstrings. Lin Tian gently stroked Jiang Ling's hair, his voice as soft as a spring breeze. Don't worry, everything's fine now. Jiang Ling lowered her head, her hands fidgeting nervously. After a sob, she forced herself to appear calm. Thank you for saving us. Lin Tian surveyed the surroundings, quickly assessing the situation. With a swift motion, he sliced the boulders blocking the path into pieces. You all go ahead, I'll rescue the person down there. Lu Yaoyao asked anxiously. Is he still alive? He was the only one who came to help us. Lin Tian nodded slightly, his gaze penetrating the pile of rubble. Yes, he's alive. His breathing is weak, but he's not in immediate danger. Lu Yaoyao looked at Lin Tian, admiration shining in her eyes. So cool. Do you have WeChat? Can I? Before she could finish, Jiang Ling tugged at her. Let's go. It's not safe here. The two hurried away. Lin Tian stared at the pile of stones, murmuring, he's a brave one. With that, he leaped down. Bai Feng awoke in darkness, his mind hazy. By the dim light, he barely recognized his surroundings. Memories flooded back. He had fallen from the 4th floor, trapped in the debris. 2 long slabs of stone formed a cramped space above him, just enough for him to crouch. He tried to move the stone in front of him, but it only aggravated his broken right arm. The sharp pain made him gasp. Hiss. Moving the stone with one hand was impossible. Bai Feng closed his eyes, feeling his breath grow weaker. It was his first time suffering such severe injuries. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, recalling his earlier shout of, don't worry about me, thinking how foolish he had been. A perfectly good life as a wealthy young master. And I had to play the hero, he thought to himself. As time passed, the air grew thinner, and his consciousness began to fade. Bai Feng thought he might truly be done for this time. That guy who came to rescue him probably thought he was beyond saving too. Just then, with a crash, a sharp sword energy cut through. The boulder above him turned to dust in an instant. Golden light streamed in, catching Bai Feng by surprise. He stood there, stunned for over 10 seconds. He looked up to see the unforgettable face of a comical mask. It's you? Lin Tian reached out and pulled Bai Feng up. You're saved. Bai Feng trembled with excitement, gripping Lin Tian's hands and thanking him repeatedly. He was overjoyed to have escaped death. No one truly wants to die, and anyone in his position would be just as thrilled. After a while, Bai Feng's emotions settled. He gazed at the comical mask, pondering for a moment before speaking. Are you Lin, the student? What? Lin Tian was taken aback, his mind racing with countless excuses to distance himself from his identity. Feigning confusion, he subtly hid the wooden sword behind his back and mumbled, Huh? What are you talking about? I don't know anything. Bai Feng's eyes lit up, further convinced of his suspicion. He smiled and said, I knew it. You're Lin Tian. I'm not. Lin Tian denied flatly. You are, Bai Feng insisted. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. The two went back and forth, bickering like children. Suddenly, Bai Feng shifted the conversation. Lin Tian, when I sat down to talk with you, I noticed your palms were rough. I was going to ask you about it. His gaze fell on the wooden sword in Lin Tian's hand. Now I think I know why. Lin Tian remained silent. He thought. At this point, no matter what he said, Bai Feng was convinced he was Lin Tian. He opted to stay silent. However, a sliver of doubt crept into his mind. Why is this guy staring at people's palms the moment he meets them? Could it be he likes the rugged type? The thought sent a shiver down Lin Tian's spine. Seeing Lin Tian's silence, Bai Feng continued. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as an admission. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, The hammer-wielding creature in the distance suddenly snapped out of its daze. It swung its massive hammer wildly around. Damn it! Lin Tian gritted his teeth, glaring at the beast, cursing inwardly. Seriously, you only wake up when I start talking? Just you wait. Interrupt me, and I'll send you flying. He turned to Bai Feng and said, you should get out of here. We can talk later. The path is clear. Everyone else has left. You should go too. What about you? Bai Feng asked. I'll take care of this creature, Lin Tian said, eyes fixed on the hammer-wielding beast. This little thing. I'll chop it into pieces soon enough. Bai Feng, cradling his fractured right arm, limped towards the fire escape. Before leaving, he turned back and said, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your identity. Thanks. Lin Tian waved, leaving Bai Feng with a dashing silhouette. Meanwhile, in the mezzanine of the mall, a group of trapped people huddled together in despair, whispering prayers. One couldn't help but shout, help! Someone save us! Shut up! Do you want that monster to find us? Someone angrily rebuked. Yell again, and I'll kill you myself. Our city has heroes. Someone will protect us. Just hold on a little longer, we'll be saved. Another tried to reassure them. Who's protecting us? If someone was, they'd have rescued us by now, instead of letting that monster wreak havoc for so long. In the debris, some had already given up hope. Suddenly, a child's voice piped up. A little girl peered through a gap and excitedly said, Mom, someone is here to save us. Someone's fighting that monster. Just then, several sword lights flashed across the hammer-wielding creature's body. In the blink of an eye, multiple wounds appeared on the beast. Roar! The creature was enraged by the attacks. It swung its hammer furiously, its faceless visage contorting. Lin Tian cleaned his ear nonchalantly and looked at the creature with disdain. Stop yelling. Keep it up, and I'll sew your mouth shut. The creature let out a puzzled sound. Question mark. Lin Tian quickly corrected. Keep it up, and I'll smash your hammer. Roar. Upon hearing the threat to its hammer, the creature went berserk. Is it working? Lin Tian smirked, a slew of mischievous ideas forming in his mind. As the massive hammer came crashing down, Lin Tian effortlessly sidestepped it, using the gaps between each attack to unleash a flurry of strikes with his sword. The sword strikes fell like raindrops upon the warhammer-wielding creature, eliciting pained howls from its mouth. Despite being covered in wounds, it gritted its teeth and swung its massive warhammer once more, aiming at Lin Tian in the air. Lin Tian smirked, thinking to himself, gotcha. He swung his long sword with precision, meeting the hammer. Using the force, he floated back like a light leaf. As soon as his feet touched the ground, several sharp sword intents slashed out like lightning. With a squelch, gray blood spurted from the creature's wounds, tracing eerie arcs in the air. Lin Tian provocatively flipped the creature off and taunted. What's wrong? Not shouting anymore. Not swinging your hammer. Aren't you fond of your big hammer? Soon, it'll humiliate your precious hammer right in front of you. How does that make you feel? This remark sent the warhammer creature into a frenzy. Ah! It roared thunderously, its eyes bloodshot, standing like a maddened beast. The hammer, which had instilled fear in countless foes, spun wildly in its hands, striking fiercely at Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lin Tian was not afraid. Instead, he taunted even more. Getting mad? Don't be. Not only will I humiliate it, but I'll also shove my wooden sword in horizontally and vertically. Roar! The warhammer creature went completely berserk, seemingly losing its mind as it launched a ferocious attack on Lin Tian. Each strike carried earth-shattering power, as if determined to crush the infuriating human to dust. Meanwhile, the survivors trapped in the ruins heard the commotion outside, their faces filled with confusion. They exchanged glances and whispered, outside. Is someone fighting the creature? Why does it sound like teasing? What kind of wild talk is this? As this bizarre battle continued, the situation outside the mall was quietly changing. Several masked figures appeared like phantoms on the mall's rooftop. One of the night watchers reported to their leader, Captain, the target is inside. A middle-aged man with a toothpick in his mouth and sunglasses interrupted impatiently. Stop dawdling and get down there. If we delay any longer, the creature might break out. He looked around, reminding sternly. This abyss rift is large, likely a clevel or above creature, so be prepared. Yes, the team replied in unison. As the middle-aged man said, get ready to go down. He turned to find several team members still squatting in place, unmoving. He became furious. Lives are at stake. We don't know how many people are trapped inside the mall. Move it. One team member hesitated but finally mustered the courage to say, Captain, it seems there's already another night watcher fighting the creature inside. How many? The middle-aged man asked with a frown. Just one. The team member answered cautiously. What? The middle-aged man was furious, scolding loudly. As night watchers, how can we stand by while a comrade fights alone? Everyone, prepare to go down and support. The team member quickly explained. No. Captain, it seems like our intervention might ruin the mood. What nonsense are you talking about? The middle-aged man, beyond enraged, shoved the team member aside and leaned down to look. However, when he saw the scene below, he was stunned. His expression shifted from confusion to bewilderment, finally settling into disbelief. What the heck? Is there something wrong with my eyes or ears? He muttered to himself, closing his eyes and turning away, unable to watch the scene below. The other team members gathered around. What's wrong, Captain? Did that creature use a mental attack? The middle-aged man waved them off weakly. See for yourselves. I need a moment to process this. 5 seconds later, everyone stood frozen, their faces a picture of extreme shock. They confirmed with each other. We didn't see that wrong, did we? Probably not. It seems there really is someone down there, attacking while verbally humiliating the creature. The entire Night Watcher squad fell into an eerie silence, unable to believe what they were witnessing and hearing. This battle went far beyond their understanding. Over here, you beast! Lin Tian shouted furiously, swinging his wooden sword fiercely at the gigantic creature. Yet, the creature deftly evaded his attack. Can't hit it, huh? Lin Tian sneered. Weren't you just smashing things up a moment ago? Out of strength now? Not smashing anymore. He advanced relentlessly, his wooden sword slicing through the air in a sharp arc. If you don't smash, I'll plant your hammer right in front of you. Lin Tian's eyes blazed with a wild light, and his voice dripped with provocation and mockery. Humiliate. The main thing is to use this wooden sword, right in front of you, to strike back and forth. His taunts echoed across the battlefield, reaching the ears of the night watchmen observing from afar. Among them was a middle-aged man who rubbed his temples, looking pained. Been a night watchman for almost 3 or 4 years, and I've never seen anything like this, he murmured to himself. Actually, in the entire history of the Night Watch division, such a thing has never happened. Watching the astonishing scene below, the middle-aged man recalled an experience that had left an indelible mark on him. Like Lin Tian, he too had faced off against a creature, but unlike the white-clad youth, their roles had been completely reversed. Thinking about that tentacled creature, damn it, he cursed inwardly. It's always been the creatures toying with human lives. This is the first time I've seen the tables turned. He couldn't help but respect Lin Tian, casting an approving glance at the young man. I salute you, brave warrior. This scene stirred the blood of the younger night watchmen. They were fired up, clamoring to join the battle. Yeah, from now on, I'll not only fight these creatures, I'll annihilate them. We can't let them wreak havoc on Xia and kill innocents. I'll learn from this senior watchman, use my weapon to pierce them, and verbally shame them. Damn, this has got me fired up. I have to go down there and throw some insults too. Just as the others were about to rush down, the middle-aged man sternly commanded, Stop. He explained seriously. You've only seen Lin Tian taunting the creature, but you've missed the most important thing, strength. Pointing at the abyssal rift, he continued, Look at the size of that rift, about tens of meters high. The creatures emerging from such a rift are at least crank. You can't go down there. The young night watchman exchanged confused glances, asking, Why not, Captain? That monster just looks big, but it doesn't seem that dangerous. Yeah, Captain, if we go down, maybe we can end the fight quicker. The senior is strong, and we definitely won't be a burden. A trace of resignation passed through the middle-aged man's eyes as he replied gravely. Anyone who said that earlier will write a 20,000 word self-reflection, plus a 10,000 word combat analysis. The others were stunned. 30,000 words? It felt like a death sentence. The middle-aged man pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lighting one and slowly exhaling wisps of smoke. With a stern face, he said, I've told you many times, fighting these creatures is no child's play, not even with the weakest of them. Pausing, he continued, I was also momentarily deceived by appearances. I'll write a combat analysis on fighting these creatures and commit it to memory. Seeing the lingering confusion on his team members' faces, the middle-aged man calmly added, I am a third-tier awakener, but to be honest, this battle isn't one I can participate in. What? The team members stared at each other in shock, unable to believe what their captain had just said. In their understanding, a third-tier awakener should be capable of handling a level mutant alone and even participate in battles against level mutants. Yet their captain claimed they weren't qualified? It was unbelievable. The middle-aged captain spoke slowly, his voice steady and insightful. Perhaps in our eyes, this battle seems easy and straightforward, even leaving room for mockery. But it's this very appearance that leads us to a misconception. A misconception? One team member couldn't help but ask. Exactly. The captain nodded, his gaze serious. We have underestimated the true strength of the white-clad youth and the mutant. He paused before continuing. I once joined forces with other night watchers to kill a level mutant. That mutant was strong, but compared to this hammer mutant, it pales in terms of attack power and speed. The captain's words stopped there, but the team members understood his implication. Someone gasped, asking nervously, Captain, are you saying the mutant below is a level? Indeed. The captain nodded solemnly. This can't be. Another team member questioned in disbelief. Captain, Do you mean that the white-clad senior can easily kill an 11-level mutant? That's right. The captain confirmed again. If not for the mockery, this hammer mutant would have long been dead. Though this fact was shocking, the captain continued to analyze. If you observe closely, the white-clad swordsman cleverly deflects the hammer mutant's attacks each time, preventing any real damage to the surroundings. This alone requires the strength of at least a 5th-tier awakener. But a team member furrowed their brow in confusion. How could a 5th-tier awakener be here? With such strength, shouldn't a night watcher like that have been assigned more important tasks? The captain looked down at the battle scene with a hint of thought and said, although the white-clad swordsman wears a ridiculous mask, various signs indicate he seems to be just a youth. After a moment of silence, the captain gave his orders. Once the battle is over, you will record information on the hammer mutant. It's the first appearance of an unknown mutant, conservatively estimated to be a level. As for other details, before he could finish, a team member pointed into the distance and exclaimed, Captain, isn't that level mutant you often mention like the one over there? Following the direction indicated, the captain saw a mutilated mantis mutant lying lifeless among the ruins. Holy crap! The captain couldn't help but curse. It really is? He quickly composed himself and analyzed. Many mutants in the abyss aren't unique. There could be hundreds. But mutants of the same kind usually don't vary much in strength. This mantis mutant is likely level 2. Captain, there's another corpse over there, a mixed-type mutant, also in the level category. Another team member reported. Listening to the continuous discoveries, the middle-aged captain felt dizzy. He muttered to himself, to slay 2 level mutants single-handedly and toy with an unknown A-level mutant. The most crucial thing is, he's still just a youth. The captain's mind raced, and suddenly a thought struck him. A swordsman. Could he be the one Speaker Wang mentioned? In a matter of minutes, Lin Tian unleashed every derogatory term he could think of upon the giant hammer. The Warhammer entity was provoked to the extreme, raising its hammer furiously to strike at Lin Tian. Faced with a blow powerful enough to topple mountains, Lin Tian remained calm and composed. With a deft flick of his wrist, he wielded his long sword, its blade tracing a path imbued with the essence of time. As the giant hammer descended, it seemed to be ensnared by an invisible net, its force dispersed into countless ripples that eventually vanished into nothingness. Lin Tian struck again, his sword radiating a grayish-white aura that forced the Warhammer entity to retreat repeatedly. Casually pulling out his phone to check the time, he remarked nonchalantly, I've been playing with you for 4 minutes. I'm tired of this charade. It's time to end it. The Warhammer entity seemed to sense the shift in the situation. It gripped the massive hammer tightly, its featureless face beginning to cave in, emitting a silent scream. Only then did Lin Tian realize that the entity wasn't faceless. Its features were merely obscured by a layer of gray mucus. Stretching and yawning, Lin Tian said, Someone's waiting for me outside. I can't keep her waiting. In response, the Warhammer entity let out a roar. Suddenly, a crimson eye opened on the tumor-ridden hammer. After scanning its surroundings, it fixed its gaze on the Warhammer entity. Instantly, the entity's body swelled with countless pustules, which burst and decayed, their substance flowing into the hammer through a cord-like connection. As time ticked by, the Warhammer entity's form shriveled, while the hammer swelled to twice its original size. Lin Tian suddenly understood. No wonder, the hammer is the real body. That explains the umbilical-like connection between them. He realized why insulting the hammer had enraged the entity so much. Insulting the hammer was the same as insulting itself. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. All right, it's time to finish this. As soon as he spoke, he slowly raised his long sword. In an instant, a formidable sword aura soared into the sky, altering the weather. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers above, the vast sword aura coalesced into a massive sword several meters high, which Lin Tian grasped from a distance. In the next moment, the sword descended. Accompanied by a howling wind, the entire sky seemed to be painted by this strike. The misty sword aura swept across the heavens, its energy spanning miles. By the time the onlookers regained their senses, the Warhammer entity, which had just been preparing its ultimate attack, had been annihilated by a single strike. It's over. One of the night watchers stood frozen, murmuring in disbelief. A middle-aged man extinguished his cigarette and nodded slowly. Yes, it's over. Just like that. The others exchanged bewildered glances, full of incredulity. Killing an A-level entity with one sword strike since when did the younger generation of the Night Watch division have such formidable individuals? If it were the older generation, it might be understandable. After all, the current speaker of the council, the head of the Tian City Night Watch division, and various veterans could achieve this. But the person before them, judging by voice and appearance, was clearly of their age. Only the middle-aged man had an inkling of the truth. In this team, he was the only one who had participated in that meeting. So, they came to know about the sword prodigy mentioned by Chairman Wang and Director Jiang. Lin Tian stood in the center of them all, his gaze sweeping over the battle hammer variant that had been split in two. He pulled a black bandage from his clothes and skillfully wrapped it around his wooden sword. Time was running out. He needed to leave. Over 10 minutes ago, Lin Tian had already sensed the arrival of other night patrol members. Leading them was a third-tier awakener, but the other 14 members were relatively weaker, with only one reaching the second tier. This lineup might suffice for handling ordinary level variants, but against the high-level variants that appeared today from the rift and the sudden surge of dozens of low-level variants, they would likely struggle. Lin Tian slung the wooden sword back over his shoulder and was about to turn and leave when a middle-aged man walked straight toward him. The man's 14 members had already dispersed to rescue civilians trapped in the rubble. The middle-aged man removed the black face mask, placed his right fist on his chest, and respectfully said, "Captain of the Blue Sky Night Patrol Team, Long Weigua. May I ask who you are?" "Red Moon Night Patrol Team member, Lin Tian." Lin Tian replied calmly. "I knew it." Long Weigua's eyes lit up with excitement. "I've heard so much about you." Lin Tian wasn't surprised. After all, his two uncles had already spread his reputation throughout the entire Night Patrol division. Except for some team members busy with daily training, almost everyone who attended headquarters meetings knew the name Lin Tian. Long Weigua gave Lin Tian a deep look, his face full of self-reproach. "If not for you today, the city center of Tian would have been in big trouble." He continued. "In recent years, the rifts appearing in the city had variants at most of level. Who would have thought that today there would be an 11 and 2 level variants?" Long Weigua clenched his fists, his tone filled with lingering fear. He understood that without Lin Tian present, even if they contacted the division to send stronger patrol members immediately, the gap in time would have allowed these variants to wreak havoc in the city center. Such a scenario would have been a disaster for everyone in Tian City. Lin Tian mused, "Something strange is happening lately. Something might be about to occur. You should contact the division. Awakeners above the 4th tier might be busy soon. Only 5 days until the god's revival, and even these variants are getting restless." Long Weigua's expression was complex. The long-standing patterns have been broken? From level to suddenly 2 levels and 1 level. This isn't a small matter. "I understand. I'll report these matters to the higher-ups." Long Weigua nodded. "As you said, something significant might be about to happen." Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. "Does the division know?" "I can only grasp the surface of such matters." Long Weigua smiled wryly. "About a year ago, the division seemed to have assigned certain tasks to many awakeners of the 4th and 5th tiers. Even Director Jiang of our city was included." "Uncle Jiang is involved too?" Lin Tian inquired. "Do you know what exactly?" Long Weigua shook his head. "Not clear, but after that, these high-tier awakeners have rarely been on missions. They seem to have nothing to do every day, but in reality, they're focused on one thing." He paused, his tone firm. "Watching. Watching." Lin Tian pondered over these words. What does watching entail? Could it be monitoring something? The variants? Or those gods yet to awaken? After a moment, he nodded. "I understand. If this happens again, just come to me, I'll handle it." Hearing this, Long Weigua looked at Lin Tian with a mix of disbelief and admiration. Was this something an 18-year-old would say? He chuckled wryly, feeling like his decades of life were for naught. Having been an awakener for nearly 20 years, he found himself outdone by a young man who had awakened for less than a month. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed that Lin Tian, who was standing there moments ago, had already left. "Wait, how do I find you?" Lin Tian suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, then turned around and pulled out his phone. "Sorry, I forgot. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll scan you." Long Weigua was momentarily speechless, looking at the powerful yet laid-back young man before him, unsure of what to say. Outside the shopping mall, a pale blue light enveloped an area spanning several dozen meters. This was a barrier-type forbidden artifact discovered by the Night Watch from the abyssal plane, typically only used during city battles against anomalies. Around the perimeter of the barrier, a crowd of anxious people ignored police warnings, determined to break through. "Let me in. My mother is over 70, has trouble walking, and she's trapped inside." A middle-aged man shouted hoarsely, trying to breach the police line. A police officer adjusted the brim of his hat, speaking firmly yet sympathetically. "Please understand, letting you in now would only cause more chaos for the Night Watchers. If the anomalies break through the barrier, the entire city center will be in danger." In the crowd, Jiang Ling stood with her hands tightly clutching her dust-covered dress, the blue light reflecting in her worried eyes. The sounds of battle inside the mall had ceased, but no one had emerged, intensifying her unease. Suddenly, she overheard a conversation among a few students nearby. "Where did Lin Tian go? We barely escaped, and now he's missing. That selfish guy probably slipped away in the crowd. Maybe he's hiding under his blanket, crying." "Don't say that. What if he didn't make it out alive? We escaped together after all." Jiang Ling couldn't listen any longer. She abruptly turned around, glaring at the students. "What are you talking about?" Her sudden reaction startled them, and they stammered in defense. "Did we say something wrong? Weren't you the closest to him before? Could it be that?" At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted their speculation. You all made it out safely? That's great. Jiang Ling turned in surprise to see Lin Tian, now in his original clothes, running from the opposite direction of the mall, relief evident on his face. Lin Tian, how did you come from over there? A classmate asked in confusion. Lin Tian scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. When that big crack appeared, I got scared and just followed the others out. The students who had been speculating earlier scoffed. Huh, you sure ran fast. We almost got crushed by the anomalies, and you came out unscathed. What right do you have? Do you know how we managed to escape? We almost died in there. An angry voice broke the silence among the crowd. The student who spoke was flushed with rage, pointing at the person who had just returned, continuing to shout, "How dare you come back? Coward, fleeing from battle." The murmurs began to stir among the surrounding crowd, with someone chiming in, "Let's just understand the coward. In a real apocalypse, such selfish and shameless people would be traitors. You should just leave and never claim to know us again." Another voice said coldly, "A coward who abandons companions is better off dead." As the words settled, Jiang Ling's fists clenched involuntarily, her icy gaze sweeping toward the student who had spoken so rudely. However, just as she was about to act, a figure darted out from another direction like lightning. Bam! A dull thud accompanied by a pained cry echoed. The student who had been loudly accusing was instantly knocked to the ground, blood streaming from his nose through his fingers. Ah! The fallen student groaned in pain, clutching his now swollen nose. He was about to curse, but his eyes widened in shock as he saw who had struck him, leaving him speechless. Jiang Ling was also taken aback. She had planned to personally teach that outspoken student a lesson, but someone beat her to it. Even more surprising was that it was Bai Feng who had intervened. The student on the ground, named Song Quan, was the typical second-generation nouveau riche who often flaunted his family's wealth at school. At this moment, all his arrogance dissipated the instant he saw Bai Feng. Struggling to his feet, his face a mix of embarrassment and fear, Song Quan stammered, Beige, what are you doing?" A few students who usually hung out with Song Quan couldn't help but speak up. "Yeah, Beige, you don't need to stand up for someone who ran away and left us in the lurch." "It's not worth it, Beige," another student cautiously added. "That guy just skips classes anyway." However, Bai Feng seemed to ignore their words entirely. His gaze was fixed on Song Quan, who had just stood up, and he roared with burning anger. "Watch your mouth. You have no right to judge anyone." Song Quan tried to defend himself, but Beige, Before he could finish, Bai Feng landed another punch, this time directly on Song Quan's face. "I told you to apologize," Bai Feng yelled, his voice filled with unprecedented fury. The scene left everyone around them stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Was this really the usually gentle and refined Bai Feng standing up for someone they saw as a selfish coward, even at the cost of ruining his well-established image? The other students exchanged conflicted glances and slowly drifted away from Bai Feng. Their perception of him shifted subtly. Where there had been admiration and respect, now there was only confusion and distance. Song Quan, clutching his swollen face, still wanted to explain. But Bai Feng gave him no chance, continuing to shout. "Some 18-year-olds are still wasting their time at school, while others have already taken up arms to fight for Xia against the otherworldly beings." At this vibrant age, he managed to suppress his pride and stand in the shadows, quietly protecting the peace for people like you. And there are countless others like him in Xia. They stake their lives, their all. They are the heroes of Xia. Bai Feng's voice gradually lowered, but each word struck like a hammer on the hearts of everyone present. "Now, in my eyes, the Night Watchers are like flames that burn eternally in the dark. But those trying to extinguish them are not the abyssal creatures, but you ignorant people." By the time they got home, it was already late at night. Lin Tian gently patted Jiang Ling on the back and whispered, "We're at your house. Time to get off." There was no response for a while, only the soft, gentle sound of her breathing behind him. Lin Tian shook his head in resignation. The girl had fallen asleep on his back. Reflecting on the day's events, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Although Jiang Ling hadn't awakened her powers yet, due to her father Jiang Qingwen's influence, she had to go to the office for a brief statement and a thorough checkup after the mall incident. It was no wonder she was exhausted, having been busy until late at night. Lin Tian vividly remembered Jiang Qingwen's unusual reaction when Jiang Ling entered the examination room. Normally, if his precious daughter got even a small scratch, this overprotective father would immediately contact the best support type awakened. But this time, he just stood a short distance away, his deep eyes filled with guilt and self-blame. Lin Tian and Jiang Qingwen exchanged a long glance, finally just nodding to each other. After confirming that Jiang Ling only had minor scrapes and was overly tired, Jiang Qingwen left, not speaking a single word to her during the entire time. Ding! The elevator doors opened, interrupting Lin Tian's thoughts. He carefully walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 16th floor. The elevator ascended slowly, surrounded by silence. At this moment, Lin Tian truly felt Jiang Ling's soft breathing, like a gentle kitten. He stopped thinking about trivial matters and suddenly realized the soft sensation on his back. It was a peculiar feeling, more comfortable than a massage chair. For Lin Tian now, carrying Jiang Ling was effortless. He could easily toss her 50 meters into the air and catch her steadily, or spin her like a stick in his hands. But Lin Tian knew that doing so might result in a sixth-level awakened coming after him. Jiang Ling, still asleep, unconsciously nuzzled against Lin Tian's shoulder, her fine hair brushing against his nose, making it itch a little. The elevator reached the 16th floor, and the doors slowly opened. Lin Tian supported Jiang Ling with one hand and took out the key to Jiang Qingwen's house with the authera token of Jiang Qingwen's trust, given to him before leaving the night watch department. Carefully opening the door, Lin Tian gently placed Jiang Ling on the sofa and removed her sandals. She wasn't wearing socks, and her white, tender feet were slightly dusty, looking a bit dirty. Lin Tian noticed that Jiang Ling's ankle was already swollen and red, likely sprained during the ground collapse. Anyone else might have been unable to walk, but she had endured it all along. It wasn't until they were alone that Jiang Ling squatted on the ground for a while, before finally asking Lin Tian to carry her home. She must have been in too much pain to walk by then. "You silly girl, always trying to be strong," Lin Tian remarked with a hint of helplessness. "Luckily, I have some expertise in this area." Saying this, he gently picked up Jiang Ling's swollen ankle. As soon as he touched it, a mischievous smile appeared on Lin Tian's lips, but he quickly composed himself. He coughed a few times, reminding himself to stay proper. Her skin was soft and pink, and her foot was so small it could be easily held in one hand, smooth and round like a peeled egg. Lin Tian gently pressed Jiang Ling's sprained foot, thinking that with the right technique, most of the pain from this minor sprain could be alleviated. Ow! Jiang Ling winced softly from the pain, her face slightly scrunched up. Lin Tian was secretly amazed. It was his first time touching a girl's foot, and it was as soft as tofu. He couldn't help but think about the age-old question, but quickly dismissed the thought it certainly wasn't fragrant. A moment later, Lin Tian emerged from the bathroom with a towel dampened with warm water. He carefully wiped the dust off Jiang Ling's clothes, ensuring she was clean again. After cleaning up, Lin Tian gently lifted Jiang Ling and carried her to her bedroom. The room evoked memories. When they were 6 or 7 years old, they often played here. He would drag Jiang Ling out to scare passers-by, while she loved playing house, always making him play the role of the dog. By middle school, Jiang Ling no longer allowed him into this private space. Lin Tian guessed it might have something to do with the early teenage discovery of certain wow things. He turned on the light and gently laid Jiang Ling on the bed, covering her with a thin blanket. As he looked around, he noticed the room was clean and tidy, with no unpleasant odors, and the trash bin was empty. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a few interesting comic books on Jiang Ling's desk, the titles of which were better left unsaid, but definitely fell into the category of action-packed pirate adventures. Back home, Lin Tian picked up his wooden sword again. With only 5 days left until the deadline, he knew that facing the gods above the firmament with his current strength was like dreaming an impossible dream. His only hope was to increase his sword swings to 10,000 in these few days to grasp a glimmer of hope. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message. It was from Bai Feng, whom he had added as a contact that afternoon. Lin Tian recalled Bai Feng standing up for him, a punch that not only surprised him but also damaged Bai Feng's reputation, branding him as a hypocrite with questionable morals, dropping the school's opinion of him from 5 stars to 1. "Did you and Jiang make it home safely?" Bai Feng asked in the message. Lin Tian responded briefly, "I owe you one." After sending it, he put his phone away, knowing that action spoke louder than words. Picking up the wooden sword, Lin Tian instantly entered a state of unity. With each swing, he gained a sense of sword intent as a reward. He focused on his training, preparing for the upcoming challenge. Almost there. Almost there. A man wearing a bizarre sacrificial mask stood barefoot on a gleaming black altar, his voice trembling with excitement. "The great god we follow is about to awaken. Walk with the god." Through the slits of the mask, his bloodshot eyes could be seen, gleaming with fanaticism. Below the altar, 11 apostles wearing various animal masks knelt on one knee, their postures devout as they continuously chanted obscure incantations in low voices. Their voices gradually merged into a disquieting, low hum. The divine Lord descends, bringing rebirth, cleansing all sins of the world. The midnight moon spreads its wings, soaring to the heavens. We offer sacrifices, awaiting the light of redemption. As soon as the words fell, the black altar suddenly emitted a blood-red glow, illuminating the entire dark space. The gaze of the priest became profound as he lightly tapped the ground with his staff, slowly turning around. In the deep pit beneath the altar, hundreds of innocent men and women were bound hand and foot, their eyes filled with despair, their cries of pain trapped in their throats, unable to escape. The priest looked down at the people in the pit, his eyes cold and devoid of humanity. His lips curled into a chilling smile. "Do not panic. You will be the contributors to the god's descent. It is your honor." Rest assured, the god will redeem you. Walk with the god. For days until the god's revival. The first ray of morning sunlight filtered through the broken window, illuminating Lin Tian's shabby balcony. He slowly withdrew from the state of unity with his sword, clarity returning to his eyes. He exhaled deeply. Throughout the night, he had swung his sword nearly 1,000 times, yet it still fell short of his expectations. Only 4 days left. The unease in Lin Tian's heart grew stronger. Not enough, he murmured. With just this strength, slaying a god. Impossible. He wiped the sweat from his face and swung the wooden sword again. The sword wind whistled past, shattering an entire tile into pieces. The tiny fragments grazed Lin Tian's cheek, and a drop of blood traced its way down his face. Lin Tian's movements suddenly paused, his right hand gently touching the scratch on his face. This insignificant pain brought him back to his senses. Yeah, a bit too impatient, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just then, the long silent system suddenly spoke, advising. Hey, don't put too much pressure on yourself, or your sword will become unstable. Lin Tian gazed at the sword in his hand and softly asked, Are the gods really that strong? Very strong, the system replied. They were once the rulers of the vast universe, the strongest beings without a doubt. But not all gods are equal, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're not the only one in Daxia. Finally, some good news. Lin Tian's tense expression eased slightly. He slid open the balcony's glass door and stepped out of the bedroom. The system's voice sounded again. Believe in yourself, believe in the system, and believe in those around you. At least for now. Meanwhile, in Uncle Jiang's house next door, Jiang softly hummed, opening her sleepy eyes. Did I come home? Her memory lingered on last night, when she asked Lin Tian to carry her as night fell. After that, she must have fallen asleep on his back, too tired to stay awake. Yes, fell asleep, Jiang thought groggily. Suddenly, she jolted awake. Yes to what? No. She sat up abruptly, throwing off the soft blanket. The dress she wore yesterday had been replaced with a set of pink silk pajamas, and even the sprain on her ankle had mysteriously healed significantly. No, it can't be. In the next second, Jiang fair face turned bright red, like a ripe peach. Her heart raced, and countless possibilities flashed through her mind, each one making her more embarrassed. Jiang curled up under the blanket, imagining 2 spiraling mosquito coils before her eyes. Suddenly, she realized her situation, and her heart began to race. Her clothes were gone, yet her body felt inexplicably clean. Her mind raced, contemplating various possibilities. Did he touch me everywhere he shouldn't have? Jiang muttered to herself, quickly reassuring herself. I'm an adult now. I turned 18 2 months ago. Her recently relaxed nerves suddenly tensed again. Jiang pinched her cheeks hard, as if trying to squeeze these thoughts out of her mind. No, what am I thinking? Who said I'd let that jerk Lin Tian touch me in the future? Absolutely not. Determined, Jiang threw off the blanket. She completed her morning routine, washing up, dressing, and having breakfast in a third of her usual time. Sitting on the sofa, she carefully put on a pair of white socks with cute little bunny patterns, making her final preparations for the confrontation ahead. Taking a deep breath, Jiang opened the door. Standing in the hallway, she suddenly felt nervous, closing the door quietly to avoid making any noise. After taking 2 steps, she realized something was off. Wait, why am I being so cautious? I'm here to get answers from Lin Tian. With that thought, Jiang marched towards Lin Tian's house. She entered without hesitation, only to find Lin Tian just out of the shower, wrapped in a towel. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. Ah! Jiang exclaimed, quickly turning her back to him. 5 minutes later, Lin Tian emerged from the bedroom, fully dressed. Jiang sat on the sofa, arms crossed, with a hostile look in her eyes. Pervert, she muttered under her breath. Lin Tian looked baffled. This is my own house. You barged in without knocking. Is that reasonable? Is there no law? Jiang pouted, timidly asking, What exactly did you do yesterday? Me? Yesterday? Lin Tian replied helplessly. I didn't do anything yesterday. I don't believe you. Jiang turned her head away. Then what happened to my clothes? Lin Tian explained sincerely. I saw they were too dirty, so I took them off, but I kept everything that needed to be kept. You had some dirt on you, so I wiped it off with a towel. His eyes were sincere, as if recounting an ordinary fact. Anyone else might believe this explanation, but Jiang knew Lin Tian too well. They had done almost everything except the final step. You're lying. Tell the truth, she demanded sharply. Really? Lin Tian raised his hand in a vow. I closed my eyes while changing your clothes. I swear I didn't see anything. Really? Jiang eyed him skeptically. Absolutely. Lin Tian nodded vigorously. All right. I'll believe you this time. Jiang lowered her guard. Are you going to school today? Yes, Lin Tian nodded. The view from the rooftop is great for practicing swordplay. All right then, let's go now, we can still make it, Jiang said, getting up and dragging Lin Tian towards the door. Wait, Lin Tian suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. Linger, about the things on your desk in your bedroom. I suppose you wouldn't want anyone else to know, would you? Heh, heh, heh. The classroom of grade 2, class 4 at Tian First High School was filled with an oppressive silence. Lin Tian stood at the door, locking eyes with his homeroom teacher, Li Yanfang, who stood at the podium, the tension between them almost palpable. A week ago, late at night, Li Yanfang received a voice call from someone claiming to be Lin the Handsome. The voice sounded pained, asking for a day off due to a stomachache, promising to be back by 8 a.m. the next day. However, 7 days had passed, and the student with the stomachache was only now making a delayed return, acting as if nothing had happened. Li Yanfang stared at Lin Tian with a blank expression, her chalk breaking silently in her hand out of sheer frustration. Lin Tian glanced at his phone and flashed a bright smile. Right on time. Right on time, my foot. Li Yanfang almost blurted out, but managed to maintain her professional demeanor. She sneered. You asked for a day off for a stomachache 7 days ago, and only show up now. You've really outdone yourself, Lin Tian. The aura she exuded was more terrifying than any mythical beast. Lin Tian swallowed hard. He recalled the rumors circulating in class. For years ago, Li Yanfang had supposedly survived in the wilderness, single-handedly taking down 2 tigers, 4 bears, and 18 Madagascan penguins, and even dealt with 2 great white sharks on her way back to Tian City. At this moment, those rumors seemed eerily believable. Seeing Lin Tian remain silent, Li Yanfang sighed. Get back to your seat. Lin Tian obediently nodded and quickly slipped back to his desk. As he passed by Li Yanfang, she whispered, Lin Tian, it's not that I want to lecture you. If you don't want to continue your studies, you should leave sooner rather than later. Staying here serves no purpose. You won't get into college like this. You'd be better off finding another path. Lin Tian had just sat down when a wave of drowsiness hit him, but he replied, Don't worry, teacher. I have a plan. A plan? Working in a factory or just idling away? Li Yanfang looked at Lin Tian with a complex expression. School isn't the only path, but it is the simplest. There are many ways to succeed. Lin Tian nodded, calmly saying, My plan is to save the world. As soon as he said this, the classroom erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're joking, Lin Tian. You've been reading too many novels, thinking about saving the world. How are you going to save the world? By killing those monsters outside? Or by being a hero in your dreams while you sleep all day? Haven't you heard? Bai Feng hosted a gathering downtown yesterday, and a bunch of monsters showed up. Guess what? Lin Tian was the first to run. I heard that too. The word is out. The monsters appeared, and Lin Tian was gone in 5 seconds. Ha ha ha. It's good enough if he doesn't betray us, let alone save the world. Moreover, Bai Feng from class 1 even fought Song Quan from class 3 for standing up for someone like Lin Tian. Once the topic was raised, the classroom buzzed with noisy discussions, each person chiming in with their opinions on Lin Tian's grand ambitions. Li Yanfang's face was stern as she forcefully slapped the blackboard with her right hand, commanding, Quiet. The classroom fell silent instantly, with students swallowing their unfinished sentences. Her sharp gaze swept across the class, and after furrowing her brows for a moment, she suddenly relaxed them and sternly declared, This topic is off limits for discussion in this class. It's not a laughing matter. Her voice was authoritative, striking a warning bell in each student's heart. That's the end of it. Now let's discuss some important school matters. Li Yanfang opened her lesson plan and began explaining. Tomorrow, all first and second year students will start military training. Since you all went through it last year, I won't repeat the basic precautions. Lin Tian, sitting in the back row, was already familiar with all of this. He recalled the recent craze for joining the army sparked by online videos, where many people served for 2 years just to gain attention, only to return and start businesses like Veteran Barbecue or Veteran Driving Services, which diminished the prestige of being a veteran. To improve the quality of the training, the military had reached an agreement with the Night Patrol Division, deciding that Night Patrol officers would serve as instructors. These officers were not only highly experienced, but also far more skilled than regular conscripts. This policy was not only implemented in Tian City, but almost throughout all of Daxia. However, the school, teachers, and students were unaware of this. Lin Tian felt a sense of relief, knowing that with the instructors being Night Patrol officers, his plan to practice swordsmanship on the rooftop would be more convenient. Just as he was pondering this, his phone vibrated. He frowned slightly and glanced at it Long Weigua. Lin Tian quickly opened WeChat and replied briefly, What's going on? Almost instantly, Long Weigua sent a voice message. Lin Tian put on his Bluetooth earphones and played the 18-second audio. Long Weigua's urgent voice came through. A deep chasm has appeared in the northern district. It's even larger than the one in the mall yesterday. 2 giant beast-type A-level anomalies. 2. Lin Tian's eyebrows shot up, and his mind went on high alert. Shortly after, Long Weigua sent a video. In the footage, 2 anomalies, towering several dozen meters high, rampaged through the streets, treating roadside stalls like cotton candy, easily crushing and devouring them. Lin Tian keenly noticed that not only was Long Weigua's Blue Sky team present, but also his own Red Moon team and Captain Gao. More strikingly, atop two low buildings stood two imposing night patrol officers, clearly fourth-tier awakeners. Lin Tian understood that if these two Godzilla-like a-level giant anomalies weren't subdued in time, the entire northern district could be in jeopardy. He replied briefly, "Got it." The northern district wasn't too far away, and with his speed, running there might be faster than taking a taxi. He thought to himself that Uncle Jiang and the others were on watch, and fourth-tier awakeners might be the highest level of force the night patrol division could deploy at the moment. Just then, the dismissal bell rang. Li Yanfeng left the classroom on time without extending the class. As his classmates began chatting, Lin Tian decisively opened the window and, without hesitation, leaped down from the building. How could he have the nerve to run off and leave the other dozen people behind? In the classroom, a few students gathered, whispering about Lin Tian's actions. "I heard from Song Quan in the class next door that a mutant creature charged at them and nearly wiped them out," a girl said in a hushed tone, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Luckily, a swordsman in white came to their rescue just in time. Another boy chimed in, his voice tinged with admiration. "Do you think that swordsman is the one who was trending online before? He's so cool. I really want to know who he is." "Even if you knew, it wouldn't matter to you," a classmate teased, then shifted the topic. But as for Lin Tian, abandoning his companions and being so cowardly might as well jump out of a window. Just as those words were spoken, a sudden scream erupted from outside. Someone jumped out of a window. The piercing sound instantly captured everyone's attention. They all turned their eyes to the window, only to see that Lin Tian was no longer there, just a window swinging back and forth. No way. The student who had just spoken felt their heart skip a beat. Did he really jump? Although their class was on the second floor, not too high, jumping out could still be dangerous. The student, now anxious, rushed to the window to look down, worried that Lin Tian might actually be hurt and blame them later. However, below, there was only a crowd of onlookers drawn by the commotion, and Lin Tian was nowhere to be seen. By then, Lin Tian had already left the grounds of Tian High School. With powerful strides, he leaped agilely from rooftop to rooftop, quickly reaching the top of a nearby building. The northern part of the city was about 30 kilometers away. A taxi ride would take 30 to 40 minutes. But with his current physical abilities, he could get there in just 15 minutes by running at full speed. Lin Tian continued to leap across rooftops, crossing several buildings in the blink of an eye, appearing hundreds of meters away. He pulled out a comical mask from his waist and put it on, deciding not to don his usual signature white outfit due to the urgency. Though Tian High School wasn't in the city center, it was still a densely populated area. It didn't take long before someone noticed Lin Tian darting across the rooftops. "Spider-Man! Mom, it's Spider-Man!" A little boy exclaimed excitedly, tugging at his mother's hand and pointing to the rooftops. The mother gently patted the boy's head. "In this world, there are only monsters, no Spider-Man. I think you've been playing too much and are starting to see things. I'll sign you up for more after-school classes tonight." The boy looked puzzled, not understanding why seeing a superhero meant more classes. Around them, passers-by began to pull out their phones, capturing this unusual sight. "Wow, that's Superman. That mask, it's the one that was trending online before. I remember it clearly. If I record this and upload it, it'll definitely go viral. Isn't this something that only happens in TV shows? How is it happening in real life? Seriously, if you're going to talk about reality, why not mention the monsters too?" Lin Tian's sudden appearance drew the attention of most people, but he didn't stop, continuing to race towards his destination. 2,000 meters to go, Lin Tian murmured to himself, pausing at the edge of a rooftop. Unnoticed, the area around him had become deserted, the entire street eerily empty. Lin Tian guessed that the residents had probably taken refuge in the nearby shelters. These were underground refuges built by the night patrol and the military to deal with large mutant threats, each capable of holding at least 10,000 people. In Tian City alone, there were over 100 such shelters. The street was silent, with only the sound of Lin Tian's footsteps echoing in the emptiness. A blood-red silk ribbon fluttered in the air, forming an invisible barrier. This was a mid-level forbidden artifact of the Night Patrol Division, specifically designed to handle a level and above anomalies, capable of covering an area of 2 kilometers. Lin Tian lightly touched the silk, which immediately trembled and opened an entrance ahead. Without hesitation, Lin Tian stepped into the barrier, and the surroundings changed dramatically. The desolate street transformed into a wasteland. Overturned cars littered the road, and flames painted the sky red. Not far away, 2 towering anomalies, each several dozen meters high, were wreaking havoc on the buildings, causing the ground to tremble under their stomping. Lin Tian moved like an arrow, with a flash of his sword, appearing 100 meters away. There, 2 anomalies, covered in fleshy orbs, were spewing mucus, jointly attacking a 4th-tier awakened individual in midair. This strong member sent by the Night Patrol Division was clearly struggling, and with a misstep, was struck by a thick tentacle, crashing heavily into a shattered building. Elsewhere, Chun Haoshuan was using his awakened object to heal another severely injured fourth-tier awakened individual. The person was ragged, covered in blood, with a steel bar piercing through his waist, yet his gaze remained resolute. He pushed Chun Haoshuan away, his voice weak but firm. "Xiao Chun, don't bother. These two-level anomalies are beyond your capacity. Leave them to us." Surveying the surroundings, the battle was fierce. Except for the team leader, Long Weigua, who suffered a minor arm injury, the rest of the Blue Sky Squad were severely wounded by the corrosive liquid of the anomalies, their bodies ulcerated, lives hanging by a thread. The Red Moon Squad was not in any better shape, with their leader, Gao Yuan, bleeding from overuse of his abilities, nearly blind. Chun Haoshuan, though with 2 broken ribs, managed to suppress his injuries using his awakened object. The other team members, led by Yang Qing, were all injured and in a sorry state. The fourth-tier awakened individual continued. "You all are young, with a long future ahead, and shouldn't sacrifice yourselves here." As he spoke, flames ignited in his palm, which he resolutely pressed onto his wound. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and forcibly stopped the bleeding. Moments later, his eyes were bloodshot, breathing heavily as he spoke to Gao Yuan and Long Weigua. "In a moment, lead your teams to retreat out of the barrier. We too will fight these beasts to the end. We can't let them escape. This is our duty and mission as Night Patrol members. Those stronger than us have more important tasks to handle. We can't hold them back. Even if it means death, we must keep these 2 beasts here." The 2 team leaders of the Night Watch Division, Li Chu and Zhao Shan, are now facing a life-or-death decision. These partners, nearing their 60s and both 4th-level awakeners, have fought side by side in the Night Watch Division for nearly 3 decades. Although time has left its scars on them, it hasn't extinguished their fighting spirit. Suddenly, flames engulf Li Chu, the intense heat illuminating the surroundings. This fire is no longer the power of his awakening, but a desperate counterattack fueled by his very life. He grimaces in a bitter smile, his eyes glinting with determination. "You're all under 30, with a bright future ahead. Who are we to let you risk your lives on this?" Li Chu's voice is hoarse but firm. At the same time, Zhao Shan bursts out from the rubble. Stones instantly envelop him, forming an indestructible armor. Clenching his right hand, he forms a battle axe from the stones, exuding an intimidating presence. "Old man Chu, you think you're the only one capable?" Zhao Shan grins, blood flowing down his forehead unnoticed. "After all these years, aside from having a few more flings in middle school, how are you better than me?" The 2 veteran comrades share a smile, as if returning to their youthful, spirited days. They charge together at the despair-inducing creatures. Li Chu's flames rise like towering pillars, forcing the creature's tentacles to retract. Zhao Shan shatters the ground, wielding his axe like a god descending to earth. However, just as Zhao Shan leaps into the air, a hand suddenly presses down on his shoulder. Before he can react, an irresistible force pushes him down. "How am I flying?" Zhao Shan's words trail off as he sees a young man wearing a comical mask standing behind him. The sight leaves him speechless with shock. The power he unleashed, nearly reaching the 5th level, is effortlessly subdued by this young man. Lin Tian gently pats Zhao Shan's chest, his tone gentle yet authoritative. "Old master, take a rest. The Night Watch Division in Tian City still needs you. Listen, be good." Zhao Shan's mind is in turmoil, almost cursing out loud. At over 60, having dedicated his life to the country and the Night Watch Division, he was ready for a grand exit, only to be interrupted by this young upstart. "No way." Zhao Shan stubbornly shakes his head, his eyes filled with defiance and determination. "You can stop me from risking my life. But first, you need to put out the flames on that old man." "Deal." Lin Tian nodded decisively, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He solemnly promised, "Rest assured, senior. I will make sure both of you receive proper treatment and refrain from any actions until fully recovered." Zhao Shan glanced around to ensure they were alone, then began to remove his rocky armor without hesitation. As the last piece of stone fell away, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Despite the pain, Zhao Shan reminded, "Remember, extinguish the fire on Li Chu first. In his current state, it won't last much longer." "Understood, senior." Lin Tian nodded firmly and vanished in an instant. Clutching his fractured ribs, Zhao Shan watched Lin Tian's departure. His expression was much calmer compared to earlier panic. He pondered to himself, the nephew of Chairman Wang, the one who slashed through the city center mutants with a single sword yesterday, and before that, turned a cultist into a vegetable. Truly terrifying. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the battlefield, "Forward!" Li Chu shouted, his aura blazing. His fiery punch smashed through most of the mutant's body, reducing it to fragments. The flames swiftly incinerated the writhing crimson remains. The surviving mutant let out a piercing scream, desperately trying to smother the flames. Just as Li Chu prepared to deliver the fatal blow, he felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood, which vaporized upon contact with the fire. Li Chu glanced at his right hand. What was once skin and bone now appeared even more withered. He realized with a start that his life was being rapidly consumed by the flames. Despite this, Li Chu did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, shattering the ground beneath him with a pillar of fire. He roared, "Die, you beast!" However, in that critical moment, the flames on Li Chu suddenly extinguished not gradually, but in the blink of an eye. This unexpected change left Li Chu momentarily stunned. What the hell? Where's my fire? Li Chu muttered to himself. There should be some left, and that's not how it should go out. Damn it, I just got fired up. Li Chu struggled to understand what had happened. Logically, without the flames, he should have died instantly. Yet, aside from his severe injuries, he felt no other discomfort. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was the fire extinguished by someone? He turned sharply to see a young man approaching. The youth held a wooden sword, seemingly ordinary, yet exuding immense pressure. Li Chu realized that he was enveloped by the young man's overwhelming sword intent. It dawned on him that his flames had been snuffed out by this young man. At that moment, two towering mutants, upon witnessing the celestial sword intent, let out mournful cries and began to retreat. They sensed death emanating from that giant sword. Li Chu focused his gaze on the approaching Lin Tian and asked, "Are you Chairman Wang's nephew?" I wondered why Zhao Shan didn't come. Lin Tian calmly replied, "Senior Zhao has gone to rest early. You should, too. Leave this to me." Li Chu frowned, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it with his fingers. Taking a deep drag, he seemed to regain some composure. "Was it that bastard who told you to snuff out my fire?" Li Chu grumbled. "He's lost face, and now I lose face too. I was about to make a heroic sacrifice." He placed a firm hand on Lin Tian's shoulder and, after a moment, said slowly, "I'll leave this to you then." With that, Li Chu turned and walked away. Watching the two seniors depart, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. He looked at the two fleeing mutants and said coldly, "Trying to escape?" The fire went out. Gao Yuan watched as the towering flames in the distance suddenly vanished, leaving him feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Team Leader Li was known for his mastery of fire, and the extinguishing of the flames made Gao Yuan worry about his safety. "Don't worry, he's fine," Zhao Shan said, dragging his weary body slowly towards Gao Yuan. His voice was hoarse, and his face was covered in dust and sweat. Seeing Zhao Shan's appearance, the others had a sense of what happened. Long Weigua quickly stepped forward to support the staggering Zhao Shan and urgently asked, "Team Leader Zhao, was it Lin Tian?" Both of these men were known for their fiery tempers and tie-in. While dealing with paperwork might not be their forte, when it came to fighting, these two veterans in their 60s would likely rush to the front. However, at this moment, the fact that one of them was unharmed seemed to be explained only by Lin Tian's arrival. Zhao Shan gave a bitter smile and nodded, leaning against a low stone wall to catch his breath. "That kid is something else." "Indeed," Long Weiguo agreed, recalling how he had witnessed Lin Tian nonchalantly dispatch an A-class mutant the previous day. With such strength, handling two A-class mutants was probably not an issue. Without a word, Shen Haoshuan stepped forward to provide some basic treatment for Zhao Shan with his awakening power. As everyone was talking, Li Chu walked over from a distance, looking rather frustrated. His injuries were the most severe among them. If he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't have lasted more than 10 seconds. Fortunately, he was a fourth-tier awakener, with a strong physique and resilience. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Li Chu saw the others still standing there and angrily said, "Why aren't any of you listening?" Everyone exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Seeing no response, Li Chu's tone turned somewhat resentful. "Long Weigua, do you still want to be a captain? Your team members are about to be poisoned to death. Hurry up and take them back for treatment. And the rest of you, lend a hand. We aren't needed here anymore." With that, he gritted his teeth against the pain and helped a corroded team member towards the boundary. "Don't just stand there, let's go," Zhao Shan said, brushing the dust off himself. He supported two people with his arms. "You take one, I'll take two. I win this round." The group was momentarily stunned, looking puzzled. Song Chu snapped back to reality and protested. "My arm's broken, but I can still help. Watch me." "Hey, hey, hey, let's call it even," Gao Yuan interjected, quickly stepping in to stop the two. "The priority is to get these team members affected by the mutants back to the headquarters for medical treatment. How about we call it a draw between you two team leaders?" The two fell silent, seemingly agreeing to the proposal. Since Lin Tian had arrived, there was no need for them to stay any longer. The immediate task was to get the injured back for treatment. Meanwhile, the two beast-like mutants, without hesitation, turned and fled as soon as they sensed the gigantic sword looming between heaven and earth. Lin Tian was not about to let these creatures escape. The mutants were massive, each stride covering over 100 meters. But Lin Tian's speed was no less impressive. He dashed forward, becoming a sharp silhouette, and in the blink of an eye, caught up with the two mutants. Buzz! With an upward slash, the sharp sword intent descended like a storm, assaulting the two mutants below. Their bodies were as black as ink, covered with grotesque, writhing crimson tumors, enough to make one's stomach churn. The exposed organs were instantly shredded into pulp upon contact with the sword's aura. The foul, viscous black blood clung to the body, only to be swallowed by the sudden gaping mouths that opened on the skin before it could drip away. Roar! One of the creatures, overwhelmed by fear, tried to turn and flee. However, it was horrified to find that one of its arms had been reduced to bare bones by the sword's aura. It opened its tooth-filled maw, roaring as it spewed a stream of corrosive green liquid at Lin Tian. Faced with the oncoming attack, Lin Tian remained completely still. A shocking scene unfolded. The corrosive liquid froze in midair just half a meter from him. Then, it split into 2, then 4, then 8, until it was divided into countless pieces, finally dissipating like fireworks into the air. The creature was clearly terrified by this sight. The threat of death forcibly restored a bit of its sanity. It whimpered, its massive form involuntarily stepping back a few paces. Only then did it realize that the previously invisible massive sword had now materialized before the young man. Lin Tian casually swung his arm, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Are you done? Because if you are, I'm about to eliminate you in the name of the moon. Creature? 3 minutes later, Lin Tian remained calm and collected, skillfully pulling a white band from his pocket to wrap the wooden sword. This had become a habit for him, as it was more comfortable to carry it on his back this way. Looking back, the 2 giant creatures had vanished without a trace, leaving only a large patch of black goo on the ground. The abyssal rift was slowly closing as the creatures were eradicated. Lin Tian crossed through the barrier and found Yang waiting for him. She wore a thick black coat, seemingly to cover the wounds on her body. The captain asked me to wait here for you and retrieve the forbidden item, she said, reaching out to take the red silk. With the barrier gone, the scene that resembled a wasteland instantly returned to normal. The overturned, wrecked vehicles were neatly parked by the roadside, and aside from the empty streets, it seemed as if nothing had happened. These spatial-type forbidden items are convenient. Otherwise, just repairing the damaged buildings every year would be an astronomical expense, Yang remarked. But the appearance of such forbidden items often means life and death. If you hadn't arrived in time, we might all have died there. I'd rather trade life for life than let these creatures into reality. Where to now? Yang asked, opening the door of a black sedan. You can choose to go back to school or to the Night Watch Bureau to file a report. Just call Jiang with a brief description. It's not that important. Lin Tian sat in the back, a look of righteous determination on his face. Sister Qing, what kind of person do you think I am? Uncle Wang once taught me that power and influence are meant to better serve the people, not as an excuse to ignore the Bureau's rules. I choose to go to the Night Watch Bureau. Yang rolled her eyes, clearly seeing through his little scheme. You just don't want to go back to school, do you? It's not a big deal. A call will get it handled. No way. Lin Tian firmly refused, putting on an extremely serious expression. How can I trouble others with such matters? Please, let me handle this personally. A kilometer away, a girl wearing a white rabbit mask observed the man in the distance with interest. He's quite handsome, she murmured to herself, a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Humph, indeed, replied the man in the pig mask coldly. He's strong, but if our god descends, I wonder what the scene would be like. The girl in the rabbit mask glanced at the man with a hint of disdain in her voice. He may be handsome and interesting, but how could he compare to the great god? We just need to wait patiently. Tian is truly a special place, or why else would the great god choose to descend here? The man in the pig mask looked serious and warned in a low voice. Keep an eye on him. This man is dangerous. Don't get any funny ideas, and don't forget that Xinyang died at his hands. We can't let him ruin our plans. Do you need to tell me? The rabbit mask girl replied indifferently, her gaze still fixed on the distant target. On the street, Lin Tian sat in the back seat of the car. As he closed the door, a strange feeling suddenly washed over him. His eyes darkened as he cautiously looked towards a nearby tall building. It appeared empty, but his instincts told him that someone had indeed been watching him. Lin Tian withdrew his gaze and refocused his thoughts. At this critical juncture, the only ones likely to have the leisure to monitor him would be the cult. In Tian City, at the Night Watch Division, Lin Tian followed Yang to the division located in the city center. The modern building looked unremarkable from the outside, blending seamlessly with the surrounding structures. The 2 seemingly ordinary guards at the entrance stood up immediately upon seeing them, cautiously scanning the area. As passers-by hurried along, the Night Watch division blended perfectly into the cityscape, showing no signs of being anything special. Yet only the Night Watchers knew that this was a carefully crafted facade. The truly formidable figures were hidden within this ordinary exterior, and even the 2 seemingly average guards at the entrance were elite Night Watchers in disguise. Lin Tian and Yang entered the building and first registered their information at the reception. Then they took the elevator to the medical area upstairs. The Night Watch division had a complete system with fully equipped resources and facilities. Injuries and contamination caused by anomalies required special forbidden items combined with modern facilities for effective treatment, so injured night watchers typically did not seek care at regular hospitals. They arrived at a ward where several wounded were lying in beds, their bodies wrapped in bandages. A doctor in a white coat gave a brief explanation before leaving the room. The injured smiled upon seeing Lin Tian arrive. Gao Yuan was leaning against the bed, his eyes covered with bandages. Upon hearing the door close, he asked, "Is that you, Xiao Tian?" "It's me," Lin Tian replied, looking at the captain's injuries with concern. "Captain, your eyes." Gao Yuan waved it off, speaking lightly. "It's a minor issue. They overworked a bit, so I can't expose them to light for a few days. Just need some drops of sapras when I get home." Compared to Gao Yuan's temporary blindness, the other's injuries were noticeably lighter. Yang Qing had a fractured rib, but as a second-tier awakener, she would recover in a couple of days. The only caveat was the doctor's advice against staying up late until she healed. Wu Yu had a crushed right hand, but with the help of nutrient extracts from forbidden items, it would heal within a week. Lin Tian surveyed the ward, feeling a sense of relief. Although his teammates were injured, they were mostly superficial wounds, with no life-threatening conditions. He knew that in battles against anomalies, such an outcome was considered fortunate. "Impressive, Lin Tian. Even though I'm older than you from now on, you're my brother Tian." Wu Yu looked at Lin Tian with admiration, his eyes sparkling with respect. However, his expression quickly dimmed, and he said in a low voice, "Unlike me, my talent is lacking, and my awakened item is just a shield. Not much to show for." "Nonsense," Gao Yuan suddenly interrupted, his voice filled with determination despite not being able to see. He turned towards Wu Yu and said seriously, "Wu Yu, your shield is incredibly useful. Without you, those corrosive liquids would have landed on us long ago. If those attacks were like soccer balls, you would be the goalkeeper. We can try to keep the ball away from the goal, but when it comes to the final attack, you're the key player." "The captain's right," Lin Tian said, patting Wu Yu's shoulder with a gentle yet firm tone. "Everyone in our Red Moon squad has their own role, don't we?" Wu Yu kept his head down, silent, but the relaxation in his brow and shoulders showed he felt better. "All right then." Chen Haoshuan smiled and pulled Lin Tian and Wu Yu closer. "Thanks to Xiao Tian today, we managed to take down 2 A-grade variants, a feat beyond our usual capacity. Although it wasn't all our doing, the division rewarded us handsomely." Lin Tian shook his head modestly. "Not at all. It wouldn't have been so easy for me to finish them off if you all hadn't worn them down first." "Stop being so modest." Chen Haoshuan clicked his tongue, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "We know our limits. Our damage was like a gentle breeze. If it weren't for Li and Zhao holding the front, we might have lost." Lin Tian suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, how are those 2 seniors doing now?" Chen Haoshuan pondered for a moment before replying. "They should be in the intensive care unit now. They collapsed after returning to the division, but their lives are not in danger. However, due to their age and previous injuries, recovery might take some time." Lin Tian clenched his fists, a flash of guilt in his eyes. "Sorry, everyone. I was late." "What's with the guilt?" Wu Yu, who hadn't spoken for a while, suddenly said with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Lin Tian, without you, we might have really died this time. Why blame yourself?" Lin Tian gave a wry smile and muttered, "If I had come sooner, maybe no one would have gotten hurt. After all, with great power comes great responsibility." "That's not quite right." Wu Yu sighed, his expression serious. "Recently, a lot of variants have been appearing frequently in major cities. This isn't just happening in our Tian city, it's all over Daxia. Although encountering 2 A-grade variants in consecutive days is rare, it's not unheard of." He paused before continuing. "I heard the captain say that all 4th-tier and above night watchers are busy with something important. They just can't act easily, not that they can't act at all. If those 2 A-grade beasts had broken the barrier and entered the real world, and if 4th-tier awakened ones couldn't stop them, then stronger ones would have to step in." Wu Yu scratched his head and said candidly, "I'm straightforward, but that's the truth. Lin Tian, you're strong, but you're not the only night watcher. Everyone has their responsibilities and things to protect. There's no need to take all the blame on yourself. We should be thanking you. At least you helped us hold our ground. Otherwise, even if we died, we'd continue to hate ourselves in the next life." The hospital room was enveloped in a silence as deep as the ocean. Gao Yuan suddenly threw off the blanket, his feet touching the floor, ready to leave. Lin Tian looked at him in confusion. "Captain, where are you going?" "To get some barbecue," Gao Yuan said as he stretched, a smile appearing on his face. "We have to celebrate today. We've taken care of 2 A-level variants, and now we're the injured ones. The headquarters should send some 3rd or 4th-tier night watchers from the capital. We won't have any assignments for a while." Chen Haoshuan's eyes lit up, and he asked tentatively, "In that case, can we drink?" "Of course," Gao Yuan nodded. "Why else would I suggest barbecue?" "Great." Yang Qing beamed. "We've been fighting variants every day. It's finally time to relax. Let's go." Gao Yuan gestured, as if his vision was unhindered, and walked straight towards the door. Lin Tian couldn't help but ask, "Captain, can you see?" "No." Gao Yuan shook his head, pointing to his eyes. "Did you forget I'm a mental type awakener? After reaching the 3rd tier, I can extend my mental powers to sense things. Apart from basic colors, everything else is the same as usual." "I see," Lin Tian realized. He recalled his own sword intent training, which seemed to have not only improved his swordsmanship, but also significantly enhanced his mental power and perception in a short time. He guessed that if he covered his eyes, he might also be able to do something similar. Lin Tian glanced around at his bandaged companions and asked, "You're all injured, can you really drink?" Chen Haoshuan patted Lin Tian's shoulder and laughed. "Of course we can. Little Tian, you just don't get it. We're not taking antibiotics. We're using specially developed nutritional fluids for awakeners by the headquarters. No side effects. Even if there were, can our physical fitness be compared to that of ordinary people?" "That makes sense," Lin Tian nodded repeatedly. The group left the hospital room. Gao Yuan, dressed in the special patient attire of the Night Watch division and with bandages over his eyes, looked somewhat like a blind monk. "Let's not drive today," Gao Yuan said a bit awkwardly. "The place is quite close. Besides, if the traffic police stop us and see how I'm dressed, it might be hard to explain." "True," everyone agreed. "That would be quite a scene. A blind monk in patient clothes driving in broad daylight. It's a miracle if the car doesn't get impounded." Just outside the Night Watch division branch, Gao Yuan took a deep breath and remarked, "Ah, the sun is so bright today, it's blinding." Lin Tian looked puzzled. "But you can't see, right?" Gao Yuan seemed to notice Lin Tian's confusion and explained, "It's nothing, just trying to lighten the mood." As soon as Gao Yuan stepped onto the street, his appearance immediately caught the attention of passersby. "Don't say anything. What if he's really blind? Then why doesn't he have a white cane or a guide dog?" "Well, didn't you see someone walking with him? Maybe he's from a wealthy family and doesn't need a guide dog." Hearing these comments, Lin Tian thought to himself, "Are you being polite?" The location of the Night Watch division branch was quite strategic, surrounded by entertainment venues. The dance hall was a bit further, and the amusement park was nowhere nearby. Within less than 300 meters, Lin Tian counted at least 15 massage and foot spa places. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Lin Tian thought he saw 2 familiar figures in front of one of the massage parlors. Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. 2 figures, wrapped head to toe in bandages with only their eyes and noses visible, were standing at the entrance of a massage parlor, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, he recognized one of them. It was none other than team leader Li Zhao. Lin Tian's heart raced, his mind flooded with questions. Weren't these 2 supposed to be in the intensive care unit? How could they be here just 2 hours later? Although he couldn't hear their conversation, Lin Tian keenly noticed the unmistakable hint of a smile on their faces. Truly, they are exemplary 4th-level awakeners, Lin Tian mused to himself. On the brink of death in the morning, and by the afternoon, they're here for a foot massage. Truly admirable. Navigating through a bustling street, Lin Tian followed Gao Yuan to a food street. They turned into a secluded alley, where they discovered a modestly styled barbecue restaurant at the very end. The sign read, "Veterans Barbecue." As they pushed the door open, a clear bell chimed. The interior was clean and tidy, with few patrons, but the floor tiles gleamed as if freshly polished. The dim lighting cast a warm glow over the barbecue grill, creating a unique atmosphere. "Mr. Qian, we have guests," Gao Yuan called out loudly. Soon, the curtain of the kitchen parted, and an elderly man, over 70, emerged. His hair was completely white, and his face bore the marks of time. Lin Tian's attention was immediately drawn to the man's shocking injuries. One eye was covered by a patch, his face was marred with permanent burn scars, and his left leg was amputated from the root, forcing him to rely on crutches. His entire body was a tapestry of scars, with no unblemished skin in sight. "Xiao Tian, this is an old comrade of my master's," Gao Yuan introduced respectfully. "The teammate of the sword fanatic, Hu Yuanfeng." Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the old man with newfound respect. This was the true veteran's barbecue. Noticing the bandages on Gao Yuan's eye, Mr. Qian asked with concern, "What happened to your eye? Injured by a mutant on a mission?" "Something like that. It's nothing serious," Gao Yuan replied with a shake of his head and a smile. "Mr. Qian, we're here to celebrate a great achievement." "A great achievement?" Mr. Qian asked curiously as he retrieved ingredients from the cold storage. "What did you do?" "Look," Gao Yuan said, pointing to Lin Tian. "This is my team member Lin Tian." Mr. Qian nodded with a smile. A new face indeed, with good bone structure, promising talent. "It was him who single-handedly took down 2 A-grade mutants," Gao Yuan said proudly. "What?" Mr. Qian turned abruptly, staring in disbelief at the young man before him. "You can joke with your master, but don't try it on old Qian here." "Would I joke with my master, or with you?" Gao Yuan said seriously. "Xiao Qing and Hao Xian are both injured and resting in the hospital. Otherwise they'd be here too." "Really?" Mr. Qian remained skeptical. "At such a young age?" 18, right? Even Wang Yangshi and Jiang Chengwen weren't this extraordinary back in the day. Incredible. Qian Lao gazed deeply at Lin Tian, a difficult-to-describe light flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he turned and skillfully, elegantly retrieved a large handful of fresh ingredients from the fridge. The usual? Qian Lao asked, the aroma of the ingredients in his hands enticing. Gao Yuan nodded and then inquired, what about Xiao Tian? Lin Tian glanced at the fridge and quickly listed his favorites: pork skewers, dried tofu rolls, grilled leeks, grilled oysters. His voice carried a hint of anticipation. Didn't eat well yesterday, but today I must make up for it. A kindly smile spread across Qian Lao's face as he placed the ingredients on the grill, remarking, ah, to be young and full of energy. Suddenly, Gao Yuan spoke up. Qian Lao, could you also get some beef and lamb skewers? Oh, changing it up. Qian Lao raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Sort of, Gao Yuan responded with a gentle smile, choosing a seat close to Qian Lao. Gao Yuan softly explained to Lin Tian. According to Captain Gao, most of the patrons at this barbecue joint are night patrol officers. Due to their unique job nature, they might not get a day off for months. Plus, with the shop's remote location, it often goes days without customers. Yet, Qian Lao always stocks the freshest ingredients in the fridge, closing at 3 in the morning and opening again at 7. Since his injury, he's kept this routine up every day without fail. Lin Tian sat quietly in his chair, filled with respect after hearing this. He realized that every veteran night patrol officer seemed to have their own legendary story. Qian Lao waved his hand, sighing, let's not bring that up, or I'll lose face. You know, this old man cares about his image. He paused, his tone softening. To be honest, I just can't let go of you young ones, can't let go of the night patrol division. With that, he picked up a sizzling pork skewer from the grill and handed it to Lin Tian. Here, young man, give it a try. Qian Lao's barbecue is something special. I guarantee you'll want more. Lin Tian took the skewer and devoured half of it in one bite. The meat was crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and bursting with flavor. He couldn't help but exclaim, delicious. This is so much better than what I had at the mall yesterday. Clearly, there's a difference in skill among barbecue chefs. Qian Lao watched Lin Tian devour the food with a loving gaze. As long as it tastes good, this old body won't last forever. My biggest wish now is to see you young ones from the division every day, to have you enjoy a hot skewer after finishing your missions. It's exhilarating. At this point, Qian Lao's eyes seemed to sparkle. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to Gao Yuan. By the way, how's your master doing? Is he back on his feet? Gao Yuan shook his head, replying, not yet. But he's getting along well with Mrs. Jiang next door, enjoying some square dancing every day. That's good. Qian Lao said comfortably, cracking his neck. That old guy used to have nothing but swords on his mind, wanting to live and breathe swordsmanship. It's nice he finally realized the importance of companionship and having a home. Soon, a large plate of fragrant skewers was laid out on the table by Qian Lao. Looking at the two young men before him, he thoughtfully remarked, you've dealt with 2 grade mutants this time, and with everyone injured, you shouldn't have any tasks in the short term, right? As a retired veteran of the Night Patrol Division, Qian Lao was still familiar with many of the regulations. Suddenly, Gao Yuan's eyes lit up, and he suggested, why not have a drink? Eating barbecue without a cold beer lacks soul. Of course, Gao Yuan exclaimed, pulling 3 cases of beer from the corner. Let's go with 3 cases. Just a little bit for 5 people? Qian Lao teased, his eyes twinkling with memories. Back in the day, old Qian here could drink truckloads. I could down 40 or 50 bottles with soy sauce on nails. They all exchanged smiles, the atmosphere light and relaxed. Lin Tian stood aside, hesitating. He was calculating in his mind, worried that drinking might affect his sword-wielding skills. Just then, his long-silent system suddenly spoke in his ear. Getting thoroughly drunk might bring unexpected benefits for you. Lin Tian was taken aback. It wasn't until the text appeared before him that he questioned internally, really? Can drinking bring rewards? Like drunken boxing? The system seemed offended and retorted, is there no trust between people anymore? I'm very disappointed in you. Lin Tian shot back. Are you even a person? The system paused briefly before replying, I acknowledge your attack power, but don't do it again. Lin Tian chuckled to himself. Don't worry, I'll do it again next time. The system explained, that's how I'm set up. For instance, with the sword fanatic Hu Yuan Feng, you learn the sword of time from his experiences. When you reach a certain state of mind or gain insights, I grant you unexpected rewards. Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully. So, getting drunk works too? Of course, as long as you get truly drunk, the system confirmed. The scene shifted to the Night Patrol Division branch. Yang Qing sat on her bed, looking dazed. Her eyes lit up when she saw Gao Yuan returning with a big bag of barbecue, and she couldn't help but drool. Just one bite. Let me have a bite. Yang Qing eagerly lunged at Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan held her back with one hand, letting Lin Tian carry 3 cases of snow beer inside. Wait a moment. You guys take out the barbecue first, and I'll go get Captain Long. I'll go, Lin Tian volunteered. I need to use the restroom anyway. After leaving the restroom, Lin Tian went to the Blue Sky team's room and gently knocked on the door. Come in, Long Wei's voice sounded. Entering, Long Wei stood up to greet Lin Tian. Are the team members all right? Lin Tian asked quietly. Long Wei glanced at the unconscious teammates on the hospital bed and explained, they're okay, no life-threatening injuries. The corrosive liquid from that creature has hallucinogenic and comatose effects. It seems they'll need another day or two to wake up. He turned to Lin Tian. Is something up? Captain Gao bought some barbecue and wanted to invite you to join us. Lin Tian extended the invitation. Since we both took down 2 grade creatures, our teams did quite well. Want to have a bite? Let's go. Long Wei agreed without hesitation. Let's not keep Captain Gao waiting. Before leaving, he looked back at his unconscious team members and sighed. It's the captain's fault you got hurt this badly. Rest well, and once you're healed, I'll take you out for a meal too. But before that, I'll go have a taste for you. In the hospital room, 6 people gathered around a small wooden table, laughter filling the air. Long Wei held a large green bottle in one hand and a skewer of barbecue in the other, exclaiming, we really owe it to Lin Tian this time. To be so skilled at 18 is truly exceptional among the night guards. Chen Haoshuan followed suit, raising his bottle. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. Cheers, they shouted in unison. The others joined in, clinking their glasses with a crisp sound that echoed in the room. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the floor, hugging a bottle with a smile on his face, but staying silent. He was puzzled at how his tolerance for alcohol had suddenly decreased. He was feeling tipsy after less than 4 bottles, despite having rarely drunk in this life. In his past life, he could down 10 bottles without a problem. It was ironic that his strength had increased, yet his drinking capacity had diminished. Gao Yuan noticed Lin Tian's silence and asked with concern, why so quiet, Xiao Tian? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Tian shook his head, swallowed a mouthful of dried tofu wrap, and took a small sip of his drink, mumbling, no, I'm fine. In truth, his mind was already hazy, and he didn't know what to say. Yang Qing, noticing Lin Tian's unusual behavior, teased with a smile, kids will be kids. Be good and listen to your big sister Qing. Go have some juice. She put her half-empty bottle on the table with a loud burp. Lin Tian mechanically took another sip of his drink, his eyes glazed as he muttered, I'm not drunk. He frowned, puzzled. Why does this drink taste like nothing? Gao Yuan chuckled and turned to Yang Qing. How many bottles have you had? 2. This is the last one. Yang Qing huffed, unimpressed. A second tear awakened, and I can't even handle 3 bottles? That's embarrassing. Gao Yuan looked at her meaningfully, slowly saying, on December 4th last year, at 10:09 p.m., after 2.5 bottles, you were shouting stop, 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 on the street. Yang Qing's face changed abruptly, quickly interrupting, don't say it. How do you remember so clearly? Of course, I remember, Gao Yuan replied, glancing at the bottle in her hand. Yang Qing immediately backed down, putting the bottle aside. No more, I'm done. She pouted, grabbed a bottle of green apple soda, and, with a huff, poked a straw into it, sipping slowly. As time passed, the evening came, and the barbecue on the table was nearly gone. Wu Yu stood up with a satisfied burp, slightly tipsy, and suddenly asked, hey, did anyone hear Lin Tian say anything? Gao Yuan looked towards where Lin Tian was sitting and was shocked. Lin Tian was surrounded by a pile of empty bottles, like a small mountain, sitting there with a vacant stare. How much did he drink? Gao Yuan exclaimed, standing up in alarm, his eyes scanning the nearby crate. 4 crates of beer were empty. The 5 of them had only gone through less than 2 crates together, and the rest had all been consumed by Lin Tian alone. Who called me? Lin Tian finally looked up, bewildered. Wow, Lin Tian, you're incredible. Wu Yu gave a thumbs up, drinking so much without even flinching. I bow to you. Lin Tian looked utterly confused, clearly not understanding the situation. When did I start drinking so much? Lin Tian shook his groggy head, trying hard to recall the recent events. Suddenly, a sharp headache struck him, causing him to inhale sharply. His snow, I remember. I must have zoned out and ended up drinking more than 2 cases without realizing it. Lin Tian muttered to himself, his voice tinged with surprise and regret. Chen Haoshuan noticed and asked worriedly, are you okay? Even an awakened shouldn't drink like that. And you didn't even go to the bathroom once. Lin Tian rubbed the back of his head and admitted honestly, I'm still drunk. I think I'll head home now, it's getting late. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion and concern. Gao Yuan frowned and asked, can you make it home by yourself? Should we take you? No need. I'm fine. Lin Tian waved them off and stood up to leave. However, his steps were unsteady, and he staggered straight towards the window. Seeing this, everyone gasped, sensing trouble. Night had fallen as Lin Tian walked alone on the path back home. The warm, sultry breeze brushed against him, and the intoxication washed over him like a tide. The intense dizziness blurred his vision, and the ground seemed to sway beneath his feet. Damn, it's kicking in, Lin Tian mumbled, forced to lean on the roadside railing to regain some clarity. He staggered home, mumbling to himself, swordplay, swing the sword, slash the gods. In the neighborhood, Jiang Ling was returning home after her evening classes. Under the streetlights, she noticed a figure approaching her with an unsteady gait, swaying like a zombie. Startled, Jiang Ling watched the figure warily. As the person drew closer, she realized he looked familiar. Lin Tian, she called softly. What are you doing here? There were rumors at school that you disappeared after jumping off a building. Is there some kind of— Before she could finish, a strong scent of alcohol hit her, and she frowned. You reek of alcohol. Have you been drinking? Lin Tian stopped and looked down at the girl in front of him. Perhaps due to the alcohol, Jiang Ling seemed particularly captivating to him today. Her lips looked moist, with a hint of pink. Lin Tian thought to himself, if I kissed her, it would be he. Feeling Lin Tian's intense gaze, Jiang Ling became alert, crossing her arms over her chest like a startled kitten, and shouted, no way. Lin Tian pouted, I wasn't going to do anything. But I know what you're thinking. Jiang Ling blushed slightly and scolded. Just because you're drunk doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Don't drink so much next time. Got it. Lin Tian nodded obediently. Good. Let's go home. Jiang Ling said, tugging on Lin Tian's arm. Don't get lost. She took a step forward, but realized she couldn't move him. What are you doing? She turned back, her eyes filled with a mix of annoyance and concern at Lin Tian standing still. Lin Tian didn't answer her question, but instead said, I'll make you some honey water when we get back. Be careful these days. What? Jiang Ling asked, puzzled. I'm going to slay a god. Lin Tian continued his drunken rambling. You? Jiang Ling sniffed dismissively. Where are these gods? There will be, Lin Tian insisted. Then you should, Jiang Ling began. But her words were cut off as Lin Tian suddenly leaned heavily against her. Hey! Jiang Ling exclaimed, instinctively wanting to push him away, but quickly retracting her hand. She whispered softly, don't fall asleep. I can't carry you. My head's a bit dizzy, Lin Tian murmured, but a faint smile crept across his lips. At home, Jiang Ling gently set down her backpack and carefully helped Lin Tian onto the soft sofa. She exhaled deeply, her gaze never leaving Lin Tian's intoxicated face. Did you just secretly laugh? Jiang Ling asked suspiciously, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Lin Tian mumbled, his eyes bleary and his body swaying slightly, more intoxicated than before. What are you saying? I don't know, he replied vaguely, his tone carrying the confusion typical of someone drunk. Seeing Lin Tian's delayed reaction, Jiang Ling sighed softly, thinking to herself, am I overthinking this? She had initially suspected that he was pretending to be drunk, hiding some ulterior motive, but now it seemed he was genuinely inebriated. Jiang Ling turned towards the kitchen, her mind involuntarily recalling the moment when Lin Tian had fallen onto her. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushing slightly. Get a grip, she kept reminding herself, trying to calm the inexplicable flutter in her chest. He's drunk anyway. He won't remember anything by morning. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained seated on the sofa in the living room, a look of reminiscence on his face. Soft and fragrant, he murmured, recalling the sensation. He had intended to steal a light kiss, but restrained himself, considering Jiang Shu, a powerful 6th-level awakened being. After all, acting on impulse might lead to consequences he wasn't willing to face. Here, drink this. Jiang Ling approached with a cup of warm honey water, her tone tinged with concern. Drink it and go to sleep. Lin Tian, however, remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard her. What's wrong? Jiang Ling asked, puzzled. No strength in my hands. You feed me. Lin Tian feigned weakness, placing a hand on his forehead, lamenting. Oh, I'm so dizzy. Weak all over, feeling awful. He gestured as if to take the cup. Oh, where did the water go? You. Jiang Ling clenched her left fist tightly, her anger mixed with a hint of helplessness. Are you pretending? Oh. Lin Tian continued to play dumb. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Open your mouth. Okay. Lin Tian obediently opened his mouth, enjoying the honey water. After feeding him, Jiang Ling turned to leave. Go to sleep, and don't drink so much next time. Remember to call me if you need anything, she advised before returning to her room. On the sofa, Lin Tian sat quietly, allowing the alcohol to wash over him. His intoxication deepened, and his expression suddenly grew serious, as if sensing his inner sword heart vibrating slightly. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Host is heavily intoxicated, entering the realm of the drunken sword immortal. Each sword swing can trigger a double critical hit, with rewards and occurrences multiplying. Upon sobering up, the host will automatically exit this realm. The probability of re-entering the drunken sword immortal realm is 0.03. Choosing to be the system's pawn will significantly increase the odds, the system continued. Bah! Lin Tian ignored the last suggestion. Picking up his wooden sword, he thought, since I'm in this so-called drunken sword immortal realm, I shouldn't waste it. I should take advantage of the chance to trigger critical hits and break through to over 10,000 sword swings, preparing for the awakening of the gods in 3 days. Stepping onto the balcony, Lin Tian felt a fragrance of wine stirring within him. His drunkenness intensified, leaving him with only one thought: swinging his sword. The warm wind seemed to cool in his intoxicated state. In an instant, the temporal realm he had comprehended earlier was unleashed. In Lin Tian's eyes, the seasons shifted rapidly, with summer vanishing in a blink. Time flowed like an hourglass, slipping away bit by bit. Critical hit triggered. 2 sword swings, rewarded with 2 sword intents. Critical hit triggered. 2 sword swings, rewarded with 2 sword intents. The system's prompts echoed repeatedly, and Lin Tian's sword strikes grew increasingly fierce. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Tian's personal mental landscape had entered a desolate autumn. Withered leaves drifted and scattered, and he stood atop a rocky mountain, gazing down. A lone boat floated along the river, an old man sitting at its bow, fishing with a rod. This scene seemed to mirror his inner world. Lin Tian silently recited, "A swordsman can forge a mental landscape within." He felt the fusion of drunkenness and sword intent, continuing to wield his wooden sword, striving towards a higher realm. Lin Tian gripped the wooden sword, his mind as clear as when he first met the carefree old man. He focused on his swordplay, losing track of time, and only stopped when the rewards and opportunities ceased to be critical hits. After 8,000 swings, his mastery of the carefree sword intent had reached perfection, deepening his understanding of swordsmanship and significantly boosting his strength. Hours flew by, and Lin Tian's level of carefree sword intent suddenly advanced to the pinnacle. He was amazed by the immense enhancement brought by the wine sword immortal's intent. Throughout these 10,000 swings, he discovered that critical hits not only doubled the rewards and opportunities, but also greatly increased the efficiency of his sword comprehension. After 10,000 swings, Lin Tian acquired the top-tier sword move Sword 96,000 miles. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. The once desolate mountains suddenly became vibrant, and a village appeared in the distance. Standing atop the mountain, he was astonished to see children in the village playing with sugar-coated haws and gallant knights riding horseback. Just as Lin Tian wondered about the change in his mental landscape, an old man with a face full of wrinkles and missing a front tooth approached from behind. This elder, different from the carefree old man, exuded a more worldly aura, carrying an old wooden sword box on his back. The old man asked with a cheerful smile, "Young man, want to learn?" The simple words carried deep meaning. Lin Tian was curious about what kind of extraordinary skill this weathered wanderer would teach. "Yes, I want to learn," Lin Tian replied respectfully, bowing. The old man gave a hearty smile and lightly tapped the sword box. As it opened, he grasped a long sword, praising, "Young man, you have exceptional talent, the best I've seen. This sword represents all I've learned in my life." The old man handed over the long sword with one hand, declaring, "This sword is called Sword 96,000 miles." In an instant, silver sword energy flew from the blade, carving a deep gorge in the sky with overwhelming momentum, stretching thousands of miles. Lin Tian seemed to see the old man's former unparalleled elegance. In the forest, a song makes the 8 immortals kneel. A poor horse and yellow wine travel 6,000 miles. Lin Tian stood atop the mountain, feeling the power of this extraordinary sword strike. As the sword energy dissipated, only the weathered old man and a bowl of still warm yellow wine remained. The old man sighed as he sheathed the sword back into the box, asking, "Can you still see clearly, young man?" Lin Tian nodded. The old man said meaningfully, "With this sword, I cut down more than half of the martial world. Count down to the revival of the gods, one day." Deep within the earth's core, an ancient voice echoes through countless eons, arriving at this place. In the pitch-black void, countless compressed points of light flicker on and off. A closer look reveals that each point of light is intertwined with rune-inscribed chains that are continuously breaking, seemingly foretelling some imminent transformation. Meanwhile, in an old neighborhood in Tian City, a black sedan slowly pulls in. The car door opens, and Gao Yuan steps out, carrying 2 cases of special edition mitai, and quickly walks to a metal door, knocking on it. There is no response for a long time. Finally, the door opens a crack, and Hu Yuanfeng's small, slightly resentful eyes peer out. "Little fatty." Hu Yuanfeng's tone carries a hint of surprise. "You've made something of yourself, huh?" Remembering this old man now, Gao Yuan shakes the gifts in his hand and smiles. "Master, I came to see you as soon as my vacation started." He looks at the narrow door crack and says helplessly, "Seems like you're not welcoming me, so?" Before he finishes speaking, there's a click, and the door swings open. Hu Yuanfeng shows a simple, honest smile and gestures for him to come in. Once inside, Hu Yuanfeng motions for Gao Yuan to sit and says, "You know, this stuff doesn't come cheap. Your master here is used to drinking erguo too." Gao Yuan immediately responds, "Then I'll return it and get you a case of erguo too instead." Hey, hey. Hu Yuanfeng quickly stops him. I've been busy all my life. What's wrong with drinking something like this? He coughs twice, scratches his graying hair, and suddenly has a bright idea. Oh right, it's drink. A big drink. Gao Yuan looks at his 70-some-year-old master in confusion and can't help asking. Master, weren't you the one who used to disdain this stuff? I remember you used to look down on it. Hu Yuanfeng sighs helplessly. Well, what can I do? I contacted a relationship hotline recently, and the young guy said that old ladies like things a bit more trendy. He points to his head full of white hair and eagerly asks, oh right, little fatty, do you think if I dye my hair green, would that be trendy? Would it make me more charming? Stop. Gao Yuan quickly advises, Master, don't mess around with that. Those relationship hotlines are all scams. Trendy? More like eerie. Nonsense. Hu Yuanfeng nods confidently. That young guy made a lot of sense. I heard they're coming out with a guide soon. Something like the senior edition of the Love Master. Only 998, with free shipping. Gao Yuan helps Hu Yuanfeng to the couch and patiently explains, Master, that's all a scam. Let me ask you, how old are you? 79. Hu Yuanfeng replies nonchalantly. Gao Yuan nods and continues, see, that's the thing. You're 79, and that young guy is probably not even as old as me. How can he teach you to date? That's just absurd. A 20-year-old teaching a 79-year-old how to woo an old lady? That's pretty explosive in the world of relationships. After listening to Gao Yuan, Hu Yuanfeng nods thoughtfully. Little fatty, you might have a point. See, exactly. Gao Yuan presses on. At your age, finding a partner is about companionship, like Aunt Jiang cooking for you every day. She must have some feelings for you. Hu Yuanfeng nods in agreement. His eyes reveal a hint of anticipation, as if he has newfound hope for his future romantic life. Well, as your master, I won't meddle in your affairs. Anyway, you're the only family I have now. Whether I find a companion and happiness in my later years is all up to you, Xiaopeng. Hu Yuanfeng said, half jokingly, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Gao Yuan was taken aback, looking at his master's hopeful expression, feeling a mix of emotions. He took a deep breath and ultimately didn't refuse. Considering it carefully, the task wasn't that difficult. All he had to do was play matchmaker and say a few good words. Changing the subject, Hu Yuanfeng picked up the freshly brewed tea, looking intently at Gao Yuan. You're not getting any younger. Have you thought about finding someone to date? Me? Gao Yuan was momentarily stunned, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. Dating? Had he ever thought about it? Or rather, with whom? After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yuan cautiously replied, I suppose, maybe. What do you mean by suppose? Hu Yuanfeng put down the teacup, a hint of exasperation in his tone. I never understood love until I put down my sword. That's when I felt familial affection and yearned for a normal life. I even want to play with a grandchild someday. Gao Yuan lowered his head, his expression dim. It wasn't as if he hadn't considered the question. In other words, it wasn't that he couldn't, but rather that he was afraid. He took a deep breath, speaking slowly. Master, you were once a night watchman too, so you naturally understand the responsibilities and mission this profession carries. Even the creed states that night watchmen are the hope of Daxia, the last flicker of light when darkness descends. Gao Yuan's voice choked slightly. You sacrificed everything as a night watchman, and now you deserve a normal life. But I'm different. I have more important tasks to accomplish. I'm afraid that if I have someone I care about, it will create attachments and hesitations when it comes to risking my life. If a grave mistake results from that, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. He took a sip of tea, the bitter taste spreading across his tongue. Ultimately, being alone is better for me. If I die, I die, with no strings attached. I don't want others to worry about me. I might die fighting some creature one day. Being alone is really quite fine. Hu Yuanfeng's expression grew complex. He knew all too well that Gao Yuan's words echoed the sentiments of every night watchman today. They were human too, but the duty and mission they bore were for Daxia and the countless lives they protected. At that point, personal desires and emotions seemed less significant. All right. Hu Yuanfeng waved his hand, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Don't think too much about it. Besides helping the neighbor Mrs. Jiang, there's nothing else you need to worry about. Living with just a grand disciple is quite peaceful. Seeing Gao Yuan remain unresponsive, he sat on the other end of the sofa, glancing at his unusable left hand, and added, Xiaopeng, don't forget. Your master is still alive. You're not alone. I know, master. Gao Yuan's gaze was unfocused, often drifting to his lost right hand, the inner struggle evident. Enough. You wouldn't understand even if I explained, Hu Yuanfeng said impatiently, casting a glance at him. You're not alone, hero. You have your master and teammates who'd fight by your side. That's enough. Gao Yuan remained silent, his inner conflict unresolved. The master and disciple sat quietly, each lost in their own thoughts, as the fragrance of tea slowly filled the room. The countdown to the awakening of the gods is at 0. Gazing into the horizon, Countless asteroids flicker with the same brilliant and cold light deep within the cosmos as in the heart of Xia. Suddenly, numerous chains shatter simultaneously, and the phantoms of gods stand in the depths of the universe, overlooking the blue planet, overlooking Xia. The gods have awakened, the abyss descends, and Xia's calamity has finally arrived. In the office of the Night Patrol Division in Tian City, Jiang Chengwen sat in his chair, furrowing his brow, looking deeply troubled. After a moment of silence, he slammed the table and muttered to himself, "Just 1 hour. No fighting. Always ready. With my strength, there won't be any problems." With that, he stood up and vanished instantly. As a top-tier 6th level awakened, Jiang Chengwen didn't need to be fully focused while on watch. In less than 10 minutes, he appeared in front of his home, carrying 2 large bags of groceries. He opened the door with his key, finding the house empty. After a quick hand wash, he immersed himself in the kitchen's busyness. Over an hour later, Jiang Chengwen emerged from the kitchen looking content. Suddenly, the phone rang. He quickly wiped his hands on his apron and answered. "Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? This is from the Run Legs Off app, and your 2 items have arrived." A man's voice came from the other end. "All right, thank you. I'll be right down," Jiang Chengwen replied. Meanwhile, beneath Tian City, an evil ritual was underway. Thousands of cult followers knelt on the ground, heedless of their bleeding foreheads, eyes filled with fanaticism. In front of them, the remaining 4 apostles also knelt, eyes trembling with excitement. The cult priest, wielding a scepter made from an unknown creature's skull, shouted, "God, great God, descend upon this world. We are your most devoted followers. Lead us to cleanse all sins from this world. Let us welcome the new world together." In an instant, the pit filled with the stench of decay fell silent as the cries of countless innocents ceased. Their skin began to evaporate, and their blood and life were completely drained by the pit. In their last moments, their eyes were filled with ultimate despair. This inhumane and soul-crushing sacrificial array was solely to hasten the revival of a powerful deity. Subsequently, a point of light rose from the bottom of the pit, and as the final chains broke, a divine figure appeared within the light. All cult members buried their heads deep in the ground, not daring to look directly at the god, showing their utmost reverence. With God, they chanted in unison. The countdown to the descent of the gods is 30 minutes. Within the neighborhood, Jiang Chengwen beamed with joy, gently patting his bulging pocket, murmuring to himself, today is the most important day." In an instant, Jiang Chengwen's pupils contracted sharply as a terrifying sense of impending danger surged through him like a tidal wave. His nerves tensed immediately, and the full power of a 6th-tier awakener erupted without reservation. At this moment, his sole objective was to reach the source of the crisis as quickly as possible. In the western district of Tian City, an undeveloped wasteland was suddenly dominated by a massive abyssal rift towering 100 meters high. The sight was so horrifying that the surrounding pedestrians were instantly engulfed by the fear of death, prompting them to flee in panic in the opposite direction. Within the rift, countless pairs of scarlet eyes hungrily fixed on the vast expanse of Xia. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from its depths, and an enormous aberration lunged out with astonishing speed. At this critical juncture, Jiang Chengwen appeared like a bolt of lightning. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch squarely on the head of the gigantic creature. With a resounding boom, the creature collapsed to the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. "Get back, beast!" Jiang Chengwen glared at the colossal entity before him, his gaze fearless. Behind him, hundreds of golden chains tore through the air, poised like serpents ready to strike. This was the true role of the Sentinels, to serve as the city's radar, perpetually scanning for potential threats. They protected not only the divine, but also against class and above aberrations. If these terrifying creatures broke through, they could claim thousands of lives in mere seconds. Jiang Chengwen recalled the horror of this glass aberration, Desoy, which had destroyed a tenth of a city in less than 10 seconds, leaving tens of thousands of innocent humans dead in its wake. Only awakeners at the 5th tier and above could effectively intervene in such a short time, which is why they were cautious when confronting a class aberrations. The risk was immense. If every sentinel operated under the illusion of safety, even a second's delay in intervention could lead to irreversible carnage in the city. Worse yet, the Night Watch had yet to discover a containment artifact capable of holding class aberrations, or higher. The highest grade artifact could only restrain a class, like the crimson silk used by Gao Yuan. Jiang Chengwen took a deep breath and looked back. Behind him stood several 4th tier or higher Night Watchmen, including the injured team leaders, Li and Zhao. At that moment, the creature Jiang Chengwen had punched back emerged once more from the rift. Jiang Chengwen focused intently, his expression suddenly one of shock. Recognizing its identity, he spoke in a low voice. "The S-class aberration observed on the 6th layer of the abyss 5 years ago, codename Yandalos. An S-class anomaly." Almost every Night Watchman present felt a sudden shiver run through them. Their eyes were deep set, warily watching the alien-like creature before them, memories flooding back. 26 years ago, the terrifying scene of this glass anomaly, Desoy, emerging was still vivid in their minds. The massive creature, standing 100 meters tall, claimed tens of thousands of human lives in an instant. Several night watchmen present had experienced that brutal battle firsthand. If it hadn't been for Hu Yuanfeng's timely intervention, who severely wounded it with 3 strikes and ultimately killed it in the abyssal plane at the cost of losing an arm, Wenjiang City might have vanished from the map of Daxia. Now, an entity even more powerful than Desoy had appeared. After stepping into the 7th tier, Chairman Wang ventured 3 times into the 6th layer of the abyss. Although he didn't find the legendary abyssal lord, he documented several anomalies far surpassing this class. The creature before them, named Yandalos, was one of them. Yandalos seemed like a natural-born hunter, its exposed crimson flesh constantly writhing, with white, snowflake-like patterns gliding across its surface. Its slender body was covered with scarlet spikes, and its sharp claws were deeply embedded in the ground. Its head, filled with flesh and tentacles, was locked onto Jiang Chengguan, as if targeting its prey. The hearts of the night watchmen present were pounding wildly, an overwhelming feeling of being prey, ready to be slaughtered, washed over them. It was as if they were in a deadly game, with Yandalos being the hunter holding the power over life and death. Suddenly, Yandalos roared, its head splitting into 4 parts, and foul-smelling saliva dripped down. Clearly, that punch had ignited its bloodthirsty desire. Gentlemen, Jiang Chengguan stepped into the air, with star-like mental particles swirling and weaving densely behind him. He looked down at Yandalos, his gaze firm, ready to fight. Meanwhile, on the sports field of Tian High School, more than half of the students were divided into several squads, standing in neat rows. They wore uniform deep blue camouflage, with a dozen instructors disguised as night watchmen standing before them, their expressions solemn. Today was the first day of military training, but the weather was unusually stuffy. It's so hot, it's unbearable today, isn't it? Not just hot, but stifling too. Hey, don't you guys think the sky looks a bit strange today? It's only just past 2 in the afternoon, but it feels like dusk. Who knows? But I heard that Lin Tian from class 4 didn't show up again. I heard he abandoned his teammates, and now he's skipping military training. Impressive. The whole country has been focusing on military training these past 2 years, and skipping on the first day is beyond me. In Class 1's formation, Zhang Ling listened to the murmurs of her classmates, looked up at the sky, and felt an inexplicable unease. She couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was going to happen today. Several instructors in military attire walked onto the platform, taking turns delivering passionate opening speeches. Then, the 7-day and 7-night military training officially began. During this period, the students' food, clothing, and accommodation would be conducted within the school. They were no longer just students. They had to adhere to their duties and follow orders like real soldiers. Within the ranks, Jiang Ling remained silent, her head lowered, lost in thought. "Are you unhappy, Ling?" Lu Yaoyao noticed Jiang Ling's mood and quietly asked with concern. "Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll deal with them for you." "It's nothing," Jiang Ling replied softly, her gaze still downcast, unable to shake off the unease in her heart. Jiang Ling shook her head and whispered, "Just stand still. If the instructor sees you not behaving, you'll get in trouble." Lu Yaoyao mysteriously pulled a brand new comic book from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Ling. "Here for you." Jiang Ling looked up in confusion at the comic titled Yuanfin no Sora and asked, "What's this?" "A gift," Lu Yaoyao replied with a smile. "Why are you giving me a gift?" Jiang Ling asked, even more puzzled. Lu Yaoyao widened her eyes in surprise. "Come on, Linger, are you kidding?" She shoved the comic into Jiang Ling's hands, about to explain, "Today is..." Suddenly, a loud alarm echoed throughout the city, interrupting Lu Yaoyao. Blinding red lights emanated from the city center, quickly enveloping the entire city. "Attention! A highly dangerous anomaly has appeared in the city. All citizens, upon hearing this alarm, please follow the designated personnel and evacuate to the nearest shelter in an orderly manner. Alert! Alert! Highly dangerous." The thousands of students gathered on the field immediately fell into chaos. Someone shouted in terror. "I knew something was off today. It's the end of the world, it's the damn apocalypse. Dusk is here, and a highly dangerous anomaly must be like Godzilla. Who's going to save us? Who can deal with such a monster? Ultraman. Where the hell are we going to find an Ultraman to save the world?" Fear took over everyone's minds as they rushed to get into the shelter. "Everyone, stay calm," the instructor's voice suddenly rang out. As an active night patrol officer, he was much calmer in such situations. An instructor with a scar resembling claw marks near his eye shouted loudly, "Do not panic, everyone. These matters will be handled. There is a shelter below the school. Enter in an orderly manner and do not push. The anomaly won't reach here immediately." His commanding presence calmed the students, and their frantic steps came to a halt. Zhang Ling looked up at the sky. The horizon seemed scorched by fiery flames, dim and oppressive, stirring unease. Clutching the comic book she had just received, she found herself in the crowded flow of people. The earlier chaos had separated her from Lu Yaoyao. With her head down, Jiang Ling followed the crowd slowly moving towards the shelter. The alarm signaled the arrival of the anomaly. This time, it wasn't just at a mall, but the entire Tian city. This indicated that the threat level of this anomaly was enough to destroy a city. She couldn't help but glance in the direction of her home, worrying silently. Dad, Lin Tian, you won't be in danger, will you? Meanwhile, the Kyoto Night Patrol headquarters also sounded the citywide alert. Report. Numerous abyssal fissures have appeared in Nanhai City. Night Patrol officers have already moved to contain them. Report. Numerous abyssal fissures have appeared in Helen City. Night Patrol officers have already moved to contain them. Report. Numerous abyssal fissures have appeared west of Tongchuan Province, including the 3 northeastern cities. Wang Yangshi looked at the screen filled with red dots, his heart sinking. Chairman Wang, a massive abyssal fissure has appeared in Kyoto, along with a deity. Wang Yangshi's expression was grave. Yes. Today marks a calamity for Daxia. In the office, Wang Yangshi gazed out the window at the rising flames. They were the resurgent gods, brilliant, yet chilling. He turned decisively, picked up the phone on the desk, his eyes blazing, voice firm and commanding. The chaos of foreign entities, the resurgence of gods. We have no retreat. Behind us lies an endless abyss. The Night Watch was established to protect the people, to guard Xia, to keep the lights of thousands of homes burning. The time has come to fulfill that promise. Xia is on the brink. May everyone cast aside thoughts of life and death, and save the people from disaster. Let me say it again, there is no turning back. Before his words had fully echoed, a golden spear appeared in Wang Yangshi's hand. His presence was imposing, his figure soared skyward as he shouted, "All Night Watch members, heed my call. Follow me to meet the enemy." Meanwhile, Tian City was plunged into chaos. Thousands of foreign entities flooded the streets like a tidal wave, rampaging like rabid dogs. Terrified crowds frantically rushed towards the nearest shelters, screams echoing as they ran, knowing that death's grasp was right behind them. Within this hell on earth, scenes of tragedy played out repeatedly. A man in designer clothes rudely shoved an elderly person aside, cursing, "Get out of the way, you old fool. Don't block my path. You're so slow, you die for me." However, retribution came swiftly. In the next moment, a putrid spider-like creature landed on his head, its sharp fangs easily piercing his skull, greedily sucking out his brains. Panic spread rapidly, and the ugliness of human nature was laid bare in the face of life and death. Someone shouted, "Old and weak, stay behind and buy us time. Don't block me. I don't want to die." Another voice responded, "I don't want to die either. All of you move. Whoever wants to die can die. I don't want to." Despair enveloped the entire city. Some abandoned hope. It's the end of the world. Humanity is doomed. This is retribution. Others stopped struggling. "I'm tired. I don't want to run anymore." In this catastrophe, both the light and darkness of human nature were revealed. A man said to his companion, "Xiaomei, in my next life, I still want to be your devoted follower." Meanwhile, another couple argued, "You shameless woman. I've tolerated you long enough. Spending my money and sleeping around. Just go to the back and hook up with those monsters." The woman retorted fiercely, "Screw you, 3-second man. If anyone's dying, it's you, not me." The streets were littered with dismembered bodies, blood flowing like rivers. Unarmed humans were like lambs surrounded by hungry wolves, with fleeing crowds ahead and pursuing monsters behind. Who could save them now? In an overturned bus, a mother and daughter trapped in the wreckage presented the most heart-rending scene of the disaster. The mother's chest was pierced by a broken steel bar, blood flowing from the shattered window, soon to attract the creatures. The little girl sobbed silently, clinging tightly to her mother's increasingly cold hands. She choked out, "Mommy, there are big monsters outside. Will Ultraman really come to save us?" The mother, enduring her pain, forced a small smile. She trembled as she picked up a blood-stained little yellow duck hat, gently placing it on her daughter's head. "Of course, there will be. Cherry, be good, Mommy's fine." "Oh my, whose little girl is this? So adorable." At that moment, a crawling creature entered the bus, discovering the mother and daughter. The mother held the girl tightly in her arms, gently comforting her. "Don't be afraid, Cherry. Mommy's here." Before she could finish, a creature roared and lunged at the defenseless mother and daughter. In that critical moment, a figure dashed into the carriage like lightning, clamping the creature's throat with iron-like hands, twisting it violently, and tearing it to pieces. "It's all right now. Leave this to us," a man's steady voice reassured them as he effortlessly removed the seat pinning the mother down. "Over here. We have injured," he called out to those outside the bus. "Coming, Captain," came the response as rescue workers swiftly poured into the bus. The little girl looked up in awe at the resolute man before her. Gathering her courage, her eyes filled with hope, she timidly asked, "Uncle, are you Ultraman?" Ultraman. The man was taken aback for a moment, then smiled warmly. Yes, we are Ultraman. We are Ultraman of the Great Xia. He gently patted the girl's head and softly said, My name is Long Weigua, and I'm a night watchman. Meanwhile, the scene on the street was astonishing. More and more people chose to move against the flow, braving the terrified fleeing crowd, with unwavering steps, heading towards the danger-laden area, filled with corpses. In the eyes of other escapees, these people seemed nothing short of insane. Why are they running back there? Are they crazy? Don't they know it's full of monsters? Who cares what they're doing? It's their problem. Our lives are what matter most, and they can buy us some time. Indeed, they were considered odd. They disregarded their own safety, holding the responsibility to their nation above all else. Among them were young adults just entering society, steady men with families, and even a fish market vendor. At this moment, they shed their individual identities to assume a collective title, the Night Watchman. In a dilapidated neighborhood, Gao Yuan watched Hu Yuanfeng, who was looking out from the windowsill, with concern. Master, everyone else has evacuated. Aren't you leaving? Leave. Hu Yuanfeng turned around and glared at Gao Yuan, angrily retorting, Leave? What nonsense. How could a master abandon his disciple and run away first? I've said it before, as long as I'm alive, I'll protect you every day. They'll always go before you. With a thud, Gao Yuan dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by guilt as he looked at Hu Yuanfeng's frail figure. Master, I've let you down. He believed that it was because of him that this hero of the Great Xia had become a shadow of his former self. Gao Yuan had spent his life trying to atone for his past mistakes, yet this remained an unhealed wound in his heart. Get up, Hu Yuanfeng shouted, kicking Gao Yuan over. Get up. Stop living in your own world. No one blames you. Everyone has long forgotten about that incident. Pointing at Gao Yuan on the ground, he continued, panting heavily. Remember, you are a night watchman now. This is the time to fulfill your duty, not to live like a coward stuck in the past. If you still consider me your master, then wipe those tears away and lead your team to save this city. After a long silence, Gao Yuan got up, silently bowing his head to the ground. Then, he stood up with a resolute gaze. The members of the Red Moon squad stood ready behind him, waiting for their captain's orders. Countdown to the arrival of the deity. 10 minutes. Lin Tian stood within his inner realm, his sword light like a phantom. He swung his sword for the 20,000th time, its edge slicing through the void, causing ripples in the air. Carefree sword domain. As this final strike landed, a surge of rewarding information flooded into his consciousness. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian felt the intoxication within him quickly dissipate, his muscles trembling slightly. Not far away, an old man with a rustic sword case on his back sat cross-legged on a bluish-gray stone, his eyes half closed. Young master, it's time to leave here. The old man's voice was calm, yet undeniable. Lin Tian approached the old man, bowing respectfully. Thank you, elder. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. The old man waved his hand with a chuckle, the wrinkles on his face spreading like rivers. Go on. You are needed outside. All right, Lin Tian replied briefly, closing his eyes, and in an instant, his consciousness withdrew from the inner realm, returning to his physical body. The scent of the real world rushed over him, the heavy stench of blood hit his senses like a tangible force. Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly turned to look out the window. The sky was already apocalyptic, the cold, yellowish sunlight filtering through the dark clouds. As his gaze lowered, the streets were devoid of people, occupied only by a horde of twisted creatures hunting for slaughter, casting long shadows in the sunlight. He quickly opened the panel. The numbers flickering, the countdown was at 0. Lin Tian's expression turned grave. The time for the deity's awakening was today. Without any delay, Lin Tian donned a crimson hoodie, grabbed his wooden sword, and vanished from the room in a flash. Looking out, smoke and blood mingled in the air. Screams echoed, occasionally interrupted by explosions shaking the ground. The once prosperous Tian city had now become a domain for the aberrations. Bastards! Lin Tian cursed, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. Through his senses, he could clearly detect the tens of thousands of night patrols engaged in a bloody battle with the creatures. Uncle Jiang is here too. Lin Tian's sharp gaze turned to the west of the city, where visible energy shockwaves continuously kicked up dust. It seemed that no fewer than 10 fourth-tier awakeners were concentrated in battle, with energy fluctuations faintly reaching this side. However, their opponent was not the deity, but an extremely powerful creature, conservatively estimated to be S-class or higher. Yet, Lin Tian showed no intention of offering support. He abruptly turned back, his eyes locked onto the gray and white skyscraper in the city center. Atop the skyscraper stood 3 shadowy figures, their outlines appearing particularly eerie against the dark sky. In the next moment, Lin Tian flicked his finger, unleashing a majestic ink-like sword energy that sliced through the air. Boom! The sword strike was powerful but missed its target. Lin Tian's expression remained calm, his figure disappearing from the spot in an instant. That was close. He actually noticed us. A female voice came from beneath a white rabbit mask atop the skyscraper. She clutched her chest, then looked with a hint of annoyance at the pig-masked apostle beside her. Didn't you say he was immersed in some kind of state for the past few days? Why didn't you just kill him? The pig mask shrugged helplessly. Humph, easy for you to say. That guy was doing something, and when he was motionless, it was like he was wrapped in a sword, surrounded by sharp sword energy. He clicked his tongue in frustration. I couldn't break through it anyway. Useless fellow. The white rabbit stretched lazily, her slender fingers calculating the time, her expression joyful. The great deity is about to descend, and then no one will escape judgment. The task is complete. Let's not linger here. The horse-masked apostle, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, his voice low and grating like sandpaper. The priest said that after the deity awakens, we have other matters to attend to. We can't stay here. The white rabbit seemed reluctant, her voice tinged with clear disappointment. I wanted to witness the deity's arrival in Tian firsthand. I'm afraid that's not possible. The horse-masked apostle shook his head, his expression suddenly stern, speaking coldly. Let's go. That person is coming. He actually caught up. Baitu couldn't believe it, but a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. She softly said, Don't worry, I'll protect you both. Her ability was perfect for long-distance traversal, leaving no trace behind. Just as she finished speaking, a sharp sword aura suddenly attacked from above. The pig mask was shocked. Despite being fully prepared, he hadn't noticed this attack at all. The sword aura crashed down, leaving a deep fissure in the ground. Baitu playfully said, So strong. I'm so scared if that hit me. I'd be in trouble. The three apostles barely dodged, but the horse mask apostle was severely injured, his right hand brutally severed. Blood spurted as he gasped in pain. Lin Tian stood in the air, holding no sword, yet exuding an intimidating presence. He coldly declared, Apostles of the divine cult, you deserve to die. With a wave of his hand, another sword aura burst forth, filled with killing intent. The pig mask, in a panic, shouted at Baitu, What are you standing there for? Run. This guy has gotten so much stronger. Run now. Baitu made a playful face at Lin Tian and teased, You're strong, mister, but I wonder how pathetic you'll be once the gods descend. Before she finished, Lin Tian struck again with a sword aura. However, it missed, as Baitu and the pig mask had vanished without a trace. As the dust settled, Lin Tian frowned and turned to the horse mask apostle. Baitu didn't take you with her? The horse mask apostle calmly replied, No, I'm injured, and the blood would reveal us. Lin Tian coldly asked, Is that so? Will you end it yourself, or should I do it? The horse mask apostle remained silent, slowly raising his right hand and striking his own head. With a bang, his head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Tian showed no emotion, thinking to himself, As expected, the divine cult is full of lunatics. They're not comrades, maybe not even allies. Just a bunch of inhumane beasts who abandoned humanity to follow the gods like dogs. Suddenly, Lin Tian felt like he'd been struck by lightning, realizing something. Baitu's long-distance traversal left no trace, so what was that earlier? Was it a deliberate flaw to lure him? What was the purpose? A chill ran through Lin Tian as he focused his gaze towards Tian High School. Lingo. He quickly analyzed the situation. If their goal was to momentarily distract him, the only thing that could affect him was the people around him. Uncle Wang and Uncle Jiang were powerful, unlikely targets. So the target could only be Jiangling. She hasn't awakened yet, and there are so many ordinary people around her. It's the perfect place for those lunatics to go down together. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Those beasts. He clenched his fists and rushed towards the school at top speed, roaring in his mind. If you harm my girlfriend, I will destroy your entire heaven. At Tian High School, only the last group of students remained to enter the shelter. Several instructors stood guard, having already killed countless mutants. Jiangling followed at the end of the line, occasionally looking up at the sky. In the doomsday-like dusk, black lightning intertwined, and the sound of demonic roars echoed around. A storm that would engulf Xia was about to hit. Last group, keep up. A night patrol instructor shouted hoarsely within the school grounds. Blood stained the corner of his eye, and he could barely keep one eye open to survey the surroundings. His black officer's uniform was torn open on the chest by a deep, bone-revealing gash, with blood continuously seeping out. The surrounding instructors were similarly battered, yet they remained steadfast at the outermost perimeter of the group, vigilantly watching ahead without a hint of relaxation. Stay focused. Once all the students are in the shelter, another night patrol officer spoke with difficulty, managing a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Our brothers are waiting for us outside. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from above. The person exuded an overwhelming aura, looking down upon the dozens of instructors and all the students below. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the crowd and quickly locked onto a young girl. Jiang Ling was following the last batch of students into the shelter when she suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. It was as if an invisible pair of eyes were watching her, making it difficult to breathe. Driven by instinct, she slowly turned around, instantly feeling as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. A figure dressed in black stood less than 5 meters away, staring at her with piercing eyes. The feeling of being targeted by a predator almost suffocated Jiang Ling, as if her heart would be torn apart in the next moment. Her voice caught in her throat, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Ling forced herself to look up until she saw the mask clearly. It was a mask of a snow-white tiger. The pupils of the instructors present contracted sharply as they immediately recognized the visitor's identity: the Day Tiger, one of the 12 apostles of the cult, a fifth-tier awakener with the power of true Rend. Day Tiger stood still, his eyes revealing a rare clarity for a cult member. He casually cracked his knuckles, showing no reaction even as people ran past him into the shelter. "Is that person with the white tiger mask here to save us?" someone whispered, beginning to harbor a glimmer of hope. "If he were a monster, he would have attacked by now. Maybe we're safe." But was reality truly so kind? A dozen instructors swallowed hard, their backs already soaked with cold sweat. They knew full well that a cult apostle couldn't possibly be there to save them. Those people were a bunch of incurable lunatics. "Run." After a long pause, one instructor managed to squeeze out a word through clenched teeth. "What? Run? Run into the shelter," another instructor shouted, recklessly charging toward the Day Tiger. How could a cult apostle be there to save anyone? They were a group of hopeless lunatics. As for why he didn't move, those indifferent eyes said it all. If the sheep of elegance was a perverse kind of madness, then the Day Tiger was an arrogant kind of madness. In his eyes, everyone present was merely prey for his amusement, ants he could annihilate with the mere flick of a finger. Just like a tiger that toys with its prey before finally killing it. This was the most cruel behavior. Such was Day Tiger. His cold gaze fixed on the instructor charging towards him as he slowly extended a slender finger. In an instant, without a sound, the instructor's body was torn in half like paper, unable to even scream. Hot blood splattered onto Day Tiger's white mask, yet he didn't blink, as if it were all just an inconsequential game. In a flash, all the instructors snapped out of their daze and reacted. As night watchers, they had sworn to protect the people of Xia and would not stand by while the cultists slaughtered wantonly. "Don't look back. Run. Run fast." One night watcher lit his last cigarette, taking a deep drag. He was only a first-tier awakened, well aware of the gap between his power and Day Tiger's. But at that moment, a fire of defiance burned in his eyes. "I'm a night watcher, damn it. So what if he's fifth tier? Even if he's a god, I'll damn well cut him down." Before his words were finished, he let out a roar, raising his long blade and charging fearlessly at Day Tiger. Inspired by his courage, the others rallied and launched an attack on this terrifying enemy. No one hesitated. They were resolved to fight to the death, willing to delay the enemy even for a second. Day Tiger mighty? Apostles mighty? They're nothing but the lapdogs of the gods, worse than pigs and dogs. Another night watcher shouted, his eyes shining with fearless determination. They feared neither Day Tiger, nor the gods, nor death itself. At that moment, they burnt themselves out, turning into faint but unwavering flames, guiding a glimmer of hope for those behind them. Day Tiger watched all this with an impassive expression, easily dodging the attacks of over a dozen night watchers. His gaze never left Jiang Ling, his true target for the day. Blame that white rabbit, Day Tiger thought. What could have been resolved simply with the great god's descent? He insists on toying with the young man who killed Xinyang. Just an apostle, we can always find another. What a pity. I wish I could refuse, but it's hard to say no when that crazy girl is the god's favored one. Such a hassle. Day Tiger rubbed his temple, which was throbbing slightly, and coldly uttered a number, 1. Suddenly, Day Tiger clenched his 5 fingers tightly. The air seemed to be torn by invisible blades, as countless slashes rained down on the ground like raindrops. Panic-stricken cries erupted from the crowd. "Get in, damn it! Are the hundreds of people in front of me dead? We're gonna die? You fat pig. Can you not take up so much space? That lunatic is really killing people. I don't want to be sliced in half. Get in, why? Why wasn't I the first one in? It's not fair." Some students, already driven senseless by fear, displayed a bizarre kind of wisdom, tilting their heads and pointing at the slashes in the sky. "Can that thing cut through anything? Awesome, I didn't want this anyway, go ahead and cut it." As the slashes were about to land, nearly everyone present was destined to perish under them. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, watching the slashes draw near, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washing over her. Is this the end for me? She closed her eyes tightly, unable to face the moment of her own death. At that critical moment, several streaks of sword intent suddenly descended from the sky. Day Tiger frowned, looking up in the direction of the sword intent. There, standing proudly, was a young man in a fiery red hoodie. "Who?" A cry rang out like a thunderclap across the field. Hundreds of surviving students looked up in unison, their eyes fixing on the suddenly appeared figure. When they recognized who it was, disbelief flashed across their faces. Lin Tian, someone in the crowd shouted. No way? Isn't that Lin Tian? Am I dead and hallucinating? Lin Tian is actually a superhero. Is this for real? I must be seeing things. No, it can't be. I must be hallucinating. Shock and disbelief rippled through the crowd. The notorious Lin Tian, known for skipping classes and abandoning his peers, was actually a superhero? The revelation was so abrupt that it was hard for anyone to accept. Inside the shelter, students watching everything unfold on a large screen were equally stunned. Bai Feng's eyes gleamed with admiration as he shouted, "Listen up! Lin Tian is not the traitor who abandoned his comrades. He's a hero, a night watchman." His words hit like a bombshell, instantly igniting the students' emotions. Those who had once doubted and mocked Lin Tian now hung their heads in shame, realizing they had been unjustly criticizing a hero. Bai Feng continued to shout passionately. Those who said Lin Tian was throwing his life away, how do you feel now? Like fools, right? Open your eyes and look. He saved us. The shelter fell silent, as everyone watched the figure on the screen in quiet awe. More than half felt guilty towards Lin Tian, knowing that if he hadn't shown up, the masked killer would have slaughtered them all when the countdown ended. Breathing heavily, Bai Feng pointed to the heroic figures fighting on the field. They are heroes of Xia. They shouldn't be overshadowed. Heroes should be remembered by everyone. Meanwhile, in the sky above the field, Deity looked up at Lin Tian, frowning. He hated being underestimated. Muttering to himself, he stopped attacking the students, realizing that with that young man present, killing would be much harder. Deity knew that this game had shifted from a one-sided hunt to a duel between hunters. He acknowledged Lin Tian's strength, a rare, equal opponent. His usually clear eyes were now clouded with murderous intent as he murmured, "This fight will be interesting. Either you die, or I die." Huh. Lin Tian almost laughed out loud at this. Looking down coldly at Deity, he said, "Beast, I think you've got it wrong. You're the prey now." Then he smiled faintly. "Look up to me, you brat." Wow. The students couldn't help but gasp, thinking his bravado was incredible. A few night watchmen exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Is he the Lin Tian the speaker mentioned? Seeing him today, his reputation is well-deserved. Deity's forehead veins throbbed, and he said nothing more. He detested being belittled, his pride not allowing him to be provoked like this. Buzz. Deity subtly moved his fingers. Countless stealthy slashes tore through space like lightning, swiftly attacking Lin Tian. He remained motionless, his wooden sword wrapped in cloth strips still quietly resting on his back. With narrowed eyes, he used his hand as a sword and swung it horizontally. The slashes from Zhou shattered like bubbles in an instant, easily crushed by Lin Tian. This scene vividly demonstrated the disparity in power among the 12 apostles. As a fifth-tier powerhouse, Zhou could easily defeat over a dozen fourth-tier opponents if he went all out. However, Lin Tian's sword intent was at its peak, rivaling even Jiang. Lin Tian calculated silently, knowing that the sword intent stemming from his heart was now entirely concentrated in the sheathed wooden sword behind him. He understood that once this sword was drawn, it would be earth-shattering. "Underestimate me, and you'll meet a dreadful end," Zhou said coldly, his eyes gleaming with danger. He held nothing back, unleashing his full power as his hands transformed into sharp, claw-like blades, exuding a chilling light. Lin Tian sighed softly, with a hint of pity in his voice, "Just a lackey." Before he finished speaking, an overwhelming wave of sword intent descended like a tide, crashing down on Zhou. "I'm aiming to slay the god you worship." Lin Tian shouted fiercely, his sword stance growing increasingly fierce. Whoosh! A flash of white light passed, and the outcome was clear. Zhou's proud slashes were as fragile as dry twigs under Lin Tian's sword intent, instantly reduced to dust. Zhou's claws shattered in response, blood splattering. He stood there, closing his eyes, unable to bear the sight of his own pitiful state. Lin Tian's seemingly simple, bare-handed sword strike had already destroyed Zhou's internal organs. Zhou was utterly defeated, blood slowly seeping from his 7 orifices, yet he stubbornly remained standing. His body had been thoroughly crushed by Lin Tian's strike, but compared to his past crimes, such an end could even be considered merciful. "Count down the end of your lives." Zhou's voice was hoarse, filled with a resolute determination to die. "The god will purge everything here, and you'll become mere dust in the new world. Be with the god." As soon as he finished speaking, the last flicker of life within Zhou faded away. One of the 12 apostles, Zhou, had fallen. The battle concluded. Lin Tian returned to the ground, immediately searching for Jiang. He saw Jiang's pale face, and a wave of heartache surged within him. However, Jiang merely stood silently, watching Lin Tian without a word. A few seconds later, before Lin Tian could speak, Jiang stepped back, following her classmates into the shelter. At this moment, Tian's crisis was far from over, with countless aberrations still wreaking havoc outside. Now was not the time for reunions. Others were still fighting, And as an ordinary person, all Jiang Ling could do in this catastrophe was to preserve her life and not let the hero's efforts go to waste. Meanwhile, in a rundown neighborhood, after seeing Gao Yuan off, Hu Yuanfeng sighed and walked to an old wardrobe covered in patina. He gazed at a square wooden box, this time without any hesitation, and slowly opened it. Inside lay a black, dust-free robe, adorned with a dozen dazzling medals. As Hu Yuanfeng put on the robe, he grumbled, "Humph, since when do disciples protect their masters? Keep dreaming." Once he was fully dressed, his gaze fell to the bottom of the wooden box. There lay a silver-white longsword. Hu Yuanfeng gently stroked the sword's blade, whispering, "Long time no see, old friend." As if sensing its master's call, the sword vibrated slightly, its dull blade seemingly regaining its luster. "Years ago, I laid you down and found it hard to pick you up again," Hu Yuanfeng murmured, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He had thought his heart no longer held a place for the sword, only to realize now that he had lost sight of his original passion for wielding it. He was no longer the sword-obsessed Hu Yuanfeng of the past. His once fervent sword heart had long since faded, but at this moment, he found another reason to take up the sword once more. In the city of Tian, a dim, fiery orb slowly ascended from the center, its dark radiance resembling an ancient deity heralding the apocalypse. An eternal whisper echoed throughout Tian. "The god has appeared." Hundreds of frenzied followers emerged from the underground, their eyes alight with fanaticism. "Walk with the god. Transcend. I want to enter the new world with the god," they shouted madly, their voices filled with fervor and longing. "I am not worthy to judge the god, but this light illuminating the world is truly comforting," murmured one follower, a look of ecstasy on their face. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Night watchmen? Stubborn fools. Do not stop the revival of the god, kill them all. Let the great god witness our loyalty." Upon hearing this, the followers descended into madness. Armed with weapons, they began indiscriminate slaughter. Chillingly, many of these heartless followers were once night watchmen themselves, like Song Shirlu, who was hacked dozens of times that night. Now, brainwashed and with their last shred of humanity extinguished at the god's awakening, they were nothing more than warm-blood aberrations. In the southern district, the Red Moon Squad was fighting fiercely. "Red Moon Squad, listen up," shouted Gao Yuan, covered in blood, his eyes red with intensity. He gripped a bat-like aberration tightly and tore it in half with a powerful motion. Behind him, a pile of aberration corpses formed a small hill, with a heavy steel door standing firmly at the rear. "Never retreat," Gao Yuan shouted with all his might, his clothes tattered and body covered in wounds, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Roger that," responded the team in unison, all except Lin Tian. Yang Qing, though a woman, fought like a war goddess. Her sharp, icy eyes scanned the masses of aberrations, and with a burst of extreme cold from her hands, she froze a large area of them instantly. In today's Tian, 98% of the population was safely sheltered under the desperate protection of the Night Watchmen. Across the entire city, over 10,000 Night Watchmen, dozens of Night Watch squads, and the entire division of the Night Watch Bureau were deployed, ready to sacrifice everything. Their sole mission: protect the entrance to the shelters. Gao Yuan looked at the distant black glowing orb, feeling a small but overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Is it a god?" he asked himself, only to answer, "No. It's nonsense." "Captain, where's Lin Tian?" Wu Yu shouted, holding up his armored shield, blocking wave after wave of attacks for his teammates. He showed no sign of fatigue, as if fueled by adrenaline. Gao Yuan didn't answer. He knew that although Lin Tian wasn't with them, his objective was undoubtedly the same: to protect Tian. "Shao Tian is doing something more important," Gao Yuan sighed. "Don't let your guard down. We can't disgrace the Night Watchman." "Got it," Wu Yu responded with high spirits. In an instant, he turned around sharply, discovering a humanoid aberration rushing towards them from behind. Bang! Just as the figure was about to reach Gao Yuan, Wu Yu managed to block it with his shield. The force was so strong that it almost knocked the shield from his hands, but he held firm. This momentary pause allowed everyone to see the figure, and a sense of foreboding filled their hearts. "Not good. It's a cult follower," Gao Yuan shouted urgently, his eyes unleashing a powerful mental force. Buzz! The cult apostles seemed to lose their mind, their eyes filled with black light. Including Chun Haoshuan, the other 3 team members acted simultaneously, quickly restraining the apostles' hands and feet. But it wasn't over yet. The fanatic struggled desperately, repeatedly smashing his head against the shield as if he felt no pain. He screamed with all his might, "Walk with God. God grants me redemption." His voice tore through his throat until he finally collapsed, lifeless, before the shield. "What a lunatic," Wu Yu muttered, flicking the shield disdainfully and kicking the corpse far away. Just like a zombie. He looked up to see his team frozen in place. Unnoticed, the area around them had grown significantly darker. "Captain," he called out, but there was no response. Everyone was gazing up at the sky. Hundreds of dark figures were plummeting from above. They're all cultists. Prepare for battle. Gao Yuan steeled himself, extending his mental energy to the limit, blood trickling down from the corner of his eye. This might be his last fight, but he had no regrets. He had dedicated his short life to the Night Watch, and death might be a release for him. His only reluctance, Gao Yuan's mental power formed several flying daggers, each taking down multiple cultists. He glanced at his comrades fighting alongside him, and then towards his master's residence in the distance. This was his reluctance. A spurt of blood splashed before his eyes. The excruciating pain in his abdomen made him grit his teeth and stifle a groan. Several crazed cultists charged at him like zombies. Though weak, they were all awakened ones. "Get lost," he shouted, blood in his mouth, his disheveled hair sticking to his blood-stained eyes. His powerful mental force instantly blasted dozens of cultists away. The situation for the other team members was even more dire, each locked in a bitter struggle. Seeing this, Gao Yuan grew anxious again, desperately tearing open a path. "I've got this. You retreat. Go." They had vowed to fight to the death. Yet, as he watched his teammates on the brink of death, fear crept in. Let them leave. Let him stay and die alone. But, including Yang Qing, everyone seemed to ignore his words, not even sparing him a glance. Even severely injured, with pierced abdomens and broken bones, no one paid him any mind. Gao Yuan was moved. How could he not realize that if things continued this way, not just him, but everyone present would perish from exhaustion? At that moment, a piercing buzz exploded in his mind. Gao Yuan seemed to take all the blame upon himself. In an instant, he felt as if he were standing in darkness, stepping towards the abyss of guilt. "It's you. It's all your fault. Because of you, we lost a hero of the Great Xia. How will you make amends? Why don't you just die?" The scenes from the past replayed vividly in his mind. Harsh curses echoed in his ears. Gao Yuan walked towards the abyss, expressionless and vacant. They were right. His master's downfall was his doing. Everything happening here, the impending deaths of his teammates, was because of his incompetence. Despite having a red talent, he had been stuck at the third tier for over a decade, unable to advance. "Gao Yuan, you useless fool. Everything happening here is because of you." Buzz. "Yes. Why haven't I died yet?" Gao Yuan thought, lifting his head in confusion. When he saw a cultist charging at him, he willingly dropped all his defenses. Let him die like this. At least let him fall before his teammates. Gao Yuan closed his eyes. He felt unworthy of facing anything his master, his teammates, and those who had placed their hopes in him. Just like this, let it end. Gao Yuan had one foot in the abyss, surrendering himself to the shadow of death that consumed his consciousness. "Captain!" Suddenly, a figure dashed in front of him, followed by a loud crash that echoed in his ears. Bang! Who was it? In the darkness, Gao Yuan vaguely heard someone calling him. He slowly lifted his head, a glimmer of life returning to his eyes. A steadfast figure stood in front of him, shielding him from all attacks. "Captain!" Wu Yu shouted, raising his shield and gritting his teeth, muscles straining under the pressure. "We've never blamed you." Gao Yuan's heart jolted, as if struck by lightning. "Captain, we haven't lost yet." Wu Yu gripped his armor shield tightly, turning back to Gao Yuan with a bloodied smile. But then, a sharp spear sliced through the air, cutting through the battlefield's clamor. Crack! In front of everyone, Gao Yuan choked, pupils contracting sharply. The spear pierced straight through Wu Yu's right arm, dark red flesh tearing open. Drip! Time seemed to freeze. Blood gushed from the wound, splattering onto the ground, forming stark red spots in the dust. "Ah!" Wu Yu screamed, the excruciating pain making him tremble, yet he didn't retreat a single step. His bones creaked under the relentless assault, his internal organs suffering significant damage. But Wu Yu stood firm. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve, determined to protect the world's kindest captain, Gao Yuan. Thud! Those words seemed to unlock something within Gao Yuan, like a key awakening his dormant fighting spirit. Wu Yu roared, his eyes bloodshot, the pain nearly blinding him. "Ah, you beasts! You won't touch my captain. Not a single hair." Wu Yu's face contorted with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Every muscle was stretched to its limit. "Get out of my way." With a thunderous burst of strength beyond his limits, his veins bulged like worms under his skin, and he truly held back the onslaught of over a dozen cultists. Wu Yu. Gao Yuan's lips trembled, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, leaving tracks in the battlefield's dust. Why? No reason. Wu Yu struggled against the battered armor shield before him, each dent telling a story of the blows he took for his teammates. It's just so exhilarating. Step by step, he advanced with his shield, each step as if on the edge of a knife, yet unwavering. So what if I'm not an attacker? Everyone here is giving their all, shining their faint light. Even a spark can ignite a prairie fire. Besides, didn't you say, Captain, that I'm crucial to the team? Now I understand. Wu Yu panted heavily, chest heaving, but his voice was firm. Get up, Captain. The best captain in the world. Meanwhile, Chun Haoshuan and Yang Qing broke free from the other cultists, moving towards Gao Yuan and Wu Yu. Ice froze the ground, and silver ice spikes shot from Yang Qing's fingertips, exploding into icy flowers upon contact with the cultists, scattering crystals reflecting the dim light. The first wave of attacks was barely repelled. The four finally gathered, forming a defensive circle back-to-back. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Haoshuan skillfully wrapped Wu Yu's left arm wound with special bandages for basic bleeding control. He then took a syringe from his pouch and administered a painkiller shot. Well done, Wu. Chen Haoshuan patted Wu Yu's shoulder, admiration in his eyes. Then he approached Gao Yuan, raising his right fist to lightly tap his chest, his gaze steady. Captain, the ones responsible for this are the aberrations, the cult, those cold gods above. Not you. At that moment, something within Gao Yuan seemed to snap, his long-held guilt and self-blame melting away like snow. Thank you. Gao Yuan said in a low, trembling voice. No need to thank us. We're comrades who've faced life and death together, and you are the captain we trust the most. In the next moment, Chen Haoshuan's expression suddenly changed. He swung his fists fiercely into the air, clashing with the attacking cultist. A piercing scream echoed through the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of bones shattering. The cultist's knuckles were crushed in the violent collision. At this moment, Gao Yuan's eyes were mostly cleared of confusion and doubt, and his mental energy rapidly concentrated. Two spears of tangible mental force formed in his hands, instantly piercing through the cultist's chest. Blood splattered as the cultist's body stiffened and fell. Yet, the battlefield remained perilous. Shadows flickered around them, with no fewer than 100 cultists, faces fanatical and eyes vacant. There was no sign of the situation improving. As time ticked away, Gao Yuan and his companion's stamina was rapidly depleting. He felt his mental energy receding like a tide, nearing exhaustion. Each attempt to gather his mental strength was more arduous than the last, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes bloodshot. Wu Yu stood steadfast at the forefront, clad in black iron armor, absorbing countless attacks from the cultists for the group. His armor was now riddled with cracks, scratches, and dents. Captain, these cultists, they just keep coming, Wu Yu said, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse, coughing yet persevering. They had already slain countless cultists, bodies piling up on the ground, blood forming small streams. Suddenly, the sound of cracking erupted, like the prelude to ice breaking. Not good. Wu Yu seemed to sense something, quickly turning his head and shouting anxiously. Captain, fall back. No sooner had he spoken than his black iron-forged armor shield shattered completely, scattering into countless fragments. Wu Yu felt a heavy weight pressed down on him, as if a boulder had landed on him, and he spat a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. His awakened artifact broke. Wu Yu. Yang Qing furrowed her brow, her hands quickly spreading out as a transparent ice wall formed in the air, barely deflecting part of the assault. The ice wall cracked under the enemy's impact, emitting a piercing sound of shattering. Despite this, dozens of cultists seized the opportunity, surging like a flood to encircle the group from behind. A desperate situation. Though Gao Yuan fought desperately, the enemy's sheer numbers were overwhelming. As strong as he was still a third-tier awakener, and his mental energy would eventually be depleted. Several stronger cultists seemed to strike simultaneously, waiting for the moment his mental strength was exhausted and his defenses faltered. It's over, Gao Yuan thought, facing the oncoming attacks, as dense as rain, with nowhere to hide. Resolutely, he used the last of his mental power to push Wu Yu and Chen Haoshuan aside with such force that they slid several meters across the ground. Meanwhile, he found himself at the center of the cultist assault. I'm the captain, Gao Yuan exhaled deeply, facing death without fear. If anyone's going to die, it should be me first. Shoo! In an instant, a block of ice surged skyward beneath his feet. The biting cold swept through the space, freezing all attacks and cultists into frost in a moment. The enemies turned into ice sculptures, their expressions frozen in fanaticism and distortion. We made it, just in time. Yang Qing's eyes glistened with tears, her slender form standing protectively before Gao Yuan. Her entire being emitted a pale blue glow, her aura several times stronger than before. She had broken through, reaching the third tier in this dire situation. Yes, she had saved her captain. Xiaoqing. Gao Yuan's eyes bled, his vision once again plunged into darkness. Overusing his ability, he was momentarily blind, seeing nothing but endless blackness. It's okay, Captain, we've won. Yang Qing forced a smile, her voice laced with undeniable exhaustion. Crack. Another breaking sound echoed, but this time it wasn't from Gao Yuan's heart knot, but thud. A soft sound of something piercing flesh. Gao Yuan felt a sudden panic, his hands reaching helplessly forward, only touching air. What just happened? With his mental energy depleted, he couldn't sense his surroundings. Vice Captain Yang, Vice Captain Yang. The silence around him was terrifying, only broken by distant cries. You beast. Why won't you die? Wu Yu's voice was filled with unprecedented anger and despair. What was he shouting about? Gao Yuan knelt on the ground, clueless about what had just transpired. Yet an overwhelming anxiety surged within him like a rising tide. Xiaoqing. Gao Yuan called out tentatively, his voice trembling. After a long while, a faint voice reached his ears, so weak it was almost inaudible. I'm here, Captain. Xiaoqing. Gao Yuan was utterly panicked. He frantically reached forward, as if trying to confirm something, his fingers turning white from exertion. Captain, I won't stay up late anymore. Yang Qing's voice grew weaker as she slowly moved to Gao Yuan's side, gently embracing him. Gao Yuan felt something warm soaking his chest, the warmth quickly turning thick and sticky. Xiaoqing. Captain. Her voice was trapped in her throat by blood, making her words unintelligible. Although Gao Yuan couldn't see, he clearly felt Yang Qing's heartbeat slowing, the intervals between beats lengthening, until there was no sound at all. On December 4th, 2022, at 10:09 p.m., in the heart of winter, the cold night wind accompanied by snowflakes reddened noses and ears. The glow of streetlights enveloped the empty street edges. Yang Qing placed her hands near her mouth, exhaling warm breath, white mist dispersing in the air. Her nose was red from the cold, yet she wore only a thin jacket, her neck and ears exposed to the chill. Gao Yuan carefully wrapped his dark gray wool scarf around her neck, his movements gentle and meticulous. Wearing so little in winter and drinking too. His voice was softly reproachful, yet incredibly tender. Hee, Captain Gao, do you like me? Yang Qing giggled, tipsy, her cheeks red from the cold, her eyes exceptionally bright. Gao Yuan and Yang Qing exchanged silent glances. Snowflakes gently settled on their shoulders and hair, melting into droplets. For a long time. How about we be together? Gao Yuan felt as if his heart had been struck by lightning. Xiaoqing, he screamed, his voice echoing into the darkness, yet receiving no reply. The surroundings were pitch black, like an endless abyss. Desperately, Gao Yuan ran forward, his legs struggling as he tried to escape the darkness. But no matter how hard he tried, his feet remained stuck, making no progress. This darkness seemed like the other side of life and death, an uncrossable chasm between him and Yang Qing. Panting, Gao Yuan's memories flashed back to the past. In the end, I'm better off alone. If I die, so be it, with no ties or worries. His voice echoed in the darkness. I never want to make others worry. After all, we only have one life, and who knows when it might end in a battle with those creatures. Being alone is really not so bad. He vaguely recalled the scene when his master had questioned him. How had he responded back then? Regret it. A voice suddenly pierced through the darkness, striking his soul. Regret it, huh? Gao Yuan's expression turned vacant as he nodded, tears mingling with blood silently sliding down his cheeks. Regret, he choked out. Someone once asked, is it more regretful to have been together and then parted, or never to have been together at all? At this moment, Gao Yuan felt he wasn't even qualified to answer that question. What he feared most was that someone would worry for him, would grieve after his death. Yet now, he hadn't even seen Yang Qing one last time. Kneeling on the cold ground, Gao Yuan tightly embraced Yang Qing, feeling her body grow colder. The scene before him suddenly shifted. You beast! Wu Yu, eyes red, pounded the face of a cult follower, fists covered in blood. You deserve to die. Just die. Chun Haoshuan stood nearby, looking upwards, unable to bear witnessing the horror before him. The cultists were annihilated. They had won the battle but lost what mattered most. Holding Yang Qing's cold body, Gao Yuan's tears mixed with blood dripped onto her pale face. He recalled that night, wishing he hadn't avoided her, hadn't been afraid, wishing he had accepted her feelings. I seem to have become that useless burden again, Gao Yuan lamented. In the darkness, he reached out his hands, wanting to close the open door and escape the pain of reality. At that moment, a voice so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar whispered in his ear. Little fatty, your master is late. Upon hearing that voice, Gao Yuan felt like the snot-nosed little kid he once was. Master, he stammered, searching in the direction of the voice. Hu Yuanfeng stood with a sword in hand, and seeing Gao Yuan in such a miserable state, his heart ached. I killed Yang Qing, Gao Yuan sobbed, looking towards Hu Yuanfeng, his voice trembling. Master, what? What should I do? Hu Yuanfeng did not answer immediately. His gaze fell on the frozen statues of the cult followers below, then lifted to the illusory divine figure in the sky, and a fierce anger surged within him. He slowly approached Gao Yuan, and the long sword, seemingly with a will of its own, left his hand, hovering quietly in the air. Hu Yuanfeng reached out his left hand, gently patting Gao Yuan's head. You did nothing wrong. The fault lies with the cult, with the gods, with the creatures. Hu Yuanfeng's voice was firm yet gentle. You've done great. Rest now. With that, Hu Yuanfeng caught the humming silver long sword with his left hand and stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the deity in the sky. Little fatty, we'll deal with the rest later. But now, Let your master avenge this injustice for you. After decades without drawing his sword, today it was unsheathed, and its edge was aimed at the gods. With those words, Hu Yuanfeng's form transformed into a silver sword shadow, leaving no trace of the creatures or followers in his wake. Amid the ruins, Gao Yuan leaned against the fractured stone wall. Feeling the long-lost sword's hum, the tight shackles finally shattered. At the same time, his eyes seemed to undergo some subtle changes. The western district was already in ruins, with blood staining the ground and chaos everywhere. Of the initial dozen night patrolmen who came to block the threat, fewer than 5 were still able to move. More than half had perished, and those who survived were in a deep coma, suffering heavy casualties. Bang! A loud crash erupted from the ruins of a distant city tower. The massive form of Yandaluos roared, brandishing a gleaming blade that stabbed fiercely into the rubble, sending clouds of gray dust into the air. Beast, you think you're tough, huh? From within the debris, Jiang Chengguan, hair disheveled and mouth bleeding, barely managed to withstand the lethal blow by conjuring dozens of semi-transparent defensive barriers from his mental particles. Yandalos's eyes were like dark abysses, staring down at the struggling Jiang Chengguan with a gaze full of almost pathological mockery. Crack! The barriers began to shatter under the pressure of the crimson spikes, as the sharp points slowly pierced into Jiang Chengguan's flesh. You bastard! Jiang Chengguan, feeling the blade digging into him, unleashed a surge of powerful psychic energy. Countless golden mental particles instantly formed a massive hand that pressed downwards. Help, help! On the other side, the other few fifth-rank vice chiefs, having caught their breath, unleashed their full power, concentrating their attacks on Yandaluos. It was their first time truly experiencing the terrifying power of an S-level Creaturia force that almost wiped out the entire high-ranking combat force of Tyne City. A profound sense of despair and powerlessness washed over them all. Years ago, even S-level Dezoi nearly destroyed a city. How could they possibly stop this S-level threat now? If they were ordinary people, they might choose to flee. But as night patrolmen, their only answer was to fight to the death. Several powerful attacks landed simultaneously, finally eliciting a reaction from Yandaluos, as several spikes on its body began to shatter. Roar! It bellowed in fury, its massive form involuntarily retreating. In that instant, Jiang Chengguan gritted his teeth, controlling the psychic energy that had transformed into a giant hand to press down hard. But the battle was far from over. Panting, Jiang Chengguan quickly distanced himself from the spot. With Tyne City at their backs, they were already prepared to die. Think an S-level creature is so damn powerful. Jiang Chengguan gritted his teeth and forcibly snapped his dislocated right hand back into place with his left. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Including Jiang Chengguan, a total of 6 awakened individuals seemed to have made some sort of resolution at that moment. Let's do this. He glanced back at Tyne No. 1 High School, where the lights of countless homes he vowed to protect flickered, a place that meant the world to him. Today, as a night patrolman and a father, he would not lose. He could not lose. Damn it, today's the most important, most significant day of my entire year. Jiang Chengguan roared. In the next moment, the core of his awakened being, composed of mental particles, ignited, emitting a dazzling golden light. PFF. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Jiang Chengguan's mouth. With a resolute gaze, he stepped towards the rising Yandaluos. Countless sparkling mental particles radiated brilliant light, instantly forming 2 golden wings behind him. A 7th rank awakened. Suddenly, everyone's momentum began to soar. As night patrolmen, we should patrol the night for the heavens, protect the lights of 10,000 homes. Jiang Chengguan roared, bloodied, transforming into a golden arrow that shot forward. When darkness falls, we are willing to burn ourselves out, to lead the lights of 10,000 homes behind us out of the darkness, to greet the dawn. Tyne First High School. The chant of the end echoed quietly in everyone's ears. Lin Tian looked up. The sky had turned dark, as if doomsday had truly arrived. A dim glow flowed across the black curtain, transforming into illusory images, as if the blue star had become a spectacle for divine beings. A light orb, shaped like a pouch from the fire's seed, rose slowly into the air. A deafening roar spread from the orb's center. Lin Tian frowned deeply. Though he held no sword, the spirit of a carefree sword surrounded him, standing firm like a stabilizing force against the divine presence. Inside the shelter, people were too shocked by the supernatural sight to speak. Is that the legendary god? Why does it seem like a floating organism? Two can barely breathe. If this thing wants to destroy the world, who can stop it? It's over. The blue star is doomed. Can humans really defeat something like that? They were awestruck by the appearance of the divine, feeling their own insignificance for the first time. Gods, these mythical beings, and humans were mere specks, easily wiped out in their eyes. The students, witnessing the divine power, were filled with confusion. Can we really win? We can win, shouted a few severely injured instructors at the shelter's entrance, their eyes resolute. They had been persuaded by Lin Tian to come to the shelter. Otherwise, they would have fought to the death against the god, even knowing they couldn't win. These night watchman instructors endured intense physical pain, standing straight, eyes fixed on the young man in a fiery red hoodie, facing the god alone with a sword, filled with admiration. This scene was more stirring than the god's appearance, enough to ignite their passion. On the field, a black and red figure gradually solidified within the light orb, its form ethereal, with phantom tentacles swaying in the air. It slowly opened its eyes, a black halo faintly visible behind it. The holy and pure light illuminated the land, yet it was chillingly cold. Its pupils held no emotion, much like Uncle Jiang said. It regarded all things as insignificant. This was a god, truly fitting the image of an ancient god. Lin Tian couldn't help but think. The scene before him, though not perfect, was awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, groups of cult followers gathered at the god's feet. They looked up devoutly at the exalted god, bowing down and shouting fervently, "Great God, please descend and cleanse this world of sin. We are your fervent followers. Erase the ignorant and foolish ants. A new world. Soon, we will be welcomed into a new world." The god seemed to completely ignore these fanatical followers. It calmly opened its eyes, scanning the entire city of Tian. The brilliant divine power instantly enveloped the whole city. At this moment, both night watchers and anomalies couldn't help but tremble. "Filthy anomalies," the god spoke softly, its voice not loud but piercing through everyone's heart. In an instant, the black and red light wheel released a dazzling glow, shifting from sacred to a flawless black. Under the sky-covering black curtain, countless tentacles pierced through the clouds, striking the ground. However, their target was not humans but those mindless anomalies. Seconds later, countless aberrations were crushed by the deity in midair, instantly turning into particles and dissipating into the world. In the distance, Long Weigua, who was fiercely battling the aberrations, was stunned. He watched as those apocalyptic black tentacles swept past him, ignoring his presence and reducing the aberrations to dust. "What is happening?" Long Weigua's face showed a mixture of surprise and confusion. Weren't deities supposed to be malevolent? Why would they help us eliminate the aberrations? These questions swirled in his mind. "Regroup," he shouted to a few team members on the perimeter. They all stood unharmed, frozen in place, staring in shock as the black tentacles swept through the aberrations across the entire city of Tian. "Captain, why is that thing helping us?" one team member asked, his voice trembling. "Well, maybe not." Long Weigua pondered for a long time before speaking gravely. "Just as recorded by the Night Patrol Division, deities are beyond good and evil. They lack emotions, and perhaps to them, both we and the aberrations are just like ants. Maybe the smell of the aberrations disgusts them." He shook his head. "Forget it. Damn it, if I get the chance, I don't care which deity you are, I'll take a swing at you." Long Weigua glared at the deity in the sky, gritting his teeth. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed dramatically, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, causing him to collapse and writhe on the ground. Several seconds later, the feeling of impending doom gradually faded. "Ugh. Cough, cough, cough." Long Weigua coughed violently, his chest heaving. "Captain." The other team members were alarmed and rushed to his side. "I'm fine," he said, raising a hand to stop them, trying to stand but realizing his legs were numb. "What is happening?" At that moment, not only Long Weigua but everyone began to hear a voice echoing in their minds. "Worship the deity, revere the deity, follow the deity. The deity is infinitely exalted. The ignorant will only receive a small punishment, but this does not mean the deity will always tolerate you." What is that voice? Everyone wondered simultaneously. "I am so toxin." The deity gazed down indifferently from above. "Ants, kneel." With these words, all the night patrol members were involuntarily plunged into self-doubt, their eyes dimmed. Helplessness and despair spread like a bottomless mire, and once trapped, they would completely lose themselves. The deity closed its eyes, seemingly savoring the moment. Suddenly, it moved slightly, directing its gaze to an open space thousands of meters away. There, thousands of trembling civilians were hiding, except for one boy who stood still, quietly gazing directly at the deity. "Kneel." Sotoxin commanded again, unleashing a mighty divine power. Hundreds of devout worshippers were instantly pulverized by this power. The deity reacted indifferently, as if merely wiping away a speck of dust. Along the way, a night patrol member shouted, "A deity? So what? We are not afraid of it." "Damn right. Once this battle is over, I'm going to go home and proudly tell my wife. I've kept it from her, but now she'll know her husband is a hero. My son just turned 1 month old this year, and after this battle, I'm retiring to spend time with my parents, wife, and children." Several night patrol members resisted the deity's temptation, but the next moment, they were reduced to dust under the divine power, their minds still filled with beautiful visions of the future. Lin Tian stared at the tsunami-like divine power coming toward him. Today, here, he would slay a god. In an instant, Lin Tian soared into the sky. Xiaoyao sword domain. In an instant, when everyone witnessed the godlike power capable of ending the world, the sliver of hope that had just ignited in their eyes quickly faded away. Despair surged like a tide within their hearts, echoing a terrifying realization in their minds. It seemed humans truly couldn't defeat gods. At that moment, Lin Tian's figure suddenly rose on the big screen, standing tall and ready to fight in front of everyone. An infinite sword aura emanated from him, instantly covering an area of several miles with a formidable and terrifying will. The crowd looked up in shock, discovering that the faintly visible light and shadow was a giant sword standing between heaven and earth. Despite the oppressive divine power, Lin Tian did not retreat. Instead, he advanced with fiery determination in his eyes. A god? I'll show you I can cut down a god. Suddenly, the godly force capable of annihilating everything clashed violently with Lin Tian's sword domain. Boom! A massive explosion reverberated across the sky, the ground beneath trembling incessantly, with deep fissures spreading like a spider web. The forces collided like a tsunami. The black, glowing divine power was torn apart by the sword aura, yet in the next second, it surged back, corroding the sword aura into ashes. The shockwaves alone flattened half of Tian City, with 100 buildings reduced to dust in the air under the terrifying might of the two forces. On the outskirts, over 1,000 despairing night patrol members regained some awareness amidst the massive tremors. No one knew what had happened. They had expected eternal darkness, but now, it felt as if something was pulling them out of the abyss. Long Wei stood on the ruins, gazing kilometers away, his eyes filled with immense shock. Is that a person? Before gods, humans are undoubtedly insignificant, like dust. Yet now, under this nearly despair-inducing divine power, someone had finally stood up. A mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with a god. Lin Tian grunted, his red hoodie appearing exceptionally dazzling against the backdrop of the sword aura. The giant sword standing between heaven and earth sliced through the dark veil, allowing brilliant golden sunlight to pour down, shining brightly. Where the god stood, it was a great dark sky. Where the mortal stood, it was a land of dazzling golden light. This incredibly striking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Lin Tian, surrounded by sharp sword aura, extended a finger, pointing directly at the distant god with unwavering gaze fixed on the proud, crimson eyes. You. Then, he sharply turned his finger towards the shattered earth. Get down here. His voice rolled like thunder, echoing above Tian. This is insane. Is that Lin Tian? This is the true god. I declare, from this moment on, Lin Tian, you are my god. So cool. Take them down. Cut down that pretentious god. A mortal facing a god hadn't something others might never have dared to imagine. Lin Tian achieved today. He proved to everyone that gods are not omnipotent, and humans can indeed triumph over gods. At this moment, for the first time, a ripple appeared in Sotoxin's emotionless eyes. Its crystalline eyes scanned Lin Tian, seriously considering a human for the first to me a speck of dust once easily obliterated. Desecrate me, Sotoxin withdrew its gaze, and with a burst of terrifying might accompanied by a sudden red glow, it exploded. Die. In the next second, countless red forbidden pillars descended within a radius of several miles, centered on Lin Tian. The red lightning roared menacingly. Then came the rain. A torrential downpour descended, but it was Rita rain of blood, the prelude to the final requiem. Above Lin Tian, just as the blood rain was about to obscure the last glimmer of light, he moved. The sword intent around him condensed once more, and within the sword domain, the power of the vast sword intent multiplied. In just a moment, the crimson lightning was severed, vanishing into nothingness. He stepped forward, and the stone pillar engraved with ancient runes shattered completely in a flash of white light, scattering debris everywhere. At that moment, Sotoxin's gaze upon Lin Tian lost much of its disdain, replaced by a hint of curiosity. A wave stirred in his heart. The other's strength was the greatest he had sensed since his awakening. That expression, that demeanor, seemed to evoke memories from ancient times. Suddenly, the space around Sotoxin twisted violently, and he roared, an ant shaking a tree. Do you dare to challenge me? Foolishness. His voice brimmed with boundless fury. The god was enraged. In an instant, rolling black and red light transformed into a spear, hovering silently beside him. The spear emitted a cold radiance. Indifferent to good or evil, it was the spear of order belonging to the gods. Beneath this spear, all beings were mere ants. Ant, how dare you defy a god? Sotoxin's eyes fixed on the human youth before him, with endless anger burning within them. The fury suppressed over countless ages, thought to be forgotten with time, was now rekindled by this human's audacity. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Defy? You might be mistaken. With that, he slowly retrieved the long and used wooden sword wrapped in wooden strips from his back. There were no flashy effects or movements. Just as simple as the first time he wielded a sword, took it from his back, and pointed it at the deity. I have only ever done one thing, he said calmly, slay gods. The last two words slipped effortlessly from Lin Tian's lips. As soon as he spoke, silence ensued, deathly silence. The entire space seemed frozen. Sotoxin's form trembled, then he actually laughed. How long had it been since he heard those words? How long since he last heard such infuriating words? Slay gods. Sotoxin was enraged. With what? That wooden sword in your hand? An ant is always an ant. Suddenly, the spear infused with crimson lightning shot forth, its divine might so overwhelming that the earth trembled violently, and the air quivered. Seeing this, Lin Tian took a deep breath. He tentatively swung the wooden sword in his hand. Perhaps this sword alone isn't enough to slay a god. Then, suddenly, an infinite aura surged around Lin Tian, his heart's desire aligned with the direction of his sword. As long as he was present, the carefree sword domain existed. This time, he held nothing back. Within the sword domain, everything is mine. Lin Tian swung the wooden sword into the air, his gaze fixed on the deity, shouting, "Sword, come." In an instant, countless sword edges materialized out of thin air, the carefree sword intent, like a boundless river, inexhaustible. The vast sword intent gradually coalesced, adhering to the wooden sword, shining brilliantly. The next moment, Lin Tian swung the long sword in his hand. With this strike, the world was astonished. Within the sword domain, he was carefree. The deity, he would slay today. Sword 96,000 miles. This sword is called Sword 960,000 Li. In Lin Tian's eyes, a trace of the hardships of the martial world surfaced, and in an instant, he revealed all his trump cards. The overwhelming sword intent merged into his sword style, exuding a terrifying aura. The wooden sword trembled in his palm before he swung it down. Suddenly, a sword energy spanned thousands of miles, hanging upside down on the edge of the sky, tearing through the dark veil and allowing the sunlight to pour down. The clouds shattered as if the heavens were trembling. Beneath the vast sky, the black curtain split into two from the center. The scene was truly spectacular. This sword reignited the flame of hope in everyone's hearts. The scarlet spear disintegrated into countless tiny fragments under Lin Tian's peerless strike. With a crack, the chains that bound heaven and earth, along with the divine might that had overlooked all beings, were shattered to pieces by Lin Tian. The darkness dispersed, and the sky returned to its clear, endless expanse. Looking again at the so-called exalted deity, Sotoxin, his figure was no longer in its original place. Following the faint red afterimage in the sky, he had already moved 1,000 meters away into the high air. Yes, this sword forced even a god to evade. The god was afraid. This meant that Lin Tian's sword had the power to kill it. Even if it didn't die, a mere touch would inflict severe injury. Even for him, a deity above all things, there was no exception. How should one describe this sword? Who can tell me what words to use for this sword? Damn. Alas, my lack of eloquence limits me to exclaiming damn at the world. This is the extent of my vocabulary. I've done my best. Slay the god. A god is nothing. Slay it. Inside the sanctuary, everyone was awestruck by Lin Tian's sword. The sword intent soared into the sky, spiraling upwards to the heavens. This sword was enough to be recorded in the annals of the Great Xia dynasty. It was a peerless strike. Just as Lin Tian said, with this sword unleashed, the world is astounded. 1,000 meters away, Sotoxin's form suddenly shuddered, and several ethereal tentacles fell off. The black blood spilled out, crystallizing upon contact with the air, and shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Everyone in Tian noticed, the god was wounded. Lin Tian's appearance repeatedly shattered people's understanding of gods. But only some naive groups remained oblivious. God, that is the blood of the god. Bathe in divine blood, and you shall be reborn. God cannot lose. All of this is the deity's forgiveness for those foolish people, a blessing. It's all an illusion. Yes, it must be this way. This is the great god voluntarily shedding blood. Hundreds of fanatic followers ran desperately towards the spot directly under Sotoxin. A distance of 1,000 meters could be covered in just a few seconds by any first-order awakened individual. In their eyes, the afterglow of the divine blood shone brilliantly. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. They cheered, they fought for it, they spread their arms, closed their eyes, and waited devoutly for this sacred ceremony. Bathe in divine blood, and ascend. A few seconds later, Sotoxin's blood hit the ground. The shouts and roars of all the followers came to an abrupt halt. They ascended. Completely and utterly ascended. Well, to put it nicely, bathe in divine blood, and ascend. To put it bluntly, they were crushed to death. A masterpiece. Clever followers. Yes, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of cult followers were crushed to death by the crystallized blood of Sotoxin, leaving not a single survivor. Lin Tian's rising momentum suddenly halted upon witnessing the scene before him, only to surge even higher moments later. He gazed at the sight, deeply shaken. Is this what they call a deity? Lin Tian pondered, momentarily lost for words. Those followers weren't entirely wrong. They did ascend, but to the wrong place, with incorrect coordinates. They hadn't reached any new world, but rather faced the Buddha's wrath directly. Lin Tian watched coldly, thinking, with these people, the Buddha could have them tied to a cross and flogged with a spiked club for 30 years. He cursed inwardly. A bunch of heartless minions of so-called deities. Sodexun was fully aware of everything happening below, but remained indifferent, not even sparing a glance. His gaze was fixed on Lin Tian, and within those calm eyes burned an endless fury. Ant, attempting to slay a god is the most foolish fantasy of your life. Sodexun's voice thundered, no longer suppressing his anger. Still boasting? Lin Tian scoffed, cleaning his ear dismissively. Deities might be a race, but are they all like this black jellyfish? Heads can roll, blood can flow, but they just can't stop showing off. Ant, how many times can you strike with that sword? Sodexun's voice dripped with sarcasm. The gap between an ant and a god is as vast as the chasm of the heavens. I am a deity. My power is limitless. The human youth's sword strike had caused Sodexun to lose face as a god, a familiar feeling that filled him with shame. The severed tentacles of Sodexun quickly regenerated, growing back in an instant. This time, the crimson crystal within him, emitting a dark light, began to tremble, and a chaotic aura spread from his body. Unlike the previous crimson lightning and overwhelming divine power, this vast black fog was even more dangerous. Even Lin Tian had to take it seriously at this moment. He swiftly released the free sword domain centered around himself. The chaotic black fog seemed intent on devouring everything, turning all it touched to nothingness, returning it to chaos. The free sword domain clashed with it, and in an instant, Lin Tian felt an unprecedented pressure. Could this damn jellyfish be planning to kill everyone in Tian City to prevent the secret from leaking, just because I embarrassed him? Lin Tian speculated. It sounded absurd, but for a deity with such flawed reasoning, it was entirely possible. Crack within less than half a minute of contact, cracks began to appear on the semi-transparent domain's surface. Leaking. Lin Tian was startled. As the black jellyfish had said, he couldn't unleash another sword strike of the same magnitude in a short time. But that didn't mean he couldn't wield his sword. It just required preparation and was quite troublesome. Lin Tian raised his long sword, the silver crescent sweeping through the air. The Sword of Time was still his trump card. At that moment, Sodexun emitted a burst of red light, and the ethereal tentacles broke through the barrier, clashing with Lin Tian's sword. The powerful force pushed Lin Tian back several steps before he could barely stop. Tisk! Lin Tian frowned, feeling a slight tear at the base of his thumb, blood dripping down the hilt to the tip of his sword. Quickly, he swung again, only to be blocked by the chaotic black fog. Chaos Divine Domain. Sodexun's eyes flashed with crimson light, and in an instant, a powerful domain barrier enveloped Lin Tian. A searing pain emerged from within, and even though Lin Tian released the free sword domain to resist, the black fog still managed to affect him. This is bad. Lin Tian's being suppressed. What do we do? If Lin Tian loses, we have no hope left. Can we lend our strength to Lin Tian like in the final episode of Ultraman? I'm worried. Just keep cheering, don't mind me. The surrounding crowd was in disarray, panicked, and discussing fervently. Lin Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he struck the domain with his blade, but it didn't budge. The black fog continued to assault his mind, trying to weaken his strength. A deity? He scoffed. And you resort to such underhanded tactics? Ant. Sodexun ignored him, determined to see this arrogant human die, and in the most painful way possible. Buzz. In the next instant, from another direction, a sword intent like a river of time poured down from the sky. This sword was no weaker than Lin Tian's earth-shattering strike, each unique in its own right. The former was spirited and free, while the latter was seasoned and ancient, yet carried a god-slaying intent. Crack! The chaos divine domain shattered into pieces under this sword. Who? Sodexun's gaze shot toward the sky. A black-robed elder appeared, descending gracefully with a long sword in hand, its blade flowing with the essence of time. The sword maniac of Great Xia, Hu Yuanfeng. Another one. The scene of the sword shattering the divine realm left the people in the shelter wide-eyed in shock. Thousands of students from Tian No. 1 High School gathered in the vast underground shelter, all eyes drawn to the suddenly appearing elder. Who was that person? To shatter a divine realm with just one sword? I've never heard of him. Why are you asking us? Has anyone here heard of anyone like that before? Well, you're right. But the main thing is, that elder is holding the sword with his left hand. The students whispered among themselves, astonished. Wielding a sword with the left hand was surprising enough, let alone with such earth-shattering power. The young people present, let alone wielding a sword, might not even be able to write with a pen with such skill. What incredible determination must that take? Some quietly speculated. Maybe that elder is Lin Tian's mentor, or perhaps a close friend despite the age difference. A few injured Night Watch instructors exchanged glances, a shocking possibility forming in their minds. Their eyes gleamed with disbelief. Could it be him? They all thought of the same person, the legendary figure forced into retirement due to a severed arm. The first and only Night Watch officer to have slain an class aberration, Dazoi. The greatest swordsman of the last century in Xia. The sword fanatic, Hu Yuanfeng. This is more shocking than anything I've seen in 100 years, one Night Watch instructor exclaimed. Ignoring the wound on his shoulder, he kept his eyes fixed on the incredible scene of the two swords confronting the divine figure in the sky. Xia is not doomed. Who would have thought? Even this elder has emerged. The divine beings might be powerful, but as people of Xia, they might fall to time and age, but never to such calamities. The instructors watched the two figures in the sky with the unwavering faith and dedication of the Night Watch, noble and respectful. There is still hope in this battle. Xia still has hope. The two swords cut through the mire of despair that trapped countless people. This battle, the Night Watch will prevail. Xia will prevail. High above, Hu Yuanfeng gripped his sword in his left hand, his black robe billowing without wind, his eyes reflecting the passage of time. He first looked at his left hand, then in the direction Lin Tian had come from, speaking with a hint of regret. Lin Tian, I'm late. Though Hu Yuanfeng was over 80, he remained robust. Each step he took as powerful as if shattering the sky. The sword in his hand was named Wu Guang. Once a brilliant and spirited sword fanatic, every swing of his sword was enough to dominate and stand atop the mountains. Now, even as he took up his long sword again, it came at the cost of his former self. He gazed down at the silver-white sword in his hand. The sword's brilliance had long faded with the passage of time, but this had imbued his sword with another kind of essence. Just comprehended it, in a bit of a rush, Hu Yuanfeng said calmly. He flicked the long sword, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. A god? Just so. On the other side, Lin Tian coughed lightly, looking towards Hu Yuanfeng in the direction of the sword's intent, thinking to himself. He just comprehended that sword strike? If it weren't for the need to assert Xia's might in such a serious setting, he would have liked to give Hu Yuanfeng a thumbs up and say, "You are truly remarkable." The act must be pulled off with the utmost skill. The sword intent must be freshly comprehended. Suddenly, that scarlet aura swept in again. The divine realm was broken, and even a god could not release it consecutively in a short time. Sotoxin coldly watched the elder approaching, seething with anger. Humans. Again, it's humans. Even with a fate sealed in death, why do they continue to struggle in vain? As the gods awaken and the abyss emerges, Sotoxin glared at the humans before him, his voice booming like thunder. The end times were upon them, and even if he perished here, humans, animals, everything would still face inevitable reckoning. All efforts now were nothing more than futile acts. Crack. The crystal core within Sotoxin began to tremble with extreme anger, emitting a piercing sound. Memories he wished to forget flooded his mind like a tidal wave. At this moment, the god was truly agitated. Insignificant ants. Sotoxin's furious voice shook the heavens as he roared. To defy a god. Utter foolishness. It's no different from courting death. In that instant, Sotoxin descended into complete chaos and madness. His eyes blazed with a crimson glow as swirling black mist emanated from the halo behind him, enveloping everything around. The great dark sky, chaos returns. Blood rain poured down in torrents, lightning rumbled, and the atmosphere of doomsday reached its peak. Lin Tian's silhouette stretched long and thin in the glow breaking through the bloody rain. The timing was perfect. He held a wooden sword, its blade swirling with an aura of carefree swordsmanship. Today, not slaying a god seemed unacceptable. Hu Yuanfeng stood beside him, nodding slowly. He gazed deeply into the dense black mist, saying, "Who's courting death? Are you referring to me? Unfortunately, I'm not. I'm here to avenge my dear disciple. So today you must die." The disciple he had protected for half his life was gravely injured today, and as a master, he would settle this score. As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures vanished from where they stood. On either side of the black mist, two distinctly different sword intents rushed forth, sword maniacs lightless, and the carefree brush. Both unleashed their most powerful strikes. A dim river of time stretched slowly from the boundless void to Hu Yuanfeng's feet. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's carefree sword intent had reached its peak, the blade extending to 100 meters. In his heart's vision, the wooden boat once used by the carefree elder of the river shattered with a deafening crash. Whoosh! Suddenly, a phantom appeared behind Lin Tian. This sword, it is named Carefree. In an instant, a whale-like call reverberated from the heavens, spreading across the land of Daxia. The ethereal scene seemed to cover the sky at 10,000 meters. The Kuan Peng soared with the wind, ascending 90,000 miles. A colossal creature spanning thousands of miles hovered in the air. Underneath it, even gods were insignificant. Sotoxin's divine heart quaked, his eyes incredulously fixed on the inexplicable giant above. The fears stemming from his core utterly unraveled him. Humiliation, severe wounds, degradation, and crushing defeat. All memories, long forgotten and buried by time, surged forth completely at this moment. No, you are. No, you're not. Stay away from me. Sotoxin's voice trembled. No, don't strike me. I yield. All dead. But no, this is the end times, the age of eternal night. Why are there still ants capable of hindering me? No, I am a god, the ruler of all things. He roared desperately. Yes, the god had gone mad. No one knew what had driven him to become like this. They only knew that in Daxia, for thousands of years, humans had slain a god. The Night Patrol has a history spanning a century. 10 years ago, deities first descended and clashed with the Night Watchers. Several awakened individuals rose to resist, paying a heavy price in lives, but the battle ended in a stalemate. From that moment, the gods became an inescapable nightmare for the Great Xia dynasty. Whenever the gods were mentioned, fear and despair flashed in people's eyes, prompting them to instinctively scatter and flee. Yet, as the ancient saying goes, as citizens of Great Xia, they might be defeated by the flow of time, but they would never fall to so-called natural disasters. Sotoxin's body began to disintegrate, and the crystal core inside him emitted a final mournful cry before shattering into countless fragments, turning into dust drifting in the twilight glow. A god had died. This was the first deity ever slain in the history of the Night Watchers and Great Xia. The blood rain gradually ceased, and the lightning, sensing some kind of fear, quickly retreated. The golden sunset pierced through the clouds, casting its light on the war-torn battlefield. Lin Tian stood at the center of the battlefield, raising his wooden sword high. His red sweatshirt was bathed in the dazzling golden light of the sunset. His face bore a weary yet determined smile. The god was defeated. He had won. Humanity had won. Great Xia had won. Hu Yuanfeng, holding his sword in his left hand, silently stepped back into the shadows where the twilight could not reach, his dark clothing blending into the darkness, almost concealing his form. Great Xia remained unchanged, yet the sword fanatic Hu Yuanfeng had quietly transformed with the passage of time. It was a new era now, and he was no longer the solitary swordsman he once was. Hu Yuanfeng shook his head gently, a hint of a relieved smile on his lips. Without lingering further, he turned and quickly headed back the way he came. He was anxious, eager to see his apprentice. Your eyes are bleeding. How much must that hurt? He murmured to himself. As much as you hurt, your master's heart aches just as much. Don't worry, your master is here. Though strict on normal days, when his apprentice is in trouble, he will be the first to rush forward. The slain deity was the best proof of this. Lin Tian looked down at the remaining crimson crystals on the ground, glistening with an eerie light like shards of crystal. This was a god, shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, the surviving cultists of the deity stared in disbelief at the vanishing divine figure. Their faith crumbled in an instant. A god dead? No. Impossible. One cultist, pale-faced, shouted hysterically. The great god cannot fail. This must be an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. This has to be a prank by the deity. Another cultist babbled incoherently. God is omnipotent. God cannot lose. Yes, that wasn't a god. A third cultist clutched his hair, madness in his eyes. A god that can fail is no god. The deity is immortal. The deity will soon reappear, and that will be the true new world. No, you're wrong, yet another cultist screamed. That was just cannon fodder sent by the great god, merely to fool those fools. Ha! It must be so. On the outskirts of the battlefield, a team of night watchers tasked with capturing the remnants of the deity's cult witnessed this scene and frowned. Are they okay? A young night watcher asked in confusion. No, the captain replied coldly. They're not even human. The deity is lucky to have such a group of self-deceiving followers. Inside the shelter, upon hearing the news of victory, people erupted into deafening cheers. We won. We won. The deity? Damn reptile. You can go to hell. Long live Great Xia. Long live the heroes. Long live Lin Tian. Come on. That last sword strike was super cool, right? A young man who had once misunderstood Lin Tian hung his head in shame. I'm Jiang Ming, and I apologize for everything I said about Lin Tian. He's a hero quietly guarding the city. Several Night Watcher instructors leaned against the walls of the shelter, struggling to smile. They had finally won. Gods and natural disasters could not crush Great Xia, because there would always be a group of people like them. They will stand before millions to protect the countless lights behind them. The Night Watchers. Without hesitation, everyone rushed out of the shelter like a flood breaking through a dam. They shouted Lin Tian's name, the name of the unknown elder, and all the Night Watchers who fought to the end, even sacrificing their lives. At this moment, these Night Watchers were no longer silent guardians, but revered heroes, saviors of Tian and Xia. The crowd surged towards the ruins, arms wide open to embrace the dusk. The long-lost warmth of the sun kissed their skin, bringing a long-awaited sense of peace. This scene brought a smile to the weary warrior Lin Tian, who stood alone on the school rooftop where he usually practiced his swordsmanship. In the distance, Lin Tian saw Jiang. Unlike the celebrating crowd, she was not basking in the sunset, but anxiously searching the crowd with worried eyes. Suddenly, she looked up and noticed Lin Tian on the rooftop. However, he quickly turned away, leaving only a blurred silhouette. A kilometer away, Lin Tian stood in a dark, narrow alley. There was no sunlight here, only dampness and cold. He stood silently, eyes fixed on the figure before him. The man's clothes were tattered, his exposed skin covered with countless cracks, blood oozing from the fissures, and a ghastly wound in his abdomen. Such injuries made every breath a struggle, yet he had managed to come here. Jiang Qingwen. Lin Tian's lips trembled as he looked at the blood-soaked figure, emotions flooding his heart. Uncle Jiang. From the time he was taken from the orphanage, it was Uncle Wang and Uncle Jiang who raised him. And now, you? Lin Tian began to speak. We won. Jiang Qingwen interrupted, looking at the distant orange sunset with a grin. You won too, right? After a long pause, Lin Tian nodded slightly. We won. The Night Watchers won. Xia won. We did it, Uncle Jiang. Gods can be killed. Uncle Jiang, we did it. We killed the gods. At this, Jiang Qingwen let out a bitter laugh. Unable to support himself any longer, he collapsed, but Lin Tian quickly caught him, gently laying him on the ground. Jiang Qingwen leaned against the cold wall, habitually reaching for a cigarette in his pocket, only to find his fingers had no strength left. Oh, I almost forgot. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Linger won't let me smoke. I quit 2 years ago. Jiang Qingwen closed his eyes and smiled again. Your Uncle Jiang. I won too. I know, Uncle Jiang. Lin Tian had sensed it. Midway through his battle with the gods, he suddenly felt the powerful aura of the creature in the western district vanish. Showdown, you really did slay a god. Jiang Qingwen marveled, his voice weak but filled with pride. That day, you said you wanted to protect Uncle Wang and me. At the time, I thought you were too young. I worried that at your age, taking on such a heavy responsibility would be too much. Uncle Wang and I raised you, hoping to see you and Linger grow up happily, not wanting you to walk this path of no return, even if it meant being heroes, revered by millions. Jiang Qingwen coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a hint of shame in his expression. What a disgrace. It's too embarrassing. Uncle Jiang, sword master Hu Yuanfeng helped me slay the god. Lin Tian, who had been silently listening, interjected. Master Hu was there too. Jiang Qingwen pondered for a moment, then laughed. He's a prodigy of Xia. Yet, he was always the overlooked second place. Among his peers, he outshone everyone but was overshadowed by Wang Yangshi. Jiang Qingwen's breathing became increasingly labored, yet he continued speaking. In kindergarten, he got 1 yuan for allowance. Wang Yangshi got 1.5. In elementary school, he scored 99. Wang Yangshi scored 100. In middle school, he liked his deskmate, but she secretly admired Wang Yangshi. Until high school, they both joined the Night Watchers by chance, and he became a Night Watcher. Until now, he never surpassed Wang Yangshi. His life was spectacular, yet also tragic. At this moment, a spark of defiance lit up in Jiang Qingwen's eyes. Second place is fine. At least this time, old Wang, you didn't beat me. He emphasized, using all his strength to look at Lin Tian. Showdown, your Uncle Jiang, isn't weak. The one I killed was an S-class creature, a first in the history of the Night Watchers. Tears glistened in Lin Tian's eyes. He remained silent, nodding continuously. Silence enveloped the narrow alley, as if time itself had halted. After a long time, Jiang Qingwen weakly spoke. Showdown, take this, and tell Linger, her old man is sorry. He can't personally see her grow up, can't watch her walk down the aisle in her wedding dress. He painstakingly pulled a blood-stained cassette tape from his pocket, carefully wiping it clean. Thank you, Showdown. Jiang Qingwen's voice grew fainter. Today is Linger's birthday. It's the most important day for me, Uncle Jiang. In the alley, Lin Tian carried the gravely injured Jiang Qingwen on his back, repeatedly muttering. It's going to be okay, Uncle Jiang, it will be okay. With swift movements, he leaped onto the rooftops, his eyes scanning the surroundings anxiously, constantly searching for the rescue team from the Night Patrol Division. Jiang Qingwen forced his eyes open, his face pale as paper, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He smiled weakly. You and old Wang are just the same. His voice was frail, his breathing labored. There's no hope. Your Uncle Jiang's power has been exhausted. Even if I survive, I'll be just an ordinary person for the rest of my life. Uncle Jiang, please hang in there. Lin Tian's voice was tight, his shoulders trembling slightly under Jiang Qingwen's weight. You know Linger can't do without you, just like the West can't do without Jerusalem. He quickly jumped to another rooftop, his eyes still searching for rescue. Let's look at it this way. If you're gone, what will happen to Linger? What if she gets into trouble, falls in with some bad crowd? Enough. Jiang Qingwen interrupted, coughing twice, a gurgling sound coming from his throat. He suddenly sighed. his eyes losing focus. I'll leave the rest to you, Xiao Tian. I'm a bit tired, need to rest. With that, his head drooped and his arms fell limp. At Tian High School, while everyone celebrated amidst the ruins, only Jiang Ling stood by the entrance, worried, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, her face haggard. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared outside the school gate. Lin Tian arrived quietly, so unobtrusively that no one noticed, and stood beside Jiang Ling. Linger, he called softly. Jiang Ling, as if sensing something, looked at the boy before her. His clothes were stained with dust and blood, and there were a few fresh scars on his face. A flood of mixed emotions surged through her heart, and with tears in her eyes, she smiled. Welcome back, hero. Lin Tian said nothing, simply taking a necklace made of red crystal from his pocket. It was the shattered core of a deity they had slain, still bearing the unique patterns of the divine. The divine power and essence it held had dissipated the moment Sotoxin perished. A little souvenir, a small gift, he said hoarsely, placing the necklace around her pale neck. It looks nice. Jiang Ling stood there, stunned, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. When she came to her senses, the necklace with the red crystal was already around her neck. The crystal glowed vividly in the twilight, highlighting the paleness of her skin. Somewhat bewildered, Jiang Ling touched the necklace with her slender fingers, sensing something amiss in the atmosphere. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Lin Tian, what happened? She knew Lin Tian's character. For them to have slain a god, something must have happened for him to act this way. Lin Tian looked at Jiang Ling, her eyes filled with expectation and unease, and he felt a pang of heartache. After a moment's thought, he took out a tape that Jiang Chengwen had prepared in advance. Linger, your father was a hero too. Jiang Ling stared at the tape handed to her, as if struck by lightning, her lips trembling but unable to utter a sound. The tape was stained with blood that hadn't been wiped clean, gleaming ominously in the sunset. She didn't know how long she stood there. Staring at the tape wrapped in pink satin, she felt no urge to cry, or any extra emotion at all. Her eyes were vacant as she took the tape from Lin Tian's hand, her fingers trembling slightly. She had heard that when one feels extreme sadness, they don't cry out, but instead fall into a silent, colorless silence. Thank you, Lin Tian. Jiang Ling tucked her hair behind her ear, smiling at Lin Tian in the fading light. Really? Thank you. Actually, it's okay, really. Jiang Ling interrupted, clutching the delicate tape tightly. When Lin Tian presented the gift, she already understood everything. But she didn't want her emotions to affect others. Lin Tian, I think I want to go home. Don't overthink it. Jiang Ling forced a smile, her voice barely audible. Lin Tian gently patted her shoulder in a comforting manner. Uncle Jiang is just tired. He asked me to apologize on his behalf. He might not be able to accompany you today. I understand. Jiang Ling replied with a faint, strained smile, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She took a deep breath, struggling to hold back the overwhelming sadness threatening to break through. I'll head off now. I'm sure there are many things here that need your attention. I'll just go back. With that, she lowered her head and walked heavily out of the school gate. Lin Tian stood there, watching her lonely figure fade away, and could only shake his head helplessly, remaining silent. Jiang Ling returned alone to her residential area. The streets were in disarray, with night patrols clearing away the remains of deceased creatures. Distant sounds of dull thuds and low conversations filled the air. Clutching the gift in her hand, she quickly crossed the ground floor and climbed the stairs. At her doorstep, Jiang Ling paused. All she wanted was to return home, bury herself under the covers, and think of nothing, letting time slip away in the darkness. Click, the door opened. Jiang Ling stood frozen at the entrance. Suddenly, the pent-up sadness surged like a flood, and she could no longer hold back. Large teardrops rolled down her cheeks as she stood there, sobbing uncontrollably. Her pale face was soaked with tears, evoking a sense of pity. Jiang Ling stared blankly at the dining table in front of her. Linger, your dad's been a bit overwhelmed lately. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Let me think. Fish-flavored pork, braised pork, 3-vegetable stir-fry, scallion beef, kung pao chicken. I want them all, but I still have school, and the office needs you. Then we'll wait until there's time. No problem. Dad remembers everything. Not a single dish will be missed, except it's gotten a bit cold. She gazed absent-mindedly at the table full of dishes and the strawberry cake placed in the center. Yes, today was her birthday. Memories of Jiang Chengwen flashed through Jiang Ling's mind. She recalled her first year in primary school when she ran to Lin Tian for help after a friend snatched her lollipop, only to lose another one in the process. That night, at midnight, Jiang Chengwen knocked on Uncle Wang's door, holding a belt and glaring fiercely at Lin Tian. In middle school, whenever he saw her getting close to any boy, even just talking, he would be extremely worried, going so far as to hire a detective one day. When she found out, she remembered angrily telling Jiang Chengwen, "I'll never speak to you again." Though it was just a scare, it left her doting father in a daze for over 10 days. Jiang Ling's gaze shifted to the area next to the cake. There lay an old cassette tape, said to be left by her mother. This type of cassette was rare and required custom orders, which was quite troublesome. With trembling hands, she gently placed the cassette into the player and pressed play. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. It was her father's voice, slightly off-key, but to Jiang Ling, it felt incredibly warm. Happy birthday to my dear Ling. Happy 18th birthday. Love you forever, Dad. A month later, under the dedicated efforts of the Night Patrol Division, Tian City had nearly regained its usual order. The collapsed buildings had been rebuilt, the streets were bustling once again, and the number of pedestrians was steadily increasing. Though smiles adorned people's faces, the memory of that fateful day lingered in their hearts. On that day, the calamity brought by the otherworldly beings and deities plunged countless humans into despair. Fortunately, a group of valiant heroes stepped forward, standing in front of the masses and successfully protecting the homes and lives behind them. Survivors of the catastrophe raised their arms, cheering fervently. Hail Lin Tian! Hail the night patrollers! Hail the heroes who fought to the end! As the first light of dawn appeared, dispelling the night, everyone welcomed the new day together. At that moment, all the night patrollers watched the sunrise, filled with a sense of mission and honor. This was the greatest reward for the night patrollers. The next day, in the cool hallway of the Tian Night Patrol Division, Lin Tian stood in front of a door, a heavy fruit basket in hand, carefully checking the room number. After a brief wait, the door slowly opened, revealing Jiang Ling's eyes peeking out with a hint of grievance. What are you doing here? Jiang Ling pressed against the door, refusing to let Lin Tian in despite his attempts. Come on, Linger, Lin Tian pleaded with a smile, hands clasped together, let me in. I'll never speak to you again. Jiang Ling huffed, but she eased her hold on the door a little. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian explained, I told you then, I was just taking a nap. I didn't say anything else. He scratched the back of his head, feigning innocence. Get lost. I never want to speak to you again. Jiang Ling glared at him, then stomped on his foot through the gap in the door. Afterward, she exhaled deeply and turned to open the door completely. Come in, come in. Alrighty. Lin Tian quickly slipped into the room with a grin. Inside the hospital room, warm sunlight filtered through the window, shining on a lily on the windowsill. Jiang Ling sat by the bed, focused on peeling an apple with a small knife. The middle-aged man in the bed, looking frail, smiled warmly as Lin Tian entered. Oh, you brought something? I'm your future son-in-law. How could I not bring something? Lin Tian placed the fruit basket on another bed and looked at the man in the bed. Right, Uncle Jiang? You cheeky boy, Jiang Chengwen teased with a laugh. Getting cocky, are you? Of course, Lin Tian chuckled, rubbing his nose. Uncle Jiang, I think I can take on 200 of you now. Getting ahead of yourself, Jiang Chengwen shook his head helplessly. Just today, if I whip you with a belt, would you dare fight back? Lin Tian winced. Good point, I wouldn't dare. That's what I thought, Jiang Chengwen said, then shifted to a more serious tone, fixing his gaze on Lin Tian. Now, let's talk about serious matters. Serious matters? Lin Tian pondered. Is it about your retirement? There's more to it, Jiang Chengwen continued. Some things were told to me by old Wang over the phone. Uncle Wang? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. Yes. Jiang Chengwen nodded, confirming, he told me. Huh. Lin Tian seemed to recall something and suddenly asked, did Uncle Wang visit a few days ago? Hearing this, Jiang Chengwen's fists clenched slightly. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. He didn't come. Isn't he the speaker? Naturally. He has more to handle, so he didn't come. He told me over the phone. Lin Tian's expression darkened, his brow furrowing slightly, but he quickly composed himself and turned to Uncle Jiang. Please, continue, Uncle Jiang. Don't interrupt. I need to say it all at once, Uncle Jiang said seriously. All right, Lin Tian replied cheerfully, wrapping his arms around his knees and listening intently. The day of the divine battle, Tian City. At 8 p.m., as night fell and the city's neon lights began to flicker on, Lin Tian hurried through the corridors of the Night Watch Division, finally locating the most elite medical team. At that moment, Jiang Chengwen lay pale as a sheet, his breathing weak, deep in a coma, teetering on the brink of life and death. The heart monitor beside the bed beeped rhythmically, its line nearly flat. Lin Tian stood helplessly by the bedside, looking at Uncle Jiang, who was once full of vigor but now barely clinging to life. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Clearing his throat and straightening his back, Lin Tian spoke solemnly to the unconscious Jiang Chengwen. Uncle Jiang, you can rest easy. Don't worry about Huang Mao. You can entrust Linger to me. Miraculously, the heart monitor, which had almost flatlined, suddenly spiked, emitting a rapid alarm. Medical staff rushed to the bedside, murmuring in astonishment. Indeed, it was the profound love of a father that saved Jiang Chengwen. However, after days of relentless rescue efforts, although Jiang Chengwen's life was spared, he became an ordinary person forever. In that battle, all the deputy directors of the division perished, and only 3 survived. To win, Jiang Chengwen forced himself to reach the 7th tier at the cost of completely depleting his awakened powers, losing his identity as an awakener. About 5 days later, the Night Watch discovered the Divine Church's chapel deep underground in Tian City, alongside the innocent civilians cruelly sacrificed for the revival of the deity. The entire city mourned that day, enveloped in a somber atmosphere. End of the flashback. The following covers what Jiang Chengwen needs to tell the protagonist. 10 days after the divine battle. In the capital, at the Night Watch headquarters, a solemn gray building. Wang Yangshi sat in his spacious office, his presence suddenly more imposing, exuding an aura of authority. His brow furrowed as he turned page after page of documents, his gaze heavy. On the day of the revival, deities manifested in Tian, the capital, and the magic city. Along with them came swarms of foreign creatures, even many new species never before observed, most of which were above class. This was undoubtedly a catastrophe for Xia, a calamity capable of destroying the nation. Despite the bleak outlook, the Night Watch stationed locally rose to the challenge. On that day, countless Night Watch members shouted their creed, their eyes glinting with determination, willingly marching to their deaths. Rather die than retreat, vow to defend to the death. In the end, although Xia won, the process was far from glorious. The harsh reality was that not everyone was shielded by a halo, ensuring victory in battle. In the Magic City's divine battle, humanity lost. Lu Zhenlong, one of the 3 Night Watch speakers and a 7th-tier awakener stationed there, fell amidst the city's ruins. Yet the deity chose not to massacre other humans, instead destroying most of the aberrations before departing, leaving the city in shock and mourning. During the capital's divine battle, Wang Yangshi, together with the chief director and another speaker, fought the resurrected deity. The battle proceeded with overwhelming force, pushing the deity back step by step. Then, the deity from the Magic City suddenly appeared on the battlefield, its golden light blinding, its pressure surging. The situation reversed, forcing the 3 human leaders into defense. In a critical moment, Wang Yangshi retrieved an object emitting an eerie glow from his pocket as special forbidden item. Without hesitation, he activated it, forcibly becoming the first 8th-tier awakener in Night Watch history. With a spear gleaming with gold, Wang Yangshi, supported by several 6th and 7th-tier awakeners, fought fiercely and eventually slew the 2 deities, leaving only their massive corpses on the battlefield. Subsequently, the Night Watch headquarters continually dispatched high-tier Night Watch members across Xia to eradicate the remaining aberrations and restore order. At this point, Wang Yangshi's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. "Come in." Wang Yangshi spoke calmly. Soon, the office door was knocked on 3 times, and a burly middle-aged man stepped in. Director Huang Yunfei of the Night Watch division. Director. Wang Yangshi immediately stood up from his chair, habitually pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and offered it. "Care for one?" Huang Yunfei waved his hand with a wry smile, his brows furrowed. "Too stressed, better not." His voice carried a hint of exhaustion. Wang Yangshi noticed the dark circles under the director's eyes and gestured for him to sit down before asking, "Have you heard about Jiang Chengwen?" "I have." Wang Yangshi sighed softly, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. "There's nothing to worry about there, with the sword master Hu and my nephew around. It's probably safer than the capital." Huang Yunfei pondered for a moment, his eyes wandering before he murmured, "You're right." He paused, and then said seriously, "I'm here today to talk about your nephew." "Oh." Wang Yangshi raised an eyebrow. Huang Yunfei crossed his hands on his knees and continued, "He's quite the celebrity in the Night Watch division now, a monster who slayed a god at 18. His tone was filled with undisguised admiration. Wang Yangshi leaned back in his chair, looking directly at Huang Yunfei. "Just say it. You don't want Showdown to join the youth training camp to hone this generation's talents, do you?" "Something like that." Huang Yunfei nodded, his expression turning serious. "The gods have awakened. Although they won't appear again soon, disasters like that day won't happen only once." His eyes grew deep. "The Night Watchers can't afford a gap. The old generation, like you and me, are still holding on, especially you." He suddenly paused, giving Wang Yangshi a complex look, but didn't continue. "For Xia to survive future calamities, just us old folks won't be enough." "I know." Wang Yangshi clicked his tongue, setting down the pen he had been fiddling with. "With your authority as director, why don't you go yourself?" "How could I?" Huang Yunfei rolled his eyes, his tone filled with helplessness. "That Lin Tian is your nephew. At 18, he's bound to be proud and ambitious. What if he refuses me?" He spread his hands. "Right now, Lin Tian's strength is top-notch in the entire Night Watch division. Besides familial ties, who can really manage him if it comes to that?" Huang Yunfei's voice rose slightly. To be honest, he could now wander freely across Xia. "What threat is there?" "None." A hint of fervor flashed in his eyes. Previously, to consider the existence of the divine cult, he specifically kept Lin Tian's information under wraps to prevent leaks. Now, spread it. The faster, the better. It'll boost the morale of the younger generation. He slapped the table, speaking through gritted teeth. As for the divine cult, who are they to match? He's already slain a god. What danger could there be? Wang Yangshi listened in silence, contemplating for a moment before picking up the cigarette pack on the desk. He slowly lit one, took a deep drag, and then exhaled a smoke ring before nodding. I understand. A glint of insight flashed in his eyes as he slightly smiled. But you know, my nephew is a genius. He can't just go empty-handed, can he? Dear passengers, we have arrived at our final destination, Muzhou City. Please prepare your belongings. The announcement echoed through the train cabin as Lin Tian, a handsome young man in casual attire, lazily yawned and stepped off the high-speed train. With a suitcase in his right hand, wearing black beach shorts and a light short-sleeved shirt, and sunglasses perched on his nose, he looked every bit the vacationer. Outside the platform, under the vast blue sky, lay a stretch of azure sea. Lin Tian slightly lowered his sunglasses with his index finger, looked up at the blazing sun, and smiled. Ah, the taste of freedom. Now this is living. Ring. The sudden ring of his phone broke the tranquility. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and quickly answered. Xiao Tian, have you arrived? Wang Yangshi's voice asked casually on the other end. Just got off the train, Lin Tian replied, admiring the scenery. This place is beautiful, perfect for a vacation. Of course, the night patrol might not excel in other areas, but with Huang's help, picking a location is definitely their forte, Wang Yangshi praised, then realized he was digressing. He cleared his throat and turned serious. Ahem, let's be serious. Uncle Wang, I'm always serious, Lin Tian retorted with a raised eyebrow. Once you're there, take it easy, Wang Yangshi advised, pausing for a moment. Never mind, just be a relaxed observer. If someone gets too cocky, feel free to teach them a lesson, just don't go overboard. Don't worry, Uncle Wang, Lin Tian waved nonchalantly. I'm not cut out to be an instructor, but I can certainly be an observer. That's good, Wang Yangshi smiled slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He had raised this kid himself, and their personalities were strikingly similar. Ah, it should be fine. Huang went all out to invite you this time. He reminded. Don't feel burdened. You can't suffer yourself. Just treat it as a vacation. Got it, Uncle Wang. Lin Tian pulled his suitcase and headed towards the exit. I won't say more, or I'll annoy myself with my own nagging. When you go through security, just show your ID. There will be someone outside to meet you, so stay alert. They exchanged a few more words before ending the call. At the security checkpoint, a man in a uniform holding a detector smiled at Lin Tian. Sir, please place your suitcase on the conveyor and step through. Ah, just a moment. Lin Tian, following Uncle Wang's advice, pulled out the black-edged ID from his pocket. The security officer was initially puzzled by Lin Tian's actions, but upon seeing the black ID, his demeanor immediately changed, and he respectfully saluted Lin Tian. Please proceed. After passing through security, Lin Tian couldn't help but reflect. Since the divine battle over a month ago, the identity of the night patrol has become known throughout Daxia. The black-edged ID has become a symbol of their status. With this ID, one could enjoy the highest level of treatment and admiration across Daxia. Like just now, it was one of the privileges. Many night patrol members carry weapons and forbidden items for emergencies, so you get it. At the exit, a middle-aged man responsible for coordination quickly approached Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded. That's me. Pleasure to meet you. The middle-aged man said as he shook Lin Tian's hand and pulled out a similar black ID card from his chest. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Lu Jiwei, one of the supervisors for the night patrol training camp. Nice to meet you, Lin Tian replied, nodding repeatedly. Comrade Lu, so are we going to? I'll first take you for a tour around the training camp to get familiar with the place, Lu Jiwei said, opening the door of a dark gray SUV parked by the roadside. Once inside the car, Lu Jiwei began explaining some of the basic aspects of the training camp to Lin Tian. I've already gotten a pretty good understanding from Speaker Wang, Lin Tian replied. Given your current situation, Mr. Lin, although you'll be entering the training camp as a trainee, you're already aware of your main responsibilities. You don't need to participate in the trainees' drills, but attending some lectures is recommended. It could give you a better understanding of the abyss and the deities. All right, Lin Tian nodded, not having much of an objection. Listening to the lectures could be beneficial. There might be things mentioned that weren't covered in Uncle Jiang's files, allowing him to expand his knowledge. Know your enemy and yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat. Besides, the work assigned to him at the special training camp was quite leisurely. The SUV drove along the coastal highway. Muzhou was a seaside city, located at the southern border of Daxia, and one of the least affected areas during the day of the Divine War. It was often referred to as the Eastern Maldives, with its beaches, volleyball, cold drinks, and bathing. Ideal for a break during leisure time. A pure enjoyment, Lin Tian privately anticipated. An hour later, at the training camp, Lin Tian looked at the imposing, prison-like structure in front of him, sprawling and bristling with barriers. The entire training camp was encased in a dense web of silver iron mesh, with barbed wire of a prohibitive grade wrapped around the top to prevent climbing. Lin Tian stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before him. Where was the beach? The ocean? The seagulls? The beauties? The volleyball? Not even the sunlight could penetrate this place. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, it was nothing like what he had just seen. How could he not feel deceived? Mr. Lin, Lu Jiwei called out to him, then opened the towering iron gate in front of them. The gate left deep marks in the muddy ground as it moved. He glanced at Lin Tian with a gentlemanly smile. Please, come in. Lin Tian's mouth twitched as he dragged his luggage into the training camp. A chilling wind blew, and the dappled sunlight cast the iron mesh's shadow on the ground. Bang, the gate closed behind him. July 3rd, 2023. Dear family, I'm on vacation today. Everything here is just fine. In a nutshell, high-E closed to nature, preventing heat stroke, and intense, enclosed training. Low-E pure prison vibes. Following Lu Jiwei around the youth training camp, Lin Tian couldn't help but assess the place. Despite its appearance resembling a black prison, it indeed felt like one. The camp sprawled over a vast area and was fully equipped with everything one might need. A convenience store, a teaching building, winding mountain tracks, and various training apparatus inside. Mr. Lin, if you're familiar with the surroundings, I'll take you to your dormitory, Lu Jiwei suggested politely. Sure, Lin Tian nodded in agreement. They entered the dormitory building, which was impeccably clean. The only downside for Lin Tian was that the male and female dorms were so far apart. It felt like a distance of 10,000 miles. Even more strictly, there were fingerprint and facial recognition systems installed, allowing only one person through at a time. Lin Tian took a deep breath, sensing he'd lost some of the fun from his school days. But then he shrugged it off, reminding himself that this wasn't a school. Lin Tian was assigned to room 000, the first room on the ground floor. The accommodation was quite nice, well equipped, a single room with a private bathroom. We're here, Lu Jiwei said as he input Lin Tian's fingerprint and facial data. Mr. Lin, generally, trainees here have a curfew. Unless they're in training, they're not allowed into the dorms after 11. You're an exception, he added. That's fine. Lin Tian waved it off casually. Curfews didn't concern him in the slightest. After a brief farewell with Lu Jiwei, Lin Tian moved his luggage into the dorm. He opened his black suitcase, which held neatly folded clean clothes and the commission from the night patrol. The commission included 30 bottles of top-grade nutrient solution, something priceless, available only within the night patrol, and accessible only to those who have reached the 3rd awakening level or above. There was also a handwritten signature from the night patrol's chief. This is the least useful. Lin Tian glanced at the signature and set it aside, internally mocking. It's even worse than Uncle Wang's handwriting. The suitcase also contained a high-level forbidden Itima spirit nourishing bracelet, said to enhance mental strength. Lin Tian recalled Uncle Wang's description. Wearing this bracelet would allow someone to stay energetic for 7 days and nights without rest, significantly boosting their spirit. In short, the recovery rate outpaced the consumption rate. As soon as a bit of energy was used, it would be fully restored. Lin Tian looked at the bracelet, a bold idea forming in his mind. After a moment of thought, he decided to put it away, joking to himself. Who can function without sleep? People without sleep have no soul. Finally, at the bottom of the suitcase lay a broken, oddly shaped forbidden item. It looked like a metal mace, but had a black sword blade with uneven black spikes on it. It appeared like scrap metal that no one would bother picking up. However, this was actually a top-tier forbidden item. It could consume the user's vitality to release a black energy capable of slicing through mountains. It was reportedly found a few years ago by a night patrol in a treasure chest on the 6th level of the Abyss, during which they also defeated an A-class alien species. To understand the rarity of top-tier forbidden items, even if the entire night patrol was turned upside down, only about 50 such items have been found over a century. Their power is immense, and only those who have reached the 5th awakening level can wield them. As for why it was broken, Lin Tian winced. 18 days ago, in Tian City. Did you receive the item? Wang Yangshi asked over the phone. While on the phone, Lin Tian accepted a large sealed package from a heavily armored black truck, leaving those around him in shock. The elaborate delivery setup puzzled Lin Tian. Why would it take 3 or 4 high-ranking night watchers to escort a package? It seemed excessive. Back home, Wang Yangshi suggested, why don't you open it and see what's inside? Lin Tian unwrapped the package and found various oddly shaped forbidden items inside. He frowned slightly. Are these forbidden items? Yes, they're from the Night Watch division, Wang Yangshi confirmed. Scratching his head, Lin Tian admitted, I don't really need these forbidden items. Maybe I should send them back to Uncle Wang. With the system's support, he didn't rely on forbidden items in battle. He could compensate for their absence just by wielding his sword. Wang Yangshi coughed meaningfully. I personally requested these for you. Glancing at his phone, Lin Tian noticed an inexplicable deposit of $1 million and had his suspicions. Uncle Wang, what does the division want from me? After a few minutes, Lin Tian understood the situation and nodded. So, they want me to attend the youth training camp as an auditor? That's pretty much it. Wang Yangshi explained further. The division is aware of your situation, considering your age and your prowess in defeating gods. They're a bit intimidated and want your help, but don't want to be too demanding. If you agree, it's quite simple. Though you'll enter the camp as a trainee, you're not like the others. You'll have freedom, no mandatory training. And if you're bored, you can find a position and keep yourself busy. Really? Lin Tian's eyes lit up with interest. Anything at all? Pretty much. The division is taking a hands-off approach with you. As long as you agree to go to the training camp, they can accommodate most of your requests, Wang Yangshi added. Both Jiang Shu and I have served as instructors there before. It can be challenging, but also quite rewarding. Instructor, teaching. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, but eventually shook his head. It's not for me. I don't have experience teaching others, and it's not really my strength. I figured as much, Wang Yangshi said, unsurprised. Lin Tian's dream was to become the world's sword master, a goal that didn't align with being an instructor. Take your time to think it over. There's no rush to decide. Lin Tian hesitated, scratching the back of his head. Could I be a gatekeeper at the camp? Wang Yangshi was taken aback, nearly spitting out his drink. What? A gatekeeper? This request was completely unexpected. Are you sure? Absolutely sure, Lin Tian replied seriously. Retirees become gatekeepers at 60. I'm doing it at 18, and at the Night Watch training camp, no less. It's like skipping 50 years ahead. Wang Yangshi was at a loss for words, faced with a young man with such ambitious aspirations. After a long silence, he finally said, I'll arrange it for you. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Keep the items and the cash from the division. Take care of yourself. Wang Yangshi's voice softened. Don't worry, Uncle Wang, Lin Tian assured him, but then he remembered something. When are you coming back? There was a long pause on the other end before Wang Yangshi's voice came through quietly. A counselor died in the Magic City. I have a lot to handle here. Lin Tian could imagine the look on Wang Yangshi's face, but his tone soon shifted to a more cheerful one. Didn't I promise we'd spend a good new year together this year? All right. Lin Tian didn't dwell on it. After hanging up, his attention was drawn to a sword-like forbidden item in the package. A top-tier forbidden item? He couldn't help but marvel at its ability to emit corrosive and even hallucinogenic black sword energy. With a bold and curious thought, Lin Tian wondered, is this thing tougher, or is my wooden sword? Maybe I should test it out. Driven by the idea that experimentation leads to knowledge, Lin Tian decisively pulled out his wooden sword and struck the forbidden item. Crack! It broke. Lin Tian's eyes widened, his expression frozen. What the? It broke. He had only wanted to see which was tougher, never expecting the item to be so fragile that it broke with a mere touch. Great, just great. A top-tier forbidden item. Lin Tian lamented internally. Such a rare item, likely scarce even within the Night Watch division, and it broke in his hands in less than 2 minutes. Thanks a lot, Black Sword forbidden item. Sucking in a breath, Lin Tian glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one saw, then discreetly stuffed the broken item into his suitcase. I'll just carry it with me. If any anomalies show up, I'll fight them and claim the item broke during combat. Lin Tian comforted himself, a sly grin forming. I'm such a clever guy. The next day marked the opening of the youth training camp. Early in the morning, Lu Jiwei led a group of instructors out of the camp. Officially, it was said that they were responsible for the future pillars of the nation, ensuring their safety. In reality, this godforsaken place was so remote that they wouldn't have found it without guidance. On the bus, dozens of young boys and girls sat neatly in their seats, each with a different expression. They were the trainees of this camp, the elite among the younger generation of night watchmen. There were first-tier, second-tier, and even a few third-tier individuals, showcasing considerable strength. Lu Jiwei stood at the front of the bus, gesturing dramatically and speaking loudly, like a dedicated tour guide, explaining the basic rules of the camp to the newcomers. Hello, I am Lu Jiwei, one of the persons in charge of this training camp. He began, scanning the bus with a diligent gaze, fulfilling his duties meticulously. Yeah, we get it. Interrupted a curly-haired boy with striking yellow hair, waving his hand impatiently and frowning slightly. What's the point of saying so much? When will we get to the camp? It's been over half an hour. Unfazed by the interruption, Lu Jiwei maintained his professional smile, calmly replying, Don't worry, we'll arrive in about 10 minutes. In the meantime, you can get to know each other because, for the next 2 months, you will be comrades, classmates, and partners. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone took on a playful edge. And also rivals competing against each other. After finishing, Lu Jiwei clapped his hands briskly and sat in the front row, hands folded on his lap, saying no more. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired boy, Song Lei, stood up abruptly, straightening his back and looking down at the others in the bus. His voice was steady but carried throughout the bus. My name is Song Lei, a night watchman from Tingyuan City, a third-tier awakener. I don't like teaming up with others, so just don't hold me back during missions. Song Lei's demeanor was arrogant, his tone indifferent, arms crossed as if everyone else was beneath his notice. Seeing this, Lu Jiwei merely smiled slightly without intervening, silently turning to the trainee list in his hand. His fingers quickly skimmed through it, soon finding Song Lei among the third-tier trainees, accompanied by a note. On the day of the divine battle, he killed several level variants, and, despite being on the brink of death, managed to slay a level variant without retreating. Lu Jue nodded, quietly assessing. A bit of spunk, decent potential, but too arrogant, often acts alone and clashes with teammates. A typical maverick. Yet, Lu Jue wasn't troubled by this. Instead, a hint of anticipation crossed his eyes. The training camp was established to help these self-proclaimed geniuses realize their true selves. Even if they are wild and proud, there must be a limit. Otherwise, in future battles with variants and deities, they would only suffer losses. Except for the unbeatable ones, like the person currently in the camp. Looking back, Song Lei's declaration had successfully made him the center of attention. The atmosphere in the bus suddenly turned tense. Who do you think you're looking down on? As if the rest of us aren't third-tier awakeners too. A burly male trainee scoffed, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction and challenge. Yin Jia, night watchman from Qingtian City, third-tier awakener. He stood up, eyes fixed on Song Lei. Mu Shueshua, night watchman from Zonglian City, third-tier awakener. A female trainee in a white dress stood up defiantly. In no time, among the dozens on the bus, all the third-tier awakeners stood up, each straightening their backs, introducing themselves proudly, as if raising their banners. Being third-tier awakeners at their age, they were undoubtedly far ahead of their peers, and naturally, they wouldn't tolerate anyone putting on airs in front of them. Suddenly, a deep, meaningful laugh echoed through the bus. At the back, a strange and eerie laughter echoed. Everyone was startled and turned to look. They saw a young man dressed entirely in black standing there, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. He slowly raised a hand to cover half of his face, his head bowed, striking a typical pose of teenage defiance. What a bunch of ignorant kids. The boy's voice was low yet clear. Yi Xiaoyuan, from the illustrious and glorious city of Liaojiang, he drawled with arrogance. Though I, too, am a third-tier awakener. Yi Xiaoyuan deliberately paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, his lips curling into a sneer. But you people are insignificant in my eyes. He spread his hands dramatically, letting out an exaggerated sigh. So, to me, everyone here is just trash. Hiss, the entire bus fell silent at his words. Even the previously aggressive Song Lei couldn't help but turn to look back. What the heck? Who the hell is this guy, talking so big? Someone muttered under their breath. Song Lei was the first to lose his temper, standing up from his seat and staring directly at Yi Xiaoyuan. So you think you're strong, huh? How about a onion? Oh, getting all worked up now. Yi Xiaoyuan sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You. Enough. Lu Jue suddenly stood up, striding over to separate the two. The tension in the bus immediately thickened. All right. But remember, we're on a bus right now, and it's not built for fighting. Save it for the training camp, where there's a proper arena. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Song Lei snorted and sat back down. Ah, these young ones. Lu Jue shook his head with a sigh. So full of energy. I wonder if they'll still be like this once we get to the training camp. Yi Xiaoyuan hummed a tune, unconcerned, and plopped into a seat. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure in the corner of the bus, almost invisible. The person wore glasses and had remained silent throughout the introductions, like a ghost. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Yi Xiaoyuan curiously leaned forward to engage. Where are you from? The person noticeably flinched at being addressed, replying in a barely audible voice, Same as you. Oh wow, a fellow townsman. Yi Xiaoyuan's interest peaked, his face breaking into a grin. What's your name? I don't recall seeing you before. 2M Bai Lo. What? Yi Xiaoyuan scratched his head, puzzled. By what? It's Bai Lu. The boy stammered, his voice almost a whisper. Ah, Bai Lo. I'll call you Little Bai from now on. Yi Xiaoyuan nodded, patting his chest. Since we're from the same place, I'll look out for you in the training camp. Thank you. Bai Lo kept his head down. I appreciate it. Night patrol training camp. As everyone disembarked, the sight before them left them all stunned, their reactions almost identical to Lin Tian's. Where is this? You call this a training camp? Song Lei exclaimed in disbelief, turning to Lu Jue, pointing at the buildings ahead. Hey, Mr. Lu, are you sure this is the right place? People can actually live here. Why not? Lu Jue replied casually, as if expecting their reaction. One student has already spent a night here. Don't worry, you'll all be staying here for the next 2 months. With that, he stepped into the camp. Despite their suppressed complaints, the other students, mindful of their current status and the purpose of their visit, gritted their teeth and followed. Just as they were about to step through the gate, a voice from a small room nearby spoke up. Excuse me, could you please show your student ID? Huh. They exchanged glances, turning to the source of the voice, a boy who looked about their age standing there. Who are you? Someone asked, puzzled. The boy calmly replied. Just an ordinary gatekeeper. The trainees exchanged puzzled glances. A security guard at the training camp? Were they worried about food delivery people coming in? But in such a remote place, where would deliveries come from? Is this the guy you mentioned who's staying for a night? Song Lei pointed at Lin Tian, his voice full of doubt. Lu Jue turned around and, upon seeing Lin Tian, hesitated for a moment before replying. Consider him an auditor. He's here part-time as a security guard. What the heck? Part-time what? Someone muttered under their breath among the trainees. Just show your trainee IDs when he asks. You were all given one before. Lu Jue glanced at Lin Tian, who was sitting in the security booth. Chairman Wang had already called to inform them about this. The person didn't want to be a leader or coach, just a gatekeeper. Considering his identity and the special circumstances, Lu Jue agreed since it wasn't a big deal. Lu Jue knew that sending someone capable of slaying gods served two purposes: refining the trainees and preparing for any special situations. Lin Tian calmly watched the group of young people before him and pulled out a small card reader from his pocket. Please show your trainee ID. The group exchanged confused looks, unsure of what was happening. Weren't they here to hone their skills? Why was there a part-time security guard involved? Amidst their hesitation, a boy named Bai Lu timidly stepped forward, head down, and handed over his ID. Here you go. Lin Tian took the ID and swiftly swiped it on the device. Beep, the green light flashed. You can go in. Next, please, Lin Tian said in a formal tone. Seeing someone pass through smoothly, the other trainees stopped hesitating and handed over their IDs one after another. When it was Yi Xiaoyuan's turn, he paused just as he was about to hand over his ID, leaned in, and curiously asked Lin Tian, "Hey, man, do you have some kind of background? Being a security guard here, it seems like Lu is quite lenient with you." "Me?" Lin Tian pointed at himself. "I don't have any background. I have 3 family members, a high school student, someone almost disabled, and an uncle who often works late." "Huh? That doesn't add up." Yi Xiaoyuan scratched his head, muttering to himself as he handed over his ID and then walked into the training camp. After the last trainee had entered, Lin Tian felt a sense of accomplishment. He stretched and turned back to his security booth. Although small, it was well equipped with a TV, Wi-Fi, and other amenities. Lin Tian peeked out, looking at the spirited young trainees entering the camp, and couldn't help but sigh. Ah, youth is wonderful. Buzz. At that moment, Wang Yangshi's call came through. Lin Tian answered it, lying casually on his bed. "Hello, Uncle Wang." "Xiao Tian, have the trainees arrived?" Wang Yangshi asked on the other end of the line. "They're here. Lu is showing them to their dorms." "Good." Wang Yangshi nodded, then added, "Actually, there's something I haven't told you." "What is it? What do you think of those trainees?" "What do I think?" Lin Tian pondered for a moment and replied seriously. "They seem all right. 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth, pretty normal." "Ahem, I mean their capabilities." Wang Yangshi choked a bit, paused for a moment, and then added, "In terms of strength, they're quite formidable." Lin Tian nodded in agreement. "There are over a dozen third-tier ones, not too many." He frowned and suddenly voiced his confusion. "It's just a feeling, but..." "Feeling what? Why do I feel like they're more impressive than me?" Lin Tian scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. "I'm an 18-year-old security guard. Shouldn't my status be bigger than theirs? Yet, they all seem incredibly impressive. That's normal." Wang Yangshi's eyes gleamed with understanding, as if he had anticipated this, and he nodded before continuing. "The department actually wants your help with this. Teach them not to be so arrogant." Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. "No." Wang Yangshi shook his head, his tone turning serious. "Those who can come to the training camp are already considered elite among this generation of night watchers. So, Huang Xiaoji's intention is for you to step in and curb their arrogance." "No problem." Lin Tian agreed immediately, a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes, and then said, "I'll just step up and challenge all of them, then defeat them with 1 strike. That should do it." "That's one way." Wang Yangshi nodded, but his expression was hesitant, and his voice softened. "But if you really do that, they might all quit the camp by tomorrow. Isn't that too much?" Lin Tian laughed and shook his head. "If I really did that, those who previously considered themselves unbeatable among their peers would start questioning their lives. They might even end up with depression, tying themselves up with a rope at night. Might as well be dead. Living would be meaningless." "True." Wang Yangshi didn't argue and changed the topic. "So, what do you think, Uncle Wang?" "Let me tell you, young man." Wang Yangshi's mouth curled into a meaningful smile, leaning forward slightly. "Just observe. Some of them act overly arrogant, or they are so conceited they see no one else, believing they've beaten all their peers. And then?" Lin Tian asked curiously. "Then, here's the key." Wang Yangshi's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice. "Take the opportunity when no one's around at night, and give them a beating. Just don't kill them." "What?" Lin Tian looked bewildered, then burst into laughter. "That's so you, Uncle Wang. Not something just anyone would think of. But will it work?" "Trust me, it will definitely work." Wang Yangshi exuded confidence, spreading his hands. "Beat them once, and if they're still not humbled, beat them a second time, until they are. After all, they probably don't know your Lin Tian. They've only heard your name. A few private lessons should teach them." All right. Lin Tian nodded and hung up the phone. Really something. He muttered to himself, a mix of helplessness and amusement in his eyes. Not beating them openly, but choosing times when no one's around. He was sure that if he really did this, within a month, the entire training camp would be buzzing with rumors. They'd come up with some urban legend. The training camp is a place where the strong must hide their strength. You're a genius? No one minds. But if you show off, you're in for a beating. Thinking of this, Lin Tian finally realized. Is this a security guard? Or a bandit? Though a bit mischievous, he liked it. Ready to act. He took out the phone he had just saved yesterday and called Lu, the person in charge. Hello? Brother Lu. I'm arranging dorms for these trainees. What's up? Lu Jiwen's voice came from the other end. I just had a secret discussion with Chairman Wang about the growth of these trainees. Lin Tian said in a relaxed tone. What did you conclude? Lu Jiwen asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. These trainees all seem quite cheerful. Lin Tian paused, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Everything's ready. Just missing a bag of urea. Lu Jiwen. Afternoon. Outside the training camp, the sun bathed the golden beach. Countless people indulged in the beautiful scenery before them, feeling utterly relaxed and content. However, inside the training camp, the scene was entirely different. On the damp and muddy ground, the trainees stood in the middle of the field, glaring at each other, with a chilly wind brushing against their cheeks. They looked at each other, feeling like isolated fools. The dense trees and mountains around them acted as natural barriers, blocking out the sunlight and leaving the camp dim and oppressive, like a secluded island. After being assigned their dormitories, they were instructed by the instructor to gather on the field and wait. They had been waiting for a long 30 minutes. Damn, are they ever going to show up? Song Lei muttered, his irritation evident in his tone. He scanned the gray surroundings, feeling utterly frustrated. If you knew, you'd think we came here to train, but if you didn't, you'd think we were imprisoned. Wow, getting impatient already? Yi Xiaoyuan stood next to Song Lei, a smirk on his face and a sarcastic tone in his voice. With that attitude, how do you expect to become a night watchman? Maybe you should just take a job as a security guard and watch cartoons. Though standing side by side, they were like destined adversaries. Hearing this, a vein bulged on Song Lei's forehead. Is this guy just a chatterbox? Such annoying talk, Song Lei cursed inwardly, then shouted. Are you looking for trouble? He instinctively reached out to grab Yi Xiaoyuan's collar, but stopped himself, pointing angrily instead. What do you mean by that? Keep running your mouth, and I'll shut it for you. See, there you go again. Yi Xiaoyuan replied calmly, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Sometimes you need to look at yourself first. Why do I only say it to you and not others? Song Lei clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, his face darkened with anger. Their conflict had been ongoing. From the moment they got off the bus, they had been bickering, arguing while walking, arguing while choosing dorms. As if fate was mocking them, the camp had assigned them to the same room. It was no surprise that they fought over who would take the top bunk, nearly flipping the metal bed over. In less than 3 hours, they had argued 16 times and challenged each other to fight 6 times, with 68 of their arguments involving family insults. The other trainees, who had traveled with them, were already used to it. Initially, some tried to intervene, but after a while, they stopped bothering. Let them argue. Some even thought, secretly amused, thinking it added a bit of entertainment to the dull camp life. At that moment, a trainee in the crowd shouted, "They're here." Everyone turned their attention to the entrance, where a fierce-looking middle-aged man strode in. His skin was dark, and a scar stretched 4 to 5 centimeters from the corner of his eye, exuding an aura of authority. He stood before them, his gaze sharp as he scanned each trainee. Without speaking, he slowly took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. After a few seconds of silence enveloped in smoke, the instructor finally spoke. Hello, I'm Chang Haoqiang, the chief instructor of this training camp. I'm 46 years old, have been a night watchman for 27 years, and am a 4th-level awakener. As he spoke, a subtle yet undeniable aura emanated from him. 3rd-level trainees could barely withstand it, but the 1st and 2nd-level newcomers felt overwhelmed by the pressure. Chang Haoxiang's voice suddenly rose, commanding the entire room. For the next 2 months, all 52 of you are my trainees, under my supervision. Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan, who were initially restless, felt the imposing aura emanating from the instructor and had to suppress their thoughts of confrontation. They had heard of Chang Haoxiang before. He became a night patrol officer at 19, and in his 26-year career, he made significant contributions to the department, participated in the Divine War, and eliminated countless anomalies. What was even more awe-inspiring was that he had ventured into the abyss nearly 20 times, suffering severe injuries that required him to take special medication for life, with no possibility of further advancement. Chang Haoxiang's presence immediately earned the respect and admiration of most trainees. However, there were still dissenting voices among the crowd. One trainee, apparently dissatisfied with the previous wait, questioned, Instructor Chang, your achievements as a veteran night patrol officer are undisputed. But wasn't your attitude just now a bit dismissive of us? Hearing this, many nodded in agreement. They were young, but were among the best of their generation of night patrol officers. Being looked down upon like this naturally made them unhappy. Chang Haoxiang slowly exhaled a wisp of smoke and pinched out the cigarette. He gazed at the trainees, his tone calm yet authoritative. Well said, straight to the point. Whoever said that, step forward and let me see who you are. His voice was powerful and resonant, causing the trainees' eardrums to ache. They looked at each other, hesitant to respond. After a while, a thin young man fearlessly stepped out from the group. Chang Haoxiang nodded slightly. Very good. What's your name? Chiao Song, from Chuanhai City, a second-level awakener. The young man stood tall, his voice firm, showing no regret for his words. Not bad. Chang Haoxiang nodded approvingly. You've got guts. But remember, standing out requires strength and comes with a price. Sir, I understand. Chiao Song responded loudly. Chang Haoxiang pointed to the track around the field, made of special sand and gravel. Good to know. Now, 300 laps. Complete them within a day. 300 laps? The crowd gasped. The track was paved with magnetic sand from abyss treasure chests, and awakeners would feel a strong pull on it. Ordinary people might struggle to walk a few steps, let alone run 300 laps. Chiao Song frowned, angrily questioning, why? What did I do wrong? I speak up against being belittled and get punished for it? This is treating us like we're not even human. Chang Haoxiang shook his head, his gaze turning cold as he addressed all the trainees. I said standing out requires strength and a price. Outside, you might be promising geniuses, but here, you're just a bunch of inexperienced rookies. Want me? Want the training camp to acknowledge you? Then show your true capabilities. I'd be delighted to be proven wrong. He turned to Chiao Song, ordering sternly. Now, start your 300 laps immediately. Then to the others, he said, first level, 150 laps, third level, 400 laps. Finish them by the end of the day. As soon as he finished speaking, some trainees sighed quietly. Chang Haoxiang smirked. What? I think my arrangement is quite reasonable. At that moment, Song Lei suddenly stepped forward, pointing to the perimeter of the field. Wait, instructor, why doesn't that person have to run? Isn't he a trainee too? Everyone followed Song Lei's gaze. At the edge of the field, a figure was leisurely heading towards the guardhouse. He held a thermos cup with goji berries in his left hand and carried an oversized black bag on his right shoulder, humming a tune as he walked. As the melodic singing reached their ears from afar, the group exchanged puzzled glances. The stark contrast was unsettling. They were enduring grueling training, yet the singer seemed carefree. What the heck? What's going on? One trainee muttered under his breath. Isn't he a trainee too? Another asked, pointing towards the distant figure. Chang Haoxiang's gaze settled on Lin Tian in the distance, and he blinked several times in surprise. Swallowing hard, he managed to reply. Yes, he's a trainee. Then why doesn't he have to run laps? Yeah, it's one thing to moonlight as a security guard, but this is too much. Yi Xiaoyuan looked towards Lin Tian, pondering for a while before speaking earnestly. Instructor Chang, someone blatantly disregarding the training camp's rules is disrespecting you. You're here putting an effort to train and educate us, while he's just relaxing with his herbal tea. We can't stand it, and surely neither can you. I can stand it, a voice unexpectedly chimed in. Yeah, Instructor Chang, other trainees agreed, then realized something was off. What? They looked at each other in confusion. Did someone just say they can stand it? The atmosphere grew tense. One trainee exclaimed, with the crisis Xia is facing, how can we fool around here? Who said that? Step forward and take the heat. Chang Haoxiang coughed awkwardly, setting aside his unlit cigarette, and explained, he actually doesn't have to run. Doesn't have to run? The trainees were even more puzzled. Then why is he here if he doesn't train, and you don't teach him? Is he just hanging around with a trainee title? Yi Xiaoyuan suddenly seemed to have a revelation. I get it now. Instructor Chang, we won't make things difficult for you. Is it because he has connections, like his dad is a director or his relatives are high-ranking officials, and he's just here for the experience? The trainees nodded in understanding, whispering among themselves. No wonder Instructor Chang looks troubled when he sees him. He must have powerful connections. Even if it's not illegal, slacking off here, especially now. Someone murmured. A collective gasp followed, as they processed this information with mixed feelings. Meanwhile, Chang Haoxiang felt a bitter helplessness. He knew Lin Tian's true identity and purpose, but couldn't disclose it. He mused to himself. Aside from the cultural instructors who could share some knowledge about gods and the abyss, who else could teach Lin Tian anything? Who is qualified to instruct someone who has slain 3 deities at 18? His gaze inadvertently fell on the black bag in Lin Tian's hand, and he wondered, what's in that black bag? It looks like a fertilizer sack. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Forget it. He reluctantly explained to the trainees, he's an auditing student, which is why he can work here. It's okay, Instructor Chang, we get it. Yi Xiaoyuan replied offhandedly, his tone dripping with disdain for such privileges. Meanwhile, Song Lei glanced at Lin Tian's retreating figure without a word, stepped forward, and started running on the track. Seeing this, the others followed suit without further comment. Watching the new generation of trainees, Chang Haoxiang thought to himself, I'm training your physical strength and skills. As for your character, I'll leave that to him. He wondered how Lin Tian would shape these talented individuals' character. He's probably related to Chairman Wang. Chang Haoxiang mumbled to himself, as if trying to convince himself that everything would be fine. Wang Yangxi, the Speaker of the Council. He is Chang Haoxiang's idol. Although they are from the same generation, Wang Yangxi's prowess has always overshadowed Chang Haoxiang. Yet this doesn't diminish his admiration for the Speaker. A lone warrior with a spear, an 8th-level awakener, who has slain 2 deities. Such legendary feats captivate Chang Haoxiang's imagination. With the Speaker present, Chang Haoxiang trusts his own judgment is sound. The Speaker hasn't revealed Lin Tian's identity on purpose, likely for a reason. As he ponders, he lights a cigarette and hums an old song from the 80s, feeling a sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, on the magnetic track, dozens of trainees are undergoing physical training. They quickly divide into 3 groups. Leading the first group are Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan, whose speed is astonishing as they lap the nearly 400-meter track in minutes. Following them are the second-level awakeners, and behind them are the first-level ones. The gap between the groups widens over time, and within 10 minutes, several laps separate them. Even among geniuses, there are differences in strength. Song Lei is drenched in sweat but persists, determined to maintain his pace. Though he has never met Lin Tian, he believes that apart from the mysterious Lin Tian, he is the strongest among the new generation. To Song Lei, the name Lin Tian seems almost mythical. When he first heard of Lin Tian, he even doubted his existence. He speculated it might be a story fabricated by the Night Patrol Division to inspire the new generation of night patrollers. However, it was mentioned long ago that Lin Tian is the Speaker's nephew, and even the retired director Tai Anjiang vouched for him. Truth and fiction blend together. Before seeing Lin Tian in person, Song Lei secretly vows, I am the strongest of this generation. With this thought, he grits his teeth, increases his speed, determined to widen the gap with the other 3rd-level awakeners. Behind him, Yi Xiaoyuan senses something unusual. Did this guy take something? Why is he suddenly so fast? He better not be doping. Yi Xiaoyuan curses inwardly. Damn it, I won't let you leave me behind. With that, he sprints ahead, determined to catch up at any cost. Under the astonished gaze of others, the 2 of them shoot forward like arrows, creating a considerable distance from the rest. They chase each other relentlessly, refusing to give an inch. You think you can overtake me? Oh my, are you sweating? You can't be tired, can you? If you are, you'll lose. Shut up, you talk too much. I could carry you for all 400 laps. Then carry me. I'm done running. You wish. Come on, big shot. Why not carry me then? The others watch their banter, both surprised and amused. Not far away, Lin Tian holds a black bag, having somehow procured a telescope. He peeks out, observing the young trainees, a knowing smile on his lips. Run wild, young ones. Or rather, be bold and proud. Lin Tian muses to himself. After all, what harm could a little gatekeeper have? I've always been watching you all. Hours passed as the sun hung low on the horizon, threatening to set. On the magnetic track, the trainees' steps visibly slowed, their clothes drenched with sweat. I'm exhausted, can't go on, one trainee gasped in complaint. I've only run 108 laps, and there are still 42 more to go. You're first tier, so it's manageable, but I'm second tier, which means twice as many laps over 300. I've barely hit 200. This is brutal. Stop talking, a companion advised, or you'll really be out of energy soon. We're here to get stronger, for Xia, aren't we? Just keep running. Let's take a break and walk for a bit before running again. Another voice chimed in. Otherwise, we might not have the strength to protect Xia. Meanwhile, dozens of trainees trudged along the track, panting heavily, both men and women alike. On the other side, however, a fierce competition was underway. Ugh, I'm dying here. Yi Xiaoyuan panted, his face flushed and sweat pouring down as he pushed forward. Come on, run. I'm half a meter faster than you. Right on his heels, Song Lei scoffed. You're a clown. I was just conserving energy, giving you a chance, get it? He picked up his pace slightly. What's your name again? Too weak for me to remember. Oh, and you look hideous with that red face. With a mocking glance, Song Lei overtook Yi Xiaoyuan. Unwilling to back down, Yi Xiaoyuan retorted. What are you boasting about? I was letting you go ahead, too. I'm the strongest in this training camp, and you think you can compete with me? Soon you won't even see my taillights. Yeah, right, Song Lei shot back sarcastically. We'll see who finishes first. And who told you you're the strongest here? Your ancestor? Eat my dust. Watch me overtake you. I'm the one overtaking you. The 2 raced neck and neck, neither giving an inch, locked in a heated contest on the track. Meanwhile, some trainees with less stamina could no longer hold on, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. The heavy magnetic pull made even breathing feel like a struggle. You guys go ahead, one trainee wheezed. Instructor Chang's training is inhuman. I'll rest a bit before continuing, just a bit. Totally wiped out, Another voice agreed. My throat's on fire. Running here feels like something's pulling on my pants. At that moment, a commotion erupted from behind. Move aside, don't block the path. Get out of the way, if I crash into you, it's not my fault. The trainees turned to see the two figures still sprinting full throttle. Are those guys even human? Someone couldn't help but marvel. They've been running for 3 or 4 hours straight without a break. Min's damned competitive streak. Yi Xiaoyuan and Song Lei showed no signs of slowing, continuing their rivalry. Lap 278. Lap 279. Lap 280. At the edge of the track, Chang Howdy reclined in a chair, watching his trainees sprawled out like dead fish, a satisfied smile on his face. This is what youth is all about, he mused to himself. Look at them, the cream of the young generation, so full of energy. Keep pushing, trainees. After all, time is running out for Xia. Just as he was lost in this thought, Chang Howdy noticed that Lin Tian, who had been peeking out from the guardroom, was now nowhere to be seen. He was just there. Where did he go? He wondered aloud, but quickly dismissed the thought. Oh well, I can't fathom his intentions anyway. Now's the time to enjoy the spirit of youth. Watching these young ones run, Chang Howdy couldn't help but recall the good, old days when he was beaten by Wang Yangshi and Jiang Qingwen. But he quickly pushed those memories aside. Better not dwell on it. Meanwhile, inside the guardroom, Lin Tian set down his binoculars. He pondered silently. Honestly, there's nothing much to see right now. Lin Tian stood at the edge of the training field, his gaze sweeping over the few remaining trainees still running. He murmured softly. There are less than 6 of them with any energy left. The two at the front seemed to be Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan. He nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction at their performance. A playful smile appeared on Lin Tian's face as he thought. These two have potential. It won't be long before they attract attention for night massage services. Stretching lazily, Lin Tian took a sip of goji berry tea from his thermos before picking up the wooden sword beside him. He began to swing the sword, each motion accompanied by a system prompt. Swing the sword once. Earn a reward, a trace of sword soul. Lin Tian counted silently in his mind. So far, a total of 29,600 swings. Since acquiring the carefree sword domain, the rewards for swinging had changed. To date, he had accumulated 9,600 traces of sword soul. In his mind's eye, a mist-shrouded sword heart hummed. Lin Tian pondered that if sword intent gave the sword heart a soul, then the sword soul he had accumulated over the past month was like game equipment. He sarcastically imagined himself as an 18th level newbie with no gear, with skill and awareness but lacking equipment. The sword soul was undoubtedly the key to filling this gap. Lin Tian continued to contemplate the role of the sword soul. Increased penetration? Faster recovery? Enhanced attack speed? Improved agility? The solution to these questions was a single word swing. Nearly 9,000 traces of sword soul, though substantial, remained thin, like ethereal celestial energy, ready to disperse at a touch. Over the past month, due to the reconstruction of Tian City, Lin Tian had devoted considerable energy, significantly reducing his daily sword swings. He estimated that if he had maintained his previous pace, his swings could have exceeded 39,000 this month, or even more. Despite some regret, Lin Tian didn't mind. He comforted himself. I'll make up for the missed swings later. He glanced at the trainees still in training, estimating they needed at least 3 more hours to complete the tasks assigned by Instructor Chang. This time was perfect for sword swinging. Time slipped by quietly. The sun had set halfway, and 8 o'clock arrived unnoticed. Nearly 50 trainees finally completed their tasks with difficulty. On the field, Chang Haoqiang carefully counted the trainees, and upon confirming the numbers, began announcing the results. First place, Chang Haoqiang looked up at someone in the group, Song Lei. Second place, Yi Xiaoyuan. Upon hearing the results, Song Lei's face showed a proud expression, his eyes briefly glancing at Yi Xiaoyuan beside him, feeling secretly pleased. I told you, I'm the strongest of the younger generation. Yi Xiaoyuan pursed his lips, unwilling to concede. I went easy on you. You know that, right? Song Lei sneered, retorting, oh yeah? When you're gone, the only thing left will be your hard mouth. Big mouth, if you're not convinced, meet me on the stage tomorrow, and I'll beat you until you are. Song Lei challenged provocatively. Yi Xiaoyuan was undeterred. You said it. Whoever doesn't show up tomorrow is a coward. Meanwhile, in the guardroom, an unassuming elderly guard suddenly perked up, muttering to himself, something's happening. As night fell, Chang Haohuang announced the rankings, causing a stir among the trainees. Third place by look. Instructor Chang's voice echoed across the field. The name was like a bolt of lightning, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Yi Xiaoyuan, who had been exchanging banter with Song Lei, suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixing on Bai Lu, who stood in the corner of the group looking scholarly and slightly uneasy. This guy is actually third place. Yi Xiaoyuan was taken aback. He recalled the running session but hadn't noticed Bai Lu at all. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. According to Instructor Chang's grading system, anyone in the top 3 must be a Tier 3 awakener. Yi Xiaoyuan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, withdrawing his scrutinizing gaze. He mused to himself, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that the timid, seemingly socially anxious fellow he met on the bus today was actually a powerful Tier 3 awakener? It seems that everyone who makes it to the training camp is indeed exceptional. Chang Haowang continued. Fourth place, I want to give special recognition here. Among the top 5, almost all are Tier 3 awakeners, except for this one who is a Tier 2 awakener and a girl. He nodded. Su Yan. 5th place, Yun Zhe. 6th place, Luo Shueshua. Instructor Chang's voice remained loud and clear. Soon, the results for all the trainees were announced. Chang Haowang waved his hand, his tone slightly relaxed. It's your first day here, so I won't assign too much today. That's it for now. Remember, there's an expansion class in the morning, don't be late. With that, he turned and walked towards the instructor's rest area without looking back. As soon as Instructor Chang left, dozens of trainees breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves finally able to relax. However, many also felt a twinge of apprehension for the upcoming training. If the first day was like this, the days to come would only be more challenging. Even so, since they chose to come here, since they decided to embark on this path of night patrol, there was no reason to retreat. For the sake of Daxia, let's do it, someone muttered. Subsequently, the trainees began to leave in small groups. Someone called out, where are the brothers from room 302? Let's go back together, and was quickly answered. Meanwhile, the trainees from room 201 were also gathering. Others were looking for dining companions, praising the food at the training camp canteen. Suddenly, a bold voice emerged from the crowd. Hey, I'm a Tier 2 awakener. You all are looking for buddies, so is it too much if I look for a girlfriend? This remark elicited a burst of laughter but was soon drowned out by other sounds. Although someone jokingly said, did the department spend a fortune building the Black Mirror training camp for you to find a partner? That's not what you're here for. It seemed no one took it seriously, and the group quickly dispersed. After all, night patrollers are human too. They need a normal life outside of training. Of course, there are exceptions. Song Lei pointed at Yi Xiaoyuan, taunting. We took a tour this morning. There's a ring over there. After the expansion class tomorrow, don't you dare not show up, you chatterbox. He was here to prove to everyone of this generation that he was the strongest. In his eyes, Yi Xiaoyuan was insignificant. Yi Xiaoyuan, unwilling to appear weak, adopted a dismissive attitude. Who's afraid? I think it's you who's scared. If you're so tough, why don't you skip the expansion class tomorrow? Song Lei immediately retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Why don't you show me tomorrow? Yi Xiaoyuan sneered. I never said I wasn't going. Their tense exchange echoed across the field, adding a touch of tension to the upcoming expansion class. Yi Xiaoyuan rolled his eyes at Song Lei, a slight smirk on his lips, and said with a touch of arrogance, I'm a cultured person who loves attending classes. You know? Only someone like me, who excels in every aspect, can be the strongest night watchman of this generation. Song Lei, provoked by these words, immediately rolled up his sleeves, a challenging gleam in his eyes. Are you provoking me? Tomorrow at noon, I'll take you down over lunch. Unwilling to back down, Yi Xiaoyuan puffed out his chest and retaliated. Then I'll skip 2 meals, even breakfast. I'll skip 2 trips to the bathroom and hold it in just to fight you. Song Lei retorted through gritted teeth. The two bickered incessantly from morning till night, their war of words escalating continuously. Although it was only the first day at the camp, everyone was already used to the tense atmosphere. Some might wonder why, with all the verbal sparring, they didn't settle it that night. The answer was simple, they were exhausted. Running 400 laps on the magnetic track was tough even for a third-tier awakened one. The fact that they could still stand and shout at each other was a miracle. As for a showdown, unless they wanted to end up with broken bones, neither would risk it lightly. Thus, these two usual adversaries reached an unprecedented truce, deciding that today they would only talk and not fight, while tomorrow they would fight and not talk. As night fell, Yi Xiaoyuan noticed Bai Lu walking alone towards the dormitory, phone in hand, seemingly chatting with someone. Yi Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly caught up, placing a hand on Bai Li's shoulder and greeting him enthusiastically. Hey there. As the saying goes, when folks from the same hometown meet, tears well up. It's rare to meet someone from the same place, so we should get to know each other. Bai Lu was startled by the sudden enthusiasm, his body trembling slightly as he instinctively pocketed his phone. He adjusted his glasses, speaking in a somewhat timid voice. It's just okay. Yi Xiaoyuan, undeterred, continued. Why be so modest? Learn from me. When you're strong, be proud. The world revolves around me. I'm the best. It's all about having an emperor's demeanor. Bai Lu awkwardly scratched the back of his head, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoyuan waved it off, saying, all right, I won't tease you. Since you're so strong, how about a friendly match sometime? It doesn't matter if you lose. We'll just consider it a hometown gathering. Friendship first, competition second. Bai Lu, looking down, replied softly. Brother Yuan, I'm heading to bed now. Be careful during your match tomorrow. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyuan cast a disdainful glance at Song Lei in the distance and confidently declared, him? Not even close. Don't worry, I've looked around. No one in this training camp is my match. Lose. What's that? Never heard of it. On the other side, Song Lei seemed to sense Yi Xiaoyuan's gaze and unhesitatingly responded with a highly affectionate, three-word phrase. As night deepened, Lin Tian emerged from the guard room, but didn't head straight to the dormitory. He nimbly leaped onto the rooftop, as if rehearsing some mysterious plan. He muttered to himself, the night massage service will be there. Yes, right there. Once caught, I'll throw them into that small grove. Then, it's a friendly massage, and finally, I'll just leave. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, whispering to himself, yes, a perfect route. After a quick mental rehearsal, he returned to the dormitory with contentment. Oh, don't overthink it, folks. Really, what could an ordinary little guard possibly be up to? Just genuinely wants to give you a massage, that's all. The next day, the dormitory building of the training camp was enveloped in silence. The trainees were deep in slumber, oblivious to the outside world. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded, echoing through the male and female dormitories like a clap of thunder. Intruder! There's an intruder! Someone exclaimed. Holy crap! Wake up, guys! Someone's invaded the training camp, another voice shouted. Instantly, chaos erupted in the dormitory. Trainees scrambled to get dressed, filled with questions and a sense of alertness. What kind of fool dares to break into the training camp? Don't they know that everyone here is either a genius or a fourth-level instructor or higher? An invasion on the second day? Is there an abyssal rift opening nearby? I'm going to check it out. A minute later, on the sports field, everyone stood there with bewildered faces. Confusion and uncertainty were etched across their expressions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Someone muttered to themselves. Wasn't there an alarm? Why is there nothing here? Where did the enemies go? Another trainee wondered, looking around. Above them, it seemed as if several crows with period marks flew by, accentuating the eerie silence. A few minutes later, Chang Haoxiang strolled over leisurely, holding a fried dough stick in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other. He suppressed a smile, feigning confusion as he asked, Hey, aren't you my good trainees? What are you all standing here for? Do you miss Instructor Chang that much? Well, too bad. Today is an expansion class. But if you want, I can give you some extra lessons in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads vigorously. Instructor Chang, wasn't there an alarm? Yeah, we didn't even see a shadow of any intruders. At least show us some enemies. Yi Xiaoyuan yawned, listlessly saying, It's a common trope in military dramas. We night patrols are no exception. Maybe we're not allowed to sleep in here. Let me guess, soon Instructor Chang will look at us and say, as night patrols, we must always be on high alert, ready for anything. Today was just a drill, but what if it's real next time? Something like that. I get it now, master, the trainees realized, and those about to voice their complaints swallowed them back down. Chang Haoxiang finished his fried dough stick in 3 bites, burped, and then said, What alarm are you talking about? That kid was rambling about something I've never heard of. He took a sip of soy milk and suddenly remembered something, explaining calmly. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Were you talking about that bell earlier? Oh, you misunderstood. Our night patrol division and training camp are very humane. Of course, we're especially good to you. That was just the breakfast bell, reminding you to have breakfast. The cafeteria staff has already prepared it, and it's still hot. The trainees' faces were filled with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. Well, thank you so much. The night patrol division is surprisingly considerate. We're almost moved to tears. Meanwhile, in room 000, Lin Tian sat up comfortably in bed. He stretched and sighed contentedly. What a great sleep. Didn't expect the bed to be so soft. He paused, then removed the noise-canceling ear muffs from his head. Lu Zhuwei had given them to him yesterday, saying, There's a breakfast bell every morning. If you don't want to wake up for breakfast, you can wear these. Lin Tian washed up quickly, ready to start a new day. After getting dressed, Lin Tian headed to the cafeteria early. By then, a group had already gathered inside, including Lu Zhiwei and other coaches and officials responsible for the youth training camp. Seeing Lin Tian arrive, they warmly invited him. Come join us here. The more, the merrier. Sure thing, Lin Tian replied with a smile, helping himself to a steaming bowl of millet porridge and a couple of fragrant meat pies. As he looked around, he saw there were 9 people, including Lu Zhiwei. Before joining the youth training camp, these individuals held significant positions in the Night Watch division. Their abilities were undeniably impressive, as every position in the Night Watch division was earned through merit and strength, not connections or shortcuts, even for the speaker. Lin Tian silently calculated that, including Chang Haoxiang, who was outside, there were 10 Night Watch members of the 4th tier or higher in the camp. However, this count did not include himself. Lin Tian chuckled inwardly, knowing he wasn't just a security guard, but someone who defied conventional rankings. Since acquiring the system, his strength had surpassed ordinary limits. Every swing of his sword made him stronger. Time quickly moved to 8 a.m. After the morning's bell incident, the students, yawning, entered the lecture hall of the main building. Upon entering, they noticed someone already seated in the back row. Lin Tian. I must be the first one here, one student confidently stated. Then I'm second, another chimed in. Who? Didn't you see there's already someone up there? A third student pointed out. The students gathered to whisper among themselves. Who is that student? He looks unfamiliar. Arriving so early? You forgot, didn't you? That's the student who worked as a part-time gatekeeper yesterday. Oh, I remember now. The one who doesn't need to train. Should keep it down. Why assume he has connections? Maybe he's so strong he doesn't need training. Huh? Did I say he had connections? Realizing their conversation might be inappropriate, the students quickly fell silent and took their seats. In the Night Watch division, gossip was frowned upon. If the person truly had connections, or was indeed strong enough not to need training, they could be courting trouble. Some even speculated wildly. What if he's that Lin Tian who slew a god at 18? Though this seemed unlikely, as someone capable of slaying a god would have been recruited by the division long ago, not appearing at a youth training camp. Nonetheless, they decided caution was best. At that moment, the lecture hall door opened, interrupting their thoughts. A striking woman in a black instructor uniform, wearing high heels, walked in. She appeared to be in her late 20s, but to be an instructor here, her strength was likely around the 4th tier. Hello everyone. I'm your instructor for future extension courses, Xia, she announced in a clear, pleasant voice. Today's extension class topic is deities. Deities? The utterance of these two simple words caused a stir in the classroom, drawing the attention of all the trainees toward instructor Xia. They all understood that this term, along with the abyss of calamity, had thrust the Xia into its current predicament. A trainee raised their hand, a mix of curiosity and tension in their voice. Instructor Yi, the deities you're referring to, are they the ones we read about in the appendix a month ago? Xia nodded slightly, her slender fingers tapping twice on the LCD screen behind her. Instantly, streams of data and text appeared on the screen, accompanied by several clear photographs. As you can see, Xia's voice was calm yet grave. These are the deity-related details gathered by the Night Watch over the years. Lin Tian couldn't help but look up, his gaze fixed on the screen. Among the 13 photos, 3 were all too familiar to him. They depicted the 3 deities that reawakened a month ago. But the other photos were ones he had never seen before. A tightness formed in Lin Tian's chest as he pondered. Had there been deity awakenings before? Why had they never heard of them? Sensing the trainee's confusion, Xia's lips curved slightly as she continued. In today's lesson, we will delve into a new discovery, the possibility that deities exist in 2 distinctly different types. What? The class erupted in shock. Could there really be different kinds of deities? Xia nodded in confirmation. That's correct. Based on our observations, deities can be broadly categorized into humanoid and non-humanoid types. Her finger glided over the screen, pointing to a photo in the first row. 30 years ago, the Night Watch first detected the presence of deities at an altitude of several 100,000 meters above Blue Star, nearing the cosmic expanse. And 10 years ago, we engaged in our first battle with a deity. This particular deity did not awaken from Blue Star, but descended from the sky without warning. Xia's gaze lingered on the photograph, her voice somber. This deity was codenamed Poseidon. It was enveloped in cerulean waters, with a deep blue dragon coiling beside it. Upon its initial descent, it surveyed humanity with an all-seeing gaze. She proceeded to display photos from different angles. Initially, humanity was filled with curiosity about these beings called deities. But as time passed, Poseidon seemed unable to find what it sought and began displaying hostility toward the Night Watch personnel. Xia's voice caught slightly. That battle nearly mobilized the majority of the Night Watch's elite forces. In the end, Director Jiang and Speaker Wang were both severely injured, and dozens of 5th-tier Night Watchers sacrificed their lives, barely managing to drive it back. The classroom fell into silence, each person acutely aware of the battle's brutality. Xia's words made the threat of the deities feel all too real and terrifying. Xia's eyes suddenly dimmed, and in that moment, the immense power of the deity was etched deeply into the minds of everyone present. Lin Tian, seated in the back row, nodded silently. This information largely matched what Uncle Jiang had previously told him, but before he could think further, what Xia demonstrated next gave him a new understanding. What I'm about to discuss is the biggest mystery facing the Night Patrol Division, Xia said as she brought up a recording on the screen. This is a recording preserved by a Night Patrol member who awakened the ability to record during that divine battle. She pressed play. The recording lasted several seconds. It began with deafening battle noises, mixed with the shouts of countless Night Patrol members charging with unwavering resolve. At the 7th second, the recording suddenly went silent, followed by rapid breathing and the cheers of the Night Patrol members, indicating a victory in battle. At the 13th second, the deity suddenly spoke, its voice echoing as if naturally reverberating. The desperate struggle of ants, now at its end, when the deities awaken, This last remaining lonely boat will usher in the age of eternal night. The recording abruptly ended in less than 3 seconds, leaving everyone with expressions of astonishment. The words, Age of Eternal Night, echoed repeatedly in their minds. Age of Eternal Night? What is that? An era? An era? Could it be related to dynasties, like the Qing dynasty, Tang dynasty, or Song dynasty, or some other era? And what is this end time? And the remaining lonely boat? This damn deity. I hate riddles the most. End time? Is it a disaster belonging to Blue Star or to Xia? Will it be the apocalypse? Everyone speculated. At this moment, while everyone was puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, Lin Tian's brow furrowed deeply. End time, age of eternal night. These words were too familiar. He remembered that on the day he and Senior who killed Sotoxin, the opponent had said something similar before dying. Could it be, as someone just speculated, that this is an era about to begin? Yi Xinyue tapped the table, signaling everyone to quiet down. These are just recordings that the Night Patrol Division accidentally captured, and their authenticity has yet to be verified. But these are not the focus of this expansion. She exited the recording on the screen and added another image next to the first deity's photo. Lin Tian looked closely and saw it was Sotoxin's large black moth he had personally slain, more familiar to him than anything else. Yi Xinyue continued, returning to the initial topic. The reason the Night Patrol Division suspects there are two distinct types of deities is because the appearance of this deity differed from previous ones. A month ago, during the divine battle, the cult used the sacrifice of innocent people to successfully revive 3 deities on Blue Star. She emphasized, it's not hard to guess that our Blue Star, or perhaps deep beneath Xia, seems to be sealing some deities. God sealed beneath Xia. The moment these words were spoken, it was as if lightning had struck the crowd, leaving disbelief etched on every face. Standing at the podium, Yi Xinyue scanned the room, her gaze falling on the shocked expressions of the trainees. She sighed softly and continued to explain. Although this is just a hypothesis, based on the current situation, the revival of gods mentioned by the cult likely refers to releasing the deities sealed deep within Blue Star. She paused, her brow furrowed slightly. As to why these gods were sealed, we still don't know. Perhaps, in ancient times, there existed a powerful group of humans similar to the Night Watchers, who sealed these gods deep within Blue Star. No sooner had she finished speaking than a trainee raised a hand to ask, what about the gods that appeared from elsewhere? Were they not sealed? Yi Xinyue nodded approvingly. Good question. From the first gods discovered by the Night Watchers, they indeed were not sealed. These gods can not only appear near Blue Star, but can also engage in fierce battles with humans. This is why the Night Watchers propose that there are 2 different types of gods. She turned towards the projection screen, placing images of the gods codenamed Poseidon and Sotok next to each other. Just a month ago, after slaying 2 other gods, Speaker Wang, who participated in both god wars, shared his insights on these 2 types of deities. Below the podium, Lin Tian sat up straight, his expression turning particularly serious. This information was entirely new to him. During the battle 10 years ago with the unsealed extraterrestrial gods, he was merely an 80-year-old boy with no awakened system. If not for this extended class, he would never have considered these questions. Yi Xinyue continued her lecture, dividing the gods into 2 groups, those that revived a month ago and the remaining 10 extraterrestrial gods. According to Speaker Wang's observations, the main difference between these 2 types of gods lies in the power they emit. She tapped the screen. The energy from extraterrestrial gods feels new, whereas the power from the 3 gods revived from Blue Star's depths feels old. This distinction between new and old seems simple, but if you think deeply, it might involve many unknown secrets. Yi Xinyue's voice grew somber. We refer to those in the cosmic expanse as new gods, while those sealed in Blue Star's depths are called old gods or ancient gods by the Night Watchers. At this point, Yi Xinyue turned off the screen behind her, signaling the near end of the session. She pulled a USB drive from her pocket. If you want more details, you can find me this afternoon. This contains the codes for the gods and other related information. Just as she was about to leave the lecture hall, she remembered something and turned back to add, by the way, so far, the Night Watchers have only discovered traces of gods in the cosmic expanse and deep within Blue Star. As for whether there are any in the abyssal plane, we still don't know. At least in the 6 explored layers of the abyss, apart from the catastrophic anomalies, we haven't encountered any other beings. With that, Yi Xinyue left the lecture hall. As the bell rang to end the class, the trainees remained in shock, their faces heavy with concern. Someone looked down at the floor beneath them, their voice tinged with worry. Underneath our feet, so many gods are sealed. The fact that just 3 revived ancient gods nearly overturned all of Daxia sent chills through everyone. The classroom was filled with a heavy and oppressive atmosphere, as each person contemplated the potential implications of this staggering revelation. If, in the future, dozens or even hundreds of deities were to awaken all at once, What would become of Xia's fate? This question struck like a bolt of lightning in everyone's hearts. Yet, amidst the tense atmosphere, Yi Xiaoyuan suddenly let out a shout, breaking the heavy silence. Let's just do it. His voice was filled with defiance and challenge. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Yi Xiaoyuan shot towards the battle stage like an arrow released from a bow, running at incredible speed. As he ran, he shouted, "Whoever gets there last is a coward." This provocation immediately ignited Song Lei's fury. "You think I'm scared of you?" Song Lei roared, his yellow hair standing on end with anger. He flipped and leaped from the second-floor window, moving with astonishing agility. "If I don't beat the crap out of you today, it's because you haven't eaten enough." Song Lei yelled as he ran, his voice brimming with fighting spirit. However, things didn't go as Song Lei expected. Yi Xiaoyuan's voice came from afar. "Hey, no cheating. Don't run that way if you dare." Only then did Song Lei realize he was running in the wrong direction, and he became furious with embarrassment. "Stop talking crap and try to overtake me." Yi Xiaoyuan's taunt followed closely. "You're running the wrong way, idiot." As the two chased each other, the lecture hall was gradually left with only Lin Tian. He stood up slowly and looked out the window at the two speeding figures. A thoughtful smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. "Ah, young people really are full of energy. I'm not in a hurry. After all, the main character usually shows up last." On the battle stage, a crowd of intrigued students had already gathered. As the two most outstanding third-level awakeners on the first day, the showdown between Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan was undoubtedly the center of attention. Yi Xiaoyuan was the first to arrive at the battle stage. Holding his side and panting, he said, "Ha ha ha ha, 6.8 seconds slower than me. Are you scared?" Hearing this, Song Lei's face twisted, his yellow hair almost spiking like a porcupine. "Me scared? If I hadn't run the wrong way, you wouldn't be faster than me." Yi Xiaoyuan snorted, mercilessly exposing him. "Cheating, huh? Aren't you too old to be a sore loser? What did we say? Whoever arrives last is scared, right? Wasn't I faster than you?" Song Lei was left speechless for a moment before grudgingly muttering, "Fine, you're the boss, okay?" The onlooking students watched their back-and-forth banter, visibly enjoying the show. Some even remarked, "Yes, that's the spirit. It's only the second day, and everyone seems addicted to watching these two. If we don't see them bicker for half a day, it feels like ants are crawling on us." Yi Xiaoyuan suddenly raised his voice and declared, "I'm saying it now. Whoever wins today is the strongest of our generation." Song Lei immediately retorted, "You? Beat me? Believe it or not, I'll make you fly today." With that, he took off his jacket, revealing a torso covered in battle scars, silently telling tales of his combat experiences. Unfazed, Yi Xiaoyuan teasingly replied, "Oh please, make me fly. I beg you." But then his expression turned serious. "You think you can beat me? I'm the strongest of this young generation." "You're talking nonsense. I'm the strongest." Song Lei shouted back. Just as the tension between them reached its peak, Lin Tian quietly appeared under a large tree behind the gathered students. He looked on at the two vying for the title of the strongest with a calm demeanor, his heart undisturbed. "Ah, right, right," Lin Tian murmured softly, a barely noticeable smile flickering in his eyes. The scene shifts back to the battle stage. Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan stand facing each other, only 15 meters apart. The surrounding students hold their breath in anticipation of this exciting showdown. Those below the second tier hope to gain experience, while a few third-tier awakeners, including Yun Zhe and Bai Lu, stand at the edge of the crowd, quietly comparing their strengths. The air is thick with tension. Yi Xiaoyuan is the first to speak, his tone taunting. "If I don't knock you down today, how will I ever defeat the gods or those abyssal calamities?" Song Lei, not to be outdone, stretches and retorts, "Knock me down? With your strength or just your loud mouth?" "Don't you dare call me loudmouthed." Yi Xiaoyuan angrily points at him. "I'll say it again and again." Song Lei repeats deliberately, fueling the fire. Before the words settle, both make their move. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them closes. Their fists collide with a deafening crash, causing both to take a step back, evenly matched. The onlookers assess the situation, silently evaluating. Neither used their awakened powers. It seems, maybe, it's a 50-50 match. Yi Xiaoyuan withdraws his fist, feigning disdain. "Is that all? Are you that weak? I only used less than 60% of my strength." Song Lei glares back, unreservedly retorting, "Nonsense. I saw your arm trembling. Is it hurting? Want me to go easy? That was less than 30% of my strength." "You're slandering me." Yi Xiaoyuan waves his fist. "Who trembled? I didn't feel a thing." "You trembled. I saw it." "I didn't." "You did." "No, I didn't. I didn't." "You did, you did." Their back and forth continues, neither willing to back down, for several minutes. When they finally stop bickering, a powerful aura suddenly erupts around them. With a loud shout, Song Lei is enveloped in blue electric threads, his fists sparking with dazzling lightning. This is his awakened ability, the lightning core, which allows him to harness the power of electricity. Yi Xiaoyuan remains composed in the face of the charging lightning. His movements are agile, and with a slight wave of his empty hands, he conjures dozens of mental energy daggers. This is his awakened ability, the Assassin's Toolbox, which can form 100 types of concealed weapons with mental energy, impacting both the physical body and the soul, delivering true damage. The real battle is about to begin. Several dark mental energy daggers slice through the air, aimed directly at Song Lei. Thus begins the showdown between these two genius awakeners. In response to the sudden attack, the opponents swiftly brought their fists together, unleashing a burst of lightning. The flying dagger collided with the blinding lightning, causing a shockwave to ripple through the center of the battle platform, kicking up a storm of dust and sand. Students below the second tier instinctively squinted and backed away, while third-tier students, although slightly affected, merely clicked their tongues without retreating. Impressive, someone murmured. These two not only have formidable awakened abilities, but also possess astounding combat talent. The spectators outside the arena had mixed reactions. Some were stunned, while others were eager to join the fray, secretly calculating, why should only they compete for the title of the strongest of their generation? I'm also third tier, and my awakened abilities and talent are no less than theirs. Enhancing one's strength at the training camp is one thing, but satisfying the pride of being a genius is equally important. Although today might not be the day, such thoughts were not uncommon among the crowd. From a distance, Chang Haoming, who had been leisurely wandering, noticed the battle. He yawned and nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect it to start so soon. Youth is wonderful. He recalled previous training camps, where there was always a group of students striving to become the strongest night watchers of their generation. Remembering his own dreams of the past, Chang Haoming couldn't help but smile wryly. Back then, after being repeatedly beaten by Wang Yangshi and Jiang Qingwen, he completely abandoned that notion. The strongest? Forget being the strongest of the generation. Survival is more important. Recalling those experiences, Chang Haoming involuntarily shivered. With Wang Yangshi and Jiang Qingwen around at that time, who dared to claim they were the strongest? Who dared to say they were undefeated? Chang Haoming muttered to himself. They were real bullies. They'd fight anyone who disagreed, and they took turns doing it. After getting beaten in the morning, you'd have to be on guard at night for a surprise attack. They were bona fide bandits. Eventually, those two practically taught every night watcher of their generation a lesson. Those who were once proud and vied to be the strongest of their generation were almost all subdued, focusing earnestly on improving their skills. Chang Haoming shook his head, casting aside those bitter memories. He observed the two young individuals on the field for a while longer. These two youngsters have impressive potential. With proper honing at the training camp, they might indeed achieve something significant in the future. His gaze then swept over the other third-tier awakened individuals nearby. Despite witnessing the intense battle, they weren't intimidated. Rather, they were eager to challenge themselves afterwards. Chang Haoming nodded silently, noting that this batch of students seemed to have an exceptional mindset. However, ever since witnessing the ultimate showdown between Jiang Qingwen and Wang Yangshi for the title of the strongest, such battles rarely piqued Chang Haoming's interest. It wasn't that they lacked excitement, but compared to those two, it was like comparing a minor skirmish to a grand spectacle. Just as Chang Haoming was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone standing under a large tree on the outskirts. Lin Tian. He looked intently, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, cold sweat soaking his shirt. Something's off. Chang Haoming's intuition rang alarm bells. There's something unsettling about that gaze. He scrutinized Lin Tian from afar. The expression, the stance, the aura, everything seemed increasingly familiar. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Damn, the more I look, the more he resembles Wang Yangshi from those days. The battle on stage was intense. Yi Xiaoyuan and Song Lei fought fiercely for over 60 rounds without a clear winner. Occasionally, Song Lei would gain the upper hand and attempt to taunt, only for Yi Xiaoyuan to swiftly counterattack and restore the balance. I'll knock you senseless today, Song Lei shouted through gritted teeth. Who's knocking who is still undecided? Yi Xiaoyuan retorted defiantly. Don't forget I gave you 2 meals advantage. I haven't even taken a bathroom break. Unnoticed, night had fallen. The stage resounded with loud thuds as the two continued their fierce exchange. Most of the audience had already left, leaving only a few curious students determined to see the outcome. Time to call it a day, one student sighed, shaking his head. Have these two taken something? They've been at it all day, and it's still not over? As time passed, their fighting style shifted from strategic exchanges to a turn-based offensive. Someone couldn't help but joke. Are you two playing a turn-based game? Is this really the battle for the strongest of the generation? One throws an electric wave, the other hurls a couple of niveses. This about skill, or who has more stamina? Hey, why don't you two take a break and continue another day? A student shouted from below the stage. But the duo quickly rejected the suggestion in unison. No way. Just then, Chang Haogong, who hadn't been seen in a while, strolled over, yawning. He glanced at the two still engaged in their turn-based battle, and then turned his attention to the dozen or so students watching below. I've already informed the other students who left. Been looking for you guys, but these two are still at it, Chang Haogong said. Officer Chang, is there something you needed to tell us? A student asked. Nothing major, just about tomorrow's training. Chang Haogong replied, shaking his head. Meet in the virtual hall on the first floor at 7 in the morning. They'll explain the training details once everyone's there. The students nodded in agreement. Oh, and Chang Haogong added, once these two are done, let them know not to forget about tomorrow's training. Deep into the night, under a sparse moonlit sky, the stage had no spectators left, yet the fight continued. Ha! Ha! You're at your limit, aren't you? Song Lei, clutching his stomach, was physically exhausted. Surrender already. You chatterbox can't beat me. Nonsense. I'm determined to be the top of our generation. Yi Xiaoyuan grinned widely, his mental energy nearly depleted. They paused, neither making a move. A few seconds later, there was a simultaneous thud as both collapsed, utterly spent. After battling for countless hours, they ended in a draw. Unwilling to accept this, they exchanged tough words. Damn it, you got lucky today. I was a bit off my game. Everyone has an off day. I wasn't even at 70 of my peak performance today. After a moment of silence, they both said, truce? Realizing they had spoken in sync, they paused in surprise. They'll reluctantly agree with you. Consider yourself lucky today. Speaking in unison again, the atmosphere turned subtly awkward. In the stillness of the night, Yi Xiaoyuan and Song Lei fell silent, planning to regain some strength before heading back to their dorms. This prolonged duel ultimately ended in a tie. After another half hour, Song Lei struggled to stand up from the ground. He staggered, limping as he moved, but his direction was not towards the dormitory. It was in the opposite direction. Yi Xiaoyuan cautiously opened one eye, observing the other's movements. What? Still want to continue? I'll oblige, Yi Xiaoyuan taunted, a hint of disdain in his tone. Unexpectedly, Song Lei didn't respond. He silently walked over to Yi Xiaoyuan, extending a hand marked with scars. Get up, Song Lei said briefly, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Yi Xiaoyuan was taken aback, a flash of surprise in his eyes. What the heck? Is the sun rising in the west? He thought to himself. After a moment's hesitation, he took Song Lei's hand and stood up. Yi Xiaoyuan brushed the dust off his clothes, a smug smile tugging at his lips. Huh, grown up now? Or did I scare you? Song Lei rolled his eyes, responding irritably. Nonsense. I'm helping you up so you can help me back to the dorm. Consider yourself lucky to pull me up. Helping you? More like the other way around. Yi Xiaoyuan retorted defiantly. Stop the nonsense, Song Lei growled lowly, clearly out of patience for bickering. So, the two of them supported each other, struggling to make their way towards the dormitory. Despite this, the real protagonist had yet to appear, and a twist in the story was imminent. On the forest path, the training camp lacked streetlights, and visibility at night was less than 3 meters. Apart from some dormitories emitting faint lights, the surroundings were pitch black. Damn, is it this late already? Yi Xiaoyuan coughed as he trudged forward. It's almost 11, what do you think? Song Lei retorted irritably. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Song Lei turned his head warily. Who's there? Yi Xiaoyuan waved his hand dismissively. Nothing, probably just a rat. He gestured for them to quicken their pace. Song Lei frowned. Something's not right, be careful. If it were a rat, the whole bush would rustle. But the sound was brief, like it was meant to grab our attention. Yi Xiaoyuan was unconcerned. Did I beat you senseless? This is a training camp, with a dozen high-level experts around. He trusted in the night patrol and was not worried. There are instructors and supervisors. Our safety is assured. However, just as Yi Xiaoyuan finished speaking, a shadow suddenly descended from above. A black sack quickly covered Yi Xiaoyuan's head, sending him into a panic, his cries muffled. Before Song Lei could react, Lin Tian swiftly lifted the bag Yi Xiaoyuan with one hand and grabbed another pre-prepared black sack with the other, deftly bagging Song Lei as well. The two third-level awakened ones were like helpless chicks in Lin Tian's hands, unable to resist. Even though this was Lin Tian's first operation, or rather, his first time giving someone a late-night massage, his technique was quite skilled. His hands, through the sack, effectively silenced both, leaving them to emit only faint whimpers. MMM. Enemy. Help. MMM. 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 They struggled in vain, their cries for help muffled and unclear. Lin Tian donned black gloves, remembering Uncle Wang's advice. Go easy on them. Don't kill them. A few minutes later, Lin Tian removed the sacks. Looking at the unconscious Yi Xiaoyuan and Song Lei, their eyes rolled back. He sighed softly, a trace of regret on his face. Hang in there, young man, Lin Tian murmured. You'll grow strong and become formidable night patrols. I have faith in you. After hosting the two distinguished guests, Lin Tian carefully cleaned up the traces of the incident around him. He meticulously erased the drag marks from the ground and picked up every broken branch. Before leaving, he glanced at the groaning Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan on the ground and lowered his voice to remind them. Training in the virtual hall on the first floor at 7 tomorrow morning. With that, he quietly left the scene. Back at the guard room, Lin Tian couldn't help but mock himself. I really am a good person. Not only do I give them massages in the middle of the night, but I also thoughtfully remind them about tomorrow's training. There aren't many people as warm-hearted as me in this world. As the night grew deeper, Lin Tian found himself unable to sleep. He picked up a wooden sword and went to a secluded spot to practice alone. He couldn't fall behind while others trained. With each swing of the sword, a system prompt accompanied him. Reward obtained, a trace of sword spirit. As his strength grew, his sword swinging speed increased, completing hundreds of swings in no time. When he reached 30,000 swings, the system suddenly notified him. Heavenly sword technique acquired. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Instantly, a familiar sensation surged from the center of Lin Tian's forehead. His mindset had evolved significantly since the beginning. In his consciousness, mist shrouded the river, with a Kunpeng soaring in the sky. Among the endless mountains, the laughter and joy of human villages could be heard. Lin Tian stood atop a peak and looked back, seeing the boundary of his mindset ripple with waves, as countless images coalesced into a ball of light, which then merged into his body. In the next moment, Lin Tian felt a lightness in his body and found himself amidst a sea of purple clouds. Curiously, he reached out to touch it, only to see the purple mist dissipate at his fingertips. Is this poisonous fog? Though it was merely an illusion, he could still sense its deadly power. Lin Tian knew that if it were real, even he would struggle to survive more than half a minute. In a daze, Lin Tian noticed several figures above the poisonous mist. He looked up to see 3 spirited youths standing in midair at the densest part of the mist. Like him, they wore masks covering their faces. Big brother, what should we do? One of the masked youths asked worriedly. The myriad poison formation is complete, and there's hardly anyone in this world who can break it. Big brother, we might be stuck here this time. No worries, the leader casually waved his hand. He wore a smiling mask, and his eyes scanned below. With just a glance, the expression beneath his mask turned serious. This formation can be broken. Before the words had fully left his mouth, tens of thousands of spiritual swords emerged and hovered in the air. The leader, with flowing hair, faced this deadly formation, one of the top 3 in the world, and smiled calmly. He casually picked a long sword from the air, and as tens of thousands of spiritual swords began to converge, they quickly formed a colossal sword. 10,000 swords unite. The spiritual swords are gathered. Only one break remains, the youth declared, suddenly raising his head. With this sword, I shall break your Xuanwu position. His voice abruptly ceased. The 100-meter-long sword suddenly swung towards the top of the poisonous mist. The sword's light poured down like a galaxy, unstoppable. The toxic fog, pressing down like a mountain, was completely obliterated by this earth-shattering strike. The clouds were cleaved apart, and the grand array of 10,000 poisons instantly collapsed. Clear skies reappeared, and sunlight poured down. Bathed in golden light, the young man looked intently at Lin Tian below and declared, "We are destined to meet. I shall impart this sword strike to you." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming sword intent rush into his mind. A system notification immediately followed. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the heaven and man sword technique. 10,000 swords as one. As Lin Tian regained his composure, the surrounding poisonous mist had already dissipated. His emotions were stirred, and he couldn't stop replaying that awe-inspiring sword strike in his mind. The young man appeared to be about the same age as him, yet his mastery of swordsmanship was so profound, his strength far surpassing Lin Tian's own. Lin Tian couldn't help but ponder. Could the sword techniques granted to him by the system be the legacy of a real predecessor? That young man seemed to be aware of his presence. His terrifying talent was astonishing. But why is there no record of such individuals in the present world? He suddenly recalled the key point that Instructor Yi mentioned during the morning lecture. No one knows why the ancient gods were sealed deep within Blue Star. Lin Tian's heart stirred. Could it be that there was once a group of awakened beings, like night watchmen, who sealed the ancient gods? The next morning at 7, all the trainees arrived punctually at the virtual hall on the first floor. Nearly 100 combat simulation pods were neatly arranged, far exceeding the configuration of the city-level Night Watch division, eliciting exclamations of amazement from the trainees. Finally, we don't have to run laps on the magnetic track today, someone quietly cheered. At the back of the crowd, Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan stood with bruised noses and swollen faces, saying nothing. They recalled with lingering fear the inexplicable experience of being stuffed into sacks and beaten the previous night. More absurdly, the mysterious person had even reminded them to attend class this morning. Just minor injuries, they muttered in unison, drawing curious glances from those around them. At the front, Chang Haoyu cleared his throat to signal for silence. Beside him, a middle-aged researcher in a white robe began to speak. "Hello, trainees. These are the latest combat simulation pods developed by the Night Watch division. Inside, your consciousness can synchronize with the preset virtual space, with your abilities and attributes fully matching reality. While the middle-aged man was explaining, no one noticed that someone in the corner of the crowd kept their head down, seemingly transmitting some information in secret. After a long silence, Haoqiang finally spoke up to explain the training plan for the day. His voice echoed in front of the combat simulators. Today's training will take place entirely in the simulators. Technician Qi has set up the scenarios, divided into 3 groups with difficulty levels varying according to the trainees' ranks. You'll find out the specific details once you're inside. As soon as he finished speaking, Technician Qi pressed the main control button. Nearly 100 simulators opened simultaneously, emitting a low hum. Haoqiang's gaze swept over the trainees, and his tone became serious. As your instructor, my advice is to cooperate in there. Otherwise, completing the training will be challenging. The trainees filed in, and the hatches closed behind them. Their consciousness was instantly transmitted into the simulated scenes. Haoqiang turned to face the large screen where a cityscape had already loaded. He turned to Technician Qi and asked, "Old Qi, how long do you think it will take these trainees to complete the training?" Technician Qi pondered for a moment before replying. They need to protect the civilians in the city and fend off at least 15 waves of abyssal creatures. Without cooperation, 12 hours might not be enough. Haoqiang's brow furrowed, concern evident in his expression. 12 hours? That's too much mental strain for them. If they haven't succeeded within 8 hours, give them a hint to voluntarily exit. Technician Qi shook his head in disagreement. Old Chang, we don't have much time left. Every moment is precious. It's crucial for this generation of night watchers to grow quickly, even if it means pushing them hard. No way. Haoqiang insisted firmly. Prolonged time can lead to mental breakdown. That's not how you push for growth. If you don't let them out within 8 hours, don't blame me for turning against you. Technician Qi wanted to argue further, but was interrupted by Haoqiang. What's the point of arguing? We're still alive, aren't we? If it comes to that, we should be the ones on the front lines. Facing Haoqiang's insistence, Technician Qi had to concede. You're right. I didn't think it through. At that moment, a message came from the training camp's perimeter. The trainees had entered the simulators, and the training had officially begun. Meanwhile, in a hidden mountain ravine deep within the mountains, 4 apostles of the divine cult rooster, ox, dog, and monkey were lying in wait. They were all powerful 5th-tier awakened ones. Suddenly, 2 figures approached from a distance, a man and a woman, dressed like foreign knights with strange patterns painted on their faces, clearly not from Xia. The rooster apostle asked in a sharp voice, "What have you found?" The man replied in halting Xia language, "Based on the information you provided, there are 8 4th-tier awakened ones and 3 5th-tier awakened ones in the training camp. Also," he paused, choosing his words carefully, "there seems to be a 1st-tier awakened one, who appears to be a gatekeeper." Gatekeeper? The rooster apostle recalled an important piece of information they had received a few days earlier. There was indeed a special gatekeeper in the training camp. A mysterious figure of unknown strength arrived quietly, appearing like a wisp of smoke, silent and unnoticed. On the surface, he seemed to be just a retiree, his demeanor unremarkable. Yet, those with keen perception might sense an extraordinary aura about him, as if he was backed by an indescribably vast power. The apostle of the rooster stood at a distance, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He dismissively waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. That so-called gatekeeper is just a minor character, easily dealt with later. His voice dripped with disdain. Suddenly, the apostle's tone turned serious, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. After the operation, we must follow the will of the god and eradicate the offspring of these foolish people. Follow the god's will. The other apostles echoed in unison, their voices filled with zeal. However, the 2 peculiar figures dressed like knights remained silent, not participating in the fervent declaration. The apostle's gaze was as sharp as a knife, directed at the distant training camp. A shadow crossed his face as he recalled the failure a month ago. Due to the god's distrust, only 3 followers were sent. Unexpectedly, they were all killed by those foolish night watchers, he said through gritted teeth. This time, we must not let our god down again. If the god completely abandons us and chooses not to descend into this world, the new world we yearn for will never come to be. Suddenly, the apostle seemed to remember something and turned to the 2 beside him. By the way, what's your organization's name again? My mind is so full of the great god that I tend to forget other things. Tarot, the man answered flatly. The woman next to him said nothing, just nodding continuously. Their faces were painted with colorful graffiti, clad in silver armor, holding knightly lances, a bizarre and striking image. Just then, a voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. Wow, are these 2 new recruits of the god cult? The apostle appeared a bit annoyed. No, what were you listening to before? With such a lax attitude, what will you do when the true god descends? Asking such questions, you're a disgrace to the cult. The voice, unfazed, continued to inquire. Oh, come on, don't sweat the details. I came a bit late. What are these 2 called? The apostle reluctantly adjusted his slightly skewed suspenders, patiently explaining. Seriously, I'll say it one last time. The last time. These two are aides from beyond Xia, from an organization called Tarot. Although they also worship the god, their beliefs differ from ours, so it's merely a collaboration. And what is the collaboration about? The voice asked again. The apostle finally lost his patience, shouting. Are you still asking? Of course, it's about eradicating Xia and exterminating the Night Watchers. Oh, I see. So when do we take action? The voice persisted. The apostle exploded with rage. Ask, 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 aren't you annoying? You three are all dead weight. How could the great god have such foolish followers? As he turned around in fury, he was shocked to find that the other three apostles who should have been behind him had vanished. Huh? Where did they go? The apostle looked bewildered, turning to the two from the Tarot organization, only to find they had disappeared too. Just as he was utterly perplexed, a voice chimed in. Didn't your other companion call them away? What the heck? The apostle was even more confused. The mission hasn't even started yet. Besides, there are only 4 of them. Where did a 5th companion come from? At that moment, a young boy suddenly appeared before him, a meaningful smile on his face. The boy's voice was light and teasing. You guys, planning to destroy Xia right in front of me. Isn't that a bit impolite? Who are you? Mingji Apostle's eyes widened in shock, nearly dislodging his headgear. He looked around, but the empty ravine held only the young man in front of him. Fear surged within him as he stammered. Where are they? Lin Tian casually glanced back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Oh, them? They're all over in that gorge. He stroked his chin thoughtfully before adding. Probably, all gone. What? Mingji Apostle's aura flared as he glared at Lin Tian, demanding, who are you? Just a gatekeeper. Lin Tian replied with an innocent smile, as if recounting something ordinary. Didn't the tarot group tell you? There's a gatekeeper at the entrance, just living the experience, not even first year. He paused, a sly glint in his eye. Oh, right, you were supposed to take me out too. Before the words finished, 2 silver figures streaked through the air like lightning. Crafted from special material, the pure silver lances aimed directly at Lin Tian's vital points. A man and a woman from the Tarot organization, faces grim, swiftly moved behind Lin Tian to deliver a fatal strike. At the same time, Mingji Apostle's body began to swell visibly. Apart from his headgear and the remnants of his suspenders, the rest of his clothing was torn apart by the surge in muscle mass, reminiscent of the Hulk's transformation. In the face of such danger, Lin Tian remained remarkably calm. He glanced at the outsiders beside him, raising his right hand to rest casually on Mingji Apostle's shoulder. If you're so eager to die, let me help you on your way. Mingji Apostle shrieked, his muscles contracting as he prepared to leap. But in the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. Despite unleashing all his strength, Mingji Apostle couldn't move an inch. Even as the ground beneath him cracked, Lin Tian's seemingly effortless grip held him in place. As for the 2 knight-like outsiders, their lances disintegrated into silver shards upon contact with Lin Tian, shredded by a sudden burst of sword intent. How is this possible? Mingji Apostle was dumbfounded. He roared internally. This is what you call a gatekeeper? Someone who can silently eliminate 3 fifth-tier god apostles without being noticed? And he's supposed to be a mere gatekeeper, experiencing life, probably not even at first-tier awakening? He swallowed hard, driven by his desire to follow the divine. As the most loyal apostle under the deity, how could he fall here? He must survive. He must witness the new world with the deity. Mingji, unleash your power. Ah! Mingji Apostle roared, his muscles swelling once more. You think you can kill me? Boom. A thunderous crash echoed through the valley. Mingji Apostle, deceased. As for the cause of death, does being crushed by his own power count? Lin Tian quickly withdrew his hand, turning to the 2 outsiders trapped by his sword intent, explaining. You saw that, right? I didn't even try. He insisted on going all Hulk and crushed himself. He then looked down at Mingji Apostle's lifeless body. The valley bore cracks from the sheer force he'd exerted. Wow, Lin Tian remarked. Love-driven zeal is terrifying. If everyone in Daxia had this spirit, what chance would the abyss and the deities stand? They'd knock the headgear clear off. Lin Tian turned his attention to the 2 oddly dressed strangers, who were clad in silver armor and looked wary. Your organization is called Tarot? Lin Tian asked, his tone tinged with curiosity. A silence as heavy as an iron curtain descended. The man and woman exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching some unspoken agreement. They closed their eyes, adopting an air of complete indifference. You 2 were chatting away just fine earlier, Lin Tian remarked, trying again. However, he was met with the same dead silence. All right then, Lin Tian sighed, shaking his head. He had hoped to extract some useful information from the pair, but it seemed unlikely now. Anyone involved with the cult tends not to be right in the head, he muttered to himself. Once they decide to clam up, you couldn't get anything out of them even if you cracked their skulls open. Lin Tian slowly drew a wooden sword from behind him, a cold glint in his eyes. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep you around. I might as well test out the new sword technique I've just learned. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword intent that had been restraining them dissipated. The two wasted no time in shedding their silver armor, clearly intending to escape. However, Lin Tian had no intention of allowing them the chance. Sword energy surged through the air like a rushing river, converging into tens of thousands of long swords. With a single hand gesture, Lin Tian guided them towards the wooden sword, like a mighty river flowing into the sea. Yes, that's the feeling, Lin Tian exclaimed, satisfaction in his eyes as he beheld the 100-meter-long sword formed in his hand. Though it didn't yet match the awe-inspiring strike of the youth in his mind's eye, it had captured some of its essence. 10,000 swords as one, Lin Tian shouted, and the giant sword sliced through the mountain gorge. The fleeing Tarot members felt an overwhelming force behind them, as if a flood was bearing down. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated. Mountains towering 1,000 meters crumbled under the strike, dust and smoke enveloping half the sky. Meanwhile, back at the training camp, Officer Jiang sat under a pavilion, sipping cool tea with a slightly apologetic expression. I'm sorry about earlier. I got a bit ahead of myself and neglected the trainees' well-being. Chang Haoqiang pursed his lips, his tone resolute. It's all right. When danger comes, we must always stand in front of these kids. We're getting older, but they are the future of Xia. If we can help these young ones grow up safely, even at the cost of our lives, I'd gladly do it, he said, downing his tea in one gulp. Officer Jiang watched him finish the tea, hesitated, then softly agreed. You're right. We dedicate all we've learned to contribute to Xia. Just then, Lu Jiwei strolled over, eyeing the teapot eagerly. Is there any more tea? Let me have a sip. Before he could finish, a loud, resonant boom echoed from afar. The three instantly became alert, their expressions changing. What happened? Chang Haoqiang was the first to dash out of the pavilion, but he froze a few steps out, as if rooted to the spot. From the eastern sky, radiant light cascaded down, illuminating the entire training camp and dark prison. What is it? Lu Jiwei and Officer Jiang quickly followed, only to stop in their tracks as well. Not just them, but other officials, instructors, and trainers also emerged from the buildings, disbelief etched on their faces. Is it an illusion? Someone murmured. The mountains, they're gone. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at the vast expanse where majestic peaks once stood, now reduced to a flat wasteland. Chang Haohong rubbed his eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. He turned to Jiang, his voice trembling slightly. Lao Jiang, are you sure that was herbal tea in the pot just now? Jiang shook his head helplessly. Of course, there's no alcohol allowed in the training camp. It's not like it's your first day here. You know the rules. Chang nodded, but his brow remained furrowed. True. But, how do you explain this? He pointed at the scene, his voice filled with confusion. Where did half the mountain go? 2 minutes ago it was perfectly intact, and now it's gone? This is absurd. Lu Jiwei stood nearby, his eyes fixed on the smooth, mirror-like cut and the clouds of dust rolling in the distance. After a long moment of contemplation, a figure suddenly came to mind. Is it Lin Tian? He murmured to himself. Chang turned sharply. You mean Lin Tian, the one from Speaker Wang's stories? He swallowed hard, recalling the legends of Lin Tian's god-slaying feats. If this mountain was indeed cleaved by him, it was terrifying beyond belief. Truly a ancient millennium swordmaster. Far more terrifying than the legends suggest. Lu Jiwei said nothing, only nodded silently. The other instructors also fell into silence, stunned by the sunlight spilling over them. Minutes later, Lin Tian's figure slowly descended from the distance. He was carrying several bodies, the man and woman from the Tarot organization, as well as the dog, monkey, and bull apostles of the cult. Lu noticed the trophies in Lin Tian's hand and immediately understood the situation. He gestured for the others to leave. You all head back. I'll have a word with Mr. Lin. Once everyone had left, Lin Tian casually tossed the 5 bodies to the ground, saying nonchalantly, just dealt with a few pesky ants outside. Lu looked awkwardly at the bodies, particularly the 3 fifth-year awakened apostles that had been a headache for the night patrol. I figured as much, he sighed deeply. With that commotion just now, who wouldn't have noticed? It's unbelievable. Lin Tian scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. Actually, it was 4 against 2. That rooster apostle insisted on a strength contest with me, and ended up crushing himself. Lu was stunned. He vividly remembered the fearsome strength of the rooster apostle, wearing overalls. His muscles could swell up to 2 or 3 meters high, and one punch nearly sent him flying over 40 meters. Over the years, his strength must have increased exponentially. Yet Lin Tian said this formidable opponent managed to kill himself in a contest of strength? Lu couldn't help but gasp. At 18, Lin Tian possessed such power, it was terrifying. He couldn't help but wonder, at 19, would this kid just punch through the cosmos? Lin Tian shifted his gaze from the apostle of the cult to examine the other 2 foreign corpses. He turned to Lu Jiwei and asked gravely, have you heard of the organization Tarot? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwei's expression instantly became serious. He too looked at the two bodies, frowning. Without needing further explanation from Lin Tian, he understood the situation clearly. Those people from outside Daxia have finally reached in, he said, a hint of trouble on his face. Lu Jiwei quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he urgently said, "Send more personnel immediately. Those lunatics from outside Daxia have joined the fray." After a moment of contemplation, the voice on the other end replied briefly, "Understood. Don't dawdle. We've already taken down 2 knights here, and there are likely others infiltrating elsewhere." Lu Jiwei spoke rapidly. "Deploy all available barriers and forbidden items to every border checkpoint. The outside has fallen, and these lunatics still want to bring chaos to Daxia." With that, he decisively hung up the phone. After a brief silence, Lu Jiwei turned to Lin Tian, his expression serious. "The Tarot organization? Of course, I've heard of them. Like the cult, they're just lackeys of the gods." Lin Tian was a bit surprised. "Do these people also want to revive the gods?" Lu Jiwei shook his head, gesturing for Lin Tian to join him in the pavilion. "No," he explained. "The current blue planet has been nearly consumed by the abyssal plane. Daxia is one of the few sanctuaries left." He stretched his neck and continued. "Outside Daxia, there are countless organizations like Tarot that serve the gods. But their goal isn't the same as the cults. They're not aiming to resurrect the gods and follow them into some so-called new world. These foreigners simply follow the gods' commands without any purpose." Lin Tian frowned. "Why?" "Because the gods save their lives," Lu Jiwei replied with a cold laugh. "It's as simple as that. The gods save their lives?" Lin Tian recalled the indifferent gaze of Sotoxin when it first descended and said incredulously, "How could those beings do something like that?" Lu Jiwei nodded in confirmation. "According to the intelligence gathered over the years, it's true. After the abyssal plane invaded the blue planet, regions outside of Daxia were quickly overrun by aberrations. But then gods from the cosmic void suddenly appeared and wiped out those aberrations in one fell swoop. Since then, those people have blindly worshipped the gods, executing their will like machines, regardless of right or wrong." He shook his head and added, "To be precise, the ones who save them are the new gods. The cultists, however, have always followed the ancient gods who have yet to awaken." Lu Jiwei leaned against the pavilion pillar, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. A hint of fatigue crossed his face, and worry was evident in his eyes. Given the current situation, he began slowly, smoke curling from his lips. "Daxia is truly under siege from all sides. We not only have to guard against the new gods yet to descend, but also against external organizations already under their control." He paused, gazing into the distance. "Those new gods are determined to destroy Daxia." Lin Tian remained silent, not questioning further. It was all too apparent. The new gods, like humans, despised the aberrations from the abyss of calamity, and the alliance between the Tarot organization and the cult underscored the issue. If Tarot obeyed the gods, their purpose was clear: the new gods that arrived outside Daxia intended to awaken the ancient gods buried within Daxia's borders. This explained why the new gods slaughtered aberrations, brainwashed followers, and targeted Daxia. "It's too troublesome," Lu Jiwei sighed, smoke swirling in the air. "Daxia faces not only external threats, but internal challenges as well." "What challenges?" Lin Tian asked from across him. Lu Jiwei shook his head, offering a weary smile. "It's too early to say. After the training camp ends, Speaker Wang will discuss it with you in detail. After all, I still have faith." Lin Tian stopped probing, turning his gaze to the mountain peak he had leveled with a single strike. He suddenly asked, "Lu, are all the people in the training camp selected by the Night Watch division?" Lu Jiwei's eyes sharpened, seemingly understanding Lin Tian's concern. He quickly reassured, "You can trust the official side. I guarantee that everyone entering the training camp, including leaders and staff, has been thoroughly vetted by Speaker Wang and the headquarters. No spies have infiltrated." Noticing Lin Tian's look, Lu Jiwei added, "No matter how powerful the cult is, they can't penetrate the management of the Night Watch division. With Speaker Wang and other Night Watchers around, they'd be exposed in less than half a day." He then showed the credentials he had previously presented to Lin Tian, clearly marked as head of the Special Operations Group, with headquarters in red letters. Seeing this, Lin Tian's anxiety began to ease. With Uncle Wang overseeing the Night Watch division and numerous identity verification devices everywhere, anyone holding a management position at the headquarters was undoubtedly legitimate. "Trust Uncle Wang, trust the Night Watch division," Lin Tian murmured, then frowned in thought. The timing of these god apostles' appearance is too convenient, arriving just an hour after the trainees entered the combat chamber. If there wasn't an internal leak, it's hard to believe. He continued to reason. Since the instructors and leaders are trustworthy, the rat must be among the trainees. Lu Jiwei pondered for a moment. It's indeed more likely for an issue to arise among the trainees. After all, Compared to us leaders and instructors, the trainees have more uncertainties. That's true, Lin Tian agreed. Although the trainees have also been thoroughly screened, they were previously just division-level night watchers. The two fell into contemplation as a gentle breeze passed through the pavilion, bringing a slight chill, as if heralding an impending storm. It's possible that the cult has planted spies among the night watch from a young age. Although this possibility is slim, it cannot be ignored. Lu Jiwei frowned, weighing the pros and cons. Do we stay put, or lure them out? Lin Tian waved his hand impatiently, a hint of disdain in his eyes. That's too much trouble. Let's just go for it. We're not afraid of alerting them. Not afraid. Lu Jiwei was taken aback, looking at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian's lips curled into a confident smile. Because I'm here. Lu Jiwei thought to himself that if anyone else had said that, it would have sounded like the words of a reckless fool. But when Lin Tian said it, it somehow seemed reasonable. Lin Tian continued, we don't know their identities right now. If we push them, it'll actually make things easier. If they try to run, he stretched and loosened his muscles. They won't escape. Lu Jiwei couldn't help but marvel. Is this what confidence feels like? Having a powerhouse capable of defeating gods on your side really is amazing. In other places, catching a spy would require gathering evidence, setting up plans, and layers of strategy. In the end, you might even have to sacrifice some teammates to succeed. But with a powerhouse here, everything is different. It's all about doing as you please. It's not about not wanting to think things through, but when you have enough strength, you can bulldoze through any problem. Lin Tian casually said, just say whatever. Throw these corpses out for the trainees to see, and add a few harsh words. He clicked his tongue. If they react and try to run, great. If not, no big deal. After a few months, we'll just lock everyone up at headquarters. Lu Jiwei pondered for a moment and asked, what if they don't take the bait and continue sending people? Then we cut them down. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Just when we were having trouble finding them. If they come, we'll take them all out. Lu Jiwei reflected that ever since he had a powerhouse by his side, his way of thinking had become much simpler. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Tian mused to himself, the strongest cult apostles are only at the 6th level at best. Really, what happens if they show up? The challenge is that they're in the shadows while we're in the open. It's not a matter of whether we can defeat them. Those guys want to take advantage of the trainees entering the combat pods to wipe out the new generation of Night Watch. With that, he stood up from his chair and decisively ordered, just do as I said. Understood, Lu Jiwei responded. 7 hours later, inside the simulation hall, Officer Chi stared at the screen showing no one had completed the mission, not particularly surprised. He adjusted the microphone and briefly reminded the trainees to pause their training before pressing the main exit button. Click. Nearly 100 combat pods opened simultaneously. Returning to reality, all the trainees removed their helmets and stepped out of the pods, looking dejected. Someone couldn't help but complain. Why is this city defense mission so hard? Tell me about it. Another trainee chimed in. It felt like we were fighting in Giant City, with disasters and mutants coming wave after wave. The 3rd level group didn't even pass, let alone the 1st and 2nd levels. Let's head out, Officer Chi instructed. The trainees filed out, and as they stepped outside, someone suddenly exclaimed, ugh, the sunlight is a bit harsh today. What do you mean harsh? What are you talking about? A nearby companion asked, puzzled. Huh. The trainee rubbed his eyes, then shouted in horror, what the heck? The mountain is gone. In the virtual hall, Song Lei stumbled out of the combat pod, his face bruised and battered. He muttered through clenched teeth. Damn, just missed it by a hair. He had only needed to complete 3 more waves of the disaster variant task to barely finish, but an unexpected event occurred at the last moment. 6 class variants suddenly appeared in front of him, mercilessly taking him down. Yi Xiaoyuan walked over from the side and couldn't help but mock. Why were you hiding so far away earlier? With no one around, of course you got killed. Song Lei frowned and retorted. Is that my fault? Was everyone else slacking off? Weren't we supposed to be in groups of 3? Throughout the task, I felt like I was the only one. Yi Xiaoyuan rubbed his temples, his tone softening. Forget it. 8 hours of training in the pod is a huge mental drain on everyone. We weren't in top form today. I'll lead the team tomorrow. You weakling. Song Lei scoffed. Who leads who is still up for debate. The two bickered as they walked out of the virtual hall. Outside, dozens of trainees stood dazed. Song Lei scratched his head, puzzled. What are they doing? Yi Xiaoyuan was equally confused. No idea. Why is it so bright outside? Did they install streetlights? Maybe. They followed the gaze of the other trainees and suddenly froze. Yi Xiaoyuan realized. I knew the department wouldn't be so generous as to install streetlights for us. They've actually removed the mountain. Song Lei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What? The mountain's gone? Am I seeing things? At that moment, Instructor Chang Haofei approached with a stern expression. He coughed to get everyone's attention. I reviewed the playback of your training. He sighed deeply, disappointment flashing in his eyes. It was abysmal. The training task was tough, but I didn't expect your performance to be this bad. Slacking off, lone wolves, and some even took breaks. Chang Haofei glared at Song Lei. Do you think you're strong? What good is it if you kill a lot on your own? Do you think you're invincible? If you're not invincible, then cooperate with the team. Hearing the instructor reprimand Song Lei, Yi Xiaoyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Chang Haofei immediately turned to him. And you, Yi Xiaoyuan, don't think I didn't see you. Was this training task simple? Do you think you're impressive? Do you think you're Lin Tian, the Godslayer? What were you doing when the team was defending the city? Chang Haofei took a deep breath, his voice growing harsher. You all claim you want to protect Daxia, to guard the last embers on this blue star. Is this your attitude? Is this how you all approach it? The trainees listened and hung their heads in silence. Chang Haofei shook his head, disappointment in his voice. If this continues, you might really not be fit to be night watchers. Go and rest. I've said all I needed to. The rest will be handled by Lu. A few minutes later, Lu Jiwei dragged 3 bodies in front of the trainees. He spoke calmly. Killed 4 cult apostles, should have been 6, but 3 bodies couldn't be fully recovered. He wasn't planning to tell the trainees about the tarot matter. Lu Jiwei casually tossed the bodies on the ground and continued. Nothing special, just wanted you to see. Don't take it to heart, it's really just for you to see, nothing more. Don't overthink it, I won't do anything. The trainees looked at each other, unsure how to react. In the night, a deathly quiet enveloped the entire training ground. What's going on? These are apostles after all. To take down so many at once without any reaction, is Lu really that strong? 3 days later, in the evening, the training base was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. At exactly 7 o'clock, Lu Jiwei stood in the center of the field, expressionless, and announced, "Commence lockdown now. All trainees return to your dormitories immediately." He paused, a cold smile tugging at his lips. "Don't worry, we're not detaining anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiwei turned and walked toward the iron net. He efficiently hung 3 corpses on it, as if handling the most ordinary items. Once he finished, he left without a backward glance, leaving a group of stunned trainees in his wake. Among the crowd stood Song Lei, his fists clenched tightly. He took a deep breath, silently vowing to himself, "Tomorrow, even if it kills me, I'll pass this training." Yi Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, wore an unusually confident smile. He glanced around and said disdainfully, "I originally wanted to test your skills, but it seems without my intervention, this task is impossible to complete." Puffing out his chest, he continued, "Let me show you what the strongest young night watchman is all about." The trainees whispered among themselves, a mix of unease and anticipation filling the air. However, one person's reaction stood out. He glanced briefly at the bodies on the iron net, then lowered his head and walked towards the dormitory, as if he hadn't seen anything at all. Once all the trainees dispersed, Lin Tian, who had been quietly practicing with his sword in the guardroom, stepped out. His gaze swept over the empty field, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the virtual hall, Chang Haoqiang and Officer Qi were intently reviewing the trainees' training videos. Pointing at the screen, Officer Qi commented, "Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan have the biggest issues." Chang Haoqiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Song Lei is overconfident and doesn't trust his teammates. Yi Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, always wants to be in the spotlight. Although he seems to be slacking off, every move he makes is perfectly timed, either saving a teammate from near death or taking down a critical disaster variant. The two of them repeatedly watched the videos, trying to identify each trainee's issues and weaknesses. Just then, Lin Tian walked in, feigning nonchalance as he approached the combat simulator, though his eyes gleamed with eagerness. "Is there something you need?" Chang Haoqiang asked. "Not really, just looking around," Lin Tian replied casually. Chang Haoqiang was silent for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, we still need a set of clearance data for this scenario." "Exactly," Officer Qi agreed. "With clearance data, we can better study the weaknesses." Lin Tian seized the opportunity, quickly volunteering, "Mr. Lin, I can handle that." Chang Haoqiang was taken aback. "I hadn't even said what needed to be done. You seem to have a clear goal." Lin Tian smiled and explained, "Being a guard, I've mainly just dealt with a few divine apostles, not much of a contribution otherwise. Is going in okay?" With that, he was already seated in the combat simulator. Chang Haoqiang looked surprised. "When did he get in there? I didn't even notice." Officer Qi, however, seemed quite satisfied. "With Mr. Lin's assistance, we can get the combat data we need." Sitting in the combat simulator, Lin Tian swallowed hard. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Everything seems to be in place. Once the hatch closes, your consciousness will automatically enter the virtual scenario. Officer Qi's voice came from outside. Lin Tian took a deep breath, thinking to himself, "I've been wanting to try this thing for ages. I just hope there's an exit button." As the warehouse door closed, Lin Tian felt his surroundings suddenly become ethereal, with streams of data and code flashing before his eyes. In the next moment, he opened his eyes to find himself in a bustling city. People hurried past him, indistinguishable from those in the real world. Lin Tian looked around, feeling his own presence. Although only his consciousness had entered this world, everything felt incredibly real. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before Lin Tian, detailing the training's content and requirements. This was a virtual city named Linjiang City, soon to face an invasion by catastrophic aberrations. Once the mission began, endless abyssal rifts would appear around the city, releasing terrifying aberrations. Lin Tian's task was to protect the city and its citizens from harm. The system would simulate aberrations of suitable ranks based on Lin Tian's strength. Lin Tian quickly grasped the mission requirements, comparing it in his mind to a 3-star rating system in computer games. Achieving 3 stars meant successfully fending off all catastrophic aberrations while keeping the city and its citizens unharmed. 2 stars indicated success with either the city or its citizens sustaining damage. A 1-star rating was the simplest, requiring only the successful defense against the aberrations. Understanding the task, Lin Tian unhesitatingly moved to the city's edge and pressed the button to start the training. In an instant, the once clear sky darkened, and the distant skyline ignited with continuous flames, creating an apocalyptic scene. Before Lin Tian, 5 abyssal rifts, each tens of meters high, suddenly appeared. In moments, dozens of grotesque aberrations surged forth. These creatures were massive, clad in hard black and blue shells, with faces bristling with spikes and eyes fixed maniacally on Lin Tian. Meanwhile, in the virtual hall, Chang Haoqiang and Officer Qi watched Lin Tian's training intently. Seeing the aberrations pouring from the rifts, they were astonished to find that all were a rank. Chang Haoqiang murmured in shock, "So many aberrations, and the weakest is a rank? If the first wave is like this, what level will the last wave be?" Officer Qi, with a skeptical look, wondered if this 18-year-old had some sort of cheat, given his formidable strength. However, faced with nearly 100 catastrophic aberrations, Lin Tian's eyes showed no hint of panic. Ever since encountering that mysterious black moth, aberrations of this level no longer pressured him. He knew that whether 1 or 100, he could dispatch them with a single sword stroke. Lin Tian slowly unsheathed the wooden sword from his back, while a new thought crossed his mind. Since this place perfectly replicated reality, completing the training might not require eliminating all the aberrations. He raised his wooden sword, his gaze passing over the aberrations to the rifts behind them. This idea, previously impossible due to lack of strength, now seemed feasible. Determination flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he prepared to attempt it. Facing the oncoming creatures, Lin Tian casually flicked his left hand, tossing the several-meter-long monster away as if it were a toy. He then swung his long sword, creating a crescent of silver in the air. This move was the legendary time sword technique. In an instant, a torrent of time cascaded down from the heavens like a waterfall. The sword's aura, extending nearly a kilometer, enveloped the surroundings, turning everything into a dull gray. Hundreds of creatures froze in this terrifying aura, silently turning to ash. Although the first wave of creatures was annihilated, Lin Tian's momentum did not wane. His true target was the spatial rifts. Wherever his sword pointed, everything aged rapidly under the erosion of time. Lush trees withered visibly, eventually turning into drifting dust. Inside the hall, Chang Haoqiang and Officer Qi were dumbfounded by the scene. "You call this 18 years old?" Chang Haoqiang exclaimed. He had imagined scenarios where this young man teamed up with senior who to slay gods, but the reality far exceeded his imagination. Officer Qi gasped, muttering, "Do you think Lin Tian is possessed by some ancient monster who's lived for hundreds of years? When I was 18, I was just sneaking online, and here he is, slicing through deities. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it, damn, it's giving me an inferiority complex." As they spoke, they failed to notice the changes on the screen. A few seconds later, when they glanced back, the words "Mission complete" were glaring at them, delivering yet another blow to their already fragile spirits. What the heck? What just happened? Chang Haoqiang stared incredulously at the screen. "We looked away for just a few seconds, and it's over." He nudged the equally bewildered Officer Qi. "What are you waiting for? Replay it." Officer Qi nodded rapidly, quickly bringing up the replay. They watched as Lin Tian's earth-shattering sword, after eliminating the first wave of creatures, continued towards the rift. The moment the sword aura touched the rift, the entire space twisted and distorted. The black slag fragments crumbled under the sword's assault, and in the blink of an eye, the rift, forcefully created by the abyss of calamity, collapsed completely. And just like that, the mission was completed. The virtual hall fell into silence. Can it really end like that? A single sword strike obliterated the rift, can you believe it? As the two were still in shock, the combat pod opened with a click. Lin Tian stepped out, still savoring the experience, and asked the two stunned individuals, "Did you record it well? Was it detailed?" Chang Haoqiang and Officer Qi exchanged glances, speechless. The recording was indeed detailed. To be honest, even if they made this classified information public, there was no fear of others replicating it. Because what use would it be? First this, then that, and finally, it was solved. Wasn't it detailed? Wasn't it simple? So simple that, across the entire Great Xia's Night Watch division, fewer than 5 people could achieve it. In the hall, watching Lin Tian's departing figure, the two remained unsettled for a long time. Dozens of trainees teaming up couldn't complete the task in 8 hours. Yet Lin Tian, from start to finish, took only 7 seconds. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room as Yi Xiyuan energetically stood in front of the mirror adjusting his collar. He turned to face the other trainees, eyes gleaming with confidence. This time, I'm going to show my true power and lead you all to finish in 5 hours. Song Lei leaned against the doorframe, scoffing. You? Stop kidding. Just stay on the sidelines and watch me carry the team. His yellow hair shone brightly in the morning light. Yesterday, Chang Haogong's words acted like a powerful stimulant, not only inspiring Yi Xiyuan and Song Lei, but igniting the fighting spirit in almost everyone. They enthusiastically discussed strategies. Make sure to cooperate well when we go in. Don't be careless. Work together. The second level isn't as hard as the third, but we can't let our guard down. Don't worry, I won't hold us back this time with my support. We in the first level can't fall behind either. The group was in high spirits along the way. Despite the grueling 8th-hour training session the day before, they were confident that with proper teamwork, success was within reach. In the virtual hall, Chang Haogong and assistant Qi had been waiting for some time. As soon as Yi Xiyuan saw Instructor Chang, he eagerly asked, Instructor Chang, is there a record for this training? A record? Chang Haogong raised an eyebrow. Completion record. Yi Xiyuan's eyes lit up, exuding confidence. If there's no record, then today, he'll lead the third level group to set an unprecedented one. Let's set a small goal, given yesterday's difficulty, to complete the training in 3 hours. Not to be outdone, Song Lei scratched his signature yellow hair. You lead? I can finish it in 2 hours. I can do it in an hour. I'll do it in 40 minutes. Chang Haogong watched their back and forth and gestured for them to quiet down. Stop arguing. Actually, there is a record. A record. They both said in unison, turning to look at Chang Haogong. Yi Xiyuan tentatively asked, for this training, surely 40 minutes would break the record? Chang Haogong shook his head silently. Not even that. Yi Xiyuan persisted. 30 minutes? The instructor continued shaking his head. 20 minutes? Yi Xiyuan's eyes widened. Can anyone really finish in that short a time? Even a 6th level awakener couldn't complete it so quickly, as the difficulty is tailored to the trainee's own strength. It's not just about being strong and breezing through. Chang Haogong still shook his head, his tone turning serious. Don't ask anymore. I think it's better if you don't know. Song Lei was unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. What's the big deal? We won't lose confidence over a single score. You underestimate us. We're just curious. Other trainees gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the high difficulty they had experienced. Chang Haogong looked around at the eager young faces. Shall I tell you then? I want to see how long, Yi Xiyuan said defiantly. It can't be done in 5 minutes. Impossible, someone interjected. Completing this training in 5 minutes, unless you have Feng Lingyuang's help. Chang Haogong took a deep breath and said 2 words, 7 seconds. The trainees underwent a grueling training session that afternoon. The third level group barely completed their tasks in 3 hours, earning only a 2-star rating. The following day, the first and second level groups also pushed themselves, training for over 3.5 hours, but the outcome was similarly disappointing, with a 2-star rating as well. The third day arrived as expected, and it was the day Lu Jiwei announced an early curfew at 7 p.m. Over the past 2 days, the trainees had shown mediocre performance. Apart from their daily training, they spent most of their time honing their skills in the combat simulator. Notably, on 2 separate evenings, certain trainees were discreetly called away for some special attention, although those in the know understood what that meant. Lin Tian carefully observed each trainee, but noticed nothing unusual. As always, he retreated to a secluded spot behind the guardhouse to practice his swordsmanship. With each swing of his sword, he earned a wisp of sword spirit as a reward. He had already swung his sword 38,624 times, just under 2,000 swings away from his next system reward. His progress was impressive, even faster than before. As time quietly passed and dusk fell, Lin Tian returned to the guardhouse, sensing that tonight, the undercover agent among the trainees would make a move. At 7 p.m., all trainees returned to their dorms on time, with no one lingering behind. Everything seemed normal, without any anomalies. By 8 p.m., the cicadas' cries were piercingly loud in the stillness. A gentle breeze blew as Lin Tian enjoyed the cool air conditioning in the guardhouse, patiently waiting. By 9 p.m., all was still calm. At midnight, the dormitory lights began to go out one by one, and the training camp gradually plunged into darkness. By 12 a.m., the last light in the dormitory building was extinguished. Lin Tian watched intently through the glass, knowing the rat was about to emerge. 10 minutes later, a slender figure appeared on the rooftop of the dormitory building. In the darkness, the shadow silently crushed a phone to pieces, cursing internally. These night patrols are insane. I've been preparing for a year for this infiltration plan into the training camp. Who would have thought those apostles would be so incompetent, easily taken down, and exposing my identity? Useless fools. Recalling Lu Jiwei's words from 3 days ago, the shadow smirked. So, they want to bring the hidden plot to light and calculate. Pretending to have everything under control, claiming a lockdown in 3 days. They want me to think these night patrols are bluffing, unaware of the spy. If I really believed that, I'd be gravely mistaken. The shadow felt smug, thinking, they actually know. That's why they haven't acted, probably to monitor me and extract useful information. The lockdown in 3 days is just a smokescreen. Want to watch me? I'll strike first. Foolish night patrols, you'll pay for your greed. The most dangerous place is often the safest. After several twists and turns, the shadow finally reached a spot less than 6 meters from the main gate. He guessed that other unguarded fences might have surveillance equipment, but the gate was different. There was only one seemingly ordinary guard living the simple life, which he planned to exploit for a smooth escape. Huh, 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 I'm so clever, the shadow thought triumphantly. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Excuse me, you're stepping on my foot. Excuse me, you're stepping on my foot. A sudden voice broke the silence of the night, startling the shadowy figure. His smugness vanished in an instant, and his fists clenched involuntarily. He slowly looked down, his heart racing. As expected, someone had appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. Out for a late stroll, are we? Lin Tian asked casually, maintaining a gentle smile as he lightly tapped the figure. The shadow stood stiffly with his back to Lin Tian. After a brief silence, he slowly turned around, forcing an awkward smile and stammered, Just out for a walk. Seeing who it was, he sighed in relief. It was just the gatekeeper who was here to experience life, not an authority figure or instructor. An insidious thought began to form in the shadow's mind. Meanwhile, Lin Tian recognized the shadow's face. Bailu, he raised an eyebrow, recalling the training results from the past few days. This guy, who always seemed socially awkward and barely noticeable, was actually the rat, lurking within the training camp. Clearly, Bailu had been deliberately hiding his abilities, keeping himself under the radar. Bailu lowered his head, his mind racing to devise a plan. Being discovered now, even by a gatekeeper, meant it was nearly impossible to continue his disguise. His hands subtly moved behind his back, a faint glint of cold steel flashing between his fingers. The only option was to eliminate the gatekeeper and make a swift escape. At that critical moment, a loud voice suddenly echoed from the nearby building. Nobody move. In an instant, multiple figures appeared from all directions, surrounding Bailu completely. Leading them was Lu Jiwei, accompanied by 8 fourth-tier awakeners and 3 fifth-tier awakeners. With such a lineup, they were confident they could apprehend even the most powerful apostle of the gods. Lu Jiwei looked at Bailu expressionlessly and said, Why run? We had no intention of capturing you. We didn't even know who you were until you showed yourself. Lu Jiwei was also a bit shocked. Before coming, he had thoroughly reviewed all the trainees' profiles and found nothing suspicious. Who would have thought this kid, Bailu, from an ordinary family of agricultural product dealers, would be the spy planted by the cult? Faced with the overwhelming force, Bailu panicked. He bit his lip, his voice trembling as he tried to explain, I was just out for a walk and got lost. Oh really? Lu Jiwei smirked knowingly. If we let you go, you'd probably end up at the cult's headquarters, right? I don't understand what you're saying. Bailu instinctively retreated a few steps, repeatedly insisting. I'm Bailu, a night patrol. I'm a patrol, not a spy from the cult. His eyes grew vacant, like a malfunctioning robot, as he kept repeating those words. Lu Jiwei watched the now broken Bailu coldly and instructed the officers beside him. Take him back, and make sure not to alert the other trainees. Understood. The officers nodded, cautiously approaching to take Bailu into custody. Stay back. Bailu shouted in terror as he watched the instructors approach, his breathing growing rapid. His eyes were frantic, and his voice trembled. I am Bailu, a night patrolman. I am not a spy. Lu Jiwei's eyes narrowed as he shouted angrily, Shut up. A lackey of the cult has no right to speak. Restrain him and take him away. Upon hearing this, Bailu immediately descended into a frenzy. He had to survive. It was the mission given to him by the gods. His mind raced, searching for a way out. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto Lin Tian. Without hesitation, Bailu grabbed Lin Tian and pulled him in front of him as a hostage. Don't come any closer. I'll kill him if you do, he screamed hysterically, his eyes wild with madness. Seeing this, Lu Jiwei and the others suppressed their inner turmoil and halted. The scene was bizarre, yet it was hard to pinpoint exactly why. Bailu noticed the instructors stopping and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Praise the gods, he rejoiced internally, I bet right. From the first day at the academy, Lin Tian had exuded the aura of someone from a high-ranking official's family. Even Lu Jiwei was wary of Lin Tian's background, constantly tolerating him. Bailu was convinced that as long as he controlled Lin Tian, he would survive. Although Bai Lu was the weakest among the 12 apostles of the gods, he was confident he could kill a spoiled rich kid in an instant. Nobody move. I'll kill him if you do. Bai Lu continued to shout, his voice full of menace. Lu Jiwei scratched his head in frustration. In all his years as a night patrolman, he had never encountered such a situation. If you're going to make a desperate move, at least choose a better wall to climb, he thought. A last-ditch effort might give you a slim chance of survival, but now you've blocked your own way out. Bai Lu, calm down, don't do anything foolish. Lu Jiwei tried to reason with him. We're trying to save you. Save me? Bai Lu sneered. Don't kid yourselves. You're just trying to save your own skins. This guy's got a powerful background, right? If he dies, you won't survive either. Let me go, he shouted hoarsely, eyes filled with madness. Bai Lu tightened his grip on Lin Tian's neck as he slowly backed towards the door. Stay still, or I'll kill you, he threatened. Lin Tian blinked his innocent eyes, seemingly intrigued by the situation of being a hostage. So this is what it feels like to be a hostage. How exciting, he thought. Feels like I could be killed any second. Lu Jiwei wanted to say more, but was cut off by Bai Lu. There's nothing more to talk about. Lu Jiwei was silent for a moment, looking at Bai Lu with a mix of resignation and helplessness. This person was beyond saving. He turned to Lin Tian, Mr. Lin. The following morning, the assembly on the training ground proceeded as usual. The cadets stood in formation, full of vigor, completely unaware of the previous night's thrilling events. Lin Tian remained at his post in the security room, recalling his experience of being taken hostage, and couldn't help but click his tongue. Suddenly, a commotion shattered the calm. Yi Xiaoyuan looked around and noticed that Bai Lu, his roommate, was missing. He frowned, pondering how someone who was fine last night could disappear overnight. Chang Haoqiang stepped forward with a solemn expression and explained, Bai Lu has been diagnosed with brain cancer and has had to leave the camp for treatment. I hope everyone won't be too upset, and will believe that he'll continue watching over us from above. Although his words were reasonable, they concealed the truth. In reality, Bai Lu was Sui Shu, one of the 12 apostles of the cult, a third-level awakened individual adept at hiding and escaping. He had been undercover at the camp for 2 years, waiting for the day he could join other apostles in slaughtering this generation of night watchers. Last night, Bai Lu took a risky move but chose the wrong target. Lin Tian subdued him with just one hand, and then escorted him to headquarters. Chang Haoqiang chose to hide the truth to prevent unnecessary suspicion among the cadets. Hearing the news of Bai Lu's cancer, Yi Xiaoyuan felt a wave of sadness. He silently vowed to carry on his fellows' will and swore to eradicate the cult, the gods, and the anomalies. After the disturbance subsided, the intensity of training suddenly increased. The instructor shouted, "We don't have much time left. From today, your training will be even more rigorous." The cadets responded in unison, "Yes." The 7th day passed as usual. Lin Tian continued to practice tirelessly in his designated area. Today he swung his sword 1,362 times, bringing his total to 40,000. The system rewarded him with a set of sword techniques called the Unremarkable Three Swords. The name was simple and unpretentious, yet it contrasted intriguingly with its unique qualities. After obtaining this set of techniques, Lin Tian felt a fleeting urge to slack off. But he quickly suppressed this thought and remained focused on his training. With curiosity, Lin Tian began to try out the so-called 3 ordinary swords. After a few hours of practice, he had to admit that the sword technique truly lived up to its name, nothing extraordinary about it. Meanwhile, the training for the trainees continued as usual. After running hundreds of laps, Chang Haoqiang led everyone into the virtual hall. Their goal was to perfectly complete the combat simulation training task at a 3-star standard within 10 days. Time flew by, and the training camp had already reached its 10th day. Lin Tian silently calculated his progress, a total of 44,206 sword swings. In just 3 days, he had swung over 4,000 times, and this efficiency left him somewhat dissatisfied. However, the trainees' progress was quite evident. The third-level group successfully reduced their completion time to 2 hours, although their final rating remained at 2 stars. On the 12th day, the third-level group broke through again, shortening their time to 1 hour and 42 minutes, finally achieving a 3-star rating. Lin Tian's side remained calm, and through these days of observation, he was convinced that after Bai Lu was taken away, there were no more moles among the trainees. On the 13th day, an unexpected event occurred. The first-level group surprisingly reached a 3-star rating before the second-level group and completed their training. Following closely, on the 14th day, the second-level group also completed their combat simulation training. As the combat simulation training ended, the trainees developed a deeper understanding of each other. Even Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan, the happy rivals, improved their relationship, although they still maintained their habit of mocking each other from morning till night. During this period, nearly half of the first-level trainees successfully advanced to second-level awakeners under the dual influence of nutritional fluids and high-intensity training. On the 16th day, Instructor Chang suddenly relaxed the management, and the daily training volume significantly decreased. The trainees, like wild horses unleashed, flocked to the battle platform, eager to test the results of their training. Some third-level trainees began to challenge Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan, with predictable outcomes. Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan even made a bet to see who could last longer on the platform, with the winner being honored as Big Brother. They accepted the challenges from other third-level trainees without hesitation. An hour later, Yi Xiaoyuan had to step down first due to exhaustion. Song Lei triumphantly declared, "I am indeed the strongest of our time. You all still have a long way to go, keep practicing." However, that night, Lin Tian returned to his old ways, and while Song Lei was in the restroom, he gave him a gentle massage with a sack over his head. The next day, when Yi Xiaoyuan saw Song Lei with a bruised and swollen face, he mercilessly mocked him. The atmosphere on the battle platform remained heated, with dozens of trainees now all advanced to second-level awakeners, and battles between second-level and third-level trainees occurring one after another. Yet, the results of the day were unexpected. Due to the previous night's massage, Song Lei was not in his best state and narrowly lost to Yi Xiaoyuan in their final showdown. Yi Xiaoyuan smugly taunted, "Ha! What's with the bruises? Did I beat you up yesterday, turning you into a panda? Don't worry, I'll keep this title of the strongest of our time warm for you." That night, the well-mannered Lin Tian turned his massage service towards Yi Xiaoyuan. On the 18th day, Yi Xiaoyuan stood among the crowd with a noticeably more subdued demeanor, sporting a bruised and swollen face. Song Lei stood beside him, and the two quietly watched others battle on the platform, no longer rushing to the forefront as they usually did. "Did you get beaten up too?" Song Lei asked in a low voice. "Yeah, no idea who it was," Yi Xiaoyuan replied through gritted teeth. "Damn it, they even hit my face." On the 19th day of the training camp, the atmosphere on the battle stage changed dramatically. Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan were absent due to injuries, and without the intimidating presence of these two dominant figures, chaos quickly ensued. Second-tier trainees, unaware of their limits, dared to challenge third-tier experts. Among the third-tier, some were even more audacious, boasting after just 2 consecutive wins, claiming to be the strongest of their generation and the future core of the Night Patrol Division. Song Lei, Yi Xiaoyuan, they were just fleeting phenomena. Their era is over. Now it's Yunjia's domain. Arrogant voices echoed. However, when night fell, a burly figure moved stealthily. Lin Tian carried 3 or 4 sacks on his shoulder, with human-like shapes faintly visible inside. He muttered to himself, "All right, let's call it Yunjia's battle stage." The next day, the 20th day of the training camp, Yunjia, who had been flaunting his prowess on the stage the previous day, was unexpectedly absent. More puzzling was the sudden appearance of several second-tier trainees sporting bruised faces. These individuals shared a common trait. When asked about their beatings, they remained tight-lipped. "What would the beaten ones know?" someone whispered. One moment of inattention, and a fertilizer sack was over their head. By the time they wanted to struggle, it was too late. A flicker of apprehension passed through the eyes of these trainees as they recalled the bruised faces of third-tier trainees from previous days, leading to some speculation. Someone quietly warned their companions on the stage, "Guys, keep a low profile. There's something shady in the training camp." Yet, not everyone heeded this advice. On the battle stage, a formidable female trainee stood proudly, wielding a massive black iron broadsword. She had achieved 3 consecutive victories in the third-tier group, and, with an arrogant demeanor, loudly declared, "Humph, my life needs no explanation." As night descended once more, Lin Tian reappeared. He crouched down and softly asked the black sack, "Have you learned to write?" "Yes, I have," came the weak response from inside the sack. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the pink sack. "And you, still need an explanation?" "Yes, I do." Lin Tian nodded to himself, thinking, male trainees use black sacks, female trainees use pink sacks. How considerate. Although it's somewhat unethical, it's a painstaking effort to help these trainees grow quickly. On the 21st day of the training camp, 2 more trainees inexplicably got beaten. A whispered tale of an unspoken rule began circulating among the trainees. Anyone who is arrogant will receive a special massage service at night. Reactions varied. Some believed it wholeheartedly, while others dismissed it with a sneer. Most notably, Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan, who had already been beaten twice, were the most skeptical and defiant. "What rule tale? If you have the guts, come beat me again tonight," Song Lei shouted. "Exactly," Yi Xiaoyuan chimed in. "Isn't it just a cheap sneak attack at night? No skill involved." The two exchanged glances, silently deciding to be fully prepared that night. Below the stage, Lin Tian nodded quietly, then took out his phone and dialed Lu Jiwei's number. "Hello? Mr. Lin, is there something you need? Please get me a bandit mask, the black kind." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Yi Xiaoyuan and Song Lei stood nervously at the entrance of the dormitory building, looking around cautiously. Their voices pierced through the night. "Come on. You like sneak attacks, don't you? If you've got the guts, come at us openly." No sooner had they spoken than a figure wearing a bandit's mask leapt out from the darkness. It was Lin Tian, moving swiftly and accurately, who in an instant had both of them bundled into sacks. Yi Xiaoyuan and Song Lei had no time to react before they were subdued. Days at the training camp passed by. By the 22nd day, the trainees' demeanor had noticeably changed. They had become composed and humble, even during sparring matches. Lin Tian was quite pleased, thinking that his tireless nightly massages for the trainees were finally paying off. Back in the security office, Lin Tian felt a twinge of regret, realizing that his time spent practicing with his sword had been cut short due to his massage duties. Nonetheless, he continued his practice, refusing to let it completely slide. On the 23rd day, under the bright sun, the trainees were more cautious than ever, intimidated by the Midnight Legend. Even Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan were no exceptions. They had been thoroughly subdued. Whenever that mysterious figure appeared, they chose to confront him directly, yet were effortlessly overpowered and bagged within seconds, as helpless as chicks. The fluidity of these actions left them unable to gauge their opponent's true strength. On the same day, some second-tier trainees successfully advanced to the third tier, having accumulated substantial combat experience over time. The 24th day unfolded peacefully. Coach Jiang, in an unusual show of generosity, traveled 3 hours to buy a bag of spicy snacks for each trainee as a reward. The trainees were overjoyed, savoring the hard-won treat. Time flew by, and soon it was the 30th day. Sitting in the security office, Lin Tian flipped through his phone calendar, realizing he had been at the training camp for a full month. He took a few photos to commemorate the occasion, including one of the mountain he had sliced in half with a single strike. However, beneath the calm surface, tension brewed. That evening, over a dozen third-tier trainees suddenly revolted, unwilling to remain subdued. They attempted to rally other trainees to uncover the truth behind the camp's Midnight Legend. For the next 3 days, Lin Tian was busy with his massages, quelling the unrest. By the 34th day, all trainees had completely submitted. The Midnight Legend became an inescapable shadow in their minds. The entire group stood in formation on the field, chanting in unison, "Our motto is, continue to improve, meet at the summit." On the 35th day, the camp was calm. Yet, a strange old man appeared outside, catching Lin Tian's attention. The elderly man, wearing a white hospital gown and barefoot with disheveled hair, seemed mentally unsound. He had a peculiar wristband and staggered to the camp's entrance, wearing a bizarre smile. "Hey, I knew this place hadn't moved. Finally got out. Have the people inside grown up?" Lin Tian stepped out of the security office and politely asked, "Sir, have you come to the wrong place?" The old man scratched his head, puzzled. "Wrong place? No, have I? You're a student here, right? You seem all right. Want to be a hero someday?" Just as Lin Tian was about to reply, a vehicle with the Night Watch Department's insignia pulled up. Several people in white coats got out, showed Lin Tian their credentials, and apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Lin. This gentleman is a patient from our psychiatric department, with a rather special case. We apologize for the inconvenience." Lin Tian shook his head, understanding. "It's all right. Please take the old man back." The Night Watch personnel approached the old man, coaxing him gently. "This isn't the place you're looking for. Let's go home. There's candy at home." Upon hearing candy, the old man perked up. "Candy? Where's the candy? Candy's much better than big monsters." Watching the old man being led away, Lin Tian returned to the security office, lost in thought. This unexpected incident seemed to hint at more secrets waiting to be uncovered. The second month of the training camp quietly arrived. Lin Tian stood at the edge of the field, his gaze sweeping over the trainees who were intensely focused on their training. Their eyes were determined, their movements precise, each punch and jump filled with power. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Ah, these youngsters are finally growing up." He recalled the late nights spent massaging their sore muscles, and it seemed those sleepless efforts were finally paying off. On the 36th day, the mysterious old man who had appeared suddenly the previous day seemed to have vanished without a trace. Lin Tian sat in the gatehouse, his mind replaying the image of the old man. He seemed much older than Elder Hu. Though his attire was shabby, his steps were steady, indicating he was still quite robust. The faint blue glow emanating from the bracelets on his hands was particularly striking, leading Lin Tian to suspect they might be some kind of item meant to suppress inner strength. "This old man is no ordinary person," Lin Tian mused. "Maybe once the training camp ends, I should visit the mental hospital in Yuzu City." As time went on, the trainees became more disciplined, focusing on their training due to the mysterious tales of the night. This gave Lin Tian plenty of time to practice his swordsmanship. With each swing of the sword, the system rewarded him with a trace of sword soul. When he reached 50,000 swings, the special reward he had been anticipating did not appear, leaving him slightly disappointed. However, it also piqued his curiosity about the reward for reaching 100,000 swings. From the 38th to the 40th day, Lin Tian's life seemed to fall into a monotonous routine: swing the sword, rest, then swing the sword again. The mysterious old man never reappeared. However, the trainees underwent a dramatic transformation over the month. Not only did their strength increase significantly, but their maturity also grew. All had advanced to the second stage of awakening, and a few exceptional ones even reached the third stage. The relationship between Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan improved noticeably under Lin Tian's massage therapy, with their arguments visibly decreasing. The other trainees watched this and couldn't help but sigh. Ah, our youth is over. On the 40th day, the trainees faced their second real combat warehouse training. This time, instead of defending the city against catastrophic creatures, it was a team-based stronghold battle. Dozens of trainees were divided into 10 teams of 5, with similar strength configurations, no longer distinguishing between the second and third stages. The training rules were straightforward. Using Pan Mountain as the map, there were 3 small strongholds scattered throughout. As long as someone stood within a stronghold, their team would earn 1 point per second. The match lasted 2 hours, and the top 3 teams in terms of points would receive a coveted day trip experience voucher outside the camp. As soon as this tempting reward was announced, the trainees were abuzz with excitement. In the office, Lin Tian leisurely sipped hot tea infused with goji berries, watching the eager young people on the field, and couldn't help but remark, "Ah, these young ones are so full of energy." Lin Tian stood at the edge of the training ground, silently observing the scene before him. The 2-month youth training camp was nearing its end, and the air was filled with a mix of tension and anticipation. "Others? Are you even listening to yourself?" One of the coaches couldn't help but speak up. "Aren't we all just 18-year-old guys? Mr. Lin, if it weren't for you, these trainees wouldn't have learned to restrain themselves in just 2 months." As soon as he finished, another coach chimed in. "Yes, indeed, Mr. Lin's contribution has been invaluable." Their eyes held a complex glimmer. Everyone knew what Lin Tian had been up to every night. From the first night they heard about someone inexplicably getting beaten up, they were well aware. After all, among the 11 present, who wasn't from the same era as Wang Yangshi and Jiang Qingwen? They've all been through it, and couldn't express it openly. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Jiwei quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, let's not dwell on old stories. Let's see how these youngsters have transformed over the past month." His gaze moved continuously over the map, paying special attention to Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan, the troublemakers since they joined the camp. 2 hours later, everyone was surprised to find that Song Lei wasn't acting like his usual self, going solo, but instead was patiently discussing strategies with his teammates. Yi Xiaoyuan had also changed his previously negative attitude, fully immersing himself in the training. They demonstrated the true power of the assassination toolkit preset, hidden weapons, and intricately woven tripwires that could trigger surrounding mechanisms at the slightest movement. By dusk, Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan's teams stood out on the scoreboard. Both teams had the same points, each occupying a stronghold that other teams couldn't shake. Ultimately, they tied for first place, which meant an extra team would get the opportunity for a day trip outside the camp. On the 41st day of the training camp, while others were out experiencing life outside, Lin Tian practiced swordsmanship alone in the camp. On the 42nd day, he was still engrossed in honing his skills. Time flew by, and it was already the 50th day of the camp. With only 10 days left, the 2-month training was nearing its end. Unfortunately, no one showed signs of advancing to the 4th level. Today, Instructor Chang personally stepped onto the battle platform. Facing all the trainees, he smiled slightly. "You have 10 days left before you leave the camp. Today's training task is simple. Take turns coming up here, and if you can make me step back 10 paces in place, you've succeeded." As he spoke, Chang Haoxiang's gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Tian in the corner, as if to say, "You're not included in this." Lin Tian nodded slightly, stretched lazily, and turned to walk toward his guard room. Yes, his special 2-month guard experience card was about to expire. On the 59th day of the training camp, the bonfire party on the eve of departure was in full swing. In the center of the camp, a roaring bonfire illuminated the surroundings, highlighting the excited faces of the trainees, leaders, and instructors. The clinking of bottles rang out continuously, and the air was filled with the scent of alcohol and joy. Yi Xiaoyuan was clearly quite inebriated, clutching a bottle in his right hand and staggering through the crowd, clinking glasses indiscriminately. Song Lei, sitting nearby with a playful glimmer in his eye, teased, "If you drink any more, you might as well perform some moonlit bird watching in front of everyone." Yi Xiaoyuan, with bleary eyes, glanced at Song Lei and drunkenly retorted, "What are you talking about? Are you trying to provoke me? Can't you be as civilized as I am?" Song Lei said no more, standing up to approach Chang Haoxiang. He raised his glass earnestly and said, "Instructor Chang, this drink is for you." Chang Haoxiang looked up, a smile playing on his lips. "Come on, let's have a drink." Around the bonfire, dozens of trainees sat in a circle. Chang Haoxiang, appearing slightly tipsy himself, scanned the young faces before him, his tone tinged with a bit of nostalgia. "Starting tomorrow, you'll officially leave the camp. I hope you always remember tonight's celebration. One day, The power of Xia will be in your hands. Cheers! Cheers! The trainees shouted in unison, the clinking of glasses ringing out. They were the hope of the new generation, determined from the moment they left the camp to fight for the impending disaster, even at the cost of their lives. Not far away, Lin Tian stood alone, leaning against the guard post, a glass in hand, gazing into the distance. The glow of the bonfire cast light on his face, yet it accentuated a hint of solitude. At this moment, he seemed to understand something when he awakened to the so-called Swordbearer System. He was destined to walk alone. One man with a sword, balancing the world. In the vastness of the night, the bonfire seemed like the last ember of the world. Lin Tian watched the cheering figures, a slight smile on his lips, and whispered softly, "Cheers." He knew well that these were the rising stars of Xia. As time passed, the bonfire gradually died out, and the camp returned to silence. Most of the trainees had gone back to their dormitories to rest. Lin Tian yawned, about to leave, when he noticed someone standing in front of him. "Mr. Lin, this drink is for you," Lu Zhuwei said, noticing Lin Tian's empty hands, and without a word, he downed his own drink. "Lu in charge." Lin Tian looked at him in surprise. Lu Zhuwei's expression was serious. "I thank you on behalf of these trainees." He knew that without Lin Tian, it would have been impossible to temper these proud trainees in just 2 months. At 18, Lin Tian already showed the demeanor of a true leader, both in terms of responsibility and self-awareness, which earned the respect of this seasoned night patrolman. In the prime of his youth, yet willing to remain in the shadows, the chairman's nephew was indeed extraordinary. "No need to be so formal," Lin Tian replied with a slight smile, saying no more. His thoughts drifted back to his first conversation with Uncle Lu. At just 18, Lin Tian found himself burdened with a heavy responsibility and mission. Standing on the training camp's field, the night breeze ruffled his hair as determination gleamed in his eyes. He recalled the passionate, youthful declarations he once made, a slight, bitter smile tugging at his lips. Now, with the system in his possession, he was no longer that naive boy. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to become the one who wields the sword for the world. When the so-called Dark Era descends, someone must step forward to save the vast land of Daxia. Images of powerful night patrollers like Uncle Wang and Senior, who flashed through Lin Tian's mind. Yet, he hoped it would be him standing before the masses. As a transmigrator, as the protagonist, he had once dreamed of a simple, peaceful life. However, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn, and he knew he had no other choice. On the 60th day at the training camp, with dawn breaking, all the trainees stood in neat rows at the camp gate, backpacks slung over their shoulders, waiting for the transport vehicles. The air was thick with the scent of farewell, and everyone pondered the direction of their futures. "I'm heading to the capital to prepare for the next divine battle," Song Lei said boastfully to Yi Xiaoyuan amidst the crowd, ambition shining in his eyes. Yi Xiaoyuan responded with a cold laugh, refusing to be outdone. "Who are you kidding? As if anyone isn't going to the capital. Just admit you want to be my lackey." "You wish I was your lackey," Song Lei sneered. "Don't be surprised if I reach the 4th tier and you're still stuck being a rookie." As the two exchanged barbs, other trainees fell silent. Someone whispered, "After today, it might be hard to see these two bantering again. Cherish the moment. Let's all put teary-eyed in the chat." Another joked, eliciting chuckles from those nearby. The conversation shifted as someone asked, "By the way, where are you headed after leaving the camp?" "Back home." A trainee nodded, a hint of worry in his eyes. "The local night patrol division suffered heavy losses during the divine battle. I need to return." "Same here," several others agreed. Unbeknownst to them, someone had already quietly left the training camp ahead of them. At that moment, a low-profile black car sped down the highway. Inside, Lin Tian clutched a black USB drive with a serious expression. He had specifically requested it from Yi Xinyue before leaving. It contained information about new gods from the outer celestial sphere and 2 other resurrected ancient gods. Carefully tucking the USB into his pocket, Lin Tian gazed out the car window at the distant horizon. His destination was not the train station, but the night patrol division in Muzhou. The strange old man who had inexplicably appeared at the training camp's gate piqued his intense curiosity. His intuition told him that, despite the old man's questionable mental state, he likely knew some hidden secrets. An hour and a half later, Lin Tian stood before the Muzhou Night Patrol Division's entrance. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. In the lobby, he approached the reception desk and addressed the attending officer. "Hello, I'm looking for someone." The officer responded politely, "Certainly, sir. Could you please provide your identification?" Nodding, Lin Tian retrieved a black-edged ID card from his pocket. Upon seeing the name on it, the officer's demeanor instantly shifted to one of greater respect. "Mr. Lin, who are you looking for at the Muzhou division?" After a moment of thought, Lin Tian replied precisely, "I'm looking for an elderly man from the psychiatric department." Having identified himself, Lin Tian was promptly directed to the old man's hospital room. Standing at the door, he took a deep breath and gently knocked. Standing in front of the hospital room door, Lin Tian gently knocked. The 3 clear knocks echoed through the silent corridor. As he waited for a response, Lin Tian's thoughts raced back to his first impression of the elderly man inside, the intuition that this person's identity was anything but ordinary. What he had just witnessed only confirmed his suspicions. Decades ago, when the Night Watchers first descended to the 6th layer of the Abyss of Calamity, they witnessed a breathtaking scene. At the bottom of the lightless abyss, an aquatic dragon appeared, its ghostly blue eyes like beacons illuminating the entire chasm. More shockingly, the lowest layer of the abyss teemed with a tide of calamity-born creatures. Lin Tian had learned of this legend from Jiang Shu's USB drive. Now, the creator of that legend, Zhao Fengshuang, the first chairman of the Night Watchers and a true 7th tier awakened, was just behind this door. Sadly, this once legendary figure had lost his sanity, his mind in disarray. With no other options, the Night Watchers had sealed his powers within him using special forbidden items. This information was provided to Lin Tian by a director upon his arrival. The knocks went unanswered for a long time. Lin Tian knocked again, and this time, there was finally a response from inside. Someone's here, did you bring candy? Zhao Fengshuang's voice was hoarse, but carried a hint of childlike innocence. Lin Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Would the current director's autograph suffice? He had come straight from the training camp, with no candy in sight. Moreover, no one had mentioned that candy was a prerequisite for entry. Director? What's that, can you eat it? Zhao Fengshuang asked naively. Awkwardly, Lin Tian explained. It's when a very important person writes their name by hand. It's very valuable. It should be able to be exchanged for candy. He thought, surely the director of the Night Watchers would warrant some respect. No candy, no entry. Zhao Fengshuang retorted disdainfully, sticking out his tongue. What's a director? They're just a toy. No candy, no entry to my room. Meanwhile, in the Night Watchers' headquarters office in the capital, Huang Yunfei, who was busy handling documents, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! He wiped his nose with a tissue, muttering, who's thinking about me? 10 minutes later, Lin Tian regrouped and managed to get 2 candies from the medical staff, caring for Zhao Fengshuang. Looking at the cheap sour candies, he couldn't help but wonder if these could really be more enticing than the director's autograph. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Tian knocked again. Senior Zhao, I brought candy. Before he finished speaking, the locked door suddenly opened from the inside. Zhao Fengshuang poked his head out, childishly saying, Candy, 1 piece for entry, or you can't come in. Helplessly, Lin Tian placed a sour candy in Zhao Fengshuang's hand, and only then did the door fully open. Following Zhao Fengshuang into the room, Lin Tian surveyed the surroundings, noting the scattered children's toys and messy sketchbooks. Finding a vacant spot, he sat down, ready to begin their conversation. Zhao Fengshuang obviously ignored Lin Tian's greeting. He busied himself unwrapping a candy and eagerly popped it into his mouth, a childlike joy appearing on his face. As the candy melted, he belatedly looked up, bewildered, and asked, Who's Zhao Senior? Is it tasty? Lin Tian paused in silence, the glimmer of hope in his heart quickly fading. He took a deep breath, deciding to be direct. Senior Zhao, I'm here to ask you if you remember what happened on the 6th level of the abyss. The word, abyss, seemed to trigger something in Zhao Fengshuang, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Keeping his head down, he avoided answering Lin Tian's question. After a moment, he mumbled while clutching the candy wrapper, a piece of candy. Here. Without hesitation, Lin Tian handed over another sour candy. Zhao Fengshuang accepted it, and, as if following some unspoken agreement, asked, What is the abyss? Lin Tian's heart sank, but he was unwilling to give up. Senior, you don't know the abyss? Zhao Fengshuang scratched his head in confusion. Abyss? What's the abyss? I don't know. Never heard of it. Lin Tian's expression twitched, but he persisted. Do you remember why you've become like this? He pondered silently, reasoning that although a 7th-tier awakened individual might struggle on the 6th level of the abyss, it shouldn't lead to such a deterioration of sanity. Could it be the influence of that dragon? But if so, why didn't the dragon attack? Zhao Fengshuang savored the sour candy, answering absent-mindedly. I don't know. Aren't I fine? Lin Tian bit his lip and asked gravely. Senior, do you remember your own name? My name? My name. Zhao Fengshuang looked perplexed. Aren't I called Senior Zhao? Lin Tian felt utterly hopeless, realizing any chance of obtaining useful information was slim. With his memory in such disarray that he couldn't even recall his own name, it was unlikely he could provide any valuable insight. As for why he ended up at the training camp, it might have been a reflexive action. Perhaps Zhao Fengshuang had once served as a supervisor or instructor there, but that was just speculation. Leaving the hospital room, Lin Tian was downcast. He had hoped to learn more, but never imagined Zhao Fengshuang's mental state had deteriorated so severely. Walking through the streets of Mu City, Lin Tian checked his phone for the next available bus ticket. Currently, he was a free agent in the organization, with the liberty to go wherever he pleased. Senior, who was overseeing matters in Tian City, and Jiang had recently messaged him, reporting that Uncle Jiang was recovering well and could now walk. Due to the Divine War, the school reopening had been repeatedly postponed. Lin Tian sat down by an empty roadside and bought a chilled orange juice from a nearby store. He appeared deep in thought, his mind inevitably drawn to the mysteries within the Calamity Abyss whenever he recalled Zhao Fengshuang's condition. Maybe I should go check out the abyss? The thought crossed Lin Tian's mind, carrying with it a tempting sense of adventure. The Imperial City, the heart of the Daxia Kingdom, is synonymous with a bustling metropolis. The headquarters of the Night Patrol Division is located here, underscoring its significance. Lin Tian dragged his suitcase as he slowly stepped out of the airplane cabin. He chose to fly instead of taking the high-speed train. Although the ticket was expensive, it was worth the expense covered by the division, as it reduced a 2-day journey to just a few hours. He removed his sunglasses, gazing over the bustling crowd inside the airport before seamlessly blending in and heading briskly towards the exit. The Night Patrol Division headquarters towered majestically, and Lin Tian looked up in awe. Compared to the branch offices, this place was undoubtedly more imposing. Transparent floating screens continuously displayed the locations of shelters throughout the Imperial City, exuding a sense of advanced technology. As Lin Tian approached the entrance, there was no sign of the usual security guards, only a floating neon eye flickering there. He focused his gaze on the peculiar device. A laser scanned his retina, and a few seconds later, the eye flashed green and retracted into the wall. The door opened in response, seemingly acknowledging his identity. Wow, Lin Tian couldn't help but exclaim, feeling like a country boy in the big city. This eye device was probably a fusion of technology and some forbidden element, adding a touch of mystery. Entering the lobby, Lin Tian was struck by the sight before him. Hundreds of night patrol officers were gathered, their eyes fixed on the mission board. After the Divine War, rampant anomalies needed to be eradicated across the land, giving rise to these missions. Suddenly, a familiar argument erupted. Hey, Chatterbox, want to see who can complete more missions? Who's afraid of who? I bet you can't keep up with me. So many missions. Let's see who finishes more in a month, dare you. A father-son match, how about that? Just one word. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the voices, his eye twitching slightly. Song Lei and Yi Xiaoyuan. These two clowns, how were they inseparable now? He shook his head and continued towards the upper levels without stopping. Hey, Blondie, doesn't that guy look a bit like the gatekeeper from the training camp? Yi Xiaoyuan seemed to have noticed Lin Tian and couldn't help but take a glance. Gatekeeper. Song Lei rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? Those who can retire in the training camp are of such a level that they can't be at a branch office. They're here for work. He's here to return home. How can it be the same? Lin Tian arrived at the corridor behind the lobby, where a female night patrol administrator greeted him with a smile. Sir, do you need assistance? Looking for someone, Lin Tian replied briefly, showing his identification. Upon seeing Lin Tian's name, the administrator's mind raced. Chairman Wang is on the 36th floor. Lin Tian was taken aback. Wait, I haven't even said who I'm looking for. How did you know I was looking for my Uncle Wang? Though a bit baffled, he followed the administrator's lead. Coming to the Imperial City, he actually had two purposes. The foremost was to consult on ways to infiltrate the abyss. Secondly, he was very curious about the mental state of a middle-aged man who hadn't been home for 3 months due to continuous overtime. Ever since the man had shared with him the self-cultivation secrets of a bandit, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. As the elevator ascended, Lin Tian quickly arrived at the 36th floor. The rooms here were sparse, with door signs that were extremely minimalist, simply marked with So and So's office. As he walked deeper into the floor, Lin Tian suddenly stopped. His gaze was fixed on the door in front of HEMA dynamic and flashy sign constantly changing with vibrant lights, most strikingly displaying the 5 large characters, King's Office, that would randomly change color. Below it was a small Lin Tian 6. Lin Tian pursed his lips, his mind momentarily going blank. Uncle Wang, what are you up to? He thought to himself. Is this middle schooler style for real? He turned to the director who had led him there, maintaining a polite smile as he asked. I might be at the wrong place. I don't think I know the person inside. The director bowed slightly, speaking with respect. This is the office of Wang Yangshi, Speaker Wang, your uncle. With that, he turned and left. Lin Tian stood there, feeling a mix of emotions. Family, who would understand? He hesitated for a moment at the door, but eventually pushed it open. Inside the office, Wang Yangshi was sitting at his desk, focused on handling documents, his pen moving across the paper. The only thing out of place in the serious work environment was the dynamic background music playing in the room and the anime on the screen. Showdown. Wang Yangshi looked up, his expression freezing. What are you doing in the capital? He immediately put down his pen, pausing both the anime and the music. Lin Tian did not answer immediately, his gaze falling on the noticeably thinner, middle-aged man before him. He keenly sensed a contradiction. Although Uncle Wang's strength had greatly increased, possibly having advanced to the 8th level, his aura was unusually weak. A normal person's life force should be vigorous, and an 8th level strong individual should be radiating with energy. However, Uncle Wang's life force was weak to the point of concern, as if being continuously consumed by some invisible force. A bitter expression appeared on Wang Yangshi's face as he looked at Lin Tian, words unspoken. Can't hide it anymore, he thought to himself with self-mockery. This kid now has the power to slay gods. It's not apparent when we don't meet, but as soon as we do, how could he not notice my condition? Don't overthink it. Uncle Wang is fine, Wang Yangshi said with a tired smile, gesturing for Lin Tian to sit down. Your Uncle Wang is now the only and first 8th level Night Watcher in Xia. I've killed countless S-level anomalies. His words suddenly halted, as if something unspeakable was holding him back. How much time is left? Lin Tian did not sit down, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. In that moment, he suddenly understood many things: why the capital could still achieve victory after the appearance of the twin gods, why Uncle Jiang had that conflicted expression when mentioning Uncle Wang, and the real reason why the latter was unwilling to return from the capital. Wang Yangshi's words were interrupted, his voice catching in his throat. Eventually, he only managed to utter a few words softly. Not sure, shouldn't be much. This is the price of forcibly enhancing strength with forbidden objects. Or rather, it's a kind of trade. What Wang Yangshi didn't say was that the time could have been longer, but due to nearly 3 months of continuously eliminating S-level anomalies escaping from the rifts, his already limited lifespan was further dwindled. Hopefully, with the time left, I can at least celebrate a good new year, Wang Yangshi silently prayed in his heart. In the office, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the space. Lin Tian and Wang Yangshi sat across from each other, the tea on the table between them long gone cold. The afternoon light slanted through the gap in the curtains, leaving a slender golden line on the floor. After a long silence, Lin Tian raised his head, a determined glint in his eyes. He looked directly at Wang Shu's wrinkled yet resolute face, his internal balance tipping towards an irreversible decision. Uncle Wang, how can I enter the abyss? Lin Tian's voice was calm yet firm, each word weighed with immense gravity. The question carried a different significance now. Previously, diving into the abyss was just to observe the situation inside, but now, he had a clear goal: to find a way to delay or even cure Uncle Wang. This elder had forcefully fused with a forbidden object, advancing to the 8th level at the cost of his life. Given the current situation, Xia couldn't resolve the backlash from the special forbidden object. The only hope lay in the unopened treasure chests within the abyss. No. Wang Yangshi immediately raised his hand to signal his refusal, his brow furrowed. That's not a place for ordinary people. I don't agree. Uncle Wang, you know it, Lin Tian said, his voice steady but heavy with conviction. I must go down there. It's useless. Wang Yangshi seemed to see through the reason behind Lin Tian's actions. He sighed, a look of resignation in his eyes. He gently touched his chest, where an unknown transformation lay hidden. The special forbidden object has now become part of me, elevating me to the 8th level, but the cost is my life. He shook his head slowly, his expression calm. This backlash can't be interrupted or removed. At least for now, Uncle Wang is fine, and there's still time this year, next year. Lin Tian's voice was urgent, his eyes filled with reluctance. Uncle Wang, your strength is enough. A sudden wave of emotion hit Lin Tian, and he struggled to control himself, his voice trembling slightly. Uncle Wang, you can't fool me. Wang Yangshi's body trembled lightly, and he gave Lin Tian a wry smile, attempting to ease the tension with a joke. Your wings have grown hard, haven't they? Not even believing your Uncle Wang. It's not that I don't believe you. Lin Tian's voice was small, his head lowered, fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the sofa. Uncle Wang, you know your condition better than anyone. The gap between the 7th and 8th levels is a chasm, and the cost and backlash of forcefully crossing it with a forbidden object. Lin Tian's words trailed off. Through his unique perception, he could see the black mist slowly consuming the flame within Uncle Wang's chest. It represented the diminishing glow of life, sending a sharp pain through Lin Tian's heart. Wang Yangshi seemed unfazed, looking directly into Lin Tian's eyes. I don't want you diving into the abyss. There are too many unknowns there. Here, I can risk my life to protect you. But in the abyss, you'll be on your own, facing countless dangers unknown to Xia. I know, Uncle Wang. Lin Tian clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, though the pain couldn't compare to the turmoil inside. But right now, it's the only option. His gaze grew resolute, thoughts racing. If he couldn't find a solution on the 6th level, he would dive to the uncharted 7th. If not the 7th, then the 8th, the 9th, the 10th. If the abyss held no answers, he would even plead with the system, sacrificing everything he had now, just to give Uncle Wang a sliver of hope. Your mind is becoming restless again. Sensing Lin Tian's inner turmoil, the system, which had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up to remind him. The voice echoed in Lin Tian's consciousness, devoid of emotion, yet imbued with ancient wisdom. Everyone has their choices, and even if you sacrificed everything, I can't help you. This is fate, just like Xia now. Many once fought to hide it, sacrificing their lives to delay the eternal night era by thousands of years. Now the seal weakens, ancient gods are about to awaken, and Xia will once again become the last lone vessel in the storm. For you, for Uncle Wang, for everyone, as the one who wields the sword, stay calm. The system, unusually serious, resembled a sage more than its usual playful self, helping Lin Tian sort through his anxious emotions. Listening to the voice in his mind, Lin Tian slowly unclenched his fists, his troubled heart finally finding some peace. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming clear once more. It's not just for this, it's for Xia, for everyone. I'll handle everything below the 6th floor, Uncle Wang. You should get some rest, Lin Tian said, standing firmly in Wang Yangxi's office. Little Tian, you're underestimating your Uncle Wang, Wang Yangxi replied, his deep-set eyes expressing a hint of helplessness as he interlaced his fingers on the desk. As long as we're here, you'll never be at the forefront. Lin Tian remained silent, but the determination in his eyes gave Wang Yangxi a headache. The silence in the room was heavy, almost tangible. Do you have to go? Wang Yangxi finally broke the silence. I have to, Lin Tian answered. His tone was short and resolute. The air seemed to freeze. Wang Yangxi leaned back in his chair, feeling powerless for the first time. Even when facing two ancient gods with a gun in hand, he had absolute confidence. The sun would eventually set, and the golden spear would lose its shine, but until then, it remained bright. After several minutes, Wang Yangxi sighed, his shoulders relaxing slightly. You've grown up. Even your Uncle Wang can't persuade you anymore. Go if you must. He looked directly into Lin Tian's eyes. But remember, Uncle Wang is always in front of you. With those words, he seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Upon hearing the response, Lin Tian relaxed his tense shoulders and his expression softened. After a while, he looked at Uncle Wang, suddenly feeling awkward. Uncle Wang, what's wrong? He hesitated. How do I descend into the abyss? Wang Yangxi's eye twitched. About half an hour later, Lin Tian left his uncle's office, processing the information he had just received. Abyssal rifts are categorized as temporary or permanent. The former, like the one in Tian City's mall, gradually disappears after dealing with the calamity variant. But permanent rifts don't vanish even after eliminating the variants. They serve as gateways to the calamity abyss, the only way to enter it. It's getting late. Rest here tonight. Wang Yangxi's voice came from the doorway behind him. We'll discuss the abyss descent tomorrow. All right. Lin Tian showed no sign of relief as he turned to Wang Yangxi. You should rest early too, Uncle Wang. Cheer up. Your Uncle Wang is pretty impressive, Wang Yangxi grinned, trying to lighten the mood. Who knows? I might spontaneously break through to the 9th tier in a few days, and the backlash will naturally disappear. Descending from the 36th floor, Lin Tian held his room card as he made his way to the Night Watch Division's underground level. Many night watchmen stationed at headquarters chose to live here. As he walked, he searched for his room number, 006, 007, 008. Just then, he heard a familiar voice calling him. Little Tian. The voice was unmistakable. Lin Tian paused, then turned towards the sound. The underground level was designed like a guest house, with a spacious hallway leading to a central lobby. There, he spotted two familiar faces, members of the Red Moon Squad from Tian City, Chun Haoshuan and Wu Yu. Brother Tian, it really is you, Wu Yu exclaimed, rushing over in a bathrobe, visibly excited. Lin Tian looked at them, surprised. Why are you here? Where are Brother Yuan and Sister Qing? At his words, Wu Yu's excitement faded, and his shoulders drooped. Chun Haoshuan stood beside him, looking lost. He skipped over mentioning Yang Qing and spoke bitterly. Little Tian, the Red Moon Squad, has disbanded. Half an hour later, in the hall on the basement level, Chun Haoshuan sat under the cold fluorescent lights, looking worried as he nervously tapped his fingers on the table, recounting the entire story to Lin Tian. The air was thick with a heavy atmosphere. So you're saying Sister Qing was killed by cultists on the day of the divine battle, and Brother Yuan left Tian City shortly after? Lin Tian frowned slightly, disbelief evident in his eyes. Pretty much, Chun Haoshuan sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. Xiao Wu awakened his abilities during that battle and has been recuperating at headquarters for almost 3 months. He should be almost fully recovered by now. Beside him, Wu Yu clenched his fists, his voice filled with guilt. It's all my fault. If I had held on a bit longer, maybe Sister Qing wouldn't have died, and the Red Moon Squad wouldn't have disbanded. Lin Tian felt the weight in his chest grow heavier, as if a stone was pressing down on him. He took a deep breath and said softly, It's not your fault. He exhaled slowly. Is there still no news on Brother Yuan's whereabouts? None. Chun Haoshuan shook his head, his brow furrowed. After Captain Gao buried Vice Captain Yang, he left on his own without leaving any information. Even the Night Watch can't find a trace of him. As he spoke, he walked over to a vending machine nearby, inserted a few coins, and retrieved 3 bottles of juice. Here, for you too. Lin Tian took the juice, feeling the coldness of the bottle. Thanks. No need for thanks between us. Chen Haoshuan smiled slightly, took a sip of his juice, and changed the topic. But what about you? I heard you went to the youth training camp. How come you're in the capital? I spent 2 months as a bandit at the training camp and just left today. Lin Tian downed his juice in one go, the chill rushing to his head. He tilted his head back and exhaled. Phew, I am here in the capital to dive into the abyss. What? Chen Haoshuan almost spat out his juice upon hearing Lin Tian's intention to enter the calamity abyss, his eyes widening in shock. When? Tomorrow. Lin Tian's tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. Lin, you're really bold. Wu Yu immediately straightened up, admiration in his eyes as he looked at Lin Tian. I heard only night watchers with at least a year and a half of experience can enter the abyss. Let me think. You've been a night watcher for less than half a year, right? Lin Tian chuckled lightly, waving his right hand, then mimicking Uncle Wang's tone. It's just a phone call away. That's amazing. Wu Yu jumped up from his chair, his voice rising in excitement. I heard the abyss isn't safe. If you're not careful, you could go insane or, worse, lose all your sanity and become one of the creatures. I have to go into the abyss. Lin Tian sensed the curious stares from all around, quickly gesturing for Wu Yu to sit back down. Once the attention shifted away, he lowered his voice. This time, I'm going to try diving straight to the 7th layer. You can't be serious. Chen Haoshuan stared in disbelief at the 18-year-old in front of him, the juice bottle in his hand nearly crushed. Without an adaptation period, you're planning to dive into the 7th layer where no one has set foot before. You should have plenty of time. There's no need to take such a big risk. Chen Haoshuan set the juice bottle down, his expression serious. Every night watcher goes through an adaptation period after entering the calamity abyss for the first time. The initial impact of the abyss cells on the body can leave permanent damage if you're not careful. Even Wang Yangxi and Jiang Chengwen stopped at the edge of the 3rd layer on their first dive and needed over 2 weeks to recover. And they were already 5th level awakened at that time. Though he knew Lin Tian's strength, his eyes were filled with worry. Even a 7th level awakened would find the 6th layer their limit without an adaptation period, let alone the 7th layer, which no one in the Night Watch has reached in a century. Yeah, Lin, Wu Yu added, his excitement replaced by seriousness. Even though the Great Xia faces a crisis, it's not worth taking such a risk if something goes wrong. Don't worry, I have my plans. Lin Tian's eyes were firm, showing no hesitation. Lin Tian expertly tossed the juice bottle into the trash can and slowly stretched his tense neck while standing in place. Uncle Wang gazed at him with a serious expression. Given the current situation, there isn't much time left. If we don't hurry, there might really be no chance left. Since you've made your decision, we won't say more. Chen Haoshuan sat on the other side of the chair, looking directly at Lin Tian with a voice full of concern and hope. As long as you come back safely. Definitely. Lin Tian replied briefly and firmly. After returning to his arranged room, Lin Tian quickly freshened up. Uncle Wang had already emphasized several important points about descending into the abyss in the office. First, within the abyss of calamity, never release your mental power broadly to probe the surroundings. Second, wearing special forbidden attire can slow the abyss cell's harm to you, but after the 6th level, the requirements for forbidden items aren't as strict. Third, there's no light in the abyss. If you find the lower levels matching the rumored descriptions, don't linger, head back up immediately. The fourth and most crucial point is that when you feel your resistance to the abyss cells has reached its limit, do not push yourself, return quickly. Lin Tian repeatedly reminded himself of these points, then stepped into the bathroom for a cold shower. As the icy water flowed down from his head, his mind gradually calmed. 10 minutes later, he dressed and left the bathroom. Glancing at the time, it was already late at night. Lin Tian sat at the computer desk and inserted the USB drive he had obtained from Yi Xinyue into the computer. With some free time, he planned to preview the information about the deities. The USB contained records of 9 new deities from beyond, including Poseidon. Lin Tian's eyes first locked onto the information of the first deity on the screen, codenamed Toruk. An image of a deity with large, pure white wings unfurled behind it was awe-inspiring. The data showed that Toruk was first discovered at the highest peak in Daxia, hovering above the clouds like the ruler of the sky. Lin Tian immediately recognized that the second entry in the compendium was the example instructor Yi had shown them during their extension class, codenamed Poseidon. A close reading of its detailed information revealed that Poseidon was first discovered at a 10th centimeter peak, marking the first time humans observed a deity. This ocean ruler exuded an aura of majesty and escaped beyond Daxia after being heavily injured by the night patrol. The next information indicated that it was now outside of Daxia, forming its own cult of followers after cleansing foreign anomalies. The information ended abruptly there. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, most concerned about the final words. Could the master of that tarot organization be this blue jellyfish head? Although there was no definitive evidence, the possibility couldn't be ignored. Subsequent information about other new deities was noticeably scarce, with only code names, the first sighting locations, and some records of skirmishes with the night patrol, but no further details. Having skimmed through the new deities' information, Lin Tian quickly turned his attention to the last page of the compendium. In the central area, two photos of ancient deities immediately caught his eye. What shocked him even more was that both deities bore a common mark of scarlet, eye emanating orange-red flames. Lin Tian focused intently, his gaze locked onto the identical markings on the bodies of two ancient gods. In his mind, images from the day of the divine battle flashed. When he faced off against Sotoxin, the same mark was present on that blood-red glowing spear. Three ancient gods, all bearing the exact same mark. What does this signify? Leaning back in his chair, Lin Tian's mind raced. A symbol of the same tribe? Or perhaps a sign of some special status? Could it really be a slave mark? The system once mentioned that ancient gods were the most powerful race in the cosmos. Once, that word suddenly loomed large in his mind. Could it really be a slave mark? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. If that's the case, ugh, he pressed his temples abruptly. My brain's about to fry. What started as a simple research task suddenly became overwhelmingly complex. He decided not to ponder it further. The three ancient gods shared similar auras and markings, yet their forms and natures were vastly different. Compared to the new gods, the ancient gods were indeed diverse. The new gods descended upon Blue Star to revive the ancient gods. So why were the ancient gods sealed beneath Blue Star? With the current information, these mysteries seemed unsolvable no matter how hard he thought. Lin Tian stretched his stiff body and stood up from his chair. Enough thinking. Time for sleep. The next morning, Lin Tian woke up in bed. Today was the day he planned to dive into the abyss. Thud, thud, thud. The door was pounded heavily. Groggily, Lin Tian opened it, only to be engulfed in darkness the next moment. He frowned slightly and looked up. A pile of dark, mountainous items tumbled towards him as the door opened. What the? Lin Tian couldn't dodge in time and was buried under the heap. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. An attack? But this was the headquarters of the Night Patrol Division. Who would dare? Was it some high-level awakened individual with a sandstorm burial ability? Lin Tian's foggy mind snapped into focus. He emerged from the pile, his head poking out to see Uncle Wang's beaming face. Xiao Tian. Wang Yangshi cleared his throat. Uncle Wang didn't have much to offer you, so I just got 2 or 3 dozen special-grade forbidden items and over 100 high-grade ones from Huang, plus a protective suit made from abyss materials. Lin Tian was dumbfounded. What? He wondered if he had misheard. You call this simple? The black sword he had broken before wasn't even counted. The Night Patrol Division had just over 50 special-grade forbidden items, and Uncle Wang had managed to get half of them? And you're sure you got them, not stole them? Don't worry, Huang is thrilled that you're personally diving into the abyss. Wang Yangshi looked at Lin Tian with concern. Xiao Tian, take these. If they aren't enough, Uncle Wang will get more. Huang would love it if I did. Lin Tian swallowed, staring blankly at Uncle Wang. Really? Uncle Wang never lies. Meanwhile, in the main office, Huang Yunfei sipped his coffee, a satisfied smile on his face. With that young man diving into the abyss, the hopes of Xia are much brighter. As he left his office, he suddenly remembered. Oh right, yesterday that Wang guy wanted 2 special-grade forbidden items for his nephew's protection. I should check how many he took. As Huang Yunfei descended in the elevator to the 4th basement level, he navigated through layers of security checks before finally arriving at the room where forbidden items were stored. He pushed open the heavy steel door, and as the gap widened, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining with anticipation. When the door was fully open, he squinted and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Oh, so there are only 2 left, Huang Yunfei murmured, with a tone that mixed disappointment and satisfaction. Well, that's very Wang Yangshi. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lin Tian was organizing all the forbidden items into a pile. Wang Yangshi stood nearby, his brow furrowed. Xiao Tian, are you sure you don't want them? Wang Yangshi couldn't help but ask, his voice full of concern. Maybe you should take them, just to be safe. No need, Uncle Wang. Lin Tian explained patiently. These don't really help me much. He could clearly feel a strong repulsion from the wooden sword in his hand towards the forbidden items brought from the abyss of calamity. He had noticed this even before going to the training camp. When the special-grade forbidden black sword shattered, he hadn't used much force. This could only mean one thing: the wooden sword had a latent consciousness and would autonomously attack upon sensing forbidden items. Lin Tian felt secretly pleased, so the blame for breaking the black sword couldn't be on him. It was the wooden sword's fault entirely. Perfect. All right, don't push yourself too hard, Wang Yangshi said in a low voice. Uncle Wang will be fine here. Take care of yourself. In the end, Wang Yangshi couldn't change Lin Tian's mind. At that moment, he was like a father worried sick about his son. Hours later, outside the capital city, Lin Tian sat in the car, looking out at one of the 2 permanent rifts in the Great Xia. Layers of sturdy defenses had been erected around it, with hundreds of night patrols taking turns keeping watch, their vigilant eyes scanning for any potential danger. Despite Uncle Wang personally driving, they were still subjected to repeated checks along the way. A few minutes later, Lin Tian finally stood before the abyssal rift. Hollow roars echoed from the gap, and specks of blue crystal dust drifted eerily in the air. After completing the final round of checks, Lin Tian took a deep breath and stood at the edge of the rift. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the scenery within the abyss of calamity. A few floating alien species flitted across his vision, strange algae swayed in the darkness, and lanternfish with huge teeth swam toward the light. They instinctively sensed the presence of prey. However, upon realizing Lin Tian was the one staring from the rift's edge, the situation quickly reversed. The prey was actually them. Driven by instinctive fear, the alien species swiftly vanished from the first layer of the abyss. Don't worry, Xiao Tian, just relax. Wang Yangshi stood beside him, his face full of concern. At that moment, he truly seemed like a father with countless things to say, but ultimately remained silent. After a while, Wang Yangshi gently placed a hand on Lin Tian's shoulder. If you really encounter danger, Uncle Wang will risk everything to tear open this abyss. Wait for my good news. Lin Tian smiled at Uncle Wang. I'm strong, even stronger than you now. Nonsense. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Wang Yangshi's worried face. He looked at Lin Tian and teased. You're getting ahead of yourself. Does Uncle Wang need your protection? Hee hee. Lin Tian scratched the back of his head, then took a step forward and leaped into the abyss. All right. Wang Yangshi's smile instantly vanished, his expression becoming extremely serious. Come back safely. I will. Lin Tian's voice echoed from the abyss, firm and resolute. Stepping into the abyss, Lin Tian's vision went dark. Almost immediately, an unfamiliar sensation swept over his body, accompanied by intense dizziness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself on the first layer of the calamity abyss. Looking around, he noticed the space was filled with dark blue luminescent particles, known as abyss cells according to the records of the Night Patrol. These cells seemed to have a consciousness of their own, sensing the intrusion of a living being, and like a pre-programmed navigation system, they eagerly burrowed into Lin Tian's skin. Hiss! Lin Tian observed the abyss cells penetrating his skin, feeling a strange sensation throughout his body. However, unlike others' experiences, these cells, which were supposed to assimilate his mind and spirit, left him completely unscathed. His sanity value showed no signs of decreasing. This anomaly made Lin Tian ponder. It seemed he possessed a strong resistance to the side effects of these abyss cells. While ordinary people might lose 1 point of sanity every second on this layer, he was able to recover 20 points, or even more per second. Could it be because of the sword heart? Although it was just a hypothesis, given the current situation, it seemed quite likely. Abyss cells could corrode the minds and spirits of the awakened, while the sword heart's effect was to keep a swordsman's mind pure and clear for extended periods. That familiar taste. Xinyang, how have you been hanging on the clothes rack? Lin Tian glanced up at the crack he had come through, then shifted his gaze downward, diving deeper at an incredible speed. Based on the Night Patrol's calculations over the years, the first layer was about 1,000 meters deep. Visibility was extremely low, with a bluish glow covering the entire space. Occasionally, roars from some gigantic creature echoed from lower layers, while peculiar plants grew on the slag-covered stone walls. This was the abyss, the source of calamity. As he descended, Lin Tian suddenly yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. This place was like a space filled with oxygen. Although the environment resembled a deep sea thousands of meters down, only those who experienced it firsthand knew there was no water, just the unique characteristics of this space. Around the nearby rock walls, opened abyss chests were scattered, their contents having been discovered and taken back to Xia by previous generations of night patrollers over the past century. Lin Tian didn't linger on the first layer. The different species there fled from him as if he were a specter, unwilling to come near. His presence turned the area into a safe zone. Seeing a single different species within 100 meters would be an affront to his abilities. In just a moment, Lin Tian descended below 1,000 meters into the second layer of the abyss. The surrounding light dimmed significantly. As soon as he entered the second layer, Lin Tian's brow furrowed sharply. The rate of abyss cells invading his body was more than twice as fast as on the first layer, and he sensed subtle changes occurring within him. For some reason, Lin Tian regretted his decision. TSK, I regret coming down here wearing so little. He rubbed his aching nose, shivering slightly in the near-freezing temperatures. Why is it so cold? It's hard to imagine that in such a freezing environment, he was only wearing shorts and a t-shirt, without even a jacket. Lin Tian was slightly annoyed, recalling that Uncle Wang had once given him a protective suit, one of whose features was temperature regulation. Lin Tian stood at the entrance of the abyss, silently regretting his decision. I'm still too young, he thought. I should have dressed warmer. He felt the biting cold of the first layer of the abyss and furrowed his brow. Unfortunately, there was no turning back now. He had to grit his teeth and continue descending. If he went back up, He couldn't imagine how others would perceive him. They would likely think he couldn't handle the pressure of the catastrophic abyss and had no choice but to return. In reality, an absurd image flashed through Lin Tian's mind. Him climbing back up, gasping for breath, and cheerfully telling Uncle Wang, "Uncle Wang, I'm a bit cold. I'll grab a jacket and head back down." "That's a bit too abstract," Lin Tian muttered, shaking his head to dismiss the comical image. It wasn't just abstract, it would damage his reputation. He could accept the former, but the latter was unacceptable. "Let's do this." Lin Tian nodded with determination and continued his descent. The depth of the second layer of the abyss was similar to the first, about 1,000 meters. However, the strength of the creatures here had drastically increased. Black octopuses, clams with blood-red eyes, and grotesque giant squids lurked around. Lin Tian scanned the various creatures with a calm demeanor, though internally, he felt a slight disturbance. Something was off. Very off. Typically, the second layer's creatures were around level, with level ones appearing rarely. Yet, he had descended less than 200 meters and already detected over 20 level creatures, not to mention the presence of a level ones. Roar! Suddenly, dozens of level creatures lunged at Lin Tian. Tisk! Lin Tian clicked his tongue dismissively, conjuring a wooden sword with a single hand, formed from concentrated sword intent. "Don't get in my way," he said impatiently, waving his hand. The sword intent transformed into a chaotic storm, shredding the dozen or so creatures before him. In the abyss, creatures above level had a strong sense of territoriality. Entering their territory would inevitably provoke an attack, even among their kind. As the sound of battle echoed, other creatures rushed over. Roar! Several level creatures communicated with their eyes. The giant squid's eyes glinted. "This human is strong. Should we launch a sneak attack?" The blood-eyed clam subtly moved. "Sounds good. You lead, and I'll finish them off." The ghost-faced octopus waved its tentacles. "Stop dawdling. Move aside and let me handle this." The squid and clam retreated in unison. "All right, brave warrior." The two creatures looked at the octopus with admiration for its courage. In the next moment, the leading level ghost-faced octopus, along with a dozen followers, was effortlessly annihilated. The giant squid was stunned. The clam slowly opened and closed. "Should we still finish them off?" The giant squid suddenly turned around. "I forgot to feed my kid. See you." The clam left behind a string of symbols. Once most of the surrounding creatures were dealt with, Lin Tian stood atop a mound of their remains, gazing deeper into the abyss. What on earth is happening down there? He wondered, frowning as he pondered what could drive these creatures from the lower layers to the surface. Something that even these creatures feared. Lin Tian recalled a rumor about the catastrophic abyss. It can't be, he thought, as an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. He emitted a powerful sword intent, carving a path ahead. Driven by curiosity to uncover the truth, Lin Tian transformed into a sword-like shadow and swiftly descended further into the abyss. The abyss, level 5. At this moment, the scene within the abyss was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. An inexplicable background music echoed in the ears, like ghostly whispers that were deeply unsettling. Lin Tian stood still, feeling the changes around him. Suddenly, a massive shadow brushed past him, a colossal creature resembling a shark. Its hollow, indifferent eyes glanced over his figure before moving straight upward. An class variant. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils contracted slightly. Even a creature of this level was fleeing from below. What on earth was happening down there? As he ventured deeper into the 5th level of the catastrophe abyss, the surrounding environment silently transformed. The characteristics of the space began to change, and the abyss stones that once lined the edges were gradually replaced by another kind of rock. The rare flat rock layers continuously emitted scorching hot white mist, and flowers that seemed to grow from hell bloomed on the rocky ground. Cautiously, Lin Tian found a piece of flat ground and carefully extended his finger to touch the erupting white mist. Hiss! The burning sensation spread instantly through his fingertips, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Even with his current physique, he couldn't withstand the intense heat. Lin Tian frowned, contemplating. If other night watchers came here unaware and got sprayed by this mist, they'd be cooked medium well at the very least. Is this thing really that dangerous? Lin Tian rubbed his chin, scrutinizing the stone vent spewing the white mist. No way, I can't just leave empty-handed. His gaze shifted to the abyss gravel walls explicitly marked as indestructible in the records. Indestructible? Just not enough power. Lin Tian sneered, drawing his longsword and striking fiercely at the stone wall. Boom. After a deafening explosion, the stone wall, tens of meters high, collapsed in an instant, shattering into countless pieces scattered across the ground. Strangely, the fallen abyss stones did not stir up any dust. Lin Tian bent down to pick up a stone and strode over to the vents emitting the white mist. He waited for the right moment and stuffed the stone into the vent. Darn it, let's see you spray now. He didn't forget to stomp on it twice to ensure the stone was firmly lodged in the vent. Stone vent? You're pretty good, huh? And so, for the next while, Lin Tian embarked on an endless journey of plugging vents. Plug, and plug again. He worked while talking to himself. Some class variants, focused on fleeing to the upper levels, passed by and looked at Lin Tian, who was busy blocking vents, with bewildered expressions, as if watching a madman. Finally, through Lin Tian's relentless efforts, all the vents spewing scorching white mist on the 5th level were blocked. If visibility were enhanced, the area would appear as flat as a plane. Lin Tian clapped the dust off his hands with satisfaction and nodded. Without the white mist, and excluding the potential threat of abyss cells, the danger level of the 5th layer was at least halved. Afterward, Lin Tian didn't forget to open all the treasure chests around that the Night Watchman hadn't discovered yet. They contained unique materials from the abyss and a few forbidden items. Unfortunately, 9 out of 10 items were intermediate forbidden items, making it unlikely to find anything that could neutralize the side effects of top-tier forbidden items. As a bandit trained at the youth training camp for 2 months, a sack was an essential piece of equipment Lin Tian carried at all times. He quickly stuffed the looted forbidden items into the sack and hid the sack in a recessed crevice, planning to take it out with him later. Having completed all this, Lin Tian walked to the edge of the rocky ground. Below lies the 6th layer of the Abyss of Calamity. A bluish-green glow eerily refracts from the depths, illuminating the entire space. The contrast between the 6th and 5th layers is stark. The environment here is noticeably brighter, yet Lin Tian's attention is entirely captivated by the surrounding scenery. Broken stone pillars stand all around, with half-bodied knight statues silently narrating tales of a fierce battle. As Lin Tian strolled through, traces of past skirmishes were visible everywhere. In a massive chasm, remnants of sharp, chilling spear intent lingered. As Lin Tian circled around the 6th layer, his brows furrowed. Never mind encountering any anomalies, just these treasure chests. He glanced around, suddenly realizing something. What the heck? Are there fewer unopened chests on the 6th layer than the 5th? Scattered open chests suggested someone had plundered through. A figure popped into Lin Tian's mind. TCH, could it be Uncle Wang? Seems like no one else could do this. Disregarding the 5th layer's treasures, going straight for the 6th. No wonder he's considered the rogue of the previous night patrol. If Wang Yangshi had indeed been here, Lin Tian's prospects for further looting were slim. Knew Uncle Wang's personality well enough to understand that no treasure would be left behind. The 6th layer was significantly larger than the 5th, with towering stone walls and maze-like, intricate paths. Yet, as a system owner, Lin Tian didn't take the usual routes. He immediately swung his sword forward, slicing through the air. Stone walls blocking the way. Like a maze? Complex terrain? Just cut it all down and clear the path. Simple as that. Lin Tian chuckled. Though he wasn't sure of the route to the 7th layer, it didn't matter. Guess I'll just clear out the 6th layer entirely. A nearby mountain, now half its size, seemed to agree with him. Suddenly, a shadow darted past behind Lin Tian. Who's there? His expression sharpened as he swiftly swung his wooden sword behind him. Boom. The sword intent swept through, but only struck the stone wall. Missed. Lin Tian's brows knitted slightly. He couldn't have been mistaken. Something had definitely flown by. Unlike the anomalies that only fled, this one had a clear target him. Meanwhile, the depths echoed with an eerie whispering, a sinister backdrop to the unsettling atmosphere of the space. Lin Tian gripped his sword, eyes fixed forward, and coldly demanded, "Show yourself." His voice reverberated through the space. Oddly, the shadow seemed to have vanished. Lin Tian stomped heavily on the ground, a wicked grin forming. Everyone knew that when Lin Tian smiled, the outcome was unpredictable. "Hide, go ahead. I love playing hide and seek. Such a treat." With those words, Lin Tian thrust his wooden sword into the stone ground. With a powerful hand, his overwhelming sword intent transformed into countless threads, surging underground. "Shatter!" Lin Tian shouted. The solid ground suddenly cracked, with countless fissures spreading across the entire 6th layer. Boom! Mighty sword intent erupted from beneath, and in the next moment, the surface of the 6th layer shattered completely, the stone walls collapsing thunderously. What was once a complex maze now lay flat like a plane. Lin Tian stepped forward with his sword, smiling amicably at the anomaly standing amidst the rubble. "Hello there." The shadow glanced around the devastated ruins, stunned. In the face of all that had transpired, it was completely bewildered. The shadow froze. It stood still among the collapsing abyssal rock walls, as the surrounding stone crumbled away, revealing the space that had been hidden. Lin Tian wore a composed smile, his gaze fixed on this mysterious presence. Although his view was limited and he couldn't see the entire form, as the obstructive rock walls disappeared, the shadow's outline gradually became clear. Upon closer inspection, it was a humanoid creature. Its entire body emitted a dark glow, with pitch-black, soulless eyes like the abyss, and exposed bone spurs that were sharp and terrifying. The most striking feature was the 2 pairs of wings on its back, reminiscent of an alien, which immediately heightened Lin Tian's alertness. Lin Tian was internally shocked, vividly recalling the records on this type of creature from the USB drive Uncle Jiang had first given him. He had initially believed these creatures were assimilated from the Night Watchers, but was puzzled as to why the fallen Night Watchers would grow wings. Now, it seemed they might originate from an entirely different species. More concerning was that Uncle Wang and Uncle Jiang had previously only encountered two-winged creatures, whereas this one had four wings. It's glass. Lin Tian warily eyed the motionless shadow, sensing that the other was also searching for the right moment to strike. In an instant, the four-winged shadow vanished, reappearing in an eerily distorted form. It twisted its skeletal body, moving swiftly through the sixth layer of the abyss in a bizarre manner. The shadow's throat emitted a dry, low growl as stinking, ancient curse-marked sludge seeped from its body, gradually forming a cross-shaped spear. Whoosh! The spear flew rapidly from the shadow's hand. Lin Tian dared not be careless, realizing this was no ordinary glass creature. With a light flick of his wooden sword, the power of the Kunpeng within him resonated like a great bell. In a flash, the wooden sword brushed past countless abyssal cells, colliding fiercely with the dark spear. The sound of the collision amplified and echoed throughout the sixth layer of the abyss. By the third second, the spear finally shattered, dissolving into a pool of corrosive sludge. The shadow flapped its four wings, its jaws moving incessantly, producing a sound. Sin, judgment. The voice was as grating and harsh as dried mud that had been untouched for a century. It can speak. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. The last time I encountered a talking one was the last time. He paused. Well, all right. He recalled the first time he met a talking creature, the black moth. But the situation was urgent, and Lin Tian had no time to ponder. Instantly, thousands of swords formed from condensed sword intent appeared around his wooden sword. This shadow had been delaying too long. A swift resolution was necessary. 10,000 swords as one. Lin Tian murmured, forming a hand seal, uniting the myriad swords into one, and then swung it forward. The shadow appeared devoid of emotion, unaware of fear, advancing instead of retreating in the face of the sword light that dwarfed it by hundreds of times. It continuously shrieked, "Epic! Judgment!" Before the words finished, the shadow was completely obliterated by the sword strike. Its dark, fallen body was destroyed, leaving only the upper half and its four wings. Lin Tian stepped forward, observing the half-bodied creature, as if suddenly struck by a thought. Two wings, for wings, and it can speak. Lin Tian murmured to himself, furrowing his brow as he stared intently at the remains of the strange creature before him. Could this thing have been an angel before it was assimilated by the anomaly? He stroked his chin, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Is it true? Do angels really exist? As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Tian suddenly had a revelation. Come to think of it, if gods in the abyss of calamity exist, then the existence of angels seems reasonable. It suddenly all makes sense. Refocusing on the creature's corpse, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. But the real question is, why are angels, assimilated by abyssal cells, appearing in the abyss of calamity? Recalling the records from the Night Watch, his frown deepened. The Night Watch has never delved into this issue, and they were unaware of the existence of angels. Even in the past decades, only the weakest two-winged angel has ever been encountered. Standing up straight, Lin Tian's eyes gazed beyond the edge of the abyss's sixth layer into the deeper darkness. All signs point to one thing: that angels corrupted into anomalies must exist below the seventh layer of the abyss. Otherwise, the Night Watch would have discovered them. Thinking about the behaviors of those anomalies escaping to the upper layers, a realization dawned in his eyes. Considering those anomalies that fled upwards, the truth becomes clear. With a sly smile, Lin Tian strode confidently to the edge of the sixth layer, his gaze piercing into the deeper shadows. It's most likely caused by this group of corrupted angels. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Tian made a decision. Since Uncle Wang has already been here at the sixth layer, there's no need for me to linger. Having dealt with the anomaly-turned four-winged angel, Lin Tian looked unwaveringly at the uncharted seventh layer of the abyss and leapt down without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Capital Headquarters office, nearly 7 days had passed since Lin Tian entered the abyss. Wang Yangshi absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the desk, his eyes on the documents he was handling, unable to calm his mind. The time flow in the abyss of calamity differs from the real world, he murmured to himself. In the abyss, it might feel like only a few hours have passed, but in reality, it could be days or even more. He looked up at the ceiling, his eyes filled with concern and an inexplicable anxiety in his heart. At that moment, the office door opened with a faint creak. Director Huang Yunfei entered, visibly fatigued, carrying a thick stack of data files. He sat heavily opposite Wang Yangshi, his face troubled. Wang Yangshi's gaze fell on the files in Huang Yunfei's hands, and he spoke softly. What's wrong? Huang Yunfei shook his head, placing the files on the desk, his voice somber. The frequency of rift appearances has increased again this month. Not only that, but the levels of anomalies have also generally risen. With a complex expression, Huang Yunfei tapped the edge of the files. Given the current situation, the casualties among the Night Watch have far exceeded the number of new recruits. Relying solely on the growth of this generation is no longer enough. Wang Yangshi lowered his head, fingers interlaced under his chin, deep in thought. After a long pause, he slowly looked up. The Night Watch is now widely known across Xia, yet the numbers still fall short. Huang Yunfei's expression turned slightly disappointed, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Ordinary people still harbor a deep-seated fear of anomalies and deities, these sudden unknown entities. It's not easy to erase that fear. These things abruptly entering their lives feels too abrupt. He continued, the department has attempted to issue a recruitment call into Xia. Rubbing his temples, Huang Yunfei's face grew more troubled. But the results show that most people are driven by curiosity, and some merely want to become awakened ones to show off and fulfill their fantasies. Very few genuinely wish to become Night Watchers. The seventh layer of the abyss. Even Lin Tian, with his sword heart, was beginning to feel an inexplicable pressure here. Unlike the smooth, spherical abyss cells of the previous 6 layers, the cells on the 7th layer resembled sharp blades like an enhanced Promax version. The pollution in the air had increased significantly, and the surroundings were eerily silent, with not a single creature in sight. Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings. In the pitch-dark and gloomy space, countless strange statues, covered in cracks, stood silently. Yet, there was no sign of the legendary dragon whose mere gaze could illuminate the entire abyss. Since stepping into the 7th layer, his subconscious had already ignored the concept of time. How long had he been here? How deep had he ventured? These questions were beyond his knowledge. The only choice now was to continue deeper. Lin Tian found a spot to rest for a moment. The 7th layer was a no man's land, with a few deep blue treasure chests emitting a faint glow along the walls. Without hesitation, he decisively opened each chest. Seeing the abundance of materials and forbidden items inside, Lin Tian felt a surge of joy. 2 high-grade forbidden items, 1 special-grade forbidden item, and a large amount of abyss-specific materials, luminous crystals, void abyss stones, and even melted slag ores. These were the best raw materials for scientific research in Xia, and the department urgently needed them to develop more advanced instruments. He collected all the items from the chests, but unfortunately, he did not find what he truly sought. These forbidden items were of no help to Uncle Wang's current situation. With no other choice, after confirming that the area had been thoroughly searched, Lin Tian decided to venture further. In the darkness, Lin Tian continued to descend, with the surrounding bluish glow quickly fading. The visibility, which initially spanned 2 to 3 meters, had now sharply dropped to less than half a meter. Just as he was puzzling over this, a massive stone pillar suddenly appeared ahead, blocking his path. Lin Tian halted, reaching out to touch the surface of the pillar. It was made of the same material as the previous shattered statues, with intricate and elongated patterns. Despite countless years of stillness, the winged designs on its surface remained clearly discernible. The passage ahead was completely blocked, leaving him no choice but to climb down along the pillar. Logically, such a pillar would only appear in structures like palaces or cathedrals. How could it exist in the 7th layer of the abyss? While pondering this, he reached the base of the pillar. Moving around it, he looked up, and the sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. How is this possible? Lin Tian exclaimed in shock. Standing before him was a magnificent and colossal ruin. Dark lacquered stones were embedded in the stone walls, and eerie blue flames burned inexplicably within the ruins. Lin Tian suppressed the turmoil within his heart. Why was there a ruin here? Was it built by someone, or had it been swallowed into the abyss? He carefully observed the interior of the ruins. Blue torches hung high on the stone walls above, emitting a cold glow. Holding his wooden sword, Lin Tian cautiously entered the ruins. The gate was long dilapidated, and there were still no creatures in sight. As he ventured deeper, Lin Tian gradually discovered, this place doesn't seem like a grand hall. Flickering blue torches cast shadows on the dim walls, while iron thorns protrude menacingly from the cracks in the stone. Skull-shaped bricks embedded in the walls gaze at intruders with a deathly stare. Everything here silently declares that this is more a dungeon of punishment than a sacrificial hall. Crunch. Lin Tian froze as he heard a sharp sound beneath his feet. Looking down, he realized he had stepped on a long decomposed skeleton, breaking part of it. The remains rested quietly against the stone wall, draped in a dust-covered dark brown cloak, resembling a guardian who has waited for a millennium. If it were just an ordinary skeleton, Lin Tian might not have paid it much attention. But standing at the bottom of the 7th layer of the abyss, his heart pounded with the terrifying realization that someone had been here before him. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of the bones. The records of the Night Watch clearly stated that the highest layer reached was the 6th. No one had ever ventured to the 7th. There was no reason for either the Night Watch or his uncle to deceive him. The only explanation was that this skeleton likely belonged to someone from ancient times. Lin Tian speculated that its owner might have been one of those who sealed the ancient gods deep within the blue star. But why did such a powerful being die in this dungeon? Suddenly, a more horrifying thought struck him. His gaze instinctively shifted to the darkness deeper within the dungeon. Could it be that this predecessor sacrificed themselves to suppress some terrifying entity here? Thud. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, a chilling fear spreading through him. If that were true, could those entities have already escaped? Lin Tian awkwardly scratched his head, carefully withdrawing the foot that had accidentally broken the bone. A hint of guilt crossed his face, and he solemnly bowed slightly to the skeleton. I meant no disrespect. When I have the chance, I'll replace your right leg with a 24K gold one. Apology made, Lin Tian picked up his wooden sword and ventured further into the depths of the dungeon. The scale of the dungeon far exceeded his expectations. He felt as though he had been walking for ages without reaching an end. The blue torches ahead formed a glowing path, guiding his way. The air was frigid, filled with a nauseating stench of decay. As he ventured deeper, more chains hanging from the stone walls came into view, though whatever had been imprisoned there was long gone. Lin Tian's nerves were on edge, his instincts telling him he was uncovering a monumental secret. Could this place hold the origins of the abyss? Lost in speculation, Lin Tian suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath him, nearly sending him plummeting down. Thankfully, his quick reflexes allowed him to step back in time, avoiding the fall. A pit. Standing at the edge, Lin Tian peered into the bottomless black hole. The nauseating stench emanated from there. He pondered, wondering if others would turn back at this point. But was he just anyone? Maybe I should look back. Just then, a system unexpectedly interrupted Lin Tian's bold thoughts. What? Lin Tian was surprised by the system's sudden intervention. Look back at what? There's something behind you that you need to see. Something? Puzzled, Lin Tian turned around and followed the system's guidance to a circular hall. Sure enough, the black walls were adorned with strange carvings and ancient runes that were incomprehensible to him. Lin Tian. Who on earth wrote these characters? The system seemed to ignore Lin Tian's question, continuing on its own. The land of the unbounded? Lin Tian frowned as the system suddenly mentioned this unfamiliar term. Neither he nor the Night Watch had any records of it. The land of the unbounded exists above the void. Chaos is its hallmark, the origin of all disorder and ultimate calamity. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's ear with a hint of gravity. He examined the patterns on the stone wall, looking at each one in turn. The first mural depicted a gray stone palace floating in the vast void, with endless darkness overhead. There were no stars, no signs of life, only emptiness and chaos pervading the scene. Following the system's interpretation, Lin Tian gradually understood the mural's content. The second mural portrayed a figure wearing a red hood, who had arrived at the stone palace and sat on the throne. Below the palace steps, four knights were kneeling in reverence. System, do you know who these four horsemen and the hooded figure are? Lin Tian asked, his eyes fixed on the mural. The system was silent for a long time, seemingly contemplating how to respond. When it finally spoke, its voice carried a noticeable hesitation, as if reluctant to reveal the hooded figure's identity, either out of fear or some other concern. Those four beneath the hall are, by today's standards, known as the horsemen of the apocalypse. Apocalypse? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. That's right. Plague, war, famine, death. They are the embodiments of chaos, and even the once rulers of the starry universe, the gods, must bow before them. Their arrival heralds the onset of the ultimate calamity. At this point, Lin Tian suddenly interrupted. Wait. I'm asking about the one wearing the hood. He stared at the system. Speak up. Unknown. The system replied briefly. Lin Tian, I swear I can't stand riddles. Lin Tian muttered, continuing to study the mural. Next was the third mural, depicting the interior of the stone palace. The hooded figure stood in the hall, surrounded by indescribable creatures' eyes, skeletons, and two specter-like entities. Judging by the depiction, this hooded figure seemed to be the leader of the land of the unbounded. Just as Lin Tian was about to move to the fourth mural, something caught his eye, revealing another significant clue. Shock flashed in his eyes because above the figure, there was also a crimson eye symbol, one he knew all too well. What? Lin Tian exclaimed. The ancient gods had it, and this hooded figure has it too. Ouch, that hurts. A sharp pain surged through him, and Lin Tian felt his head might explode. I'm going to get a headache. Yet, the information he had wasn't enough to keep thinking. Helplessly, Lin Tian rubbed his temples and turned to the fourth mural. The final mural showed hundreds of dark creatures kneeling beneath the stone palace, with the hooded figure standing above them. Here, the mural's content abruptly ended. Dear youth, this is all the help I can offer. The system's voice suddenly chimed in. Some things, if known too soon, could lead to undesirable consequences. All you need to know is that the Great Xia is teetering, and the ultimate calamity has had its sights set on it for millennia. After this, the system fell silent, No matter how Lin Tian called out, it did not respond. Lin Tian, thank you, he muttered to himself. I can't rely on the system anyway. He decided to memorize all the content of the murals. While he might not be able to access this information now, he couldn't rule out the possibility of encountering it in the future, just like the abyss of calamity where he currently found himself. Perhaps when the so-called eternal night era arrives, this boundless land will also join the fray in Xia. Lin Tian sneered, thinking to himself, what can I say? It's ridiculous. Why not bring 2 more? Then we can have a full table for mahjong. Do they really think Xia is that easy to bully? After noting his thoughts, Lin Tian focused his attention on the deep pit in front of the dungeon. A strong stench of decay hit him, causing his stomach to churn. Who did that inside? Lin Tian frowned and complained. It didn't smell this strong just a moment ago. How did it intensify so quickly? He glanced around. The 7th layer was now completely isolated by this eerie dungeon, with the bottomless black hole serving as the only path forward. Lin Tian pondered seriously. Could this be the passage to the 8th layer? No way. Lin Tian shook his head and sighed. If I hadn't found the remains of the ancestors suppressing this place at the stone wall when I came in, I would have leveled this place. What a pity. There were still many mysteries about this place, and he wasn't sure what consequences would follow if he destroyed the dungeon. No choice, I have to go in. Lin Tian covered his forehead with one hand, took a deep breath, and resolutely plunged into the dark abyss. Inside the black hole, the surroundings were tightly bound by countless bronze chains, with many alien skeletons hanging from them, eerie and terrifying. On both sides, strange blue flames burned, casting an eerie glow over the entire space. If only there was some background music, the atmosphere would be perfect, Lin Tian muttered as he continued to descend. The dungeon seemed endless. After descending for a while, he looked up, and the opening was now only the size of a peanut, yet there was still no sign of reaching the bottom. The stench grew stronger and more suffocating. Countless chains moved in the air without wind, making crisp sounds, as if whispering some unknown secret. After descending several thousand meters, Lin Tian finally spotted a platform not far below where he could land. Reaching the deepest part of the dungeon, darkness enveloped him, with skulls piled into a mountain of corpses, shocking to behold. Blood trickled down from the stone walls like tears or rain. The air echoed with the roars of countless vengeful spirits, sending chills down his spine. Lin Tian stared ahead, his heart suddenly racing, an inexplicable pressure weighing on him. Something's in the depths, he murmured, stepping cautiously through the sticky black blood beneath his feet. The path was broad, paved entirely with dark skull tiles. On either side stood terrifying statues representing divine punishment, their devilish eyes fixed on Lin Tian, as if ready to come alive at any moment. The more daunting it was, the more intense Lin Tian's curiosity grew, eager to uncover the secrets hidden in the depths. Suddenly, he realized he had reached the end of the dungeon. Lin Tian hurried forward, standing at the edge of the opening, astounded to find an even more vast and boundless space beyond. Is this the 8th layer of the abyss? Lin Tian wondered, glancing around. He stood at the edge of a cliff, countless deep red chains hanging down from the top of this space, extending into the endless abyss. Buzz. At that moment, a soul-stirring, hollow whisper suddenly echoed through the space. The voice seemed to embody the will of atonement and punishment, shaking the soul. As the whisper resonated, the countless chains began to shake violently from below, as if some terrifying presence was about to break free from beneath the cliff. Lin Tian held his breath, his mind tense, as he stepped closer to the edge of the cliff. Just 3 more steps, 2, 1. As he approached the edge, he looked down and saw a sight he would never forget. So many. How is this possible? Below the abyss, angels swarmed like a tide, chained like the living dead at the bottom. They moaned, they roared. They were about to break free from their shackles. How is it possible? Lin Tian sat down heavily on the ground after returning from the black hole, his eyes wide open and breathing rapid. The terrifying sight of thousands of angels assimilated by abyssal cells made his heart pound violently and left him unable to calm down. His hands trembled slightly as the distorted and deformed images of the angels flashed repeatedly in his mind. So that's it, Lin Tian gritted his teeth, finally understanding the true purpose of this dungeon. It's to imprison these zombie-like angels. He recalled the 4-winged angel he had slain on the 6th level of the abyss. Compared to the group he just witnessed, it was merely an appetizer. If a 4-winged angel possessed strength above S level, what level of power would a 6-winged angel have? Even more frightening, there weren't just 1 or 2, but thousands of angels imprisoned here. Lin Tian clenched his fists, his brow furrowed deeply. If those angels were to escape from the dungeon, it would spell disaster for the entire Great Xia. Even with his current strength, he felt uncertain. He quickly pondered. Assuming a 6-winged angel's power is equal to that of an ancient god, he might barely manage 1. 2 would be tricky, but not impossible. But thousands. All right, the novice training is complete. The system's cold voice suddenly echoed. Standing opposite you are a full 10,000 angels assimilated by abyssal cells. Lin Tian let out a bitter laugh. With that kind of scene, even the entire night patrol division would find it daunting. He leaned against the stone wall, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over the murals on the walls. Why were so many angels imprisoned in the abyss? Could it have something to do with that mysterious hooded figure? Lin Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to stop overthinking. After witnessing the scene at the bottom of the abyss, the pressure on his shoulders felt immense. If thousands of angels were to emerge from the abyss rift into Great Xia, how would they cope? Did you see it? The system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Tian's ear, calm as a prophet. Yes, I saw it. Lin Tian leaned against the stone wall, his voice heavy. So many mutated angels, too many for anyone to contend with. Despairing, isn't it? The system asked. No. A glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Are you talking? How could you say that? If over 10,000 angels suddenly charged out like zombies one day, who wouldn't despair? What you saw is just the tip of the iceberg that Great Xia is about to face. The system's voice remained calm. The era of eternal night has not yet begun. When it truly arrives, the shadow of the final disaster will appear here. Compared to those still slumbering in the boundless land, angels? They are insignificant. Lin Tian looked up at the pitch-black ceiling and sighed. If you're going to talk, say more. Is this how you comfort people? At least give some poisonous encouragement. Instead, you're sarcastically dismissing the angels as not even minor threats? Are we really that weak? Swing your sword. Keep swinging it, the system said softly. Once, the cosmic races stood tall, their hopes long extinguished, but Great Xia's hope remains. You, the sword-bearer, are the last ember of hope for Great Xia. Listening to the system's gentle narration in his ear, Lin Tian found an unexpected calm. He frowned slightly, pondering. Angels, shouldn't they be holy beings? Why are they imprisoned in this abyss? He stood up from the ground, dusted off his clothes, picked up the sack containing forbidden items, and began walking step by step out of the dungeon. The system was silent for a long time before replying faintly. Calamity created everything. Calamity? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. It brought down the divine punishment representing the final disaster. The apocalypse judged them, and they are atoning. Atoning for whom? Calamity. The voice faded. After a sigh from the system, silence fell once more. Lin Tian didn't ask any more questions, instead quietly processing the vast amount of information he had just acquired. The gains from this descent into the abyss far exceeded his expectations. Once he emerged and reported his findings to the Night Watch Department, it would undoubtedly cause a massive upheaval. Lin Tian extricated himself from the dungeon and began retracing his steps back. Along the way, his eyes were drawn to the unopened treasure chests, which he collected one by one. The 4 sacks prepared by the training camp were now filled to 2.5. On the 7th level alone, he had gathered 78 pieces of top-tier forbidden items, a number surpassing what the Night Watch Department had accumulated over years. Not to mention the precious abyss materials, there were so many that he could barely carry them all. Since leaving the dungeon, Lin Tian had been bulldozing his way through. In his eyes, the words, "take a detour," were meaningless. Whether it was a mutant or an abyss stone wall, if it blocked his path, there was only one solution: cut it down. After a long period, Lin Tian surveyed the nearly flattened 7th level of the abyss, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He opened the last treasure chest and retrieved a necklace shaped like a shell, another top-tier forbidden item. Examining it closely in his hand, he suddenly beamed with joy and couldn't help but laugh. An auxiliary forbidden item. This was already the 8th auxiliary top-tier forbidden item he had found on the 7th level. Although its specific effects were still unclear, he did not hesitate to stuff it into his sack if it had the potential to delay the side effects of forbidden items. Having cleared out the 7th level of the abyss, Lin Tian began ascending back to the upper levels along the route he had come. Along the way, he noticed that the high-level mutants originally inhabiting the lower levels had been forced to migrate upwards due to the presence of an angel, making his return from the 7th to the 5th level exceptionally smooth, almost without any obstacles. Retrieving the sacks he had previously stored there, Lin Tian carried 5 full urea bags by himself and leisurely made his way to the exit. Meanwhile, outside the abyss entrance at the Night Watch Department headquarters, several night watchmen were sitting and chatting. Did you hear? Chairman Wang has slain another 2 or 3 S-class mutants wandering near the border of Xia. Chairman Wang is truly my idol. I don't know what's going on, but these days, those mutants seem to have gone crazy, recklessly charging out of the abyss fissures. Exactly. Otherwise, why would the department suddenly increase the manpower station here over the past month? As they chatted, their eyes inadvertently glanced at the towering fissure, dozens of meters high. It's not just that. Recently, outside Xia, things have been restless too. Many lunatics, like those cultists of ours, are trying to get into Xia. They're all like suicide bombers, completely insane, one night watchman remarked. Even the only remaining chairman, Liu, has been temporarily dispatched to the border to hold the line, but some still manage to slip through. Stop chatting. At this moment, another night watchman suddenly twitched his ear, then stood up abruptly, warily staring at the seemingly empty fissure. "To think I hear something coming out. Am I hearing things? Better not take any chances, be ready to sound the alarm." Upon hearing this, the night watchmen immediately became alert, tightening their nerves. Time ticked by slowly, and the mysterious entity from the abyss seemed to be nearing the entrance. The night watchmen dared not breathe, a drop of cold sweat sliding down their foreheads. Just then, a sack as tall as a person suddenly flew out from the entrance, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! Drip! Cold sweat hit the ground. "Sound the alarm." The shrill ringing of the alarm instantly engulfed the entire outpost. "Alien invasion. Everyone, stay alert," shouted a night watchman, immediately going into combat mode. As the alarm blared, synchronized footsteps thundered towards the rift. In less than half a minute, over 100 fully armed night watchmen had surrounded the abyssal rift, their faces etched with seriousness. This permanent rift, though located on the outskirts, was dangerously close to the capital city. If the defense line were to fall, the bloodthirsty aliens could storm into the city in moments, leaving innocent citizens in peril. Moreover, high-level aliens had been frequently sighted near the top of the abyss recently, making the situation particularly dire. "Stay alert, everyone," commanded a tall, fourth-tier night watchman, his demeanor more solemn and composed than the others. He strode over to those who had sounded the alarm, signaling them to join the main force, while keeping his focus on the direction of the abyssal rift. "A sack?" The fourth-tier night watchman frowned. How could a sack be thrown from the abyssal rift? It was completely illogical. Nevertheless, he remained highly vigilant, gripping his weapon tightly. "Don't let your guard down. It could be a new type of alien we've never encountered. It's coming." At that moment, another sack was tossed from the abyssal rift. Unlike the previous black sack, this one was bright pink. The night watchmen exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth? Is the abyssal rift spewing out treasure? The fourth-tier night watchman swallowed hard and cautiously approached the rift. The contents of the sack were unknown. It might be something disguised in pink to mislead their judgment. "Step back." The night watchman moved forward alone, reaching out to investigate. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the sack, a cheer suddenly erupted from the abyss. Listening closely, the voice seemed to be shouting, "I'm back." The fourth-tier night watchman furrowed his brow, but before he could process the situation, a dark figure shot out of the rift like an arrow, landing steadily in front of him. The figure casually tossed the remaining 3 sacks to the ground, took a deep breath, and his face lit up with the joy of survival. "I'm Lin Tian, and I'm back," he exclaimed, overjoyed. "That damn place was freezing, but I'm finally back in the real world." Lin Tian marveled at his return, but as he looked up, his smile froze. Over 100 night watchmen stood before him, weapons of all kinds, ice, fire, thunder, blades, spears, and staffs pointed directly at him. Lin Tian's expression stiffened, rendered speechless. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man hurriedly rushed into the office at the end of the corridor. This was Huang Yunfei, the current chief director. Upon learning of Lin Tian's successful return from the abyss, he rushed to the scene without delay. Inside, the fourth-tier awakener was apologizing to Lin Tian. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Due to the recent alien unrest, we mistakenly took you for." It's all right," Lin Tian said, holding a cup of hot tea, wrapped in a thick cotton blanket, with a look of contentment on his face. "It's so much more comfortable here in the real world. I was numb from the cold in there, and only after feeling the sunlight did the chill start to leave my body." As Huang Yunfei entered the office, the night watchman respectfully greeted him and quietly left. Now, only Lin Tian and Huang Yunfei remained in the room. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Huang Yunfei, the chief director of the Night Watch headquarters." He smiled warmly, exuding an approachable demeanor. Lin Tian looked up, quietly assessing the middle-aged man before him. For some reason, when Lin Tian heard the name Huang Yunfei, his gaze naturally fell on the signatures. "Nice handwriting." Lin Tian commented casually, but quickly realized the inappropriate address and corrected himself with a serious tone. "Director General. If you like it, I can give you a few more sheets," Huang Yunfei suggested. "No need," Lin Tian politely declined. The air between them suddenly became tense, and an inexplicable awkwardness filled the office. The silence lingered for a few seconds until Huang Yunfei broke it. "Congratulations on your safe return, Mr. Lin," Huang Yunfei said first, his expression serious. "If you'd been gone a few more days, your uncle might have had to go into the abyss himself." "What happened?" Lin Tian frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his voice. "From my perception in the abyss, it didn't seem like much time had passed, maybe 2 or 3 days at most." Huang Yunfei sat comfortably across the desk, leaning slightly forward. "In the abyss, it's easy to subconsciously ignore the passage of time. It's normal that you didn't realize it. It's been a full month since you entered the abyss." Lin Tian started to nod, But his expression suddenly froze, and his voice rose several octaves. How long? A month, Huang Yunfei calmly repeated. A month. Lin Tian stood up abruptly, the chair scraping the floor with a harsh sound. He quickly walked to the window, leaning on the sill, his eyes urgently scanning the view outside. It was only then he noticed that the once green leaves had turned yellow and were swaying in the wind. Fallen leaves scattered across the courtyard, presenting a desolate autumn scene. His gaze fell on the calendar on the wall, October 26th. It's been that long. Lin Tian still couldn't believe it, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the windowsill. My subjective sense was only 2 or 3 days, but a whole month has passed in the real world. Huang Yunfei nodded, standing up to pour Lin Tian another cup of steaming tea, the water hitting the cup with a clear sound. The longest recorded time spent in the abyss so far is 13 days and 6 hours, he said, pushing the cup towards Lin Tian. That record was set by Speaker Wang, your uncle, when he descended to the 6th layer of the abyss. He took a sip of the hot tea, the aroma filling the office, and continued. If it weren't for a group of people holding him back, your uncle might have rushed into the abyss 2 or 3 days ago. It's a good thing you came out today. Otherwise, an 8th tier awakened like him forcing his way into the abyss would have unimaginable consequences. Causing havoc in the abyss, if anyone else said that, Lin Tian might scoff, but with Wang Yangshi, it was entirely possible. That guy, if he really let loose, could be even crazier than those cultists. Lin Tian's mouth twitched, his eyebrows slightly raised. So where is my Uncle Wang now? He put down the teacup and asked directly. Not in the capital. Huang Yunfei shook his head, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. A few days ago, an S-class alien appeared in several southern cities, and your uncle went to intercept it. Along with other 7th-tier awakened individuals, they have been ordered to guard other places. As it stands, the Night Watch Bureau has deployed anyone with any combat ability. Sensing Lin Tian's inquisitive look, Huang Yunfei quickly explained, I'm in charge of guarding the capital. Lin Tian frowned, clearly puzzled. Hasn't the Night Watch Bureau already gone public into Xia? How can there be a shortage of people? Huang Yunfei was not surprised by the question. He looked Lin Tian in the eye, his tone calm and certain. Fear prevents over 90 of people into Xia from overcoming this hurdle. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers and continued. Gods and aliens are like a towering mountain covered in thorns. Even though many people have great ambitions and fervent passion, once they truly witness those powerful beings, fear turns into a cold current, paralyzing them in place. He finished the remaining tea in one gulp, the bottom of the cup clinking against the table with a crisp sound. Xia needs a catalyst now. Lin Tian agreed with this. Not everyone was a time traveler like him, equipped with a system akin to a cheat code. Gods regarded mortals as insignificant, capable of wiping out thousands with a mere gesture, something Lin Tian had witnessed firsthand from Sotoxin on the day of the divine battle. Ordinary people could barely breathe in the presence of such beings. But I'm not sure what this opportunity specifically is, Lin Tian mused, furrowing his brow. Perhaps the higher-ups in the Night Patrol Division already have their own ideas. He sighed, shifting his gaze to several burlap sacks piled in the corner, and continued. Take these local specialties, Director. See if they can help the Night Patrol Division enhance its overall strength. Local specialties? Huang Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, then turned his attention to the 5 sacks in the office corner. Lin Tian, wrapped in a thick quilt, said softly, Director, open them and you'll see. They're little trinkets I brought up from the abyss. Little trinkets? Huang Yunfei repeated, his tone filled with confusion. He bent down to open a sack, and then his mind went blank for several seconds. Wow, Huang Yunfei could hardly believe his eyes. He poured the contents of the 5 sacks onto the floor. A mountain of top-tier forbidden items and an uncountable number of rare materials spilled out. Little trinkets. Huang Yunfei's voice rose sharply. You call these little trinkets? My goodness, top-tier forbidden items and materials that could lead to groundbreaking research are what you call local specialties. He shook his head in disbelief. 18 years old. What's up with your nephew, Wang? This is the real world, right? How does he make it seem like he's playing a hacked version? Huang Yunfei's hands trembled slightly. The Night Patrol Division has collected just over 50 top-tier forbidden items in the past century, and here he comes with nearly 80. High-level forbidden items are almost as common as cabbages at the market. Lin Tian walked over to Huang Yunfei and carefully selected a few special forbidden items. These are some auxiliary top-tier forbidden items. Can you research their effects and see if they can help delay the side effects on my Uncle Wang? Huang Yunfei nodded firmly. Yes. With the director's affirmative response, Lin Tian felt a bit more at ease. Can you tell me, Mr. Lin, how deep you descended this time? Huang Yunfei gently placed the forbidden items back on the ground. He lowered his authoritative tone, speaking calmly to the young man before him, not only because he was Wang Yangshi's nephew, but also because of the substantial contributions he had made to the Night Patrol Division at such a young age, which deserved respect. As for his previous assumption that Lin Tian might be as arrogantly unrestrained as Wang Yangshi was at the same age, Huang Yunfei admitted he was wrong. Even in this brief interaction, he sensed Lin Tian's inner calmness and maturity beyond his years. Lin Tian had no intention of hiding the answer to this question. He replied straightforwardly, "The bottom of the 7th layer, but I didn't descend to the 8th. Hiss. Huang Yunfei inhaled sharply at this answer. These two, uncle and nephew, were truly something else. The former had thoroughly scoured the 6th layer of the abyss, and judging by the scale of these materials, the entire 7th layer was likely cleaned out by the young man before him. But that wasn't the main point. What caught his attention was Lin Tian's final remark stopped at the 7th layer's bottom and didn't manage to descend to the 8th. As expected, Huang Yunfei merely sighed lightly, showing no sign of disappointment. His gaze was calm, and a slight smile played at the corners of his lips as he looked at Lin Tian. Don't be discouraged. Achieving what you have at 18 is unprecedented. The 6th layer of the abyss stops all night watchers except you and Wang Yangshi, so the pressure of the 8th layer is understandable, Huang Yunfei said with admiration in his voice. Choosing not to descend to the 8th layer was wise. There's no need to feel disheartened or emotional. No, Lin Tian interrupted, raising his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. It's not because I can't withstand the abyssal cell infection. There's another reason. Huang Yunfei raised an eyebrow, leaning forward slightly. What? Is there something else lurking there? Something like that, Lin Tian said, pondering for a moment, his expression serious. The area below the 7th layer of the abyss is vastly different from the first 6. The 7th layer doesn't have open stone ground, but a dungeon. A dungeon. Huang Yunfei's expression changed drastically. After a detailed recount, Lin Tian informed Huang Yunfei of everything he had seen on the 7th layer of the abyss, including the thousands of mutated angels imprisoned in the dungeon, ready to break free. Having heard all the information, Huang Yunfei's face turned grim. He leaned back in his chair, unable to calm down, just like Lin Tian when he was in the abyss. Thousands of angels, each with power above a level, and even 6-winged angels comparable to ancient gods, Huang Yunfei murmured, his knuckles white as he gripped the armrest. If this is true, the angels breaking out of the abyss would be catastrophic. Besides the angels, did you also find what might be the remains of an ancestor from Xia in the dungeon? Yes, Lin Tian nodded solemnly. The tattered cloak indicated they once belonged to Xia. All right, I understand. Huang Yunfei replied thoughtfully after taking a deep breath. Additionally, he learned from Lin Tian about another crucial piece of information, the Boundless Land, built in the void beyond Xia. This was unknown territory for the Night Watchers, and even a glimpse of it was a significant discovery for them. All right, I understand. Huang Yunfei nodded seriously, standing up from his chair. This matter is important, but Mr. Lin, you can rest for now. Leave the rest to us. Thousands of mutations, and the bizarre scenes below the 7th layer of the abyss. According to Lin Tian, the frequent appearance of high-level mutations in the upper layers of the abyss might be an attempt to escape the Suntober-released mutated angels. Rest, Lin Tian murmured, gazing out the window into the distance. With disaster looming and the end approaching, as the year-end drew near, the turmoil in the abyss had to be subdued for a peaceful new year. Can he truly rest? Swing the sword, keep swinging it. Only by continuously wielding the sword can a sliver of hope be carved out when the ultimate disaster strikes. The Swordbearer, the last flicker of hope remaining from Xia. The system's voice seemed to echo in his ears. Lin Tian slowly lifted his head, his expression relaxed. Director, I understand. In the office, Huang Yunfei wore a serious expression as he pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. The voice on the other end was all too familiar to Lin Tian. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Busy here. Once I deal with this S-class variant, I'll make my final contribution to the Night Patrol Division before heading into the abyss. The words were accompanied by sounds of fierce clashes and explosions over the phone. Huang Yunfei's mouth twitched, and he frowned slightly. Are you in the middle of a battle? Isn't that obvious? Wang Yangshi's tone was indifferent, with a loud crash echoing in the background. Seriously, I'm hanging up. Need to wrap this up quickly. Huang Yunfei tightened his grip on the phone, sighing internally. Fighting an S-class variant and still able to take calls, these two were indeed extraordinary. He cleared his throat. I've got some good news and bad news. Do you want to hear it? Huang Yunfei flashed a mischievous smile. If it were anyone else battling variants, he would hang up without hesitation. But this was Wang Yangxian S-class variant might not pose much of a threat to him now. If there were any real danger, he would have already hung up to focus entirely on the fight. There was a long silence on the other end. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded through the receiver, causing Huang Yunfei to frown slightly. Just a moment. It's settled. Wang Yangxi exhaled deeply, his voice tinged with fatigue. Huang, can't you change this long-winded nature of yours? I like it. Huang Yunfei smacked his lips, fingers tapping on the desk. Do you want to hear it? The bad news. Without hesitation, Wang Yangxi chose. Huang Yunfei spoke seriously. A dungeon ruin was discovered on the 7th level of the abyss, and inside, There are tens of thousands of mutated angels, the weakest being a class, the strongest comparable to ancient gods. He recounted calmly. And those angels are about to break free from the dungeon. Upon hearing this, there was a sudden silence on the other end. After several seconds, Wang Yangshi broke the silence himself. No need for the good news. Why? Huang Yunfei raised an eyebrow. The good news is that Showdown told you this. Wang Yangshi's tone changed, carrying a trace of subtle concern. How did you guess? Huang Yunfei felt a bit disappointed, tapping his fingers on the desk in dissatisfaction. You're no fun, don't even need to think. Who else, but my nephew and me could bring this information from the 7th level of the Abyss? Certainly not the Night Patrol Division folks. Just come back quickly. Huang Yunfei rubbed his temples, unable to hide his headache in his tone. Your nephew brought back a bunch of prohibited items for you, so don't take any missions for now. Rest and recover at the division. All right, I got it. Wang Yangshi responded. Oh, by the way, there's going to be an impromptu meeting at the division when you get back. Those who can't attend should join online. Huang Yunfei said slowly. Because of what you just mentioned? Wang Yangshi asked casually, his tone returning to calm. Not just that. There's a lot more. Your nephew discovered more things in the Abyss, but we'll discuss it at the meeting when you get back. Got it. After hanging up, Huang Yunfei turned to Lin Tian, who was waiting quietly, and offered a genuine smile. Mr. Lin, take some time to rest for now. If you have any requests, just say the word, and the Night Patrol Division will meet them unconditionally. For someone who had contributed so much, meeting his requests unconditionally was a given. If not for the complex regulations of the division, Huang Yunfei would have considered promoting Lin Tian directly to fill the vacant counselor position. He had discussed this idea with Wang Yangshi at length. Given the workload of a counselor and considering Lin Tian's age and his uncle's exemplary role, they decided to let Lin Tian remain a free agent within the division, enjoying the highest level of benefits and privileges. Lin Tian nodded, accepting Huang Yunfei's offer without objection. Since that's the case, I'll take Mr. Lin back to headquarters first. All right. The two left the outpost and drove towards the city, watching as the scenery outside the car window gradually shifted from the desolate outskirts to the bustling urban landscape. In front of the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Night Watch, Lin Tian bid farewell to Huang Yunfei. Unlike most people, Lin Tian didn't rush to enjoy his hard-earned leisure time. Instead, he went straight back to his accommodation. A vague premonition lingered in his mind that imprisoned angels wouldn't be held for long. For months? Perhaps even less, and they would break free from the dungeon's shackles. Lin Tian picked up the wooden sword he had set aside for a long time. As his fingertips touched the blade, the system's words echoed in his ears once again. Only by continuously swinging the sword in his hand could he save Xia. This was his mission, his destiny. With a shift in thought, Lin Tian's consciousness voluntarily entered his mental landscape. He stood atop a mountain, overlooking the scene before him. His mental landscape was no longer a blank slate, but was now filled with the vibrancy of life-majestic mountains and flowing rivers, tranquil villages dotting the countryside, creating a scene of serene beauty. Here, his mental landscape was like a gentle comforter, soothing his anxious heart. Swing the sword once. Earn a reward, a wisp of sword soul. Swing the sword once. Earn a reward, a wisp of sword soul. Swing the sword once. Earn a reward, a wisp of sword soul. The current total was 72,624 swings. Excluding the month spent in the Abyss and the 2 months in the training camp, he had swung the sword nearly 30,000 times. After acquiring the 3 unremarkable swords, the system rewards seemed to hit a bottleneck. From 50,000 to nearly 80,000 swings, he hadn't received any new sword techniques or other rewards beyond the most basic wisp of sword soul. However, this wasn't without benefit. For Lin Tian at this moment, the advantages were still significant. This included unknowingly bringing the initial sword techniques he learned to a state of perfection through practice. In other words, his proficiency had maxed out. Now, when he executed those sword techniques again, his mastery was on par with the predecessors who created them. Of course, the ultimate power unleashed was not included, as that required stronger cultivation to support it. Furthermore, Lin Tian had successfully comprehended a second sword intent besides the carefree sword intent. His sword tip sliced through the clouds, and the river of time cascaded from the heavens like a mighty torrent. Time sword intent. This was a sword intent that evolved naturally from the mastery of the time sword technique. Theoretically, this was also Lin Tian's first self-realized sword intent, independent of the system. The 2 sword intents intertwined around the wooden sword, and Lin Tian carefully felt their differences. The carefree sword intent is still more aggressive. Lin Tian evaluated the 2 sword intents. It wasn't that the carefree sword intent was inherently stronger than the time sword intent. Both were equal in quality. To be precise, the former was more suited for offense, while the time sword intent leaned towards functionality. In other words, the carefree sword intent served as the main attacker, while the time intent provided supportive buffs. After clarifying all the sword techniques he had mastered, A flash of sword light passed through Lin Tian's eyes, and he entered a state of unity with the sword. The time sword intent swirled around him, forming an invisible barrier. He knew very well that to resist the tens of thousands of angels, his current strength was far from sufficient. Just like when the gods had awakened before, 70,000 sword swings were still too few. Time ticked away, day and night alternated outside the mental landscape. Withered leaves were swept up by the autumn wind, drifting into the distance. Everyone seemed unaware of the impending disaster, living their lives in an orderly manner. Finally, thin snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Looking out the window, the world was now covered in a blanket of white. With each swing of the sword, Lin Tian received a reward, a wisp of sword soul. He swung his sword 93,627 times in total. Within his mental landscape, Lin Tian opened his eyes once more, sensing the sword intent of time quietly dissipating in the air around him. Standing atop a mountain, he gazed down at the village below. A few children, wearing only belly bands, played on an open space. One chubby little boy held a bright red, candied hawthorn stick, making him the center of their game. "Let's play Eagle Catches the Chicks. Whoever catches me can have a piece of my candied hawthorn," the chubby boy announced loudly, waving the treat in his hand. "No, no, let's play hide and seek," a smaller child objected. "Eagle Catches the Chicks," another child insisted. "Hide and seek. The candied hawthorn is mine." The chubby boy clutched his treasure tightly. After some debate, the children finally compromised. "All right then." Watching the cheerful scene below, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. His laughter echoed through the valley, catching the attention of the children below. They stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to find the source of the sound. A little boy with a runny nose was the first to spot Lin Tian, pointing in surprise at the mountaintop. "There's a big brother up there. Why is he watching us and laughing? Does he want some candied hawthorn too?" He blinked his curious eyes. "But his clothes are a bit different from ours." The chubby boy with the candied hawthorn cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted towards the mountaintop. "Hey big brother, do you want some candied hawthorn?" Just as Lin Tian was about to respond, he was interrupted by the voices of a few middle-aged people, their heads wrapped in scarves, calling from the direction of the village. "Pang, Hua, come back for dinner." Hearing the call, the children cheered. "Got it, Mom. We're coming home." With that, they waved their little hands at Lin Tian on the mountaintop and turned to run back to the village. Before he knew it, the sky in his mental landscape had turned to dusk. The glow of the setting sun painted the entire village red, and the figures of the children following their parents blurred in the twilight, eventually disappearing from Lin Tian's sight. Watching this heartwarming scene, he felt a touch of emotion. Coming back to his senses, Lin Tian smiled faintly. Oh, it's already sunset. Influenced by the sword intent of time, he couldn't feel the passage of time in his mental landscape. Now that he was about to reach 100,000 swings, it was time to come out and take a look. Lin Tian put away his wooden sword and walked in the other direction from the village. The only difference was, the path he took was a dim one. Returning to reality from his mental landscape, Lin Tian opened his eyes and was immediately hit by a piercing cold. Huh? When did it get so cold? He shivered, instinctively glancing out the window. Before him lay a world clad in silver, snowflakes drifting lazily through the air, covering the ground in a white blanket scene of a bountiful snow year. Winter? Is it winter? Lin Tian suddenly froze in place. It was then he noticed that his room was covered in dust, cobwebs gathering in the corners, clearly having been neglected for a long time. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the calendar, which read December 22nd. Lin Tian distinctly remembered that the date when he emerged from the abyss was October 20th. He hadn't realized he'd spent over 2 months in his mental landscape. Surprisingly, Lin Tian's mood was calm. One thing to be thankful for was that the angels imprisoned in the abyss hadn't taken the opportunity to break free. Gazing at the calendar on his phone, Lin Tian muttered softly, it seems like it's been over half a year since I last went home. This year really flew by." As he left the room, a sudden urgent ringing sound erupted. Buzz. Lin Tian was on alert, thinking it might be an invasion by a foreign entity. Just then, a figure came rushing out from the other side of the elevator. When he saw who it was, a look of confusion crossed his face. Director Huang? Huang Yunfei was ecstatic as he watched Lin Tian walk out of the room, his face filled with disbelief and joy. "Mr. Lin, you're finally back," he nearly shouted. "Huh?" Lin Tian scratched his head, frowning slightly, clearly confused by the situation. He looked around at the unfamiliar faces gathered at his door. Wasn't there an alarm? Why is everyone here? Huang Yunfei took a deep breath to calm himself and, noticing Lin Tian's puzzled expression, slowed his speech to explain patiently. "This alarm was installed specifically for you, Mr. Lin, on the orders of old Wang." Your uncle." "My uncle Wang." Lin Tian pointed to himself, eyes widening in shock. Huang Yunfei nodded and continued. 2 months ago, old Wang rushed back from the border as soon as he learned you'd returned from the abyss. He paused. "When he came to your room, he found you seemed to have entered a special state. In that state, You mustn't be disturbed by the outside world. Listening to Huang Yunfei's explanation, Lin Tian's confusion turned to understanding. So Uncle Wang ordered no one to come near here? Exactly. Huang Yunfei confirmed with a nod, a hint of reverence in his voice. This entire floor has been sealed off. Even the speaker would need to report before coming here. That's quite extreme. Lin Tian exclaimed, eyes wide in surprise. He wanted to say that his mindscape was as familiar as home, with no hindrances to entering or leaving, but he thought better of it, deciding to keep quiet to avoid trouble. Who would have thought Mr. Lin would be in that state for 2 months? Huang Yunfei remarked, his voice filled with admiration. And how's my Uncle Wang? Lin Tian couldn't help but ask, a hint of worry in his eyes. It was clear this was his main concern. Old Wang. Huang Yunfei thought for a moment, his expression relaxing a bit. Thanks to the special grade forbidden items you brought back, most of the side effects from forcibly using fusion grade forbidden items have been temporarily alleviated. Hearing this, Lin Tian visibly relaxed, the tension in his shoulders easing. But it's only a temporary relief, Huang Yunfei added, his tone slightly grave. In the short term, there are no major issues, but if we can find other effective forbidden items, we might be able to eliminate the problem entirely. That's good to hear. Lin Tian nodded, his worry easing a bit. But I suggest you speak to old Wang yourself, Huang Yunfei said with a meaningful smile, the wrinkles around his eyes smoothing out. He's been talking about you every day. In a special hospital room, the faint scent of medicine mixed with the smell of disinfectant. Wang Yangshi leaned against the hospital bed, connected to several monitoring wires, but he looked quite spirited. Did the alarm just go off? I think it did, he muttered to himself, glancing occasionally at the door. I'm not even 50 yet. I shouldn't be hearing things. He shook his head slightly, then corrected himself. No, I'm an 8th level awakener. There's no way I could have auditory hallucinations. Little Tian must be awake. Just then, the door was gently pushed open. Lin Tian, now in a clean outfit, stood at the entrance. I knew I wasn't hearing things. Wang Yangshi's face broke into a joyful smile as he saw the young man. Come sit here. Let your Uncle Wang see if you've gotten stronger. Uncle Wang. Lin Tian looked at the middle-aged man before him, feeling a rush of emotions, his throat tightening. Perhaps due to the effects of the forbidden items, Wang Yangshi appeared much older. In just 3 months, he seemed to have aged decades, with strands of silver in his hair. Well, little Tian, have you come back with great skills and started ignoring your Uncle Wang? Wang Yangshi teased, though his eyes were full of satisfaction. He could keenly sense that Lin Tian's power had grown significantly over those 2 months, his aura now steady and restrained. No way, I'm just average. Lin Tian rubbed his nose and chuckled, feigning modesty. Don't play coy with your Uncle Wang. Just tell me. Wang Yangshi urged, full of eager curiosity. Didn't I learn from you, Uncle Wang, to always be humble? Lin Tian replied with a playful wink. Out with it. Wang Yangshi pressed. I could probably take on 8 of you now. The atmosphere in the room became unusually tense. Wang Yangshi's eyelids twitched violently, and for a moment he couldn't utter a word, thinking to himself, this is trouble. I woke up to find my nephew challenging me. Looking at Lin Tian's determined eyes, Wang Yangshi pursed his dry lips, his expression growing more serious. He nodded inwardly. Not bad. This kid really does have the demeanor of Uncle Wang back in the day. Sensing the tension, Lin Tian awkwardly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Just kidding. To be precise, there are 3. Several minutes later, the two sat quietly by the hospital bed. Uncle Wang, the year is almost over, Lin Tian said, putting aside his joking demeanor and turning serious. I haven't been home for over half a year. I wonder what Tian looks like now. Do you think it could have been destroyed? Lin Tian frowned in thought, but remained confident. It can't be. After all, with Senior Hu holding the fort, the prestige of the Great Xia Swordmaster is undeniable, and no minor threat could shake it. Yes, this year has indeed flown by. Wang Yangshi sighed deeply. This year has been full of trials for Great Xia. Are you going back? Lin Tian suddenly asked. He recalled that his uncle, who was keen on working overtime, hadn't spent New Year's with the family for a long time. Even on New Year's Eve, it was just him, Linger, and Uncle Jiang. It's been 5 or 6 years, right? Hearing those words, Wang Yangshi's face immediately fell. He opened his mouth to speak, but then stopped himself. After a moment of silence, he looked visibly fatigued and slightly apologetic. Xiaotian, you probably know better than anyone the situation in the abyss. I'm afraid I can't get away. Lin Tian's face showed a trace of disappointment he couldn't hide, but he knew he couldn't say anything. They had anticipated this situation the moment they became night watchers. I can't leave here, Wang Yangshi sighed. In the past 2 months, the department hasn't stopped recruiting new members. Recruitment has improved somewhat, with more people joining than initially. He paused, but compared to what Great Xia will face in the future, it's just a drop in the bucket. Lin Tian remained silent, knowing that what Uncle Wang said was true. For those who had never encountered them, gods and anomalies were, as Director Huang put it, a mountain covered in thorns. And to solve this problem, we need an opportunity. Lin Tian murmured, then suddenly asked, Uncle Wang, has the department found any solutions in the past few months? The opportunity that Kid Huang mentioned. Yes, Lin Tian confirmed. No, Wang Yangshi replied after a moment of thought. None, huh? Lin Tian didn't dwell on the answer and shifted the topic back. Uncle Wang, are you really not planning to go back? Even just for a day? Wang Yangshi slowly shook his head, looking at Lin Tian with guilt. You go back, Xiao Tian, and let them know I'm okay. Uncle Wang will hold down the fort here. He continued, just like the original watch, any mistake could lead to countless families being torn apart. He gently patted Lin Tian's shoulder, as he did when Lin Tian was a child. As long as Uncle Wang, that kid Huang, and our generation of night watchers are here, you won't have to bear these burdens. Wang Yangshi lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Once we resolve these issues, we'll celebrate the new year properly. After speaking, he seemed to recall something amusing, his lips curving slightly as he extended his pinky finger. Just like when we were kids, let's make a pinky promise. Lin Tian watched his uncle's outstretched finger, his thoughts drifting back to their childhood. Whenever Lin Tian was worried about Uncle Wang deceiving him, he would always ask him to pinky swear. And every time they did, Uncle Wang's promises always came true. What's the matter? Is this not working anymore? Wang Yangshi asked with a cheerful smile, looking at the hesitant young man in front of him. After a long silence, Lin Tian finally extended a pinky. It works, it always does. Pinky swear. Hang it high. No changes for 100 years, or you'll be a little white dog. Wang Yangshi recited seriously, showing no signs of thinking this childish act was silly. It was as if they had traveled back in time, to when Lin Tian was just a little kid that Wang had brought home. It's a deal then. Wang Yangshi laughed. All right, with Uncle Wang here, you can relax and go celebrate the new year. Say hello to and linger for me. Lin Tian nodded and, after bidding farewell to Uncle Wang, left the room. In the hall of the Night Watch Bureau, Lin Tian's attire looked particularly thin. Winter had arrived, yet he was only wearing a light t-shirt and casual pants, standing in stark contrast to the people around him, who were bundled up tightly. Ha ha ha, I beat you, chatterbox. How about that? Didn't take down as many as I did you? A familiar voice reached Lin Tian's ears. Don't call me yellow hair. I let you win. Looking around, Lin Tian saw two former trainees from the youth training camp. They had matured significantly in both appearance and demeanor, though their personalities were still complex. He noticed Yi Xiaoyuan and Song Lei wearing several bright honor badges on their chests, likely earned from their recent missions. More impressive was their power. They were already 4th-level awakened ones. Not just them, Lin Tian spotted many familiar faces from the training camp among the crowd. In just a few months, all of these people had improved their abilities to varying degrees. In truth, their achievements were partly due to Lin Tian's gentle late-night massages, though they were unaware of this fact. Looking at these budding new stars, Lin Tian suddenly realized that he was just like them, still an 18-year-old boy. Time flies, Lin Tian mused, feeling like an old man, as he walked out of the Night Watch Bureau's door in his thin clothes. Outside, the biting cold wind hit him. With just a light summer jacket on, he hurriedly made his way back to Tian with his luggage. Flight ticket, flight ticket. Lin Tian took out his phone, ignoring the curious glances of passers-by, and crouched in a corner to check. The next flight is in 2 hours? He confirmed the price and thought he could make it, even though it was a bit pricey. But since the bureau would reimburse him, all he had to do was spend. He confidently pressed the payment button. Of course, it had to be immediate payment. Ding! Payment failed. The flight you pre-booked for 3 p.m. to Tian City is sold out. At the high-speed train station in the capital city, Lin Tian looked up at the large characters above him and stood speechless in the cold wind. He nearly overlooked a crucial issue around the new year. Especially in a city like the capital, it's nearly impossible to get a plane ticket without booking 7 or 8 days in advance. Reluctantly, he opted for the high-speed train as a second choice. Though slower, it would at least get him home. The crowd bustled around him, each person hurrying to catch their train home, with little interaction between them. Many passers-by glanced at Lin Tian's attire with surprise. Wow, are young people really this bold these days? Wearing a t-shirt in -20 degrees. I'm shivering in a thick coat, and this guy is ahead of us by 7 months, someone muttered. I can't take this cold anymore. I'm heading inside. Lin Tian yawned, dragging his black suitcase as he slowly made his way into the station with the crowd. Inside the train, the warm air was comforting, a stark contrast to the biting wind outside. After finding his seat, Lin Tian plopped down and gazed out the window at the passing scenery. He had a journey of 1 day and 6 hours ahead before reaching Tian City. His only regret was that he would be spending this new year alone. I wonder how Linger is doing. It's been so long without any news. Lin Tian murmured to himself. Their last contact was during their time at the youth training camp, and nearly 3 months had slipped by since then. Mom, why is that big brother wearing so little? Isn't he cold? A little girl with a ponytail asked curiously as she ran over from another train car. The girl's mother glanced at Lin Tian and whispered, That big brother must be going through some difficulties. Many young people come to big cities to work hard for their families. It's not easy. Is that so? The girl's expression turned somber. Their conversation was so quiet that an ordinary person in the noisy train car wouldn't have heard it. But Lin Tian, being not quite ordinary, could pick up even the faintest sounds. Not long after, as Lin Tian was about to take a nap, he sensed someone calling him. Opening his eyes, he saw the little girl from earlier, smiling as she handed him a heating pad with a bear pattern. Here, big brother. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then accepted the heating pad and lightly patted the girl's head. Thank you, little one. Big brother, keep going. Don't let life defeat you. The little girl said earnestly. Don't worry, big brother won't be defeated. Lin Tian replied softly with a smile. Not by life, not by anything. Okay. The girl nodded and happily ran back to her seat. Watching her leave, Lin Tian looked down at the heating pad in his hand and placed it on himself, soon falling into a deep sleep. The mental exertion from his training had left him exhausted after 2 months of intense practice. In the early hours, the train car was silent. Lin Tian smacked his lips and opened his sleepy eyes to check the time. It was already past 2 a.m. Stretching a bit, he habitually got up and headed to the restroom in the middle of the car. He stretched his stiff neck, opened the restroom door, and felt the slight vibrations and the cold wind seeping through the cracks. This sudden awareness made Lin Tian much more alert. Through a small window in the restroom, he clearly saw the high-speed train traversing a vast grassland. In the distance, a flicker of fire stood out starkly in the night, indicating signs of human habitation. After finishing in the restroom, Lin Tian was about to return to his seat when the sword intent within him, which had been calm, suddenly trembled. A wave of danger surged over him, causing his heart to tighten. Instinctively, he turned back to look at the firelight outside the window. He saw the light approaching at an astonishing speed, growing larger and brighter. A firelight. That's definitely a fireball. Lin Tian cursed to himself. The massive fireball was hurtling towards the high-speed train, its intense glow instantly illuminating the entire carriage. The people from the divine cult? His eyelid twitched. These guys just won't give up. Why didn't you show up back at the Night Patrol Division headquarters? Recalling the previous battle where he alone had taken down 8 of the 12 apostles of the gods, it was clear these people hadn't learned their lesson. The spectacle caused by the fireball quickly drew the attention of all the passengers in the carriage. A meteor attack? I just wanted to go home for the holidays. Why is this happening? Is it a mutant attack or divine intervention? What should we do? Is there anyone here? In an instant, the thousands of passengers on board were in chaos. Although there were a few night patrollers who remained much calmer than the average person, their limited strength meant that even jumping off the train wouldn't help against a fireball tens of meters wide. The intense heat rapidly increased the temperature inside the carriage, and screams erupted one after another. Lin Tian moved his fingers slightly, and the carefree sword domain emanated from him in an instant. As the fireball approached, everyone closed their eyes, and even the night patrollers were prepared to meet their end. At the critical moment, when the fireball touched the carefree sword domain, it inexplicably vanished. No explosion, no impact, not a single effect on the high-speed train. The fireball, tens of meters wide, was shredded into a cloud of smoke by Lin Tian's sword intent. The passengers were still frozen in fear, unsure of what had just happened. Just as they thought the crisis was over, the entire train suddenly shook violently, and then the front was lifted by some powerful force. Boom. This situation was unexpected, even for Lin Tian. What is this? Lin Tian watched as the high-speed train was lifted and stomped his foot. The raised train was instantly slammed back to the ground, derailing with a screech of metal against the ground. Minutes later, the train plunged into the plain. Lin Tian looked out the window, trying to find the attacker. When did the divine cult get an awakened one who can conceal their presence? He wondered, surprised at how well hidden the attacker was, even from him. In the sky, several masked figures were looking down at the overturned train. Has little piggy been eating less lately? How could they lose grip like that? The girl with the white rabbit mask asked teasingly. The pig-masked figure responded, a bit puzzled. Humph, I don't know what happened. I almost had it, and suddenly it slipped. It's okay, you're forgiven. The white rabbit girl smiled playfully. If it weren't for that lunatic chasing us for months, the divine cult wouldn't be making an appearance so late. Let's use the lives of everyone on this train as a little gift from the divine cult to the Night Patrol Division. Inside the carriage, after a series of jolts, chaos reigned among the passengers. People were leaning and falling, some clinging to their seats, while others were sprawled in the aisle. A few had fainted from the recent violent impact, slumped limply in their seats. Followers of the cult are attacking. Don't go outside. You'll die if you do, a middle-aged man shouted, his voice trembling with fear. Inside the train, the uniformed night patrol officers sprang into action. They stood up quickly, hands on their weapons, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. These officers had previously dealt with the cultists and knew that the fireball wasn't the work of any supernatural entity. It had to be those cult members. The lunatics who had been quiet for months were making a big move today. Everyone stay calm. We are the night patrol, a uniformed officer announced loudly, his voice steady and reassuring. We can keep you safe, but you need to stay calm and not open the doors, or it will be even more dangerous. In this open plain, leaving the train meant exposing oneself to those cult fanatics. It was akin to courting death. Hearing the presence of the night patrol, many passengers calmed down a bit. Their tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and hope flickered in their frightened eyes. The night patrol had become well known months ago, with members possessing superpowers, serving as the main force against supernatural threats and the cult. We'll stay calm. Please, night patrol officers, protect us. Someone whimpered, curled up in a corner, trembling. Recently, the night patrol had been recruiting. Many in the carriage had received invitations, as they might possess exceptional physical or mental abilities. However, all had declined. While superpowers were a dream, it was a distant and unfamiliar realm for ordinary people. As Huang Yunfei had said, in such a crisis, fear paralyzed these ordinary people. Even if they wanted to act, fear would ultimately hold them back, leaving them to place their hopes on others. Crash. At that moment, the long train emitted a loud bang. Blinding flames violently tore through the roof, the sound of twisting metal piercing everyone's ears. The ceiling was ripped open, and four masked figures descended through the hole. They hovered above, looking down at the terrified passengers like ants. How delightful. The figure in a white rabbit mask clapped in excitement, voice filled with a sickly thrill. Little piggies, I want to see red burst from your hands. It would be so beautiful. Such a hassle. The figure with a pig mask grunted, voice deep and hoarse, reluctantly responding. Just wait and watch. Got it. Little piggy is the best. The white rabbit giggled, their voice eerily childlike. Over the months, 8 of the cult's apostles had been eliminated, and a madman continued to hunt down cult members. Fortunately, with the help of those from outside the Xia borders, their power had quickly reached new heights. The white rabbit stretched exaggeratedly. Hurry up, I can't wait. Before launching the attack, the cult had prepared meticulously. They calculated that no one in the train could rival their apostles. Most high-ranking night patrol officers were on missions, clearing supernatural threats. Only 2 council leaders remained, one at the border and the other would not leave the capital without a significant threat. As for Lin Tian, the young man who had once single-handedly defeated 8 apostles and slain divine servants, she seemed to have vanished, with no news for months. Without these formidable opponents, it would only take 2 minutes to kill a train full of unarmed civilians. Amidst the crowd, during the day, a little girl trembled as she nestled into her mother's arms. Mom, I'm scared. It's okay, someone will come to save us, her mother reassured softly, though her voice carried a hope she herself couldn't fully believe. There will be someone. Above, the figure with the pig mask reluctantly descended to the ground after receiving instructions from the white rabbit. His coarse tongue licked his chapped lips as his gaze swept over the trembling crowd of ordinary people. Suddenly, his expression turned maniacal, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with greed through the mask's slits as they locked onto the little girl with the ponytail. That one looks good, quite like the white rabbit, he thought to himself, cursing inwardly. If it weren't for your special status, there's no way I'd listen to you. Since I can't touch the white rabbit, I'll just deal with someone who looks similar. Heh, heh, heh. He let out a spine-chilling laugh, licking his lips like a madman as he slowly approached the girl. The girl's mother, pale-faced, pleaded with a trembling voice as the monster drew near. Please, spare me and my daughter, I beg you. The surrounding passengers watched in horror. To them, this creature could crush them as easily as squashing a bug. A few hot-blooded young men hesitated, wanting to help, but were completely intimidated by the monster's overwhelming aura, lacking the courage even to speak. Whoosh! Just as the pig mask reached out to grab the girl, 3 night watchers emerged from the crowd. They were all around the second rank in strength, having just completed a mission and hoping to spend the new year with their families. Who would have thought they'd encounter a cult attack en route? And with 3 apostles no less. One night watcher swallowed hard. Damn it. Looks like we won't be celebrating this year. He cursed under his breath, but even knowing the disparity in strength, he didn't retreat. The pig mask glanced at the 3 with disdain, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. 3 small fry. You're night watchers, aren't you? He chuckled. In terms of seniority, I'm a whole generation ahead of you. Servant of the cult, you're not worthy to say that. One night watcher spat back angrily. The pig mask dismissed him with a smirk. Just watch. You fools will eventually realize that all your so-called beliefs are nonsense. The divine is great. Only the divine can save Xia. You're the ones constantly resisting. His eyes gleamed with derision. Watching the people you desperately try to protect die in front of you. That must be quite a taste. As he finished speaking, several black tendrils extended from the shadow beneath him, binding the 3 night watchers tightly and lifting them high into the air amidst the passengers' terrified screams. You beasts! The night watchers struggled and cursed. Keep talking. I like listening, the pig mask said indifferently. reaching out once more for the little girl. In the next instant, before his hand could reach her, a loud noise erupted from the overturned train. Following that, a piece of metal soared into the sky, drawing a long arc. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, including the three apostles. Moments later, a teenage boy crawled out from a hole in the train, swearing under his breath. Damn, how did the door collapse in a rollover? Lin Tian complained, then looked up to see the pig mask reaching for the girl and the presence of the three apostles. The crowd was stunned on the spot. The pig-masked man was completely stunned when he saw the young man emerging from the train, his mind going blank. Thud, the death knell echoed clearly in his ears. The pig-masked man stood frozen, with one thought dominating his consciousness. How is he here? Why on earth is this kid here, and in such a dramatic fashion? He started to tremble uncontrollably, his fingers twitching as cold sweat trickled down the inside of his mask. That face, that silhouette, he would recognize it even if it turned to ashes. Lin Tian. This name had become synonymous with fear within the cult. In the decades since the cult's establishment, the Night Patrol had successfully eliminated only a handful of God's apostles, less than 3. Any vacancies were quickly filled with suitable candidates. But since Lin Tian's appearance, within just 3 months, 8 apostles had met their end, including the formidable Day Tiger. What was even more terrifying was that on the day the divine servant descended to the mortal world, Lin Tian, in the presence of the White Rabbit and himself, killed the horse face with a single strike. If it weren't for the White Rabbit's special ability, he would have been the next to die. The fear Lin Tian instilled in him was deeply ingrained, second only to his devout faith in the divine. At this moment, the White Rabbit and Snake Mask in the air were equally stunned, their breaths caught as they saw Lin Tian emerge from the carriage. The pig-masked man stiffly raised his head, desperately looking at his companions in the air, his eyes filled with pleading, as if silently asking, "What do we do next?" The White Rabbit wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, grabbed the Snake Mask by the arm, and prepared to flee. "Sorry, little piggy, the great deity will always remember you. You traitor." The pig-masked man couldn't take it anymore and burst out in anger. At that moment, no one noticed that Lin Tian, who had been standing atop the high-speed train, had vanished. Bang! With a dull thud, the pig-masked man suddenly appeared unconscious on the ground, the edges of his mask showing small cracks. "Did I say you could leave?" Lin Tian cracked his neck, ignoring the pig-masked man he had knocked out with a single punch. His focus was entirely on the White Rabbit, who was attempting to flee. He already knew that the White Rabbit could teleport thousands of meters away, having escaped from him with this ability before. But this time, "Run, little snake." The White Rabbit, panicked, held tightly to her companion, ready to use her ability. Crack! It seemed as if something invisible shattered in the air. When the White Rabbit regained her senses, the scene she expected to be thousands of meters away hadn't materialized. "My ability failed?" The White Rabbit stared in disbelief, instinctively looking down at Lin Tian. The next moment left her stunned, her pupils contracting. How is this possible?" The White Rabbit looked at the spiderweb-like spatial cracks appearing around her and realized it wasn't that her ability had failed, but that the young man had shattered the surrounding space, completely blocking her teleportation path. "It's been a few months, and you've grown even stronger." The White Rabbit was drenched in cold sweat, yet she forced a smile, playfully sticking out her tongue at Lin Tian. "Do you think this is enough to kill us?" Lin Tian didn't reply. The sword in his hand silently flashed a cold light. "Whether I can kill you or not, let's find out with a cut." In the air, the Snake Mask, witnessing everything, was at a loss for words. Lin Tian was someone he had only occasionally heard about from the Pig Mask and White Rabbi that only knew that Lin Tian was incredibly strong. Who would have thought he was this powerful? Using his ultimate move like a normal attack? As the sword intent swept through, half the clouds were split open, leaving a glaring scar in the sky. The 2 divine apostles in the air didn't even have time to groan in pain before one was dead, and the other followed suit. Not even dust remained, as if they had never existed. Lin Tian frowned slightly, surprised at how easily he dispatched the 2. Had he not been constantly tracking their presence, he might have thought they had fled before the sword intent landed. Tisk! Lin Tian remained vigilant, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. He couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't that simple. At least there's one left alive. With that, he grabbed the pig mask half buried in the ground, lifting it up as its body dangled like a rag doll in the wind. The surrounding passengers, still in shock, stared wide-eyed at the young man before them. Their gazes shifted from fear to confusion, and then to delight. This young man was incredibly powerful. So powerful that he could split the sky with a single sword. In an instant, the previously silent plains erupted in a wave of cheers. These ordinary people finally realized they were saved. They had witnessed a young man, as powerful as a superhero, effortlessly defeating those terrifying cultists. A sense of security washed over them, as if with such a strong figure around, they could continue living their peaceful lives. A little girl timidly peeked out from her mother's arms, nervously eyeing Lin Tian standing in front of them. She whispered, "Big brother. Don't worry, everything's fine now." Lin Tian replied softly, his gaze gentle. Okay. The girl nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Tian. "Big brother, can I become a superhero like you one day?" she asked excitedly. "Of course you can," Lin Tian assured her with a nod. "Anyone can." After saying this, Lin Tian turned to the three night watchmen. "Thank you for your hard work." The three exchanged looks, feeling a bit awkward. Hard work? It didn't seem like hard work at all. In hindsight, they had only come out to shout at the apostles and then got picked up by the shadows, essentially doing nothing. They exchanged glances again and forced a smile. But soon, their expressions changed as they recalled the earth-shattering strike from earlier. "Senior, you wouldn't happen to be the Lin Tian that everyone in the department talks about, would you?" One of the night watchmen asked, eyes filled with disbelief. "Yeah, more or less," Lin Tian said, scratching his head. Then, his tone turned serious. "Contact the department and handle the follow-up here. Oh, and the train has a hole. Make sure the department covers the repair costs." Understood, understood. The three nodded repeatedly, as if meeting their idol. This was Lin Tian, the miracle who defeated a god at 18. They found the cult incredibly troublesome, but he sliced through these apostles as if they were nothing, on a completely different level. At that moment, the pig mask, dazed from a punch, groggily regained consciousness. "I got a nightmare. Dreamt of that disaster, Lin Tian," he muttered incoherently. Then, the pig mask's eyes met Lin Tian's, who was still holding him. "Damn, woke up too fast." The pig mask swallowed, his voice suddenly cut off. Oh right, not just his voice. His consciousness also abruptly faded. Lin Tian. The crowd looked at Lin Tian, their eyes full of confusion. Wasn't this the same cult member who had just been shouting about killing them all? How did they end up looking like the victims in front of this young man? Lin Tian glanced coldly at the pig-masked man who had fainted again. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! The crisp, echoing sound reverberated through the air, sending a chill down the onlookers' spines. The pig-masked man felt as if he was wandering in darkness, only to be struck by a piercing pain on his face, as if a dagger had hit him. Hiss! He jerked his head up, his masked face now swollen on one side. Hovering slightly off the ground, he clutched his swollen cheek, grumbling. "Did you just slap me?" Lin Tian had no intention of wasting words on him, and followed up with another slap to the other side of his face. After all, he couldn't help but satisfy his own compulsion. The symmetry was more pleasing to the eye. "Pig mask, I really have to thank you," Lin Tian said smoothly. "So what are you planning this time? Trying to wipe out another place? Last time you aimed for the trainees in the youth camp. This time, are there important people on the high-speed train?" If Pig Mask knew what Lin Tian was thinking, he might be dumbfounded. Was this an overestimation of the cult's intelligence? Or maybe they just wanted to make a scene to show the night watchers they were still around. Pig Mask sneered at Lin Tian. "Don't think you'll get anything out of me. I won't say a word." "Then you can rot in jail," Lin Tian responded, fully aware of the cultist's stubbornness. These ancient god worshippers seemed to view the gods as their saviors. Their minds were filled with thoughts of reviving, following, and being redeemed by the gods. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't spill any secrets. With that, Lin Tian tossed Pig Mask to the ground like garbage. As sword lights flashed and Pig Mask's anguished screams filled the air, the once arrogant cultist was now limbless. To prevent him from biting his tongue and committing suicide, Lin Tian thoughtfully created a makeshift mouthguard out of sword energy and forced it into his mouth. "That should do it," Lin Tian said, turning to the Night Watchers. "Have you informed the headquarters?" The Night Watchers nodded repeatedly. "Yes, they're on their way. We mentioned your name, Mr. Lin. They should be here in half an hour. By the way, Mr. Lin, could we get your autograph?" They were from the same generation of Night Watchers as Lin Tian, but hadn't performed well enough to qualify for the youth camp. Lin Tian started, but was interrupted by the sudden sound of shattering glass behind him. His expression changed instantly, and he turned to look at Pig Mask. The man had transformed into a black, mist-like crystal, with even the blood on the ground crystallizing into tiny particles. How could this happen? Lin Tian frowned. Normally, he would have sensed any suicidal intent immediately. "Something's not right," he muttered, quickly moving to the spot where the rabbit and snake masks had disappeared, and observing closely for a long time. Lin Tian crouched down, and indeed found some remnants of black dust on the ground. This dust was the same material as that which the pig mask had turned into, only it was shattered into finer particles by his sword intent. If he hadn't checked carefully, even he wouldn't have noticed it. No wonder he felt something was off when he eliminated those guys earlier. They vanished too cleanly, leaving no trace. Standing up, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. "It seems these so-called apostles of the gods aren't completely brainless," he speculated to himself. The three apostles just now were likely puppets replicated by some ability, yet they retained all the original strength and awakened abilities. This bizarre ability was unheard of in Daxia, almost certainly a technology developed by those madmen from elsewhere. The surrounding passengers had calmed down by now and instinctively gathered around Lin Tian, sitting on the ground and quietly waiting for the rescue team from the Night Patrol Division. Lin Tian looked at the overturned high-speed train car, his face full of helplessness. He had planned to go home and celebrate the new year, but who would have thought such an unexpected event would occur? It seemed his return home would be delayed once again. Half an hour later, rescue personnel from the Night Patrol Division quickly arrived at the scene along the edge of the tracks. They first righted the overturned train car and then began distributing temporary emergency supplies to the passengers. The entire high-speed train held at least a few thousand people, and ensuring everyone's safe return would undoubtedly take considerable time. Fortunately, this attack by the cult resulted in no casualties. A leader of the rescue operation walked straight to Lin Tian, respectfully saluting. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Song Yong, the leader of this rescue operation." Lin Tian looked at the man in front of him and vaguely remembered him. They had once shared an elevator at headquarters. Lin Tian briefly described the incident and then pointed to the pile of black crystals on the ground that had formed from the pig mask. "These are just replicas created using an awakened ability. The rest isn't much, but the division should keep an eye on those foreign organizations," Lin Tian added gravely. "Otherwise, if the cult colludes with them, the threat will only multiply." Deep underground, in a blood-red altar chamber, two figures stood weakly. "That guy named Lin Tian is absurdly strong," Snakeface panted. "His presence will interfere with the revival of the gods." White Rabbit waved a hand, a faint smile never leaving their face. "It's fine. Taro has prepared a big gift for Daxia. Their master and our goals are aligned. They'll assist the cult." White Rabbit chuckled, their voice suddenly turning sweet and syrupy. "Aren't you coming out, little piggy? I missed you." As soon as the words fell, a thick arm smashed through a transparent glass cover. The pig mask, bare-chested, emerged with a sullen expression, roaring angrily. "He humiliated me in front of so many people. And you tried to sell me out. Don't be mad, little piggy. I was wrong, okay? Besides, you didn't really die," White Rabbit calmly consoled. "Humph." The pig mask turned its head aside, the seeds of hatred already taking root in its heart. "Damn Lin Tian. Though we didn't manage to deliver the welcoming gift, it was interesting to witness Lin Tian's skills, wasn't it?" White Rabbit, unfazed by the pig mask's ordeal, continued nonchalantly. "It's just a shame this game can only be played once. Those outsiders really are amusing." As they were speaking, the door to the chamber suddenly opened. Several foreigners dressed in peculiar outfits entered. They gave a simple salute to White Rabbit and calmly declared, "The age of eternal night is approaching. Our master will assist you in achieving your goals." The next day, due to the attack by the cult, all passengers on that high-speed train were forced to delay their journey by a day. The Night Watch Department had to spend a significant amount of time escorting them safely back to the capital. The original plan to arrive in Tian on the night of the 23rd was completely ruined, and now they were back to square one. Lin Tian sat in a chair in the headquarters hall of the Night Watch Department, his brow furrowed and his expression grim. He stared ahead, with only one thought in his mind. Damn the cult. A journey that should have been completed in a little over a day is now taking an extra day. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. Why attack out of nowhere? And claiming you disappeared for months because some lunatic attacked you. Who are you calling a lunatic? He clenched his right fist and slammed it onto his knee, silently vowing, "I will never forgive the cult." As he waited, time ticked by slowly. Lin Tian glanced at his phone and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since regular transportation was taking too long, why not ask the department for help? He had thought of this idea when he first boarded the train, but it was already too far along, and contacting them was too much hassle. Now, if he didn't want to waste another day, it seemed to be the only option. Thinking of his uncle Wang, who was recovering, Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before finally dialing Huang Yunfei's number. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Huang Yunfei's voice came from the other end, evidently aware of his predicament. "Regarding the foreign forces issue, I've already sent some Night Watch members to conduct a comprehensive search in Daxia." Lin Tian lightly touched his nose. "Oh, I have another matter." "Go ahead," Huang Yunfei responded without hesitation. Lin Tian took a deep breath and directly stated his request. "Arrange a private plane for me. I want to get home for New Year's." "All right." Huang Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by the simplicity of the request. It made sense, though. After Lin Tian's encounter with the cult on the train and the disruption of his travel plans during the year-end peak, the request was indeed reasonable. Lin Tian hadn't expected such an immediate agreement. Huang Yunfei added, "However, due to the high volume of recent tasks, most planes have been deployed. But don't worry, give me 5 minutes, and I'll get one from another department for you." In his office, after hanging up, Huang Yunfei immediately contacted another person. "Hello? Get a plane ready within 5 minutes, military or civilian, whatever you can manage." There was a brief silence on the other end. "Director Huang, with the recent tasks." "Oh, by the way," Huang Yunfei interrupted, "you might want to tell Chairman Wang this because the plane is for his nephew." "Understood, no problem." The The tone on the other end changed instantly. Outside the headquarters of the Night Watch Department, Lin Tian stood at the entrance, gazing blankly at the sky. Just then, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air. To the astonishment of passers-by, a military green helicopter smoothly landed on a nearby open space. As soon as it touched down, two pilots in professional flight suits quickly disembarked and approached Lin Tian. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Director Huang arranged this for you. Please board." Lin Tian stood there, blinking in disbelief. Is this the efficiency of the Night Watch Department? With that thought, he opened the door and got on board. The scene attracted a crowd of onlookers, who began to discuss animatedly. Wow, is this really such a grand departure? Lin Tian sat in the back seat of the military helicopter, gazing out the window at the shrinking landscape below. The helicopter ascended smoothly, soon breaking through the clouds and reaching high altitude. It will take about 6 to 7 hours to reach Tian City from here, so you can rest for a while, the pilot respectfully said from the cockpit. No worries, I'll be fine in a bit, Lin Tian replied softly, his eyes still fixed on the sea of clouds outside. Thank you. You're welcome, it's my duty, the pilot quickly responded. If we had known it was Mr. Lin, we would have arrived even faster. He added, remember to report back to the department once you reach the destination. By 8 p.m., the helicopter had reached the skies above the destination. Mr. Lin, we've arrived at the location you mentioned, the pilot said, adjusting the flight position with a slightly troubled expression. Please wait a moment. This area is residential, so finding a landing spot might be difficult. No need. That would be too troublesome. Lin Tian simply waved his hand. Just open the door, and I'll jump down. Huh. The pilot was stunned, not quite grasping Lin Tian's meaning at first. Jump down. You're not joking, right? Jumping from thousands of meters up, wouldn't that turn you into a pancake? But upon further thought, it seemed the man was not an ordinary person. Mr. Lin, are you sure? Yes, Lin Tian nodded calmly. Don't worry. With that, Lin Tian unlocked and opened the door. The cold night wind immediately rushed in. He first confirmed the approximate position and then leaped straight out of the aircraft. In the next moment, the wooden sword on Lin Tian's back flew out, tracing a dazzling light in the night sky. He adjusted his posture slightly, and after a few hundred meters of freefall, he landed steadily on the wooden sword. Compared to simply falling and landing on the ground, which wasn't much of a problem, the impression was vastly different from flying on a sword. One was mundane, the other extraordinary. Lin Tian stood on the wooden sword, even performing a 360-degree backflip and a Thomas half-spin in the air. Honestly, he had wanted to try this for a long time, but never had the chance. Now, he finally did, and it turned out quite well. The pilot watched all this with wide eyes, utterly speechless in shock. In Tian City, under the streetlights, snowflakes drifted gently like willow catkins. A girl with a red nose from the cold was walking home, carrying a large bag of vegetables. Achoo, Jiang Ling sneezed. Why did it suddenly get so cold? Today was the day Jiang Chengwen was discharged from the hospital. Although his depleted awakening powers couldn't be restored, meaning he would live the rest of his life as an ordinary person, his health was no longer a concern. We're having a feast today, Jiang Ling said, blowing warm air into her hands. Almost home now. As she spoke, her expression suddenly turned a bit somber. It's almost New Year's, and I wonder how Lin Tian is doing in the capital. In previous years, Uncle Wang would work overtime, and the three of them would celebrate together. But this year, ugh, Jiang Ling patted her cold, red cheeks. I don't miss him at all. Whatever, I curse him to fall from the sky right now. No sooner had she spoken than a figure humming a tune leisurely passed by in the sky. Lin Tian descended gently from the sky, standing on his flying sword. He hummed a tune. The boundless horizon is my love, beneath the rolling green hills. But his song abruptly stopped when his gaze locked onto a familiar figure on the ground. As his eyes lowered, they met hers. Lin Tian looked down at the girl standing in the snow, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. His voice caught in his throat, and he seemed frozen in midair like a statue. On the ground, Jiang Ling's large bag of groceries fell with a thud onto the snow as she recognized the figure above her. Her lips parted slightly, momentarily speechless, her heartstrings plucked by an invisible force. Lin Tian. Jiang Ling stood rooted to the spot, staring unblinkingly at the figure in the sky, hardly daring to believe her eyes. Am I dreaming? Did my wish just come true the moment after I said it? She looked at Lin Tian's stance and thought to herself, for some reason, this pose is oddly annoying. The romantic reunion she had imagined on a snowy night was completely disrupted by the trendy tune of the most dazzling folk style. The emotion in Jiang Ling's eyes shifted from initial surprise to confusion. What are you doing up there? Come home. Lin Tian put away his wooden sword and landed steadily on the ground, asking in return, and you? Why are you out so late? I was out buying groceries. Jiang Ling bent down to pick up the plastic bag from the snow. Uncle Jiang was discharged from the hospital today, so I'm making a big meal tonight. What a coincidence. Lin Tian's eyes lit up, and he asked with a smile, is there a portion for me? No, Jiang Ling replied, casting him a sidelong glance with a smile she could hardly suppress. But I can make extra. You're cooking? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Who else? Jiang Ling huffed softly. Lin Tian took the plastic bag from her hand, and they walked side by side. As they strolled, he asked, when did you learn to cook? In the past few months. Jiang Ling tucked her hands into the sleeves of her down jacket for warmth. Your kind and loving Uncle Jiang has been unable to move around, so I've been doing the cooking. Ah, you've grown up. Lin Tian casually placed his hands behind his head, looking ahead. They walked together, their steps crunching in the snow, heading home. There were no tearful embraces as imagined. After a brief moment of emotion, they quickly returned to their usual routine. But the true feelings were known only to themselves. Lin Tian glanced at Jiang Ling's flushed cheeks out of the corner of his eye, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Looks like you missed me a lot. Your face is all red. It's from the cold. Jiang Ling quickly covered her blushing cheeks with her hands and changed the subject. What have you been up to these past few months? Well, although it was a long time, I actually only did a few things, Lin Tian mused. I worked as a guard at the youth training camp, gave late-night massages to the hard-working and adorable trainees, explored the abyss, and pondered the essence of the sword. That's about it. If I were to condense these months, it seems like that's all I did. Jiang Ling nodded. I heard from my dad that the training at the youth camp is very intense, and you can't afford to be distracted. So I didn't dare to disturb you. But seeing you just now, she hesitated. Maybe I was overthinking it. Not at all. Lin Tian quickly corrected her. Life at the youth camp is exhausting. I had to give those kids massages every day. Massages? Jiang Ling asked, puzzled. Yeah, massages. A few minutes later, after hearing Lin Tian's full account of his life at the youth camp, Jiang Ling burst into laughter, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. Putting them in a sack and beating them up is what you call a massage. Of course, it's very effective, Lin Tian nodded proudly. Did Uncle Wang tell you to do that? More or less. That's not a guard. That's a youth camp bandit. Jiang Ling laughed until tears came to her eyes. Since Jiang Chengwen got injured and Lin Tian left Tian, she hadn't been this happy in a long time. Let's head home first. Lin Tian gently patted Jiang Ling's head, her eyes filled with warmth. Otherwise, Uncle Jiang might start overthinking things on his own. In the hallway, as Jiang Ling took out the keys and was about to turn them, Lin Tian clearly heard hurried footsteps coming from inside. The lock clicked open, and sure enough, Jiang Chengwen was already standing at the door, his face full of concern. My dear Ling. His words stopped abruptly when he saw Lin Tian standing at the door with a big smile. He was stunned for a few seconds before exclaiming with delight. Xiao Tian is back. Come in, come in, come in. Jiang Chengwen stepped aside, eagerly inviting them in. Watching the two enter, he instinctively adjusted his essential middle-aged sweater, his voice slightly reproachful. Linger, you didn't even tell me Xiao Tian was coming back. Oh, Dad. Jiang Ling rolled her eyes playfully. Nobody's here to see you. Snap, something seemed to break. Ouch. It turned out to be Jiang Chengwen's old father's heartbreaking. He secretly wiped away non-existent tears, wearing an exaggeratedly sorrowful expression. I knew it. My little cotton-padded jacket would eventually let in the wind. If you keep acting, I might just cook for Lin Tian and myself tonight and not let you have any. Jiang Ling washed her hands, swiftly put on an apron, and headed into the kitchen. She realized that ever since her old father became an ordinary person, he seemed liberated, almost like a lively treasure. Lin Tian moved between the two, scolding Jiang Ling lightly as he used to. How can you say that about Uncle Jiang? Doesn't he have a natural charm? Who wouldn't notice? I notice. Yes, indeed. Jiang Chengwen nodded vigorously in agreement, his eyes sparkling with joy. You kid. Uncle Jiang finds you more pleasing by the day. Of course. Lin Tian scratched his head, chuckling. Uncle Jiang, you don't need to worry about that. After all, we're all family now. Exactly. Jiang Chengwen's expression suddenly froze, and he raised his head with a slight frown. I'll have to think about that. One of you, come help me wash some vegetables. Jiang Ling called out from the kitchen, glaring at the two plotting men. I'll do it. I'll do it. Lin Tian and Jiang Chengwen shouted in unison. Uncle Jiang, you should rest. I'll take care of it. Lin Tian offered quickly. Thank you, Xiao Tian, but let Uncle Jiang handle it. Jiang Chengwen insisted. Lin Tian forced a smile. Come on, Uncle Jiang. If you keep this up, your character will collapse. Your Uncle Jiang is just an ordinary person now. Who cares about character? Jiang Chengwen straightened up and retorted. Jiang Ling watched their playful bickering and felt utterly speechless. Thud. The knife landed firmly on the cutting board, the sound crisp and decisive. Get out, both of you. The lively noise instantly quieted down. The two stood there, exchanged glances, their embarrassment evident. Go sit on the sofa, or no dinner for either of you tonight. Jiang Ling warned, then slammed the kitchen door shut. Lin Tian and Jiang Chengwen exchanged a bewildered look, pulling back their necks in resignation. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.